Chapter 676 Blaze Eruption Art. 3 days ago, we set you up with their top beauty. But as a result, a corrupt celestial asked for her to accompany him in a drink today. However, she refused. Those bastards actually forcibly snatched her away. They even said that if you, Long San, want your woman, you have to take a trip to the west of the city, said Chai Liehuo through clenched teeth. When they had received this news, they had immediately rushed to the House of Pleasures. But they had still been too late. They didn't care about that woman. But she had had relations with Long San, and so she could count as Long San's woman. If she had willingly gone to accompany them, then they wouldn't have said anything. But to forcibly take her away was a slap in Long San's face. They had received this news from their own intimate partners, but by the time they had gotten there, she had already been taken away. That was why they had now come here to find Long San. It was obviously done by that celestial idiot from the other day. Let's go. If I let him live to see tomorrow's sun, I won't be surnamed Long. Long Chen immediately rushed off. Long San, calm down. This is clearly a trap. Fang Chong hastily caught up. Any traps are useless in front of absolute strength. You two only have to cheer for me. I'll handle it. Long Chen was filled with killing intent. Xiao Dai was playing the role of an ordinary Shantian woman. In front of a powerful celestial, she had no chance. If she really resisted, it would expose her racial mark. Then it would be extremely troublesome. Death would become something exceedingly luxurious. Even if you used your butt to think, it would be obvious that this was something Huo Wufang had controlled from behind the scenes. As expected, the scene might change, but people didn't. Long Chen had led him off with his life in the Julie secret realm. He had only been recovered for such a short time, but he had once more placed his sights on his people. Good, very good. Seeing Long San had his own cards up his sleeve, Fang Chong didn't stop him. After all, they were all men, and they could understand his emotions. He summoned a magical beast, and the three of them rushed off. To the west of Pilyong City, there was a wilderness. A bit further from that was a gully between two mountains. Thousands of experts had gathered there, watching a group of people from a distance. That group of people was only comprised of just over 10 people, but their leader was Huo Wufang. Huo Wufang was sitting, and there was a bed not far from him. On that bed was a beautiful woman who had been tightly bound. It was a pale-faced Xiao Dai. A man from the corrupt path was standing in front of the bed, looking avariciously at Xiao Dai. This was the celestial that Long Chen had half killed in the House of Pleasures back then. He sinisterly laughed. Long San's woman. Hee, that short-lived brat has such luck with women. Today, I'll play with his woman in front of everyone, haha. Suddenly, the sky darkened as a huge flying magical beast appeared in the sky. At the same time, an icy voice rang out, "You dare place your sights on my, Long San's, woman? Good, in a bit, I want to see just how big your guts are." Long Chen jumped off the magical beast. Seeing how Xiao Dai was bound to the bed, his blood began to boil. His arrival caused startled cries amongst the distant spectators. Their kidnapping of Xiao Dai from the House of Pleasures had caused a ruckus that made it so that many people were aware of it. They all knew this matter was not so simple. Huo Wufang smiled coldly upon seeing Long Chen. Everything was under his control. Xiao Dai was filled with terror, but she didn't dare to struggle. With her strength, there was no way for her to face a celestial. All fighting would do was expose her status. She wasn't afraid of death, but she was afraid that once she was dead, these people would imprison her soul and search through her memories. Then even 10,000 deaths wouldn't be enough to absolve her guilt. Seeing Long Chen arrive, for some unknown reason, Xiao Dai suddenly became calm. It was like that figure could give her endless comfort. Haha, Long San, you actually came. Excellent. Do you want your woman? Fight me. If you win, you can bring this woman away, laughed the celestial. Long Chen ignored him and began walking directly to Xiao Dai, as if he didn't even see him. Brat, you really are arrogant. Seeing Long Chen ignore him, the celestial was enraged, especially when he thought of how Long Chen had humiliated him. His killing intent erupted, and he appeared in front of Long Chen in an instant, punching him with his full strength. This time he was smarter and aware of how strong Long Chen's physical body was. His spiritual yuan caused the space around him to shudder. His fist ended up smashing into Long Chen's body. But everyone was shocked to find that it had just been an afterimage. What? The celestial hastily turned to see that Long Chen had used some sort of unknown technique to appear on top of the bed. Flames covered his hand, and using it as a blade, the tough beast tendons were all severed. Xiao Dai jumped up and hugged Long Chen. Xiao Dai had only just opened her mouth when Long Chen hastily gave her a kiss on the lips. If she ended up calling out Long Chen in her excitement, then it would be over for them. Xiao Dai trembled upon being kissed. Long Chen gently stroked her hair and said, "Leave this to me." Xiao Dai blushed, immediately understanding her mistake. She obediently nodded as Long Chen pulled her off the bed, still not looking at the celestial. He walked off as if that guy didn't exist. "Die!" The celestial roared furiously, suddenly unsheathing his sword. A bitterly cold sword chi slashed down on Long Chen. This attack was filled with killing intent, and it locked down Long Chen so he couldn't dodge. This attack's goal was to kill Long Chen along with Xiao Dai. Long Chen smiled icily. A flame spear appeared in his hand. The land trembled, and everyone's eardrums shook from the explosive sound. Everyone's expressions changed. Such a collision could essentially kill any Xiantian alchemist instantly. When the dust settled, it revealed Long Chen. Countless runes revolved within his flame spear, incinerating the air. However, Xiao Dai had disappeared. People hastily looked around to see that Xiao Dai was already by Chai Liehuo and Fang Chang's side. She had been sent out in an instant by Long Chen just now. Chai Liehuo and Fang Chong were both nervous. They regretted bringing Long San here. To do all this for a woman was not worth it. But after interacting with Long San for so long, they were aware that his character was just this straightforward. Such a person would not tolerate being deceived. If they tried to trick him, Long San would very likely turn hostile toward them. But for an alchemist to go against a celestial, their hearts rose into their throats. Xiao Dai was also nervous. She had no knowledge of Long Chen's strength. She only knew his name from Yu Xiaochen. Now, Long Chen was willing to fight a celestial for her. She couldn't help being moved. In all these years, the people in the outside world were enemies. She had never had an outsider treat her so well. Long Chen pointed his flame spear at the celestial and icily said, "Idiot, do you know why I let you off last time? It's because since I can crush you once, I can crush you twice. Seeing you're unconvinced, I'll give you a display so you understand just how terrifying an alchemist is." Suddenly, endless flames began to rage around Long Chen's body. It was as if he had changed into a flame god, and a terrifying heat came from him. This is the blaze eruption art. Long San was actually able to train in such a berserk pill flame magical art. Fang Chong was shocked. It wasn't just Fang Chong. Every alchemist present was shocked. That blaze eruption art was an extremely berserk magical art for alchemists. Through the suppression of soul energy, a person's pill flame would be transformed into the most berserk and chaotic attacking flame. It was completely different than the flame used when refining. It was a destructive flame whose only goal was to burn this world to nothing. The blaze eruption art was something that, in principle, anyone at the Pill Emperor rank and above could use it. But in reality, only Pill ancestors had reached the necessary level of control. A Pill Emperor's spiritual strength was not enough to cause the transformation of the Pill flame. Even Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo, whose families had gone all out to groom them, would only barely be able to use this ability. But its power would be limited, and it wasn't suitable for battle. But Long Chen's spiritual strength was as vast as an ocean, and with it, he could use the blaze eruption art at its optimal level, causing everyone to be shocked. In that instant, Long Chen's aura became chaotic and berserk. It was like a sheep had suddenly become a terrifying magical beast. Feeling the change in this pill flame, Long Chen snorted coldly inside. Since he couldn't use his own strength, then he would just use an alchemist's strength. "Die!" Long Chen roared, his voice like thunder. He had already turned into a blazing shooting star, shooting at the celestial. At the same time, his flame spear released an ear-piercing boom as it pierced forward. The celestial's expression immediately changed. He sensed endless pressure from Long Chen. A blood-colored mark lit up on his forehead, and his blood chi soared. An image appeared behind him. That was an image of countless souls struggling. It was even possible to hear their mournful howls, like the sound of ghosts wailing for lives, a sound that made a person's blood turn cold. With a cold snort, the celestial sword slashed down. In that instant, the image behind him disappeared, and the souls reappeared around his sword as he slashed it toward Long Chen. Chapter 677 Nirvana Scripture Verses. Cry of the Heavenly Taos. A thunderous explosion shook heaven and earth. Long Chen's flame spear collided head-on with the celestial sword. Astral winds and raging flames erupted in every direction. The spectators were all horrified and hastily retreated. This was too appalling. They had never seen an alchemist able to go head-on against a terrifying celestial. As for Long Chen, he was still standing in the center of the flame and wind. With raging flames surrounding him, he appeared indescribably domineering. The corrupt celestial in front of him was filled with shock. In terms of strength, this alchemist in front of him actually suppressed him. Currently, their weapons were still interlocked, their auras continuing to rise. The wind around the celestial grew fiercer, and the flames around Long Chen grew taller. Boom! The land trembled as Long Chen was sent flying by a terrifying force. Everyone was startled. They saw a sea of runes had appeared around the celestial, one that caused a resonance with heaven and earth. He actually had to summon his cry of the heavenly Taos. The distant spectators were shocked. The cry of the heavenly Taos was the strongest trump card for celestials. In other words, by using this move, it signified he didn't have any assurance of defeating Long San without his full strength. You can die now. With a furious roar, the endless heavenly Tao runes behind the celestial surged, causing the world to darken. His sword slashed toward Long Chen. Should we go? Long San probably won't be able to block this, said Chai Liehuo. Now that even the cry of the heavenly Taos had appeared, there was no need for this fight to continue. Long San had already displayed enough power. After all, he was an alchemist, not a martial artist. The power he had displayed was already shocking enough. If this continued, his defeat was undoubted. If the two of them joined hands with him, then although they wouldn't be able to defeat a celestial, it would at least make him afraid of injuring them. Let's just watch. This monster Long San has his own methods. We just have to be prepared if he can't handle it, said Feng Chong. Boom! The celestial sword slashed down. Long Chen flashed to the side, dodging. As a result, an immense ditch was carved into the ground. It was unknown just how many miles it extended. Long Chen became filled with battle intent. He had heard that alchemists had endless fighting potential. He wanted to see just how strong an alchemist could be. Suddenly, a crackling sound filled the air. The flames around Long Chen had only been 3 meters tall before, but now they instantly grew to 10 times that size, and even the space around him seemed to be burning. What? Fang Chong, Chai Liehuo, and even the distant Huo Wafang all let out a startled cry. Long Chen was immersed in endless flames. Countless runes were revolving around him, and a terrifying pressure erupted, one that made their souls tremble. As those runes revolved, chanting filled the air. An old man in a conical hat was standing in the crowd. Seeing those runes around Long Chen, a touch of shock appeared in his eyes. But then he smiled. Interesting. My trip to the eastern wasteland wasn't wasted. This is the Nirvana scripture. How can you use it? Roared Huo Wafang. The Nirvana scripture was a technique that possessed no inheritor in the Pill Tower. It involved extremely profound mysteries of Pill Flame, and up until now, no one in the entire Pill Tower had been able to comprehend it. The Nirvana scripture was not necessarily a secret technique in the Pill Tower. Any disciples who had reached the Pill Emperor rank was able to read it. But in all the history of the Pill Tower, there were pitifully few people who had been able to comprehend it. No one had done so in the last 3,000 years. Although it was something no one currently comprehended, it was still one of the Pill Tower's highest core techniques. The Nirvana scripture's name was something everyone knew. This technique had no diagrams, no characters, and no annotations to explain it. The only things written in the technique were some strange runes. As for the runes revolving around Long Chen, they were precisely the runes of the Nirvana scripture. So everyone recognized it. Long San comprehended the Nirvana scripture. That's monstrous. Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo felt like all the shock for their lifetimes had been used up on Long San. There was no more shock to be found. The Nirvana scripture is said to be endlessly powerful. It's unknown whether or not it can resist the cry of the heavenly Taos, said Chai Liehuo. As the spectators spoke, the fighters clashed. Long Chen's Nirvana scripture and the corrupt celestial's cry of the heavenly Taos collided. The manifestation of the heavenly Taos raged and clashed with the flame runes. These two runic seas crashed on each other continuously. Everyone's expressions changed. This level of power had already surpassed their imaginations. Boom! With a final intense collision, the two runic seas parted. Long Chen and the celestial fell back hundreds of meters. Neither of them had taken an advantage in this exchange. The Nirvana scripture is so powerful. It's actually able to resist the cry of the heavenly Taos. Long San is truly heaven-defying. The spectators were shaken. This was their first time seeing someone capable of resisting a celestial's cry of the heavenly Taos. This Long San is just like that legendary Long Chen. He's clearly not a celestial, but he's still able to suppress celestials, said someone. Huo Wufang really is unlucky. I heard that last time when he tried to target Long Chen took half of his life. If the Huo family hadn't brought out their wealth, he would already be dead. Now he's fighting for the Pill Emperor competition's first place, and this Long San appears. Could it be that the Huo family is fated to be restrained by people surnamed Long? Sighed someone. Huo Wufang finally couldn't hold back and shouted, Long San, you aren't the Pill Tower's disciple, but you actually dared to secretly learn the Pill Tower's divine technique. Fang Chong interrupted, you're wrong. The first day Long San met me, he promised to join the Pill Tower. The formalities are being personally taken care of by Junior Master Chai. How can you say he's not a disciple of the Pill Tower? Correct, I'm in charge of handling this. If there are any problems, you can come to find me, said Chai Liehuo. You too. Huo Wufang was about to explode. These two fellows were constantly using their authority to give Long San benefits, but he was helpless to do anything about it. Long Chen ignored the words from the outside. He had already become a member of the Fang and Chai families. No matter what happened, the two families would protect him. He didn't need to conceal anything. However, it was truly curious. When he had seen the Nirvana scripture, Long Chen had jumped in shock. The runes in the scripture gave him a very familiar feeling. Just with a glance, the profundities contained in those runes poured into his mind, and he had instantly comprehended it. Long Chen had only taken a few breaths' time to learn the Nirvana scripture. He even felt like he had already learned the technique before, but had forgotten it. Now that he displayed the technique, that feeling of familiarity increased. Long Chen suspected that the Nirvana scripture was related to the Pill God memories. But now wasn't the time to think about that. The fact that the Nirvana scripture could resist the suppression of the cry of the heavenly Taos made Long Chen incomparably delighted. Previously, he had always been worried that without the divine ring, he wouldn't be able to fight a celestial. But now he no longer had that worry. With a cold cry, he raised his flame spear. And like a phoenix coming out of the flames, he shot toward the celestial. The celestial was shocked. He had never dreamed that the cry of the heavenly Taos, which had never failed him, would actually be suppressed. Seeing Long Chen charging at him with a chilling killing intent, a trace of fear entered his heart. He hastily slashed his sword at Long Chen. Their endless runes collided once more. Each one of their exchanges shook the land. This chaotic power caused everyone to tremble. I've pretty much gotten used to it. The two of them fought for an hour before Long Chen felt that it was enough. Gripping the flame spear with both hands, he suddenly attacked with his full strength. Long Chen might be unrivaled when it came to alchemy, but he was still a novice at fighting with his pill flame. He might be confident in his control over his pill flame, but magical arts were extremely profound. Even with the assistance of the Pill God memories, Long Chen had still needed some time to get used to it. That was especially true when it came to using flame weapons. They didn't have any weight on their own, but through his spiritual strength, he could adjust the runic energy within the weapon. He could make his weapon as light as a feather or as heavy as a mountain. This entire time, Long Chen had just been practicing and figuring out how to use this kind of weapon to his advantage. Although the fight had seemed intense, he hadn't used any true killing blows. Now he was done with that. Boom! With an explosive sound, a huge crater was blown into the ground, and endless waves shot out. The Celestial had no idea that Long Chen had still been holding back so much. Caught off guard, both his arms broke and he vomited blood. In terms of physical strength, he couldn't compare to Long Chen. Heavenly Tao recover, the Celestial hastily tried to heal. I don't have time for you to recover. Just die. Taking advantage of his injury, Long Chen's flame spear once more shot forward. It smashed into the Celestial's body, filling the air with blood. The Heavenly Tao runes had only just begun to scatter when Long Chen's flame spear became a sphere that exploded in the air, disintegrating those runes. The entire crowd was deathly silent. Chapter 678 Perfect Timing. His long hair fluttered in the air, and the flames around him continuously burned. Long Chen seemed just like a flame god. The instant Long Chen destroyed those Heavenly Tao runes, it felt like time slowed down. Personally seeing a celestial be killed by Long San completely stupefied everyone. A celestial had disappeared in front of them just like that. A new flame spear appeared in Long Chen's hand, and he pointed it at Huo Wufang. Contemptible brat, do you dare fight? Do you dare fight? Do you dare fight? Long Chen's shout echoed throughout the silent mountain valley. That voice caused everyone to tremble. They had been completely suppressed by Long Chen's unrivaled imposingness. The leftover aura from killing the celestial was still present on Long Chen. His powerful will caused heaven and earth to shiver. It made it so no one could form an urge to fight against him. Holding his spear, with his aura surging out of him, Long Chen made everyone speechless. Huo Wufang's expression darkened while the other corrupt celestial by his side was trembling inside. He was actually too afraid to fight Long Chen. The elder hidden in the crowd smiled and then silently disappeared. Xiao Dai was filled with delight. Long Chen gave people an extremely trustworthy feeling, as if anything could be given to him to handle. We're going. Huo Wufang was furious, but he still decided to bring his people away. From start to finish, all he had done was embarrass himself. Now that this celestial had been killed, Huo Wufang had already lost all his face. Huo Wufang. Long Chen suddenly appeared in front of him. I know that this was all your dirty little plan. To dare touch my woman, you really are looking to die. I, Long San, don't have anything except my own life. If you want to play, then I'll accompany you. But let me warn you, if you once more touch my woman, I will make you regret ever being born in this world. Long San, are you threatening me? Raged Huo Wufang. You're wrong. I never threaten anyone. I am someone who gets things done, someone who does whatever he wants to do. If you are a real man, then don't hide behind your schemes. I hear you once dared to face Long Chen. Could it be that after being beaten half dead by Long Chen, your guts have shrunk and you don't dare face people head on anymore? Sneered Long Chen. Huo Wufang's aura suddenly erupted, the ground beneath his feet trembling. A terrifying pressure rose as if an ancient beast was awakening within Huo Wufang's body. Long Chen's heart shook. In that instant, he felt an extremely dangerous sensation. Something was definitely off with Huo Wufang. Long Chen hastily retreated a few steps and readied himself. Wufang, you child, how can you get angry so easily? If you get angry even from an ant's provocation, how will you ever accomplish anything in the future? Suddenly, a cold shout rang out and Huo Changsheng appeared. Child knows his mistake, Huo Wufang hastily said. Let's go. Your world won't be limited to this place. The opponents here are just stepping stones for you. Your target is a much vaster sky. Huo Changsheng didn't even look at Long Chen. He brought their people away just like that. Everyone was startled. Huo Changsheng had actually long since arrived but had just been watching in secret. Long Chen was also startled. Huo Wufang was someone Long Chen had been able to play with like a child back in the Julie secret realm. But just now, he had felt a chill. That was a feeling the 9-star hegemon body art would only give him when there was a danger to his life. Just what happened to Huo Wufang for him to give me such a dangerous feeling? Wondered Long Chen. It seemed he had been a bit careless. Huo Wufang had completely changed. But it seemed he didn't want to release his true strength. Long San, you are amazing. Even a celestial can be killed by you. At this time, Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo also came over. They almost prostrated themselves toward Long Chen in admiration. In fact, it was almost a kind of worship. His alchemy skills were incredible, and his combat abilities were also terrifying. He was a monster, there was no way he was human. Sorry, in the secret tome pavilion, I apologized Long Chen. No need to apologize. You're a member of our pill tower. You can learn whatever you want. If others want to fart about it, just let them. Furthermore, any disciple who joins the pill tower can enter the secret tome pavilion once a month, and you've only entered once. We didn't break any rules. And about that, Long San, are you sure you're human? To have learned this much from entering the secret tome pavilion once, are you sure you aren't a monster? Asked Chai Liehuo. Alright, don't spout nonsense. This isn't the place to talk. Let's go back. Lady Xiao Dai, I've already sent someone to buy you from the House of Pleasures. You'll be your own person in the future, said Fang Chong. Brother Fang, really, thank you, said Long Chen. In truth, Long Chen knew that this was just his way of pulling him onto his side even more. No need to thank me. Brother Chai and I might be junior masters of our families, but we actually get very little income. It can't even make up for a month of Huo Wafang's expenses. This bill is something my family's old man paid for, said Fang Chong. Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo were both treated extremely strictly by their families. They had to make their own money through refining pills. Alchemy was one of the greatest money-making tools in the world. But the two of them had it different. Their family's goal was to temper them. They only allowed them to make money off refining extremely difficult pills with high odds of failure. Sometimes they might spend a month refining without earning a single copper coin. In fact, they would even owe money for the ingredients. It was only in the past few years that their alchemy had improved enough that they managed to repay their debt and get some savings. Long Chen approved of this method. At the very least, the two of them didn't have the same vile habits as Huo Wafang. The feeling they gave others was completely different. I'll have to thank him. Long Chen smiled. This matter was now over. Long Chen pulled Xiao Dai back with him to the Fang family. The Fang family head was truly worthy of being a leader. He directly made a large courtyard available for Long Chen and Xiao Dai. They had a large house with their own servants. Long Chen's relationship with the Fang and Chai families had grown even more intimate now. Now they no longer called him the same thing. Instead, they called him Junior Master Long, a name on the same level as Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo. First Master Chai, Second Master Fang, and Third Master Long. Now their three names rang throughout Pilyong Prefecture. A large disturbance erupted on the day Long Chen killed the Celestial. However, while the corrupt path might feel fine abusing the righteous path, they didn't dare to do anything to the Pill Tower. Later that evening, the Fang family held a grand feast as a celebration. Fang Mingyuan was growing more and more pleased with Long San. But after that feast, Fang Mingyuan told Long Chen he should focus on alchemy. Although he didn't say it directly, his meaning was very obvious. He didn't want Long Chen wasting his energy on Xiao Dai. If a problem occurred during the finals because of that, it really would be a joke. Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he immediately patted his chest and guaranteed he wouldn't do such a thing before the finals. That satisfied Fang Mingyuan. To be so sensible at such a young age and to possess such shocking abilities but still be low-key was truly rare. When the social niceties were finally over, Long Chen returned to his residence. Xiao Dai was already there, but her expression was a bit unnatural from nervousness. Long Chen smiled slightly. Perhaps Xiao Dai had misunderstood. Xiao Dai, I've refined the pills already. They're in this ring. Do you need to use a transportation formation to leave or do you have another method? Hearing that Long Chen had prepared the pills this quickly delighted Xiao Dai. I don't need a transportation formation. We have our own secret technique. As long as I activate it, I'll immediately be sent away. Long Chen handed the spatial ring to her. Then you should leave quickly. Remember to tell Xiao Chen that just tell her that I miss her. Thank you, Brother Long. I'll definitely pass on your words. Xiao Dai quickly took out a dozen strange bones. Those bones had mysterious carvings on them that possessed powerful spatial strength. Will this be sensed by others? Asked Long Chen. No, our original devil race's secret technique causes almost no spatial fluctuations. The people outside this room won't be able to sense a thing. The bones began to glow. Xiao Dai was enveloped by a gentle light, and then her body slowly faded. Brother Long, thank you for everything. Goodbye. Xiao Dai waved all the way until she completely disappeared. The bones disintegrated, turning into a fine powder. Xiao Dai's gone now, I'll have to think of an excuse. Long Chen rubbed his chin, thinking. Suddenly, he felt almost 10 powerful auras creeping into his courtyard. Damn, what perfect timing. Long Chen smiled with delight. Chapter 679 Putting all the cards on the table. Long San, get out here and die. Suddenly, a clear shout rang out. A figure charged through the gate to Long Chen's courtyard. The door was directly blown apart by his palm. Long Chen rushed out to see a black-robed man wearing a mask. He obviously didn't want others to know who he was. Who are you? Long Chen accompanied this person's act. Normally, Long Chen wouldn't be so stupid as to ask such a question when someone barged through the door like this. But to give this person an opportunity, he had to accompany him. That person sneered, the person who will kill you. He suddenly flashed into motion, punching at Long Chen. He was incomparably quick, and this fist caused space to shake intensely. He was actually a powerful celestial. Kill me, you're still lacking, you bastard. Long Chen's expression suddenly changed, as when he went out to face this person, another 7 figures rushed into his room. Long Chen ignored the person in front of him, hastily charging back and shouting, "Careful! Care about yourself." That person sneered and runes erupted from his body, instantly locking down Long Chen. He didn't want to kill Long Chen. He just needed to stall him. Idiot! Long Chen cursed inside, but he had to act extremely panicked. He continued to try and charge into his room. Dust filled the sky. The entire courtyard was blown up, gone. "Bastards, what did you do?" roared Long Chen, but the experts that had charged in were also dumbfounded. They hadn't done anything, but the room had just exploded. "She's not here." Those people were all startled. They had clearly sensed 2 life auras a while ago. They didn't know that the second life aura was simply a pill that Long Chen had brought out to trick them. Following one person's order, the other 7 also rushed away. Long Chen raged, "Do you think you can just come and go as you please?" Long Chen had only just moved to stop them when 4 of them turned back, attacking him. Long Chen hastily blocked, and he was sent flying as a result. HMPH, as expected, you can't rely on rumors. Long San only has this little ability, sneered one person before disappearing into the night. These people had come suddenly, and they left suddenly. In just a breath's time, they disappeared. Long San, what happened? At this time, the Fang family's experts finally arrived. Fang Chong saw Long Chen lying on the ground and hastily helped him up. "I'm fine, but Xiao Dai was taken," said Long Chen hatefully. "What? Intolerable." Fang Chang's rage soared. To actually barge into his family's territory to snatch Long San's woman, that was definitely a slap to the Fang family's face. "Let's chase," said a sea expansion expert. Only at this time did Long Chen see that the Fang family actually possessed over 10 sea expansion experts. He hadn't seen any of them before. Then thinking about it, he realized these had to be the Fang family's guests. To put it in an uglier way, they were simply the Fang family's bodyguards. The Fang family were alchemists, and they needed some martial artists as fighters. There's no need. The 8 of them were all Shantian celestials. They've long since gotten away. Long Chen shook his head. "What, 8 celestials?" Fang Mingyuan's expression was grave. "It should have been done by the Huo family. Tomorrow is the day Huo Wufang is taking a concubine. The Huo family has created close relationships with countless righteous and corrupt sects. Those sects sent their strongest disciples to congratulate him. One reason is to bribe the Huo family, and one is to show their own strength. According to some reliable information I obtained, there are over 30 celestials that came. Other than the Huo family, no one else has the power to cause this many celestials to appear. Furthermore, they have nothing to fear. Long San's already said they were masked. Without evidence, we can't do anything to them. Then, are we just supposed to allow them to dishonor Long San's woman?" Fang Chang's expression changed. "As a man, even if you had to die, you still couldn't allow such a thing to happen." Huo Wufang was truly intolerable. "Long San, what do you say?" Fang Mingyuan looked at Long Chen. Long Chen's expression was dark, but he was extremely calm. "Family head, I have something I want to discuss with you in private." Within a private room of the Fang family, Long Chen suddenly smiled toward the family head. "Since matters have reached this point, I no longer need to conceal anything from you. My original goal in muddling my way into the Fang family was to borrow the Fang family's strength to handle the Huo family. I trust that senior has already sensed that, but since you didn't say anything, you must have your own plan. But now things are becoming clearer and clearer. The Fang and Huo family are like water and fire. If the Huo family wins, then your 2 families will either have to leave or be exterminated. I need your strength to handle the Huo family, and you need my strength as well. It can be said that we both need each other. Continue." Fang Mingyuan sank into thought for a moment. His face didn't reveal any expression. Long Chen nodded inside. As expected, Fang Mingyuan had long since sensed something. If he had always thought this scheme of his had been completely flawless, then he really would be an idiot. "I truly do think of Chai Liehuo and Fang Chong as brothers. Although this friendship was a bit insincere in the beginning, after going through some trials, that insincerity has disappeared. So right now, I want to discuss things openly with you. Huo Wufang's conduct today has completely infuriated me. I want to know, if I go all out against the Huo family, how much help can you and the Chai family head give me?" asked Long Chen. Fang Mingyuan's hand tapped on the table rhythmically. For a long time, he didn't say a word. Long Chen also didn't say anything. He was waiting for a response. Finally, Fang Mingyuan said, cooperating is fine. But I need proof that you won't betray my Fang family. The proof is very simple. Long Chen brushed his hand over his face, revealing his original appearance. How is this for proof? Fang Mingyuan's pupils shrank. Looking at Long Chen, it was a long time before he finally exclaimed, Long Chen. Hee ha 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 ha, good, very good. When it comes to craziness, no one can compare to you. I never imagined that you were still alive. Of course, I'm still alive. If I died, wouldn't the Huo family be free to do whatever they wanted? Laughed Long Chen. He pointed to his face. How is it? Is this proof enough? Fang Mingyuan nodded. It is enough. Your reputation precedes you. I already took note of you when the news of what happened in the Julie secret realm spread. I even investigated you, learning that you always stay loyal to your friends and family. There were even several times where you risked your life to save your companions. Such a person is someone I can trust. Long Chen said, Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo aren't bad. They're good brothers. I was originally planning on inciting conflict between your two families and then jumping in at the last moment to give the Huo family a vicious blow. But since they're my brothers, I have no choice but to change that plan. I'll help you eliminate the Huo family. Today, Huo Wafang sent out 8 celestials to capture Xiao Dai. There are 2 reasons I didn't chase. One is because I couldn't catch up, while the other is that even if I chased them to the Huo family would come up with all kinds of excuses to bar me at the gate. If I'm alone, there's no way for me to handle the Huo family. So I need to lay all my cards on the table for you to see. Although Xiao Dai was just a woman from a brothel, she was still my woman. I can't just accept this humiliation. So I've decided to give Huo Wafang a vicious blow. I need your help for that. What's your plan? Asked Fang Mingyuan. What's my plan? Don't you know my temperament? He snatched my woman today, so tomorrow, I'm going to snatch his woman. Long Chen rubbed his fists. You want to snatch his concubine? Fang Mingyuan gasped. Long Chen was crazy. Yes, he snatched my woman, so I'll also snatch his woman. Then we'll be even, and this matter can end here, said Long Chen shamelessly. Fang Mingyuan was speechless. How could snatching women be calculated like this? Furthermore, his woman had just been a prostitute, while Huo Wafang was undergoing an official wedding ceremony with a concubine. How was that the same at all? The Huo family had already sent out the invitations, and countless righteous and corrupt experts had come to attend the ceremony. If Long Chen really managed to snatch her, wouldn't the Huo family's people have no choice but to kill themselves in shame? Just what level had Long Chen's craziness reached? The Huo family is very powerful. In truth, Fang Mingyuan tried to persuade Long Chen to give up this thought. But Long Chen shook his head. Family head Fang, this is something I must do. That Wabaluo is someone who helped me at a critical moment. If I can't save her, then I wouldn't be a man. If you refuse to help, I can only think of some other way tomorrow. I won't just watch as she is humiliated. It seems my only choice is to capture Huo Wafang as fast as possible and use his life to exchange for Wabaluo's safety. But even if I succeed in that, it would expose my identity, and I would no longer be able to participate in the Pill Emperor competition. I also won't be able to kill Huo Wafang, so he will easily take first place. As for what will happen later, I'm sure there's no need for me to explain. Fang Mingyuan sighed. Long Chen, you are forcing me. Isn't that because I have no other choice? Helping me is also helping your Fang family. Furthermore, I can promise you that if I attend the finals, Huo Wafang will definitely be suppressed. Long Chen tossed out another enticement. Do you really have that confidence? Fang Mingyuan's eyes brightened. Long Chen, never speak any empty words. These words were a bit arrogant, but they were even more moving than 1,000 promises to Fang Mingyuan. He hesitated for a moment before clenching his teeth, saying, all right, since you have such confidence, I'll bet everything on you. Haha, don't worry, I guarantee you will make back your investment. Let's discuss what will happen tomorrow. Long Chen began to explain his plan. Chapter 680 Snatching Money or Snatching Women. What? You didn't manage to catch that woman? Huo Wafang's expression was ugly. He hadn't expected that 8 Shantian Celestials would still return having accomplished nothing. When we moved in, we clearly felt 2 auras in the room. But then somehow, the only one inside was Long San. In order to not expose our identity, we could only immediately leave. Brother Huo, I really am sorry, said one slender man wearing a scholar's headband. Huo Wafang was currently in a large room with over 30 experts. These people were all terrifying celestials. Furthermore, they were very young, and they contained members from both the righteous and corrupt paths. The person who had spoken just now was from a righteous sect. HMPH, your righteous path really is undependable. You wasted Brother Huo's trust. How useless, sneered a corrupt celestial. If you have any ability, then go yourself. Let it go. This matter ends here. Seeing the two sides were about to fight, Huo Wafang hastily stopped them. These people were all his guests. These people came from powers that were the Huo family's customers. The two sides had cooperated for many years now. They had helped the Huo family obtain endless resources. Since he was the future leader of the Huo family, he naturally had to nurture good relationships with them. Tomorrow is the wedding ceremony. Now isn't a good time to do anything. We'll wait until after. This Long San has been repeatedly offending me, thinking that he can do so with the Fang and Chai family's support. HMPH, once I capture his woman, I'll definitely find her a few hundred men to satisfy. Then I'll record it all and show him right before the finals. I want to see if he can still calmly refine pills at that time, sneered Huo Wafang. Brother Huo, just leave this matter to us and we'll handle it, said a corrupt celestial. He had two swords on his back, and his eyes were extremely strange. One was completely black, while one was completely white. Then I'll thank you for your trouble. Come, as my honored guests, let's have a celebration. The fact that you could come here today means that you truly treat me as a brother. In the future, as long as I am alive, there will be no problem with your supply of medicinal pills. Huo Wafang did his best to entice them. He also knew that if the Huo family truly wanted to get a firm foothold, they had to pull in more experts. These people were the elites of the powers they belonged to. In the future, they would be the leaders of those powers. So Huo Wafang had to win them over. But he didn't know that while he plotted on how to snatch Long Chen's woman, Long Chen was also thinking the same about his. By the time the morning sun released its first light over the horizon, Pilyong City was already filled with people. Countless people were holding fresh flowers on the sides of a 10-mile-wide road, calmly waiting. Suddenly, they saw some activity as a large carriage slowly appeared. These people all had close relationships with the Huo family, and they had come from all corners of the eastern wasteland. Some people hadn't even received an invitation card from the Huo family and had merely come to suck up. But after coming here, they realized that they didn't even have the qualifications to do that. There were too many people, and some of them came from even stronger sects than them. The only thing they could do was wave their flags and cheer. Within the carriage was a beautiful woman. She wore a phoenix crown and a red shawl. But her eyes were icy cold, seeming to contain endless hate and killing intent. She was Hua Beluo. When she had been sent back to Beluo Mountain, that had counted as the end of her experience. She had received the family's care and resources. Her display had been exceptionally good, and she had formed a relationship with Long Chen, who had been the reason why the Mo family had exterminated the Yin family. In this world, there was nothing happier than having one's mortal enemy be destroyed. As a result, she had even been given the chance to obtain a heavenly Dao inheritance. Unfortunately, that chance hadn't worked out. Out of the 10 spots, only one person had managed to become a celestial, and that person hadn't been her. If it hadn't been her, then that was fine. But the person who had become a celestial was envious of her beauty, and she repeatedly suppressed her. The thing that was most difficult to accept was that this person was her older half-sister. In this world, there was a saying that fortune never came in pairs. That perfectly described Hua Beluo's plight. After her older sister had become a celestial, she gradually gained authority in the family. She even had the right to join the discussion on major affairs occurring within the family. As a result, when the news that Long Chen had fallen in the Chaos region came, Hua Beluo had yet to recover from her shock when the Huo family came to propose a marriage. Her big sister had helped her out, and no matter how Hua Beluo had tried, she hadn't been able to change her fate of being married into the Huo family. Even when she had gone to beg her father, his response was, everything was for the big picture. One person had to sacrifice themselves for the greater good. That made Hua Beluo's heart turn completely cold. She now truly experienced the heartlessness of an ancient family. If she wanted the right to speak, she had to have enough power. Otherwise, no one would listen to her. Back when she had helped Long Chen, the higher-ups had even praised her for being farsighted and having good judgment. When the Mo family had exterminated the Yin family, the family head had personally come to give her praise. But now that Long Chen had fallen, Hua Baluo's position had taken a devastating hit. She was actually treated as a chess piece to appease the Huo family. Who in the entire Hua family was unaware of Huo Wufang's hatred toward her? But in the entire Hua family, not one person had said a word for her, not even her father. Now, Hua Baluo was like a walking corpse, as if she didn't have the slightest strength. That was because her good sister, for her own safety, had sealed her spiritual yuan, making it so she couldn't even kill herself. She felt hatred. She felt hatred toward her emotionless family. She felt so much hatred that she wanted to kill all of them. Even if these people had thick blood ties with her, she no longer cared. As the carriage moved, she heard the ruckus outside, and she could even see her grand and majestic sister sitting on a golden horse at the front of the carriage. That sister of hers was bringing her step by step toward despair. Suddenly, the side window of the carriage was opened. A woman stretched her head in. This woman's face was not bad, but her forehead was a bit big and her chin was a bit sharp. The feeling she gave others was not a good one. "Dear sister, do you see? There are so many experts watching. Your wedding is so incredibly grand. You better thank me for this." This person was Hua Baluo's sister, Hua Jinrong. Hua Baluo seemed to not hear her. She didn't even bat an eye. Right now, she had lost the qualifications to fight against her. She had never imagined that her sister loathed her so much. "Sister, you really are beautiful today. I hope Huo Wufang is a protective man who makes sure you won't have an early death." Ha ha ha. Hua Jinrong laughed, but that laugh was full of envy and rancor. "After I die, will you really be happy?" Hua Baluo finally opened her mouth. "Of course, that way I won't have to see your face. Then the only beauty in Baluo Mountain will be me, Hua Jinrong," she laughed. "A martial artist's lifespan is long. Are you sure your beauty will last so long? You won't age one day. Even if you can maintain it, millions of experts rise on Baluo Mountain, and babies are born each day. There will be quite a few beauties reaching their prime every year. Are you going to kill them all?" Hua Baluo icily asked. "Correct. As long as they're more beautiful than me, I'll get rid of them. In the future, the Hua family will be mine, and under my rule, I will be a supreme god. No one can disobey me," said Hua Jinrong. The family's higher-ups really were blind. If they knew this thinking of yours, perhaps they would have decided differently. Sighed Hua Baluo. She had never expected that her sister's heart was so dark. "You should worry about yourself. With Huo Wufang's vicious and domineering character, he'll definitely torment you to the point that you'll be between a human and a ghost." "Ha ha ha, all that grievance of mine from all these years can finally be released," laughed Hua Jinrong. Huo Baluo lowered her head, no longer speaking. Hua Jinrong was truly crazy, but there was one thing she was right about. She really should worry about herself. Suddenly, a burst of activity came from the front, and the carriage stopped. Hua Jinrong roared, "Who dares block our path?" On this vast road, a man stood in front of the carriage. "Heavens, isn't that Long San? What is he doing? Today's a big day for Huo Wufang. Is Long San trying to disrupt things?" It's not just Long San. Junior Master Chai and Junior Master Fang have also come. What are they up to today? Long Chen had been waiting here for a long time. Now that the carriage had finally arrived, he directly appeared in front of it. Following him, Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo also appeared. "Fang Chong, this road was opened by me. Chai Liehuo, these trees were planted by me. Long Chen, if you want to use this road, you have to pay my fee." The three of them shouted together, "Break this rule at your own peril." This caused everyone to be dumbfounded. The three junior masters had changed professions to bandits. Fang Chong, "Men, raise your hands. I came here to snatch money, not to snatch women." Chai Liehuo, "Women, raise your legs. I came here to snatch women, not to snatch money." Long Chen, "What are you two doing? If you snatch the women and the money, what am I supposed to do?" Chapter 681 Conquered just like this. Third Master, don't misunderstand. We're talking about the others. The one in the carriage is yours, said Fang Chong hastily. Seeing Long Chen's group of three blocking the carriage, Hua Jinrong was dumbfounded. She had never expected that there would be people who dared to block the Huo family's bridal carriage. "Who are you? Could it be Hua Jinrong hastily jumped off the carriage and walked forward. Haha, Junior Master Chai, you're the one who said you wanted the women. This, this is definitely peak grade, laughed Fang Chong upon seeing Hua Jinrong. Long Chen also laughed, but Chai Liehuo was dumbfounded and he raged, who are you? How did you manage to sneak into the bridal carriage? Don't you feel embarrassed to come out in public when you're so ugly? Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo were both very handsome, and they liked beautiful women. According to reason, the bridal carriage procession should have quite a few beautiful maids. But this Hua Jinrong wasn't up to par. Hua Jinrong was enraged. Ever since she had become a celestial, the entire family had treated her as a treasure. How was she supposed to accept such an insult? What you? Get the fuck out of here. Just look at your own face. The top is wide and the bottom is narrow. If you tied a string to your nose, we could use your face as a plow. Don't nauseate others here. Chai Liehuo's mouth was truly vicious. Fang Chong and Long Chen both had admiring expressions. Chai Liehuo was actually an expert cursor. He had truly hidden his skills well. Fuck off. Hua Jinrong's face twisted in fury. She unsheathed her sword and stabbed it toward them as quick as lightning. Just as Long Chen was wondering if this was the time to use his divine face-slapping technique, Fang Chong had already struck. His hand swung in a graceful arc, smashing onto Hua Jinrong's face. There was no need to doubt his talent when it came to this. Fang Chong was the first genius Long Chen had seen who possessed this kind of comprehension and control. Due to her fury, Hua Jinrong was easily struck and sent flying. Bitch, how dare you block my path? You think I don't dare teach you a lesson? Snorted Fang Chong. To send a celestial flying in such a graceful, beautiful, smooth, and calm manner was truly amazing. If he could erase the excitement in his eyes, then it would definitely be extremely badass. Long Chen had hesitated because he felt this woman was a bit too ugly to be slapped. But it seemed Fang Chong wasn't picky. Suddenly, a hand brushed open the curtains of the carriage, revealing a face that caused startled cries. Wow, what a beautiful woman. Ha ha ha, I really profited this time. Long Chen suddenly let out a strange cry upon seeing Hua Beluo. Hua Beluo had originally thought that she was dead. She had essentially ignored everything happening outside. But then she had heard Long Chen's voice. That tone felt familiar. Then seeing his face, she couldn't help being disappointed. This person was familiar, but it wasn't him. However, then Long Chen had let out that strange cry which caused Hua Beluo to stiffen. That voice was Long Chen's original voice. It sounded a bit odd to others, but Hua Beluo immediately recognized it. She was sure. It had to be him. Although his face had changed, his figure was the same. And that wild aura of his was the best tell. Seeing Long Chen stealthily wink at her, Hua Beluo immediately suppressed her excitement. Although she didn't understand what was going on, she knew that she was saved. In this world, was there anything he was incapable of doing? Thinking of that, her heart warmed. She hadn't expected that when the rest of the world had abandoned her, Long Chen would be the one to save her. She wasn't able to stop her tears. She hastily closed the curtains so that others wouldn't suspect anything. Wow, she really is beautiful. Third Master, you really profited. Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo were stunned and envious. Although it had only been an instant, the surrounding people had still seen her face. They were flabbergasted. Bastards, who are you? Hua Jinrong was no longer so stupid. Within Pilyong Prefecture, who didn't know that today was Huo Wufang's wedding day? So they definitely knew what they were doing. That startled and angered her. She cursed at the carriage. Slut, was this done by you? Long Chen's expression sank. He immediately realized this sharp-faced woman was no good person. He flashed into motion, arriving in front of Hua Jinrong and giving her a slap on the other side of her face. Seeing this, Fang Chong immediately concentrated. He had always prostrated himself toward Long Chen's divine face-slapping ability. He had to take advantage of any chance to learn. But this time, the thing he didn't understand was that Long Chen's slap this time was clearly slower than usual. Hua Jinrong instinctively dodged, but just as she dodged, a large hand grabbed her throat, and a berserk energy directly sealed her cultivation base. Junior Master Chai, this woman is yours. Weren't you the one who said you came to snatch women? A man must keep his word. Long Chen flung Hua Jinrong to him. Hua Jinrong was pale now. Her cultivation base was absolutely nothing in front of Long Chen. She was unable to resist at all. She had only just advanced to the Shantian realm, so this was a huge blow to her. In the Hua family, she was the #1 junior expert. But here, if someone wanted to kill her, she would be crushed like an ant. Yes, it was true that Hua Jinrong was a celestial. Yes, it was true that celestials were incomparably powerful. But Hua Jinrong's actual combat experience could not compare to Hua Baluo. She had only been lucky to obtain a heavenly Dao inheritance and become a celestial. Furthermore, she had not yet reached the point where she could summon the cry of the heavenly Daos. When it came to fighting ordinary experts, she naturally would crush them. But as for Long Chen, what kind of joke was that? Long Chen had killed more celestials than she had ever seen. Chai Liehuo caught Hua Jinrong. Noticing that her spiritual yuan was sealed and she was unable to move, he couldn't help but feel bad. Long San, it's not that I'm against stealing women, it's just that, are you sure she's a woman? Ah, Junior Master Chai, your words are a bit off. Who knows? Maybe once you blow out the lanterns at night, she might really be a beauty, laughed Fang Chong. At this time, everyone was dumbfounded. Someone as powerful as Hua Jinrong, a Grand Shantian Celestial, didn't even have the slightest ability to resist before being caught. Long Chen was too lazy to bother with Hua Jinrong. He turned to the carriage. The beauty inside, don't be shy. I'm not a bad person. No one could endure it. After robbing a carriage, he now said he wasn't a bad person. Did he even believe himself? Hua Baluo almost laughed. Long Chen was always like this. Huge matters were all treated lightly by him as if they were insignificant. Come out and chat. What are you doing here? Asked Long Chen. Hua Baluo held back her smile and walked out of the carriage. You can't tell. I'm here to marry someone. Although she didn't know what drug Long Chen had taken, she knew that since he had come, he would definitely save her. She directly accompanied Long Chen in his act. Marrying someone, Huo Wafang, you should stop while you still can. That fellow is just a brute. For a beautiful woman like you to marry someone like him is like throwing a flower in a pile of crap. Long Chen shook his head. Brother, the expression is sticking a flower into a pile of manure, one said Fang Chong. TCH, is Huo Wafang even fit to be manure? Manure at least has a few nutrients to grow more flowers. But at best, he is just dog sheet without the slightest use. Long Chen then turned to Hua Baluo. Miss, let's discuss this. Since you came to marry someone, well, aren't I someone? You should just marry me. No matter how you look at it, at least in figure, I'm human, not sheet. The others were speechless. This Long San was truly talented. He was clearly kidnapping the bride, but he could still say such grand and righteous words. Just how shameless was he? Despite knowing she shouldn't and trying to hold back as hard as possible, a chuckle still escaped Hua Baluo's mouth. Haha, alright. Hearing this, the crowd became deathly silent. Had the world gone insane? The Huo family bride had been snatched away by someone just like this. Ha ha ha, miss, your eyesight really is good. Let me tell you, by marrying me, you'll definitely wake up from laughter every morning, laughed Long Chen. He then went over to those people from the Hua family who had been her escorts. Because it's our first time meeting, I don't have anything good for you. Each person will get 10 middle-grade spirit stones. Please, don't cry about it being so little. Just take them for now, and in the future, once we enter the bridal room, there will be even greater rewards. This action of his stunned everyone. This Long San really had too much money. Many thanks, son-in-law. The people in charge of escorting Hua Baluo immediately changed their tone. What kind of joke was this? The majority of them were merely at the bone-forging realm. They had never even seen a middle-grade spirit stone before, let alone calling him son-in-law. If he wanted them to call him daddy, they wouldn't hesitate. Whether it was the guards or the servants, they were all given 10 middle-grade spirit stones. Each of them was so excited that they almost went crazy. They felt like they were dreaming. Alright, let's start the music again. Everyone, work hard. We're returning home, ordered Long Chen. The procession's musicians immediately began to play again, this time even louder than before. Wife, get in the carriage. We're returning. Long Chen smiled and pulled Hua Baluo in. The procession changed directions, now going toward Fang Manor. All the experts that had been hoping to curry favor turned into statues. They just watched as the bridal carriage went off in another direction. Chapter 682 The Mess Grows. Who was that? Asked someone upon seeing the carriage slowly leave. You don't know who Long San is. He's an absolute legend. He's someone, soaring like a shooting star in Pilyong Prefecture. It's said that he'll definitely get in the top 3 of the Pill Emperor competition, and there's even a chance he might take first, answered someone. Ah, he's that amazing. Then what are we waiting for? We originally had no business here. If we can suck up to Long San, then if he takes first place in the Pill Emperor competition, wouldn't it still be the same thing for us? It would be even easier than sucking up to the Huo family. Suddenly, someone slapped himself on the leg and chased after the carriage. Everyone thought about it. They had originally come to curry favor with the Huo family. But the fact that someone dared to fight against the Huo family meant they were even more badass than the Huo family. Who would believe that someone who dared to do this didn't have any ability? The people present were all pragmatic experts. They quickly flocked over to the carriage. Because the carriage was so slow, and the majority of these people were Shantian experts, they almost instantly caught up. They cheered on the sides of the road while waving streamers and sprinkling flowers. Long Chen laughed inside. He hastily took out a spatial ring. That was what had been left behind after killing the corrupt celestial. It was filled with spirit stones. As people sprinkled flowers, he sprinkled spirit stones. There were all middle-grade spirit stones, and these people went crazy, cheering with even greater fanaticism. They saw that whoever shouted the loudest would get tossed a spirit stone. In an instant, the ruckus Long Chen was causing was 10 times greater than before. The cheering was transmitted through the majority of Pilyong City. There was no way around that. These people were experts. Experts didn't just have strong fists, they also had strong throats. Congratulations Third Master Long on your union with Miss Hua Beluo. Congratulations Third Master Long, I wish you an early son with Miss Hua Beluo. Congratulations Third Master Long, may the two of you be blessed with love and affection. Long Chen laughed. Anyone who screamed their blessings loudly was given a spirit stone. Third Master, don't you think this is a bit too much? Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo were both pained to see Long Chen throw out middle-grade spirit stones like this. Even they didn't have that much money. But Long Chen didn't care. In any case, Fang Mingyuan had already agreed to cooperate. But his true identity was still a secret. Only Fang Mingyuan and Chai Gaoyong knew. So even Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo didn't know Long San was Long Chen. Seeing him throw out money like this, they were incredibly distressed. What are you afraid of? We're boosting our momentum right now. The greater our momentum, the greater the slap to the Huo family's face. It's very worthwhile. Wait, where's that woman? Asked Long Chen. I tossed her. Holding her was too nauseating, said Chai Liehuo with a disgusted expression. Suddenly, a huge fist image smashed into the road in front of the carriage, forming a huge hole. Long San, you bastard. Huo Wafang was blocking the path with a group of experts. There were over 40 people, including men and women. Long Chen's sharp eyes immediately saw Hua Jinrong's shovel-like face. Originally, the Huo family's higher-ups had been waiting for the carriage at the Huo family's headquarters. Because it was just taking a concubine, and not marrying a wife, the rules were that the groom's side of the family wouldn't make huge movements. That was to display their status and honor. Only if Huo Wafang was having an official wedding with a wife would these experts come out. This was the status distinction between a wife and a concubine. So today, all the experts had been indoors. This was to avoid having the future first wife be offended. But when the time had arrived, the Hua family's people still hadn't appeared, not a single one of them. That had caused the Huo family's people's expressions to sink. Huo Wafang was the junior master of the family, and even if it was just taking a concubine, it was an extremely ceremonious and grand matter. But the Hua family dared to be late. Over an incense stick's worth of time, their expressions grew uglier. This was an insult to the Huo family. Just as their fury was soaring, someone finally came to report that the bridal procession had been stopped halfway. When he had heard that it had been done by Long San, Huo Wafang had almost exploded. Huo Changsheng pondered it, and in the end, he decided to let Huo Wafang settle this matter on his own. Huo Changsheng knew that the Fang and Chai families were having a trial of strength with him. If their two families only sent out juniors, then he couldn't send out true experts, or that would say he was powerless otherwise. Huo Wafang immediately gathered all the celestials who had come to congratulate him. They all volunteered to go, as they wanted to see what kind of monster Long San was to dare snatch Huo Wafang's concubine. But they had only just left the Huo family when they saw Hua Jinrong rushing over. Hua Jinrong explained what had happened. Of course, she didn't mind telling some extra details to make the story more interesting. Based on her words, Hua Baluo had intentionally seduced Long San. Her words made the two of them out to be an adulterer and seductress pair. Huo Wafang's head almost exploded. His woman hadn't just been taken away, she had even gone willingly. When Huo Wafang finally rushed over and saw the carriage, despite being prepared, he still coughed up blood. The procession hadn't changed. The person inside the carriage hadn't changed. The gaiety and cheer in the air hadn't changed. The only thing that had changed was that Hua Baluo had turned into Long San's wife. Huo Wafang, you're the bastard. Today is a great day of celebration for me. Fuck off while you still can, shouted Long Chen. You dare place your sights on my woman? If I don't play you to death, how would I be worthy of being a new and improved scoundrel? 1. The cheers immediately stopped. Some people even fled to watch from a distance. Huo Wafang's face was truly a sight to see. His face was as green as a leaf, and his eyes were as red as blood. His 32 teeth were all clattering. It seemed that he wanted to bite Long Chen to death. Long San, Hua Baluo is to be Brother Huo's officially wed concubine. Your actions today are even worse than a beast, cried a celestial behind Huo Wafang righteously. He was the one wearing the scholarly headband. Screw your mother. If you hadn't farted just now, I wouldn't have recognized you. You fucker, you were the one who kidnapped my woman yesterday. As soon as this person opened his mouth, Long Chen recognized his voice. He was one of the 8 people from yesterday. Out of the 8, he had been the one to speak the most. Long San, don't slander others. If you want to accuse someone, bring out your evidence, he sneered. Fuck off, I'm not a prosecutor. Don't bother playing this stupid game of evidence with me. Huo Wafang snatched my woman, and now I snatched his woman. Now everyone's even, sneered Long Chen. Hearing this, the spectators were dumbfounded. This Long San really was a straightforward and logical man. If you took one from him, he would take one from you. Did all the Pill Tower's people play around like this? Long Chen waved his hand disdainfully, continuing, don't waste your words with me. Right now, we're even, and neither side owes the other anything. You snatched my woman, well, I don't want her anymore. I've snatched one back, and it's enough to break even. Inside the carriage, Hua Baluo had been shocked to see Huo Wafang bring so many experts. She had panicked, but then seeing Long Chen wasn't the slightest bit nervous and even dared to curse back, she was much more relieved. The only thing she was confused about was how Long Chen's woman had been snatched. According to his character, if someone dared to touch his woman, he would take that guy's life without saying another word. She didn't understand. What nonsense. Yesterday, they didn't even manage to snatch. Huo Wafang quickly realized his mistake and shut his mouth. But it was too late. As expected, Huo Wafang, you bastard, you finally admitted that you actually sent people to kidnap someone in my manor. Do you treat the Fang family as a soft persimmon? Fang Chong immediately cursed Huo Wafang. He had already gotten used to acting the same way as Long Chen. Originally, he and Chai Liehuo had paid a great deal of attention to their status as junior masters of their families. But under Long Chen's guidance, they had finally learned to spout profanities as well. After all, the 3 of them were a team. They couldn't allow Long Chen to be the only one in the spotlight. Furthermore, Huo Wafang had no way to reply now. Huo Wafang was at a loss for words. He had an urge to slap himself in the face. How had his mouth become this stupid? He had essentially admitted he had sent people to do that crime. Do you think someone's accidental slip of the tongue is enough to accuse them? Long San, as expected, all you know how to do is twist people's words, sneered the scholarly celestial. He was giving Huo Wafang a way out. But did he think everyone here was stupid? Just from Huo Wafang's expression, it was easy to see what had happened. It seemed Huo Wafang truly had gone to snatch Long San's woman. Now, Long San was snatching Huo Wafang's woman. The spectators anticipated watching the imminent battle very much. Who would win? And would Huo Wafang hand back Long San's woman? Since Long San's woman had been snatched for a night, would Long San also keep Huo Wafang's woman for a night and only then return her? If he were to only give her back to him after a night, the question was, would Huo Wafang even want her? Just at this moment, Long Chen unexpectedly disappeared. When he once more appeared, he was in front of that scholarly celestial. Pow! With an incredibly loud sound, the celestial was viciously slapped by Long Chen. Huo Wafang's people were all infuriated. This was completely intolerable. They were just about to attack when Long Chen had already retreated. But now he was holding the scholarly celestial's throat. The celestial was filled with terror. But at this moment, one of the corrupt celestial's expression changed and he shouted, "Speak. Where did you learn the netherworld ghost steps?" Chapter 683 Imminent Battle. Idiot, I'm using the Gale Inferno steps. Are you blind? Do you not see the flames beneath my feet? Sneered Long Chen. But Long Chen was startled inside. Just now, he truly had used the netherworld ghost steps. It was an extremely peculiar technique, and he couldn't tell whether it was a battle skill or a magical art. As his strength increased, the speed of the netherworld ghost steps also increased. He truly could move like a phantom, making it so people couldn't even defend. When it came to close-range attacks, it was truly a great assistance. But Long Chen was smart. When he had used it, he had summoned some flames on his feet. Then it would seem very similar to the Gale Inferno steps, a technique of the Pill Tower. Despite doing this, it had still been recognized by the corrupt celestial. But all Long Chen had to do was refuse to admit it, and he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Long Chen was too lazy to bother with him. A faint cyan fluctuation appeared on the scholarly celestial's forehead. A powerful spiritual spike slowly condensed over Long Chen's forehead and began to drop down toward the celestial's head. Right now, in front of everyone, I will use Soul Heartask Thorn Art. In front of my spiritual thorn, you don't have the ability to lie. Because if you do, my spiritual thorn will sense it from your spiritual fluctuations and immediately stab into your soul, turning you into a corpse. Of course, if you think your soul is stronger than a pill emperor's, you can try lying. The spiritual thorn arrived just above the celestial's forehead. He immediately felt like his soul was almost frozen. In this situation, he had to reply to whatever Long Chen asked him. Any lie would release a fluctuation that would be sensed by the spiritual thorn. Even Long Chen wouldn't be able to stop the thorn from killing him. So right now, his life and death were up to himself. Long San, you are courting death, raged Huo Wafang. If this continued, he would be completely exposed. Long Chen ignored him, icily staring at the celestial. He asked, "Did you go to the Fang Manor yesterday?" The celestial was sweating, but in the end, he couldn't muster the courage to lie. He nodded. "Did you go to capture a woman? Was the one who told you to do that Huo Wafang?" Suddenly, a black light shot toward Long Chen's head. It was incredibly fast, and even Long Chen was shocked by it. He hastily dodged, flinging the celestial in his hand toward it. The black light pierced straight through the celestial's body, leaving a black hole. The curious thing was that no blood came out. That hole was black as coal. Long Chen's expression changed, and he hastily tossed the celestial into the air. Everyone was appalled to see that the celestial had already died. The hole was rapidly growing. Before his body landed on the ground, he had been corroded to nothing. The air was filled with a disgusting stench now, one that made people want to vomit. Everyone's expressions changed and they hastily retreated. The corrupt path was truly vicious. It was unknown what that black light had been, but it had been able to one-shot a celestial. Long Chen was shocked. That black light was too strange that even he didn't know what it was. All he knew was that it had come from an extremely strange-looking man standing beside Huo Wafang. That person's eyes were white and black. The black one was completely black, and the white one was completely white. It was extremely frightening. Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo jumped in fright. This was their first time seeing such a strange attack. Even a celestial could be instantly killed by it. Enchanted weapon. Long Chen's heart shook. This was definitely an attack from an enchanted weapon, or there would be no way it could release such a power. But that person had used it silently, and he hadn't seen what kind of weapon it was. It was truly chilling. Following the death of the celestial, the spectators who had just been watching for fun all turned cold. This was no competition of strength. Even a celestial could be instantly killed. It had to be known that celestials were incomparably high existences in their eyes. But here, one had noiselessly fallen. Long Chen suddenly began to clap, breaking the silence. Not bad, very beautiful. What a good way of silencing someone. Not only did you silence the witness, but you even cut down a future enemy. You even have won a favor from Huo Wafang. Amazing, truly amazing. Now that Long Chen said this, the righteous celestials by Huo Wafang's side all looked suspiciously at the attacker. Idiot, Wu Ming, would disdain doing such a thing. Do you think I'm as stupid as the righteous path? Sneered the odd-looking corrupt celestial. The righteous celestials immediately became enraged. The corrupt path's people truly went too far. Even in front of this many people, he dared to insult them. Don't fall for Long San's provocations, Huo Wufang hastily shouted upon seeing a quarrel about to start on his side. He pointed at Long Chen. Long San, release Hua Baluo and this matter can end here. Otherwise, not waiting for Huo Wufang to finish speaking, Long Chen smiled and opened the carriage, pulling out Hua Baluo. Hua Baluo is my wife. You want to snatch my wife? Your brain must have been eaten by maggots. Long Chen intentionally wrapped his arm around Hua Baluo's waist, acting completely unbridled. Despite knowing he was doing this to infuriate Huo Wufang, Hua Baluo still turned red. Her body became limp, and she actually leaned against Long Chen's body. But in other people's eyes, the two of them were clearly being intimate. This made it seem like they were the true couple. You slut, raged Huo Wufang. He charged forward. Long Chen coldly snorted and placed Hua Baluo behind him. He smashed his fist forward. The entire road shattered. Both Huo Wufang and Long Chen were blown back dozens of meters. Long Chen was shocked inside. Although he had forced back Huo Wufang, his own hand was sore. Huo Wufang's strength didn't lose to his own. What was going on? Everyone attack. Kill them. Huo Wufang waved his hand, and the Celestials following him all charged forward. Although Hua Baluo had confidence in Long Chen, seeing over 30 Celestials charging forward made her heart rise to her throat. Those Celestials all summoned their heavenly Tao manifestations. They knew they couldn't be careless against Long San. Wall of raging flames. Suddenly, a huge wall of flames appeared, and it blocked the Celestials. Those Celestials had to hastily stop. These were no ordinary flames. This was a magical art used by a sea expansion expert. That terrifying heat was irresistible. Do you think you can use numbers to win? Do you think my Fang family lacks people? Fang Mingyuan appeared in front of the flames. That caused startled cries from the spectators. The Fang family head was someone many people recognized. That was a powerful overlord of this region, and he was supporting Long San. Following Fang Mingyuan, Chai Gaoyong also appeared. It wasn't just them. Dozens of sea expansion experts also appeared. Long Chen smiled slightly. This was something he had planned with Fang Mingyuan. Just now, Long Chen had had an urge to kill all these Celestials. In his eyes, they weren't Celestials, but many heavenly Tao fruits. Currently, only Tang Wan and Meng Qi were Celestials. He also had another 8 heavenly Tao fruits. However, he didn't dare give them to others to use. Just the fact that Tang Wan and Meng Qi had awakened as Celestials was shocking enough to the Xuantian Tao sect. If that many more Celestials also appeared at the same time, it would be strange if no one found it suspicious. Currently, quite a bit of time had passed since the Julie secret realm. But the primal chaos bead had not been completely forgotten. On the off chance that someone connected the new Celestials with the primal chaos bead, then Long Chen would be in grave danger. So he decided to temporarily not use them. This kind of thing wouldn't spoil no matter how many he collected. Seeing this sudden change, Long Chen pulled Hua Baluo over to the side to watch the excitement. Fang Mingyuan, Chai Gaoyong, are you planning on fighting to the death with my Huo family? Suddenly, a cold shout rang out. Everyone hastily turned to see hundreds of experts walking over. They were all sea expansion experts with Huo Changsheng leading them. Fight to the death? Why would you say something like that? Long San is a member of my Fang family. Since his woman was snatched, he naturally has to snatch one back. Everyone's even, and there's nothing wrong with that. Why harm our amicability? Asked Fang Mingyuan. Long Chen also laughed. Exactly. Games are only there to be played. Don't laugh when you win but then rage shamelessly when you lose. That would make the Huo family seem too tasteless. You snatched my woman, and so I don't want her anymore. You should learn from me. Look at how magnanimous I am. This is what it means to accept both wins and losses. Do you understand? Everyone was speechless. By now, many people had already asked around and learned what had happened. Long San's woman had just been a whore bought from a brothel. But Huo Wufang's woman was someone he was to be officially wed to, a concubine. How was that the same? Furthermore, if the Huo family really allowed their woman to be snatched away, considering how many guests the Huo family had invited, how were they supposed to face them? Stop twisting logic. Hua Baluo must be returned to my Huo family. Anyone who tries to stop me will be killed. Roared Huo Changsheng. He definitely couldn't allow this matter to continue. Alright, since you want to be so stubborn, we can only accompany you to the end. The people watching, You should run for your lives while you still can. A life and death battle is about to occur here, shouted Fang Mingyuan. Following that, all the Fang and Chai family's experts released their powerful auras, ready to fight. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Long Chen smiled. He had known he would come. Chapter 684 Tower Ancestor. The person he had expected to come had come. But what was not within Long Chen's expectations was that while the tower administrator had come, the person speaking wasn't him. It was a lean elder whose eyes released a warm light. Instead of looking strict and icy, he seemed like a kind senior. But what shocked everyone was that the tower administrator was actually behind that elder. He seemed extremely solemn, and he didn't say a word. When Huo Changsheng and the others saw the design on the elder's robes, their expressions completely changed and they hastily bowed. Disciple greets tower ancestor. Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded. They hastily followed their footsteps and bowed. Long Chen was also stunned. The tower administrator had once warned him that the tower ancestor was coming. Long Chen had thought that everyone would know when the tower ancestor arrived. But now he realized that none of them had been aware. He suddenly realized that Chai Liehuo and Fang Chong had probably forgotten to warn their family heads. Just as Long Chen was hesitating over whether or not he should bow, the tower ancestor waved his hand. You can dispense the formalities. It really must be nice to be young. Seeing your attitudes today, it seems that if I didn't appear, you were prepared to raise the pill tower to the ground. Huo Changsheng hastily explained, Tower ancestor, please help disciple obtain justice. My Huo family's bride was forcibly snatched by someone, and we had no choice but to counterattack. The tower ancestor smiled. Oh, so such a thing happened. How interesting. Who would be so brazen as to snatch your Huo family's bride? Reporting to tower ancestor, it was this little one, said Long Chen. Why would you do this? Asked the tower ancestor. Well, there were two reasons. One was that he snatched my woman yesterday, said Long Chen slightly awkwardly. And the other reason, the other reason, damn it, it really is irritating. Huo Wafang's woman was actually even more beautiful than mine, so I had to take her, said Long Chen. Hua Beluo stiffened. Just what was Long Chen doing? Although that elder's cultivation base was hidden, the pressure that came from him was something that made it so others weren't even able to look him in the eye. For Long Chen to dare say such words, was he trying to make a joke? Long San, pay attention to your words, shouted the tower administrator. This was for Long San's own good, as the tower ancestor possessed a grand status. No one had expected that the tower ancestor would suddenly laugh. It really is nice to be young. You dare to do anything. Seeing that the tower ancestor wasn't angry with Long Chen and actually praised him, Huo Changsheng had a bad feeling. He hastily said, Tower ancestor, Long San is simply spouting shameless nonsense. My Huo family never ordered anyone to go to the Fang family. The tower ancestor said, how interesting. One of you says the other snatched their woman, while the other says the former is shameless. I don't know how many years it has been since someone dared to lie in front of me. Well then, let me be the judge for this. Are you willing to take the test? The tower ancestor's meaning was extremely obvious. He was going to use the same kind of soul heartask thorn art that Long Chen had used. That was the simplest way of finding the truth. Long Chen suddenly said, how could this kind of small matter be worth you personally doing? I can give you a very simple proof. Long Chen pointed to Huo Wafang. Did you send 8 of your Huo family's guests out yesterday? HMPH, no. Huo Wafang naturally wouldn't admit it. Long Chen threw out a medicinal pill, and it exploded in the air. Seeing the particles slowly blowing away in the wind, everyone was confused as to what he was doing. Suddenly, people let out startled cries. They saw that 7 of the people behind Huo Wafang had turned black. Their skin was as black as the bottom of a pot. What was going on? It wasn't just their face. Their hands, their necks, any part of their skin that was exposed was pitch black. Idiots, you dared to be unbridled in an alchemist's home. Did you think I wouldn't be able to catch you? Did you think alchemists don't put up any defenses? When you barged into my room to kidnap my woman, you activated the 9-color spirit pill I set up in advance. This pill isn't for consuming, but for defense. It affects anyone who breathes in its scent. Even holding your breath has no use, because it will enter through your pores. There, it will lie in wait for the next year. I don't know about other alchemists' habits, but I always set this up where I live. I know people always like to sneak into my room when I'm not there. Just now, what I used was the special color powder. It has spread onto everyone here, and it's silent and odorless. Of course, it's not some poison. It's just that anyone who has breathed in the powder of the 9-color spirit will have their skin turn pitch black. HMPH, most importantly, this color sinks deep into your flesh. Even scrubbing off your skin has no use. Your new skin will still be black. But don't worry, the medicinal effect doesn't last that long. It will fade in just 10 years. But for the next 10 years, you had best accustom yourselves to being black, said Long Chen. 10 years, not a long time. Seeing those black figures, everyone's expressions were odd. How would they go out to see others with such appearances? The only things white on their bodies were their teeth and their eyes. This was too evil. How could Celestials, with their grand statuses, go out like this? But there was one benefit for them: they would be less noticeable at night. Yesterday, 8 of you came. Just now, you killed one of them, so there are only 7 left. Junior Master Huo, please give me an explanation for this, said Long Chen to Huo Wufang. Huo Wufang was immediately speechless. He hadn't expected Long Chen had long since obtained proof. Now that it had been exposed in front of the Tower Ancestor, he didn't have any opportunity to make a comeback. Why aren't you saying anything? You can say that they have nothing to do with you, reminded Long Chen. I had no idea about this matter, raged Huo Wufang. You didn't know about it. Didn't you already admit to it just now? Everyone heard it. Furthermore, weren't they all at your Huo family yesterday? Sneered Long Chen. Huo Wufang began to sweat. This move of his was too vicious. He had no way to admit to this. Cough. Those children are just too young and not sensible enough. It's common for them to do foolish things in their hot-headedness. Wufang had no idea about this matter. Let me take his place to apologize to you, said Huo Changsheng. TCH, does an apology have any use? Stretch your neck out here and let me cut it with my blade. Then I'll apologize to you, said Long Chen disdainfully. Long San, all things have their reasons. My Huo family might have been in the wrong this time, but you also went too far. Don't try to act like the victim. Don't go too far. Huo Changsheng had a stomach full of fury, but in front of the Tower Ancestor, he didn't dare release it. However, the threat in his words was obvious. Don't go too far. Ha ha ha, just how laughable is this phrase when it comes from your Huo family's mouth? Your Huo family has committed so many atrocities, but who dares to bully you? If anyone tried, wouldn't they be killed by you? It's just like Long Chen. In the Chaos region, your Huo family secretly incited the corrupt path into killing him. Just who is going too far? What nonsense. Don't slander others. Huo Changsheng was infuriated, but also incomparably shocked. This matter was something only the higher-ups of the Xuantian Dao sect knew of. To protect this secret, the Huo family had paid a huge sum of hush money. The Xuantian Dao sect was an enormous existence. It was so powerful that they didn't even need to send someone to Huo Wufang's wedding. In reality, the Xuantian Dao sect's headquarters had relationships with Pill Valley. They could simply ignore the Huo family. The Xuantian Dao sect had required compensation for what the Huo family had done to Long Chen. But this compensation was mostly for the Shui family, or the Shui family might continue to make a huge deal out of this. After making the Huo family pay a painful price, the Xuantian Dao sect hadn't mentioned this topic again. It was completely unexpected for Long San to raise it now. Not only was Huo Changsheng shocked and infuriated, he was also a bit panicked. It had to be known that the Tower Ancestor possessed an extremely high status and authority. The Tower Ancestors were in charge of selecting talented people to bring to Pill Valley. Although this Tower Ancestor wasn't in charge of disciplinary actions, if he were to report this, their Huo family would be doomed. Slander others. Am I, Long San, someone who would do that? I'm sure everyone will understand once they see this. Long Chen directly activated a photographic jade. When a scene appeared in midair, Huo Changsheng's expression completely changed. That scene was the same one the Xuantian Dao sect had shown him. Space suddenly trembled. That scene had only just appeared when the Tower Ancestor waved his hand. The image froze and then faded. We've gone off topic. Continuing like this will have no end. I'm rather old, and my time is precious. Let's handle this matter quicker. I understand the general situation. Your Huo family truly did kidnap Long San's woman. Tower Ancestor, we didn't, cried Huo Wufang. The Tower Ancestor waved his hand. Whether or not you did, Long San has proof that you kidnapped her, while you have no proof that you didn't. Yesterday, you snatched Long San's woman, and today, Long San snatched your woman. The result is that Long San is satisfied, but you are displeased, feeling like you lost out. Then how about this? We will follow the traditional rules of the world to settle this. This is what it means for a champion to have beauties. You two can have a decisive battle, and the winner will obtain the beauty. Do you accept? I accept. I've long since found this fellow to be displeasing. This time, I'll give him a proper beating, said Long Chen. This situation was all too perfect. To give Huo Wufang a vicious beating at this time, what could be better? Huo Wufang glared at Long Chen, his eyes practically spitting flames. I also. Huo Wufang accepts his defeat. Suddenly, Huo Changsheng's words caused everyone to be stunned. Chapter 685 Above Sea Expansion. This concession shocked everyone, including Long Chen. This was admitting defeat. Not only would they lose their woman, but they would also lose all their faces. Grandfather. Huo Wufang was extremely unwilling. It's just a woman. If you want to play, you have to be able to accept losing. Furthermore, with your status, what woman couldn't you get? Huo Changsheng turned to Long Chen. This time, my Huo family admits defeat. But this game still isn't over. The final winner is something we'll only know in the future. As for you, you're just a chess piece. When you run out of use, I want to see just what you'll do. After saying that, Huo Changsheng didn't give Long Chen any chance to reply. He directly bowed to the tower ancestor and led his people away. A delicate jade chessboard was viciously thrown to the ground, shattering into pieces. It was like the destruction of this chessboard could relieve some of Huo Wufang's anger. Grandfather, why did you have me admit defeat? I'm confident in being able to kill Long San, raged Huo Wufang. You're looking down on Long San too much. He's extremely strong. If you were to fight now, you'd only have a 50% chance of winning. For a woman, you would expose your strength. It's extremely unworthy. Right now, this game of chess has only been half played. The Fang family has managed to obtain a strong piece, and the situation seems favorable to them for now. But that doesn't mean that they have any chance of winning. Furthermore, your bones haven't completely adapted to you. You still need more time. When they're perfectly adapted, won't you be able to exterminate Long San with a wave of your hand? The most important thing for you is to focus on the finals. If you can take first place, HMPH, then the Fang and Chai families will all die without a burial ground, said Huo Changsheng. Huo Wufang said, but that Long San is extremely strange. His alchemy arts are too profound to see through. If I killed him today, wouldn't first place be in my pocket? Huo Changsheng shook his head. You're thinking too simply. Even assuming you could defeat him, the tower ancestor wouldn't have let you kill him. Huo Wufang said, what cultivation base does the tower ancestor have for you to be this deferential to him? Huo Changsheng sighed. Originally, I thought that the person in charge of the Pill Emperor competition would be the tower administrator. I never expected a tower ancestor to personally come. The reason I have to be deferential toward him is both because of his supreme authority as well as the fact that he is an ancestor level expert. Ancestor level? What realm is that? Asked Huo Wufang. The ancestor level is just a nickname, referring to the leaders and ancestors of the top sects. Their actual realm is above sea expansion, and is called foundation forging. Foundation forging experts are peak existences in the eastern wasteland. Such experts only exist within the supreme sects. But such figures are so powerful that we rarely come into contact with them. Let alone foundation forging experts, I've rarely even seen any half-step foundation forging experts, said Huo Changsheng. Grandfather, aren't you at the peak of sea expansion? According to reason, aren't you just one step away from foundation forging? That's not entirely correct. The so-called sea expansion realm refers to expanding the Qi Sea. The goal is to push the Qi Sea to the greatest possible size. Someone at sea expansion has more than 100 times the spiritual yuan of someone at the peak of the Shantian realm. The Shantian realm is just a stepping stone. Only when you reach sea expansion will your Qi Sea grow to an immense size. It won't just be able to store spiritual yuan, but you'll also be able to summon your Qi Sea manifestation when you fight. Only by reaching sea expansion can you truly control heaven and earth's energy, using magical arts to kill your opponents. It is a dividing line in the cultivation world. Celestials are said to be able to battle across realms. In Meridian Opening, they can dominate the Shantian realm. But celestials that reach the Shantian realm will find it difficult to fight against sea expansion. That's because sea expansion experts can rely on their control of natural energy to resist the suppression of the cry of the heavenly Taos. So although there are some Shantian celestials capable of fighting sea expansion experts, that only refers to the early stage. Being able to fight against the mid-stage is not very likely, let alone the late stage. Well, in truth, even knowing these things doesn't have any use to you. You should adjust your mental state and focus on alchemy. Reach your peak state for the finals. Yes, grandfather, I know, I'll take first place, and at that time, when the Chai and Fang families are exterminated, I'll personally handle Long San and that slut Hua Baluo. I'll make them live a life worse than death. Huo Wafang clenched his teeth. Long Chen couldn't help feeling like something was strange as he watched Huo Changsheng and the others leave. This was a bit off from his expectations. Was the Huo family really just going to accept this loss? Although he didn't really understand it, at least Hua Baluo's matter was settled. Long Chen cupped his fists toward the Tower Ancestor. Tower Ancestor is truly righteous and impartial, all-seeing and insightful, incorruptible, brilliant, and intelligent. Long San thanks you for carrying out justice. Chai Liehuo and Fang Chong couldn't help but admire Long San. Just how had he cultivated his face? He didn't even feel embarrassed about saying such fawning words. Haha, are all the children these days so interesting? You can continue with what you were doing. This old man doesn't have the energy to accompany you. I am in charge of the finals, so try not to mess around too much. I won't be able to keep up. After saying that, the Tower Ancestor directly left. The Tower Administrator hastily followed. Fang Mingyuan and Chai Gaoyong hastily bowed. His final words were clearly a warning to them. While the competition was still going on, they should be more careful. Although the Tower Ancestor seemed like a benevolent senior, this kind of person's fury never revealed itself on the face. But if they did anger him, they would be doomed. The Fang and Chai families' people also left now. In the end, Long San was the greatest winner. He had managed to snatch Huo Wafang's woman. This news traveled throughout the large powers. It was absolutely shocking. Despite how powerful the Huo family was, their bride had been snatched away. It was said that the Huo family was indescribably furious because of this, and they went to the Hua family and cursed them. They threatened them, saying that if they didn't give the Huo family a satisfactory explanation, they should just wait for the consequences. Obviously, the Huo family was releasing their rage on the Hua family. Due to Hua Baluo, the Huo family had lost all their face. Long Chen ignored all of this. When he returned to the Fang family, he directly brought Hua Baluo to his new room. Haha, Beauty Hua, we meet again, he laughed. Long Chen had always owed Hua Baluo a debt. Although Hua Baluo had originally chosen to stay neutral in the final battle of the Julie Secret Realm due to Huo Wafang's threat, she had still firmly stood by Long Chen's side when the corrupt path had joined in. Long Chen had been in a desperate situation back then. For her to have helped him at that time was not just because of their cooperation. It involved the trust between them. Long Chen, you really are a demon. Hua Baluo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was like it was fated that wherever Long Chen went, pandemonium would follow. He always did things out of people's expectations. Hee, why stay bored? It's much more fun for everyone to laugh and celebrate together. Long Chen laughed and had Hua Baluo sit, handing her a cup of tea. Here, taste some of this 5-flavor mythic pine tea. Hee, this is something special to the Pill Tower, and outsiders can't even buy it. Hua Baluo smiled and received the tea. Lightly sipping it, a burst of fragrance enveloped her. Just a sip of this could completely refresh a person's mind. It seems you have it very good here. Are you planning on changing professions? Hua Baluo smiled. Why would I change professions? Alchemy is just a side hobby. It was the Huo family who attacked me first. All I'm doing is striking back. Hee, I'm not doing too bad. In this first round, I managed to win such a beautiful wife, teased Long Chen. Hua Baluo reddened and rebuked, if you tease me like this, it'd be strange if Tang Wan didn't beat you into a pancake when she finds out. Her, TCH, you underestimate her. Long Chen shook his head. What, she won't beat you? Asked Hua Baluo. I said you underestimated her. I was referring to how you said she beat me into a pancake. You just don't understand her. When she beats up people, she never cares about the shape, sighed Long Chen. A helpless expression appeared on his face. It had been a long time since he had bullied that fiery girl. Who knew how much she missed him right now? Hua Baluo covered her mouth and laughed. Ha ha ha, you are really entertaining. No wonder all those peerless beauties are so devoted to you. Long Chen shamelessly said, but of course. Isn't that why I previously said that if you go with me, you'll wake up every morning from laughter? Hua Baluo blushed. She recalled her acting with him. Thinking of her intimate actions, she couldn't help being embarrassed. Seeing that Hua Baluo wasn't used to this kind of teasing, Long Chen changed the subject. What are your plans now? Hua Baluo sighed sadly. What can I do? My family has already abandoned me. They clearly knew what kind of person Huo Wufang was, but to curry favor, they still gave me away. Her voice might be calm, but her eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger. Recalling those apathetic faces, she was filled with endless hate. Long Chen asked some simple questions about her situation. She was truly in a pitiful state. She had no one to rely on. He hesitated for a moment. In the end, he made his determination. Hua Baluo, if I could let you become a celestial, what would you do? Chapter 686 Merging the Ingredients. In the end, Long Chen still decided to make Hua Baluo a celestial. After all, her current situation was because of him. A man should take responsibility. But Long Chen didn't directly give her a heavenly Dao fruit. Instead, he decided that he would refine the heavenly Dao fruit into a medicinal pill first. One reason was because he didn't want her to know about the heaven-defying heavenly Dao fruits he had. He couldn't reveal this to anyone he didn't have absolute trust in. The other reason was that this was beneficial to Hua Baluo. She would be able to refine it even faster. That night, Hua Baluo slept in Long Chen's room. Although she was already a Xianxian expert, she had been tormented mentally for many days. She was exhausted. Having finally had all her burdens relieved, she slept peacefully on Long Chen's bed. On the other hand, Long Chen didn't sleep. He was busy thinking of a follow-up plan. From the top to the bottom, there was no one good in the Huo family. This time, he would pull them out by their roots. His original plan had to be put on pause. From the Tower Ancestors' words, it was obvious he wouldn't allow them to do anything during this time. He would have to wait until after the competition, until after the Tower Ancestor and the others had left. Fang Mingyuan had told Long Chen that although their two families were not as strong as the Huo family, they still had the ability to fight them. The only problem was that the Huo family had too many guests. They were their henchmen, and they possessed terrifying strength. However, if Long Chen could take first place, the situation would reverse. Those people siding with the Huo family would likely change sides to become neutral. Before they knew who the final winner would be, they wouldn't rashly choose a side. TCH, seems like I really must get the first place. But I still don't know what the prize is, I really look forward to it. Long Chen sipped his tea. Only now did he realize the day had already brightened. Seeing Hua Baluo was still peacefully sleeping, he knew just how much she must have suffered these days. He didn't disturb her. Gently opening the door and closing it behind him, he took a breath of fresh air. He went to go find Fang Chong. But he had only just left his room when he saw Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo sitting there, chatting. Fang Chong, do you know? Yesterday, I did it 5 times with Junjun. Junjun practically soared into the heavens, said Chai Liehuo arrogantly. Whenever men mentioned this topic, they always felt so confident. That's nothing, I did it 7 times yesterday, and Shuiwa worships me to death. She said I'm the most amazing man in the world. Fang Chong naturally wouldn't show weakness. Who knew whether or not he was telling the truth, but he was plenty confident. Suddenly seeing Long Chen walk over, Fang Chong called out, "Third Master, how many times did you do it last night?" Long Chen knew the two of them were teasing him intentionally. Once. Really? Just once? How embarrassing. As expected, the two of them immediately laughed. Long Chen sat and sighed. Staring into the distance, he helplessly said, "I know. We only did it once. But when the sky brightened, she begged me to take a break." The two of them were silent for a long while before Fang Chong finally patted Long Chen on the shoulder. "Third Master, your show-off abilities truly are unrivaled. The two of us need to continue learning." Long Chen said, "Let's stop talking nonsense. There isn't much time until the finals. I'm going into seclusion to practice my alchemy. You're going into seclusion again. You really are a monster. I have no choice. Although my spiritual strength is powerful, my foundation isn't even half as good as you two. I'm lacking alchemy experience, so I have a great deal of room for improvement. Even if it's right before the competition, I have to increase my skills. Each little bit is a greater chance that I can defeat Huo Fang. I don't have time to waste. Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo felt a deep veneration for him. Refining pills was an extremely boring, extremely bitter process. You had to stay completely focused the entire time and be filled with trepidation as you waited to see if you succeeded or not. Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo had also gone into seclusion for a few days, practicing their alchemy until they wanted to puke. Seeing how devoted Long Chen was to alchemy, they couldn't help but lament. Perhaps if they had Long Chen's work ethic, the two of them wouldn't be that much weaker than Huo Fang. Can you give me a private room, preferably a bigger one? I want to go into seclusion with Hua Baluo. After all, I don't want him to snatch my woman away again. And as for the other reason, hee, when I'm tired from refining, you understand, laughed Long Chen. Of course, we understand. We're men, hee, Long San, this creativity of yours really is good. I think I'll try it next time too. When I get tired of refining, I can also relax. Fang Chong smiled mischievously. Chai Liehuo also nodded, a worshipful expression on his face. Yes, I definitely have to try that too. If it works, maybe we'll go down in history as innovators. Yes, I'm going to go into seclusion and try it right now. As a result, Long Chen obtained an extremely spacious room for himself. The thing that made Long Chen smile bitterly was that there was a huge, gorgeous bed in the room. Those two big bros really put in a lot of effort, sighed Long Chen. What is this bed for? Hua Baluo couldn't help questioning this luxurious bed. It was her first time seeing a seclusion room with such a bed. Long Chen hastily spouted some nonsense to conceal the matter. He then began to refine pills. The first pill was very simple. It was just drawing out the energy contained within the heavenly Tao fruit and condensing it into a pill. He gave it to Hua Baluo, and she quickly entered a meditative state. Long Chen then took out over 100 precious medicinal ingredients. These were for the Enlightenment Palace pill. He had gathered them all once Huo Fang had given him the last one. However, too many things had popped up during this time, and he hadn't had any time to refine. Now he finally had the chance and couldn't help getting excited. With each star of the 9-star hegemon body art he condensed, his combat strength would undergo heaven-toppling changes. For example, when he had condensed the 3rd star, the divine ring had actually been able to resist the cry of the heavenly Taos. It was unknown what would happen once he condensed the 4th star. Long Chen carefully began to refine the ingredients. A blue flame soared in Long Chen's hand. Its power caused him to be pleasantly surprised. Huo Long, you got even stronger. A blue flame dragon flew out of Long Chen's hand. It was 3 feet long, looking like a tiny serpent. It coiled around Long Chen's arm intimately. Long Chen saw that Huo Long had become an even denser shade of blue compared to before. Its power had also greatly increased. Most importantly, its control over its own strength had risen a great deal. It wasn't as berserk as before. Nice. With your help, I'll be able to refine several times faster. Long Chen laughed. The stronger Huo Long became, the more beneficial it would be to him. He quickly refined the ingredients into powders. Huo Long was truly amazing now. Each ingredient was refined in just a few breaths' time. Furthermore, it was also much easier for Long Chen to control the flame now. Slowly adding the powders into the pill furnace, Long Chen paid constant attention to the merger. The Enlightenment Palace pill was something that didn't exist in the outside world. The outside world had no pill formula for it, and so there was also no tier for it. Although the ingredients required for it were all 6th tier ingredients, its difficulty was extremely high. Even amongst 6th tier pills, it would be counted as an extremely difficult one. Those that could refine 6th tier pills were known as pill ancestors. They were people on the level of Huo Changsheng, Fang Mingyuan, and Chai Gaoyang. They were people who had refined pills for a lifetime. Only then did they earn such an appellation. Because alchemists focused on cultivating their core flame, their cultivation bases didn't advance quickly. So once alchemists reached the Shantian realm, their cultivation bases would advance slower. Ah, Long Chen sighed. Looking at the ashes in the pill furnace, he felt helpless. The Enlightenment Palace pill's formula that had appeared in his head did not go into detail. It was different from the previous Feng Fu pill, Alioth pill, and Life Fate pill. Therefore, he had to study how to refine it properly on his own. It seems the pill god memories are actually lacking a great deal. Long Chen felt helpless. He still had no idea why only such a small portion of the Pill God memories would be in his mind. Pill God, you can forget the rest of your memories, but don't forget the pill formulas for the 9-star hegemon body art. Long Chen said his prayers. Without a true Dantian, and his spirit root, spirit blood, and spirit bone having been taken, then if he also didn't have the 9-star hegemon body art, he'd have long since reincarnated. Again, Long Chen clenched his teeth. In any case, he had as many medicinal ingredients as he needed. Again, a pile of ashes appeared in his pill furnace. Long Chen took out a piece of paper and wrote, "The 7-star grass cannot be directly merged with the mythic reap fruit." This was Long Chen's first time refining such a difficult pill. He had to rely on himself. He knew of the taboos between the ingredients, but once 3 or more were merged, the medicinal properties became muddled. Long Chen tested it over and over, writing down his conclusions. He needed to pile up his experience first before merging the powders. His page was already filled with countless pieces of data from his countless failures. But he knew that each failure brought him one step closer to success. Failure eliminated one faulty process. The more he failed, the closer he got to the right process. When the page's front and back had been completely filled with his data, Long Chen finally sighed. He had found the right method to merge the ingredients. Long Chen had only just sighed when a rumbling noise came from the distant Wabaluo. "She's finished." Long Chen was startled. She had actually finished so quickly. Just as Long Chen was awoken from his research, a line of red words appeared on his wall: "The finals are about to start." Chapter 687. Let the finals begin. In front of the 7 treasure jewel tower, Long Chen was still a bit befuddled. How had time passed so quickly? There had still been several days, but they had passed in an instant. He had only just figured out the correct merger process for the Enlightenment Palace pill, and he hadn't even had a chance to refine it when he was pulled into the finals. It was still the same arena, but the feeling was different. It felt much more expansive, as the 1,000 stages had been mostly taken away. Only 89 remained. There was still a sea of people outside. Because it was the finals, even more people had come. Even martial artists had come to gain experience. "Hey, what are you pushing for? Are you blind?" A white-robed man cursed at a man from the corrupt path. Currently, Pyongyang City was filled with countless experts. They had all come to watch the fun, and there were members from both the righteous and corrupt paths. "Do you want to die?" raged the corrupt man. "If it wasn't forbidden to fight here, he would have already killed this idiot. You're the one who wants to die. Do you want to try touching a hair on my head?" TCH. The white-robed man spat on the ground and sneered disdainfully. "You, just wait. Don't let me see you on the battlefield," raged the corrupt man. He found a different place to watch from. Suddenly, a woman's sharp cry rang out in the crowd. Everyone turned to see it had come from a corrupt woman with a drawing of a fiend's head on her chest. But on that sinister fiend image were 2 large handprints. Those handprints were extremely clear. "Bastard, you dare touch me? I'll kill you." The corrupt woman's fury soared, and her sword came out of its sheath. She glared at the man in front of her. That man had a wronged expression. "You can't blame me. There are too many people and it's too crowded. I was pushed in the chaos, and I just grabbed whatever I could. Speaking of which, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for your large chest, I really would have fallen." "Thank you, truly thank you." That man hastily bowed, but he still had a lecherous expression on his face. Furthermore, his hands were gesturing as if he were reliving that feeling. Your righteous path really is a bunch of idiots. All you know how to do is play your stupid plots. Just wait, one day I'll kill you all." She raged, but she couldn't attack here. She left, rousing a burst of heckling from the righteous path. At the same time, many flirtatious calls rang out. Suddenly, one man was sent flying by a slap in the face. Everyone hastily turned to see a large man cursing at him. "You little fucker, are you blind? Can you not see that I'm a man? What are you touching my butt for?" Long Chen was standing on his stage, looking at the chaotic crowd. He couldn't help shaking his head. The righteous path really only knew how to play these stupid games. All day, all they did was talk, but when it came to fighting the corrupt path, they all turned into weaklings. "Long San, first place is mine." The competition hadn't started yet, but everyone had arrived at their positions. Huo Wafang was talking to Long Chen. Long Chen glanced at him and said, "First place from the bottom." "I don't have any interest in that," so you can take it. Speaking of which, that girl Beluo really is not bad. Thank you very much. Do you see her cheering for me over there? Huo Wafang followed his gaze and did see Hua Beluo. She was smiling in the crowd. In truth, she wasn't doing anything, but in Huo Wafang's eyes, she had come to cheer for Long Chen. That slut, sooner or later, I'll make you all live a life worse than death. When it comes to sluttiness, can anyone in the world compare to you? You know, yesterday I watched the photographic jade of Long Chen breaking all your bones in the Julie secret realm. I really have to admire you. How did you endure all that pain without making a sound? What kind of feeling was that? Asked Long Chen curiously. Hearing this, Huo Wafang immediately felt a chill in his bones. That pain that Long Chen had given him was forever ingrained in his soul. As for how he hadn't made a sound back then, that was because he hadn't been able to. That level of pain was something that made a person unable to make a sound. Long San, you are looking to die. You're right here, so why would I be? Looking for more sheet 1. Your words don't have any logic. Huo Wafang took a deep breath. He felt like his lungs were about to burst. When it came to playing the game of tongues, Huo Wafang could not be compared to Long Chen. From just a few words, he was about to go berserk. The tower ancestor has arrived. Suddenly, a shout rang out. The crowd split apart as a group of people walked in. The person at the front was the tower ancestor. Behind him was the tower administrator. Other than the two of them, there were also more than 10 elders. Each of those elders had deep wrinkles, their faces almost looking like tree bark. If a mosquito landed on their face, then once they smiled, that mosquito would probably suffocate. Long Chen had heard from Fang Chong that other than the tower ancestor, other proctors from Pill Valley had come for this competition. These proctors were similar to patrolmen. They were old alchemists who had retired, and most likely didn't have much lifespan left. Unable to refine pills anymore, they were sent out to do whatever they wanted until they died. But these old fellows had followed the pill Dao their whole lives. Even if they had grown old, their vision was still sharp. If they had come to proctor the competition, then no one could cheat. The tower ancestor and the others stood at the top stage. The entire crowd had gone silent the instant they had arrived, the atmosphere immediately becoming tense. The tower ancestor looked over the crowd and nodded. The Pill Emperor competition occurs but once a century. Its goal is to select the finest talent for Pill Valley. In all the previous times, the top 10 would all be given the opportunity to continue their studies at Pill Valley. But this year is different. That's because in the past few years, Pill Valley has entered a flourishing period, and many geniuses are rising. This time, only the top 5 will have the qualifications to join Pill Valley. As for the prizes for first, second, and third place, they're distributed the same as always. As for what the prizes are, to tell the truth, even I don't know. An exquisite golden case appeared in his hand. He placed it on the table before him and said, the prizes for the top 3 are right here. He opened the case, revealing 3 spatial rings. One was golden, one was silver, and one was bronze. I can tell you that the treasures inside these 3 spatial rings even cause me to be moved. So everyone, do your best. After the tower ancestor finished speaking, he looked at the tower administrator. The tower administrator pressed a button beside him. The pill you'll be refining today is this. Long Chen hastily looked down on his platform and saw a line of words appear. Overflowing sea expanding pill. Long Chen's heart shook. It was actually a 6th tier pill. This was something to be consumed by someone in the sea expansion realm. The sea expansion realm's goal was to increase the size of the Qi Sea, the bigger the better. But a person's ability was limited. Once you reached the sea expansion realm, your Qi Sea would reach a kind of limit, and it would become impossible to further increase its size through your own power. But this overflowing sea expanding pill could use medicinal energy to once more expand the Qi Sea. A sea expansion expert could consume 9 of them in their lifetime. These 9 times corresponded to once with every heaven stage. Each time they advanced, they could borrow the medicinal energy to expand their Qi Sea. This is impossible. Some of the competitors were completely dumbfounded. They were only at the Shantian realm, but they wanted them to refine a 6th tier pill. That was too much. Normally, only sea expansion alchemists could refine 6th tier pills. Most importantly, refining a 6th tier pill was extremely difficult and had harsh requirements toward a person's spiritual strength and flame energy. This was something they couldn't possibly achieve. Even the spectators were stunned. To have pill emperors refine 6th tier pills, were they intentionally making it difficult for them? Long Chen stealthily looked around. Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo both had helpless expressions. The only woman amongst them, Duan Tianchao, appeared quite calm. That was a bit unexpected to Long Chen. As for Huo Wufang, he icily looked over the others. When he saw Long San looking at him, he extended a hand, but then seeming to have thought of something, he quickly pulled it back. Ha ha ha. This action of Huo Wufang's caused laughter amongst the crowd. They recalled how Long San and Huo Wufang had fought silently before. Obviously, Huo Wufang had thought of provoking Long San, and then having thought of what had happened last time, he had immediately stopped. As pill emperors, having you refine 6th tier pills truly is difficult. But don't forget, this is a competition amongst yourselves. We aren't requiring you to refine it to any level. As long as you can condense the pill, you'll have a chance of getting first place, even if you refine a garbage pill, said the tower ancestor. His words caused a wave of relief to spread amongst the competitors. That was very true. The thought going through their minds was, if I can't refine it, the others can't either. If everyone else failed, then perhaps a garbage pill really might take the first place. They all recovered from their despair. The tower ancestor smiled and then took out a large hourglass. He flipped it over, and the sand began to slowly trickle down. You have 72 hours to refine the overflowing sea expanding pill. Let the finals of the Pill Emperor competition begin. Chapter 688 Flame Merging Art. Following the tower ancestor's shout, white-robed experts came out and distributed the medicinal ingredients. It was still the old rules. Each person was given 3 sets of ingredients. In other words, if you failed 3 times, you would immediately be eliminated. Various pill flames lit up. This time, the pill formula was extremely detailed. Even the order with which you should merge the powders had been fully explained. There was no need to grope about on your own. The main thing this pill tested was everyone's spiritual strength and their flame energy. Previously, they had only refined pills that could be finished quickly. To compare, previously they had been cooking stir-fry, but now they were simmering stew. They were competing in terms of endurance. Long Chen was a bit lost in thought. In truth, this overflowing sea expanding pill was nothing to him. It couldn't even compare to the Enlightenment Palace pill. If he summoned the earth flame, Long Chen could refine it with his feet and still beat Huo Wufang. But the main thing was that Long Chen couldn't reveal the earth flame. If he did, then his status would be completely exposed. In all the eastern wasteland, the only one of his age who controlled an earth flame was Long Chen. It would be too obvious. But if he didn't use the earth flame, he wouldn't be able to defeat the first-ranking beast flame, the earth dragon Golden Blaze. Seeing Huo Wufang's disdainful expression, Long Chen had an urge to take off his shoe and slap him with it. This test was extremely favorable to Huo Wufang. His powerful pill flame gave him an immense advantage here, especially when it came to purifying the ingredients. He was already far ahead of everyone else. In the distance, Huo Changsheng was looking at Huo Wufang confidently. This test had practically been made for Huo Wufang to win. Although his spiritual strength might be weaker than Long Chen's, so what? As long as you had enough to refine the pill, what was the point of having leftover spiritual strength? On the other hand, Chai Gaoyong and Fang Mingyuan's expressions were a bit uneasy, as this wasn't favorable to Long Chen. His strongest point was useless here. Long Chen sighed. This is forcing me to show off. In truth, I'm a very low-key person. Why must everyone force me? A flame burst into existence over Long Chen's palm. As soon as that flame appeared, startled cries rang out from the crowd. What? What flame is that? There's red, white, and also green. 1, 2, 3, there's actually 18 colors. What's going on? People were shocked to see a multicolored flame in Long Chen's hand. Its coloring was extremely complicated. It seems to be a legendary merged flame. He merged various beast flames together to release an unprecedented strength. Are you joking? Each person can only use 1 beast flame. If they tried to use 2, the stronger flame would devour the weaker ones. How could you possibly use this many at once? Retorted someone. Then tell me, what is that flame? Having been criticized, that person was a bit angry. He pointed at Long Chen's flame. The criticizer was immediately at a loss for words. A merged flame was like trying to gather a wolf, insect, tiger, leopard, chicken, duck, cat, and dog together. They would definitely fight and kill each other, and couldn't possibly merge. But other than a merged flame, there was no other way to explain the flame in Long Chen's hand. The tower ancestor smiled and nodded. This little one is really interesting. He's actually able to merge flames. On the other hand, the tower administrator shook his head. Merging flames is extremely difficult. It exhausts too much spiritual strength. He won't be able to keep up with it. The tower ancestor said, "You're wrong. This little fellow isn't using any energy to control these flames. With your spiritual strength, perhaps you can't sense it. In truth, there is a terrifying existence in this little fellow's body that is suppressing those flames. That's why they don't dare make a fuss." The tower administrator was startled. Even the first-rank Earth Dragon Golden Blaze was unable to suppress that many beast flames. Could it be? That's why I said the children these days really are interesting. My trip to the Eastern Wasteland wasn't wasted. Perhaps I'll be able to bring back a true treasure for those old monsters, laughed the tower ancestor. The tower administrator's heart jumped. He naturally knew who those old monsters he mentioned were. Those were figures whose very names could shake the continent. Thinking of that, he sighed. Long San's future accomplishments would perhaps rise to the point that he could only look up to them. But then thinking of Long San's character, he bitterly smiled. If he went to Pill Valley, then the calm they had enjoyed for countless years would be immediately broken. The merged flame Long Chen had summoned shocked everyone. Despite being so far away, they could still sense a terrifying heat from that flame. The power of his merged flame seems to be on the same level as Huo Wufang's Earth Dragon Golden Blaze. Exclaimed people. Although there was no way to make a detailed comparison, the powerful fluctuations from both flames were similar. Huo Wufang couldn't help being startled. But then a cold smile crept onto his face. If you gathered 100 sheep, they might have the same strength as a tiger, but in truth, what was the point? Long Chen ignored the exclamations and suspicions. With the suppression of an earth flame, these beast flames had to listen to him. He had achieved his goal. What was the point of 100 sheep? With Long Chen's spiritual strength controlling them, even if the merger couldn't defeat Huo Wufang's flame, the difference was no longer so great. As long as the difference wasn't drastic, Long Chen wouldn't feel any pressure. He began to refine the ingredients into powders. Compared to the earth flame, this is truly trash. Long Chen was speechless. If he could use the earth flame's energy to refine this level of medicinal ingredients, it wouldn't take more than a few breaths' time. But now, to refine one ingredient into powder required an incense stick's worth of time. It was no wonder they had given them 3 days. If they had only given them a day, then everyone could just directly give up. That wouldn't even be enough time to refine the ingredients into powders. Long Chen actually had it better than the others. The others required at least twice the amount of time per ingredient. Furthermore, because their pill flames weren't strong enough, more of the medicinal ingredients' essence was lost during the refining process. The majority of the people here had no hopes of refining a high-grade pill, or even a middle-grade pill. As long as they managed to condense the pill, it would be amazing. Even if it was just a trash pill, it would be great. They could already tell that the top 2 spots would definitely be Long Chen's and Huo Wufang's. As for who would be first, that had nothing to do with them. All they hoped to do was refine the pill. The overflowing sea-expanding pill was too difficult for them to refine. Many of them already felt that their souls had begun to reach their limits. For them, refining this pill would rely on luck. After 12 hours, the sky had darkened. Some people were already unable to continue. This was too exhausting on their spiritual strength, and they had to recover their soul energy. In this competition, it was permitted to consume medicinal pills to re-energize the soul. The only goal was to see a person's potential. There were over 10 people who were completely pale now, and they had to take a break, consuming soul-nourishing pills. By the 20th hour, the majority of them had to take a break. Only people on the level of Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo were still enduring. When the sun once more rose from the east, when the 24th hour passed, Chai Liehuo and Fang Chong were also no longer able to continue. They had to rest their souls. Currently, the only ones still continuing were Long Chen, Huo Wufang, and Duan Tianchao. But Long Chen and Huo Wufang clearly had plenty of energy to spare, while Duan Tianchao was a bit pale. Refining these ingredients was extremely taxing, both spiritually and mentally. On the 36th hour, Duan Tianchao was unwilling, but she was forced to stop for a break. As for the others, they had already recovered and continued refining the ingredients. After refining the last ingredient, Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. This had been too tiring. The most irritating thing to him was that if he could use his earth flame, he could have finished in just 2 hours. But he had been forced to act like a show-off with his useless merged flame. He was jittery and completely vexed inside, but in order to show off, he had to have a faint smile on his face, acting completely natural. Sometimes Long Chen wondered if he was a masochist. The old saying was very true: if you wanted to show off in front of others, you had to work hard when they weren't looking. Long Chen sighed. Why bother? Long Chen had only just finished when Huo Wufang also completed his refinement. He looked over at Long Chen. Seeing that he had finished before him, he let out a cold snort. He sat and consumed a soul-nourishing pill to recover. Although he still had almost half of his spiritual strength, the true refinement was about to start. He had to keep himself in his peak state, as he couldn't allow the slightest error. Due to the initial refining step requiring so much time, only half of the 72 hours remained. At that time, the competitors would only have one shot at refining a furnace of pills. If that failed, then they wouldn't have time for another one. The 3 sets of ingredients only offered them the chance to fail this initial refinement. They only had one chance at the later stage. The only reason why Huo Wufang had gone all out to refine these ingredients was because he had been hoping to beat Long Chen in terms of speed. Unfortunately, Long Chen didn't even give him the chance. He could only calm himself down and prepare himself for the final stretch. Seeing that, Long Chen sneered disdainfully inside. If he had wanted to, he could continue until next month with this refinement. This level of exhaustion was nothing to Long Chen's spiritual strength. If he adjusted himself and decided to refine while also focusing on recovering, then let alone next month, he could continue until the next Pill Emperor competition. Long Chen took out a reclining chair, as well as a parasol to block the sun. He laid down, crossed his legs, and began to fake sleep. The spectators' jaws dropped. Wasn't this showing off a bit too much? He wasn't going to consume any medicine, and he wasn't going to sit in meditation. Instead, he was sleeping. The tower administrator's expression sank. Long San was too arrogant. He was about to say something when the tower ancestor shook his head. Young people need to be lively. Furthermore, he hasn't broken any rules. Let him do as he pleases. Chapter 689 First place is mine. When the sun once more rose, Long Chen opened his eyes. He stood up and stretched. Originally, he had just been acting, but as a result, he really had fallen asleep. He had even drooled a bit. Seeing the tower ancestor smiling in amusement, no matter how thick Long Chen's skin was, he couldn't help being embarrassed. He hastily bowed toward him to express his apologies. Putting away the chair and parasol, Long Chen saw that there were only 18 people remaining. Many people had washed out while he had been asleep. That was due to the order in which they had refined their ingredients. They had left the 3 hardest ingredients for last. Most of them had probably failed there. There was no way around it. They naturally left the hardest ingredients for last, as then you would be deeper in your mental refining state. That would increase the odds of successfully refining it. If everyone had started with those 3 ingredients, then perhaps in just 6 hours, most of them would have already failed. At this time, Long Chen saw that everyone was solemnly feeding their medicinal powders into the pill furnaces. They had all realized that this was their only chance of succeeding. After finishing the refinement of the final ingredient, they had all rested for the final part of the refinement. Long Chen also saw Huo Wufang had already long since been waiting for him. It seemed he truly wanted to compete with him until the end. He couldn't help laughing inside. Did Huo Wufang want to compete with him in terms of alchemy? Now Long Chen truly had an urge to take off his shoes and refine with his feet. But that would be a bit too much. It was also an insult to alchemy, and the tower ancestor might directly kick him out. Long Chen's flame burst into existence once more. He began to warm up the furnace. As expected, Huo Wufang immediately got to work once he saw Long Chen start. If he wanted to compete, then he could compete away. Long Chen was too lazy to bother with him. He focused his attention on his flame. After all, this was not his earth flame, and he wasn't used to it. He had to be careful. If he failed because of carelessness, then this act of his would end with him acting like an idiot. He certainly didn't want to do such a thing. This was Long Chen's first time refining the overflowing sea expanding pill. Although the pill god memories did contain this pill, it was best to be careful with his first refinement. Furthermore, getting first place wasn't just for himself. It was to accomplish his promise, to repay Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo. Taking first place was extremely important. If he did, the Huo family's prestige would drop a great deal, while the Fang and Chai family's prestige would rise. Then, the one in the predicament would be the Huo family. Although Long Chen was confident, he was still sensible. He continued refining normally. The old fellows present all had sharp eyes, thus, he couldn't expose his true strength. Why are Huo Wufang's actions so practiced? Long Chen's divine sense was stealthily probing Huo Wufang. He saw that Huo Wufang's refinement seemed very practiced. He controlled the flame extremely naturally. The fuck? This is cheating. That bastard's definitely already refined the overflowing sea expanding pill, and not just once. Long Chen cursed inside. The Huo family had definitely cheated. They had to have known what the test this time would be, and they had drilled Huo Wufang in it. It was no wonder he had been so confident. It wasn't just Long Chen who saw this. Even the distant Fang Mingyuan and Chai Gaoyong noticed, and their expressions became ugly. As for Huo Changsheng, he just calmly watched. He pretended not to see their furious glares. Sitting at the top platform, the tower ancestor was simply watching. The tower administrator quietly whispered, "Isn't this unfair? Does this world contain anything that's fair?" Asked the tower ancestor. "Let me tell you the answer. There was never anything fair in this world. Asking for fairness is the whining of the weak. In the world of the strong, asking for fairness is just a joke. No one listens to the crying of the weak, while the strong never care about fairness. The big fish eats the small fish, while the small fish eats the shrimp. Who will care about the shrimps?" cries. The cultivation world is one where the strong feast on the weak. If you're just prey, then don't cry about unfairness. Instead, think of how you can increase your own strength so you can prey on others. When the weak become the strong, they also prey on others, and they will also ignore other people's cries for fairness. But in my eyes, fair and unfair are a cycle, one in constant motion and balance. The circle falls and rises, coming back to the start. So don't bother about these things, as these are the heavenly Taos, said the tower ancestor. Hearing this, the tower administrator's heart shook. He hastily bowed. "Many thanks for your teachings." "What teachings? Let's just calmly watch the game. I also want to know how Long San plans on playing," laughed the tower ancestor. 6 hours went by in the blink of an eye. The entire crowd was silent. The only sound was the sizzling of pill flames. Finally, a loud bang drew everyone's attention. Heavens, Huo Wufang is the first to seal his furnace. Sealing the furnace represented an important part of the refinement. Normally, it represented that the refinement was 90% finished and was merely lacking the final step. Long Chen also sealed his furnace. But he was extremely irritated inside. That idiot was cheating. Despite being idiots, the Huo family was actually quite skillful. Their connections were so strong that they had secretly learned the test for the finals. Startled cries rang out once Long Chen sealed his furnace. The two of them were refining at almost the same speed. Huo Wufang circulated his earth dragon golden blaze to its full strength. Golden flames enveloped his pill furnace, causing space to twist. It was truly worthy of being the existence ranked first on the beast flame rankings. The overflowing sea expanding pill's final step required an extremely powerful flame. The stronger the flame, the higher the final quality. This part was extremely important. Long Chen also pushed his merged flame to its peak. Multicolored flames danced over his pill furnace. At the same time, a powerful pressure descended. Heavens, Long San has gone insane. He's already feeding his spiritual strength to his flame. Refining the overflowing sea expanding pill was a battle of attrition. It was extremely exhausting to a person's spiritual strength. Most people would conserve their spiritual strength until the end. That moment was the most taxing to a person's soul energy. To begin feeding extra spiritual strength to his flame right at the beginning, was he not afraid of running out of soul energy in the middle? Even if his spiritual strength was extremely powerful, it couldn't possibly have reached that level, right? Long San has no other choice. His merged flame is actually weaker than the Earth Dragon Golden Blaze, and the power of the flame is extremely crucial to the overflowing sea expanding pill. If Long San wants to defeat Huo Wufang, he has to go all out. But this action of his is still completely crazy, sighed one highly experienced senior alchemist. An ordinary pill emperor wouldn't even be able to endure an hour at the rate Long San was using his spiritual strength. But this final part of the refinement would require at least 12 hours. Did he really think he could keep up with this exhaustion for 12 hours? Furthermore, at the final moment, the temperature of the flame had to constantly change in order to seal the medicinal energy inside the pills. That was the truly exhausting part. According to people's understanding of Long San, although he liked to show off, his true strength was something to admire. According to reason, he wouldn't show off to the point of being an idiot. But his current action was completely incomprehensible. At this time, the others also sealed their furnaces. However, 2 of them had to leave dejectedly. Due to their nervousness, they had failed during the process of sealing their furnaces. Time passed. Even the spectators were extremely tense. The winner of the Centennial Pill Emperor competition would soon be decided. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. One alchemist suddenly collapsed from his stage. He had exhausted all his soul energy and fallen unconscious. Thump. Another alchemist collapsed. They were all people with strong perseverance. They had endured all the way until they had truly run out of strength and fainted. People couldn't help but sigh. These alchemists were all amazing pill emperors, but here, they were still eliminated despite bitterly persevering until the end. The sky once more darkened and then slowly brightened. There were still 2 hours until the time was up. Suddenly, someone finished their refinement and opened their furnace. Everyone hastily looked, but then they couldn't help sighing. There was no pill inside the furnace. There was only a pile of dregs. Obviously, in the end, that person hadn't had enough soul energy and had been unable to condense the pill. Bang! Another furnace opened. This furnace belonged to Fang Chong. As a result, startled cries rang out. Within a pile of pill dregs, there was actually a medicinal pill. Although there was no pill halo, and the medicinal fragrance was extremely light, it could still barely count as a low-grade pill. That was actually not bad. At the very least, he had condensed the pill. Following Fang Chong, others also began to open their furnaces. As a result, many of them had only created pill dregs. But some succeeded. Chai Liehuo had actually refined a middle-grade pill. He was indescribably excited, but that excitement quickly faded. 3 others had also refined middle-grade pills. They would have to use special tools to measure the medicinal energy in the pills to determine which one of them was better. Heavens, it's a high-grade pill. Duan Tianchao's furnace caused shocked cries. She had actually refined a ringed high-grade pill. Yes, she couldn't help but let out a cheer. But as soon as she did, her expression immediately changed. She had broken the rules of the competition. It's fine. The competition has already reached its end. You can speak, as long as you don't intentionally try to affect other people's refining, said the tower ancestor with an amicable smile. Duan Tianchao was incomparably grateful that he didn't punish her. Ha 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 ha, we can speak. Then good, Long San, I've already said that the first place is mine. Laughed Huo Wafang. Chapter 690 Blood Soul Upgrade Art. Did you not take your medicine, or did you take too much? Or do you just like to spout nonsense? I really want to know just where your confidence comes from, said Long Chen indifferently. His divine sense had been constantly paying attention to Huo Wafang. Although his pill flame blocked Long Chen's divine sense so that he couldn't see the situation inside the furnace, Long Chen could tell from the fluctuations that at best, the final pill would only have 3 rings. That would be the absolute limit. Long Chen turned his nose up in disdain toward a 3-ring pill. Although he hadn't reached the final step, he was confident his pill would have at least 5 rings, and perhaps even 6. So Huo Wafang's crazy laughter made him extremely curious. Long San, I admit that my spiritual strength is weaker than yours. In terms of alchemy skill, you also might be a level higher than me. Even in terms of pill flame, you can rely on your spiritual strength to just barely stand on the same level as me. In that kind of situation, it really might be difficult for us to say who would win. But, you're looking down on me too much. I will show you all a divine alchemy art that you've never seen before. 9 Revolution Blood Soul Upgrade Art. Following Huo Wafang's shout, people were startled to see his eyes turn scarlet. His forehead split open, and blood slowly trickled out. That line of blood seemed to possess its own life. It crawled down according to a set pattern, creating a strange mark. What? He's actually willing to do this? Long Chen was startled. He hadn't expected Huo Wafang to use this move. This 9 Revolution Blood Soul Upgrade Art was something that came at a steep price. It was something that exhausted a person's lifespan and essence blood in order to forcibly increase the quality of a pill. This was something not transmitted in the outside world. The main reason was that this technique was not advocated by alchemists. Using this technique posed a great deal of harm to a person's soul, and that damage was permanent. There was no way to heal it. How vicious! Fang Mingyuan and Chai Gaoyang's hearts pounded. Looking at Huo Changsheng, they sighed emotionally. This kind of secret art was something they didn't know how to use, but it was something they had heard of. They hadn't expected the Huo family to be so vicious. This was basically forfeiting Huo Wafang's life. Huo Wafang, once you use the 9 Revolution Blood Soul Upgrade art, you'll also be crippled. Your spiritual strength will never advance again, and you'll never be able to reach the Sea Expansion Realm, said Long Chen. Ha ha ha, Long San, you're just a mountain bumpkin. I'll not only take the first place, but I also won't take any damage, sneered Huo Wafang. As the blood mark on his forehead brightened, people could sense a strange energy surging within his furnace. His pill furnace was trembling incessantly. Long Chen's expression finally changed because he sensed a pill in Huo Wafang's furnace rapidly absorbing energy. He had truly underestimated Huo Wafang. He had never expected him to have this move, and he also sensed that when he used the Blood Soul Upgrade art, the spiritual strength he was using was not his own. It was an extremely odd feeling. Could it be? The golden flames scattered, revealing Huo Wafang's arrogant smile. He opened the furnace, displaying a medicinal pill shining with light. Even in the daylight, it was still so dazzling. Heavens, a 9-ring pill. Startled cries rang out. It was actually the peak of high-grade pills. But Long Chen wasn't looking at the pill. Instead, he was looking at Huo Wafang. He suddenly said, "It's no wonder you dared to use this move. The blood was yours, but the soul energy was someone else's." How vicious. Long Chen's words startled everyone. If his words were true, then wouldn't that mean Huo Wafang's body contained 2 souls, and one of them had been the sacrifice? Long San, it doesn't matter what you say. I didn't break any rules. Now you should believe that the first place is mine, right? Ha 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 ha, laughed Huo Wafang. Chai Liehuo and Fang Chong couldn't help but sigh. They already had no further hopes for Long Chen to win. Originally, it would have been difficult to say which one of them would win. But now, the ending was set in stone. Tower Ancestor, what exactly are we using to determine the rankings? Asked Long Chen. The medicinal pill's effect, answered the Tower Ancestor. Long Chen suddenly smiled. Hee, many thanks, Tower Ancestor. Then I still have a chance. A chance? Keep dreaming. You've already begun to condense the pill, and its effect is essentially set. What can you possibly bring out to defeat me? Sneered Huo Wafang. He didn't believe Long Chen would use the same move as him. Even if he knew how to use it, he wouldn't dare to mutilate himself like that. If he did, then even if he took first place, Pill Valley wouldn't take in someone who would never advance again. Suddenly, cracking sounds came from Long Chen's furnace. Those sounds were very light, but in the silent arena, everyone heard it clearly. What? He destroyed the pills that had just been about to form. Everyone was shocked. What was Long San doing? Had he completely given up and no longer even wanted second place? The tower administrator's pupils shrunk. Is he actually? The Tower Ancestor nodded in praise. It really is nice to be young. You dare to do anything you want, without being so overcautious about the consequences. Space trembled intensely and the ground also shivered. A huge whirlpool dozens of miles wide formed in the sky, completely covering the arena. How is this possible? Looking at that huge whirlpool, everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. How could someone possess such terrifying soul energy here? Even the always calm Tower Ancestor was finally moved. That huge whirlpool was something condensed from Long Chen's soul energy. Its scope was truly too shocking. An ordinary Pill Emperor would at most be able to condense some fluctuations that stretched out a few meters. Even Huo Wafang, once he had used the 9 Revolution Blood Soul Upgrade art, had only had fluctuations that had spread 300 meters. But Long Chen's spiritual strength was covering a range of dozens of miles. Suddenly, a huge pillar of flames soared out from Long Chen. The flame pillar was 30 meters thick and soared straight into the clouds. A terrifying pressure spread. The competitors around him were unable to bear the heat and had to retreat. It was fortunate that they had sent their completed pills up to the judges already. This was to prevent cheating. Otherwise, it really would be easy to cheat in this chaotic scene. Heavens, is he really human? People's jaws could not drop any lower. This scene was too shocking. Only the Tower Ancestor didn't reveal any expression at the immense flame pillar. Instead, his originally turbid eyes began to glow, looking as if they could see through space. As expected, he smiled, and then his eyes returned to their normal state. Long Chen had summoned this flame pillar only to mask his true actions. Because Huo Wufang had sacrificed a soul in order to use the 9 Revolution Blood Soul upgrade art, his calculations had gone astray. Now, if he wanted to defeat Huo Wufang, he had to rely on the Earth Flame. But he couldn't expose the Earth Flame, so he had to hide it within this pillar of flames. Long Chen had crushed the pills that had just been about to form, turning them to powder. Then he began a crazy refinement with the Earth Flame. Time's almost up, heaven and earth trembled. The flame pillar scattered, revealing Long Chen. At this moment, he was clearly a bit exhausted. One hand was pressed tightly onto his pill furnace. Was it a failure? Everyone saw that Long Chen's furnace was covered in spiderweb cracks. It was clear that his furnace had been just a bit away from exploding. During the final moments of refinement, the furnace had to be tightly sealed. Otherwise, if the energy inside leaked, the pills inside would essentially become trash. Time is up. When the final grain of sand fell, the person in charge of the time shouted. Ha ha ha, Long San, you made such a ruckus, but in the end, wasn't it just a monkey show? Laughed Huo Wufang. Long Chen's furnace suddenly began to fall apart. Piece by piece, it fell to the ground. Ha ha ha, Long San, first place is, what? Huo Wufang's smile suddenly stopped as if his throat was being clutched. He was filled with shock. Long Chen's shattering pill furnace revealed a certain thing. That was a pill with no rings, only a faint halo. According to pill grades, it could only count as a regular high-grade pill. However, this pill caused everyone but the tower ancestor to be shocked. Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo were filled with crazy delight. Giant pill. The pill halo was very simple, but the pill itself was the size of a baby's fist. This was an extremely rare giant pill. Giant pills were something alchemists might never refine even in their entire lives. Refining a giant pill was dozens of times more exhausting on the soul than ordinary pills, and the chances of failure were over 100 times greater. That was why giant pills were things many people had heard of, but most people had never seen. Giant pills had condensed all the essence of 9 pills into one. But the giant pills' energy would be over 10 times greater than the original 9 pills combined. As for the giant pill in Long Chen's hand, it had even reached the high grade. Its medicinal effect would be equivalent to at least 2 9-ring pills. Bastard, this is impossible. Long San, you definitely cheated. Roared Huo Wufang. His expression was twisted with fury as he charged straight at Long Chen. Chapter 691 First Place. Seeing Huo Wufang rushing over, Long Chen immediately rolled up his sleeve and sent out a vicious slap. But what Long Chen didn't expect was that his slap would miss. Before Huo Wufang could get close, he was sent flying back by a powerful force. It is forbidden to fight within the arena, shouted the tower ancestor, his expression dark. Only now did Huo Wufang wake up from his fury. With a terrified expression, he hastily bowed. Tower ancestor, please punish me. Disciple was impetuous. Only now did Huo Wufang become aware again that this was the Pill Emperor competition. The tower ancestor represented Pill Valley. This was not somewhere where his Huo family could control everything. Because it's your first offense, I will spare you this once. Bring up everyone's pills. The tower ancestor's last sentence was toward those experts in charge of maintaining order. Someone immediately came up and carefully took out Long Chen's pill. What? They're not even punishing him. At the very least, they should let me slap him 100 times. Long Chen was a bit displeased. Just now, hadn't Huo Wufang maliciously attacked him? This tower ancestor was truly too nice. But there was nothing Long Chen could do about that. He could only walk over to stand with Fang Chong and the others. Long San, nice job. You really won us face. Chai Liehuo gave him a thumbs up. Although they were the future leaders of their families, it was their first time personally seeing a giant pill being refined in front of them. There was no way around that. Perhaps in this world, only Long Chen possessed the qualifications to refine a giant pill. Even if 100 people gathered up their spiritual strength, they wouldn't be able to refine a giant pill. At this time, all the completed pills were being passed along to the old alchemy elders. One reason was for them to determine the pill's quality, while the other reason was to see if anyone had cheated. But if anyone dared to cheat here, then they really had to have been looking to die. There was no one who dared to act like that. These old fellows had refined more pills than they had ever even seen. The results are in. I'll now announce the top 5. 5th place is Zhao Guanghui, announced the tower ancestor as he read off a piece of paper. One man immediately became so excited that he cried tears of joys. By getting in the top 5, he had earned the right to join Pill Valley, becoming a formal Pill Valley disciple. That was something that brought honor to his ancestors. That person was part of the Huo family's camp. He had been pulled in by Huo Wafang. That made Fang Chong and the others a bit irritated. 4th place, Qi Dezhong. This was another person from the Huo family's side. That made Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo's hearts sink. They looked at each other helplessly. Now, only the top 3 remained. The results were obvious. They definitely hadn't made it. 3rd place, Duan Tianchao. Duan Tianchao cried tears of excitement. Now, 3 of the top 5 had come from the Huo family's side. 2nd place is, everyone's hearts tightened, especially the people from the Huo, Fang, and Chai families. They all stopped breathing. This was something that related to the future of their families. Huo Wafang. These words came out of the tower ancestor's mouth. Huo Wafang collapsed, sitting on the ground. He was filled with unwillingness and hatred. 1st place, Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo began to throttle Long Chen's neck, feeling so excited that they might explode. They didn't know just what to do to release their emotions. 1st place is Long San. Although there had been no suspense, hearing these words caused a heaven-shaking roar from the Fang and Chai family's experts. Everyone but the top 5 can leave now. Following the tower administrator's orders, the curtain closed on the Pill Emperor competition. Long Chen and the others were brought into the 7 treasure jewel tower. The tower ancestor looked at them. Here are the rewards. The tower administrator personally handed each of them a Pill Valley badge. Long Chen saw that his name was carved onto it, Long San. The badge felt extremely heavy in his hand, and there was also a powerful aura that came from it. This was most likely something that could not be imitated. Long Chen, Huo Wafang, and Duan Tianchao were also given a spatial ring. Long Chen didn't even look at it before putting it away. As for Duan Tianchao, when she examined what was inside, her whole body trembled. She had an expression of disbelief. Huo Wafang also looked inside his spatial ring and became filled with delight. But then he became filled with endless fury. He had obviously thought of what kind of treasures had to be in Long San's ring. Long San, you don't want to know what your reward is? The tower ancestor smiled. This little one comes from a small mountain village. It would be a shame if I was so shocked upon seeing it that I peed myself. That would be too embarrassing. I'll wait until no one is watching to look inside, laughed Long Chen. Duan Tianchao looked at Long San curiously. She really was unable to understand this fellow. He was actually able to resist such a strong enticement. She was definitely unable to do the same. Haha, that's fine. I was looking forward to your expression of shock, but it seems there won't be a chance now. Getting to business, since you've all obtained a Pill Valley Disciple badge, you can all join Pill Valley. I will be returning to the Pill Valley later today, so you have to choose whether you want to come with me, or wait and think of another way of getting there on your own, said the tower ancestor. Disciple wishes to leave immediately. Duan Tianchao was the first to speak. This caused Huo Wafang's expression to become slightly ugly. Having obtained the 3rd place, Duan Tianchao was actually planning on cutting ties with his Huo family. I also wish to leave with tower ancestor. The other 2 hastily followed Duan Tianchao's lead. What about you, Long San? Asked the tower ancestor. Me, I still have some things to handle. You also know, I only just snatched. I only just married my wife. As newlyweds, I want to stay for 1 or 2 months so we can get to know each other better. Is it all right for me to leave later? Asked Long Chen. Yes, you have Pill Valley's badge. You can use it anytime within the next 10 years. But let me warn you, Pill Valley is located in the Central Plains, and it is very far. You'll have to go through dozens of transportation formations, and you'll also need to pass through the chaotic sea. It's extremely dangerous. It'll be much more convenient for you to leave with me, said the tower ancestor. Disciple understands, but Disciple still has to do a few things before leaving. Please forgive me, apologized Long Chen. In truth, he really was enticed. If he went to Pill Valley, wouldn't he be able to get any medicinal ingredients he wanted? But what about the Dragonblood Legion? What about Tang Wan and Meng Qi? He couldn't just think about himself. Alright, then what about you, Huo Wafang? Asked the tower ancestor. Seeing that Long Chen wasn't immediately leaving, Huo Wufang's eyes brightened and he hastily said, "Disciple also has some secular matters to handle first. Please forgive me." The tower ancestor smiled slightly, but that smile contained a profound meaning. "All right, up to you. You can leave now. Remember, you have to get to Pill Valley within 10 years, or your badges will become invalid." Long Chen and Huo Wufang left the 7-treasure jewel tower together. Huo Wufang suddenly sneered, "Long San, just wait. Idiot, who has time to wait for you?" Long Chen was too lazy to bother with him. He saw Fang Chong, Chai Liehuo, as well as Hua Beluo waiting for him. Tossing out a final insult, he rushed over there. "Haha, Long San, congratulations on getting first place." Chai Liehuo was the first to extend his arms and go toward Long Chen, wanting to give him a fierce hug. Long Chen also laughed and spread his arms. But he dodged Chai Liehuo and actually hugged the laughing Hua Beluo. Hua Beluo immediately blushed. "Fuck, Long San, you little brat," raged Chai Liehuo. The four of them laughed and returned to the Fang Manor. They had only just entered when Long Chen was called over to Fang Mingyuan. "Well done, Long Chen." Within a private room, Chai Gaoyong praised Long Chen. Long Chen's display had truly been too shocking today. "Are there any movements from the Huo family?" asked Long Chen. "Hehe, what movements could they make? As soon as they announced that you took first place, over half of the Huo family's guests immediately left. The era of their Huo family being number 1 has passed, and it will never return. Some people have already seen some clues and begun to drift apart from the Huo family, taking the attitude of spectators. In just this short time, the Huo family has become much lonelier. There are even some small powers that have already joined sides with my Fang family. Those opportunists are useless, but even some of the loyal dogs of the Huo family have begun to sway. That's the real prize." Fang Mingyuan smiled. "Do you think the Huo family will be driven to a desperate action?" asked Long Chen. "Most definitely. Their Huo family won't just wait for their death. But now, they won't have much manpower for anything. Don't worry, our two families aren't weak, or how could we have defended against the Huo family? It's just that we don't easily reveal our fangs," consoled Chai Gaoyong. "Then I'm relieved. I'm going to rest and drink with the other 2 junior masters." Long Chen smiled. "Haha, go, you should celebrate." Fang Mingyuan smiled. But when Long Chen left, his smile disappeared. "Are we really going to do this?" Chai Gaoyong said, "Of course. The Huo family's destruction is set in stone now. Furthermore, we'll pull them up by their roots." "I was talking about," Fang Mingyuan felt a bit distressed. "Don't worry, as long as we keep the information airtight, who will know? Those who want to accomplish big things can't be so overcautious," said Chai Gaoyong. After a long moment, Fang Mingyuan finally sighed. "Fine, since you're so in favor of this, I'll listen to you. It's time to be ruthless." Chapter 692 Surprise Attack. Within a private room, despite doing his absolute best, Long Chen was still unable to control the terrifying energy soaring out of him. The walls of the room were now covered in cracks. With just a bit more power, the entire room would collapse. All I did was condense the embryonic state, and I only used an ordinary middle-grade palace enlightenment pill, but it already caused such a ruckus. As expected, each star of the 9-star hegemon body art is more terrifying than the last. Long Chen was extremely shocked. He had only just refined his first furnace of enlightenment palace pills after celebrating with Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo. Because it was his first time refining it, he had actually ended up refining one middle-grade pill. Refining such a low-grade pill was extremely rare for Long Chen. But low-grade pills had their own benefits sometimes. Long Chen had consumed it to find a path to the position of the Enlightenment Palace star. Now he found that the 9-star hegemon body art's first 4 stars were located at the hands and feet. The Enlightenment Palace star was located at the center of the left hand. Just now, Long Chen had done his best, but the slightest bit of his energy had leaked out, almost collapsing the room. He was in. Long Chen was ecstatic. The Enlightenment Palace star was truly terrifying. If it had this much power even before the embryonic form was completely condensed, just how strong would it be once it was fully condensed? Long Chen quickly controlled the medicinal energy, sending it into his left hand. At the same time, he circulated the 9-star hegemon body art. He felt his hand heat up, and a cyclone slowly formed in his hand. This is the feeling. This feeling was extremely familiar. Because he couldn't cause such a huge ruckus, he could only allow the medicinal energy to enter slowly. Despite being incredibly careful, the cyclone caused space to shudder. The bricks on the ceiling began to fall. The fallen bricks revealed a bare steel wall. This room was not just sealed off from the rest of the world, but it was also extremely sturdy. These steel walls were almost 30 meters thick. The actual room only had an area of 300 square meters. In other words, the walls were even thicker than the room was wide. Even if you were to scream and shout in here, the outside world wouldn't be able to hear anything. But intense trembling would definitely be sensed. So Long Chen had to control his energy. The cyclone in his hand slowly grew as he sent the medicinal energy there. When the first furnace of pills was all completely consumed, Long Chen found that the cyclone had only grown ever so slightly. He sighed. For the previous life fate star, one furnace of pills had essentially maxed out the cyclone. Only at that point would a small dot form at the heart of the cyclone. That dot was the star's core. That was the true start of the star condensation. The next steps were to fully condense the star and then undergo the 9 star transformations. Only then would it reach its perfect state. He once more took out a furnace of pills. These pills hadn't been refined by him, but by Huo Long. Huo Long was extremely smart. As long as Long Chen refined a pill once, it would remember the entire process and be able to refine it as well. It knew exactly when to increase the flame, weaken the flame, when to pull back the flame, and when to fully release the flame. However, Huo Long's pills weren't as high quality as Long Chen's personally refined pills. After all, it didn't possess Long Chen's spiritual strength, and so it couldn't pour in soul energy into the pill to increase the pill's spirituality. But Huo Long's skill was extremely steady. Each time, it would manage to refine 9 pills, each with 1 ring. It made no mistakes. Huo Long was truly an outstanding assistant to Long Chen. It was simply regretful that Huo Long didn't possess its own spiritual strength, or it would be able to refine even higher grade pills. But this still saved Long Chen a great deal of time. He directly consumed over 100 pills. Even Huo Long's fast refining speed couldn't keep up with Long Chen's rapid consumption. Really, it only grew by this much. Long Chen was a bit shocked. Over 100 pills had entered his stomach, but that cyclone was still only the size of a bean. The only comfort was that it was at least many times larger than it had been at first. According to his experience, the cyclone would only reach saturation when it reached 3 feet in size. Only then would it give birth to the core of the star. Damn it, the Enlightenment Palace star's consumption is too terrifying. Just condensing the cyclone will probably require tens of thousands of Enlightenment Palace pills. Oh, Long Chen suddenly noticed a layer of translucent material on his arm. He lightly pulled and found that a whole layer of his skin came off. I'm shedding. Long Chen was dumbfounded. He found that his body had started to shed its skin. He hastily looked inside himself, and his heart shook. He saw that each one of his cells was growing and giving birth to new cells. The old cells were being expelled outside his body. His entire body was undergoing a transformation. Long Chen was bewildered. Was this what it meant to shed one's mortal body? What Long Chen seemed to be shedding looked similar to skin, but in reality, it was his old cells. The skin was just the carrier of the discharge. I feel like my whole body is full of energy. Long Chen calmly watched as new cells formed. His old cells were gradually replaced. Feeling his whole body brimming with energy, he had an urge to punch the wall just to release it. An hour later, Long Chen finally stopped shedding. He felt refreshed and in high spirits. He suddenly thought of something and hastily crushed a medicinal pill, wiping its powder over his face. He found that after his shedding, he had returned to his original appearance. He had to fix his face again. Just after fixing that, a red button on the wall began to repeatedly blink. It was the alarm. This was an alarm connected to every training room in the Fang family. It meant something big was happening outside. Long Chen hastily ran out. As soon as he came out, he saw that the entire Fang family was in a panic. Countless black-robed men had snuck their way into the Fang family under the cover of the night. They killed anyone they saw. Right in front of him, a bone-forging expert from the Fang family was cut down. His head rolled to Long Chen's feet. The killer was just about to attack Long Chen when he saw who he was. His pupils shrank and he hastily turned to flee. But Long Chen didn't give him any chance. A slap fell on his face. Long Chen's goal had been to slap him unconscious and then undergo a soul search to see where these people had come from. But his slap had been too powerful. This person's head exploded like a watermelon. Long Chen was stunned to see that he had slapped him dead. My strength has risen too much. I'm unable to control my power perfectly for now. Long Chen rushed directly out of his small courtyard. When Long Chen's divine sense swept through the Fang family, he saw there were thousands of experts attacking. Each one of them was wearing black robes and a veil over their faces. Wherever they went, blood followed as they slaughtered the Fang family's people. Screams of pain and panic resounded. Where are the Fang and Chai family's experts? Long Chen didn't understand, but now wasn't the time to think so much. He found that his courtyard had already been surrounded, and dozens of people were currently attacking Wabaluo. Wabaluo was surrounded by flying petals, and her sword was streaked with blood as she desperately fought. These people were all Shantian experts, and Wabaluo had not revealed the fact that she was a celestial. That was something Long Chen had told her to do. Being surrounded by this many people, Wabaluo was naturally struggling. Her sword shone with a brilliant light as she only defended. She was doing her best to stall. Suddenly, a huge flame arrow pierced through her enemies and exploded. Dozens of Shantian experts were instantly incinerated, relieving Wabaluo of her desperate situation. Seeing that Long Chen had arrived, Wabaluo sighed with relief. The survivors all scattered upon seeing Long Chen. Haha, Long San, we've been waiting a long time. A cold shout rang out and a figure appeared. Although he also wore a veil over his face, his eyes completely revealed his identity. One eye was black, while the other was white. It was too obvious. It also made the overall situation apparent. These people had been sent by the Huo family. The Huo family had actually gone all out before the Fang and Chai families could attack them. Following the first corrupt celestial, many more celestials also arrived. They had obviously been lying in wait just for this. Long Chen suddenly shouted and pulled away Wabaluo. Using the netherworld ghost steps, he was just like a phantom as he rushed away. Long Chen had only just begun to run when his heart tightened. Pulling Wabaluo, he dodged to the side. A black light shot past Long Chen. This was the same move that had killed the celestial back then. This black light was extremely strange, and anyone touched by it would die. After dodging, Long Chen continued fleeing. He was incomparably quick, appearing many miles away in an instant. Chase! We have to kill Long San! The corrupt celestial shouted and shot after Long Chen. The other celestials also followed. As soon as the celestials left, several powerful auras rose within the Fang family. Sea expansion experts had taken action. As Long Chen rushed away, he kept feeling like something was wrong. But as for what exactly, he couldn't pinpoint it. He just felt like this matter was odd. This was Pilyong City. There were many commoners living here. If there really was a huge battle here, it would definitely implicate countless innocents. Although he was not a friend to these people, Long Chen was unable to completely ignore the value of a person's life. He was intentionally dragging these experts into the wilderness before fighting. You bastard Long San, you actually tricked me. You're clearly using the netherworld ghost steps, roared the corrupt celestial who had previously questioned Long Chen. That was because there were no flames under Long Chen's feet today. He immediately saw through some clues. Long Chen rushed out of the city in one go. When he was far away enough, he said to Wabaluo, "You should run now." What? Wabaluo was startled. Chapter 693 Jumping Clowns. A large battle will erupt in a bit. This battle isn't suitable for you. To put it frankly, you'll only hold me back if you stay here. I'll stall them, and you run as far away as possible. Don't say anything about wanting to stay with me even unto death. That kind of sappy line is too irritating. Once you run, hide yourself. Once I handle this matter, I will return to my identity as Long Chen. At that time, you can openly return to Baluo Mountain and say that after undergoing a life and death battle, you finally awakened as a celestial. At that time, you'll have my favor, as well as a relationship with the Fang family. Then you can openly fight with Hua Jinrong for the position of the future family head. After saying that, Long Chen threw Wabaluo into the distance. But while he threw Wabaluo forward, he borrowed that force to fly back. The closest one behind him was the corrupt celestial who was also using the netherworld ghost steps. His speed was the greatest, and he had thrown off all the others. For Long Chen to suddenly shoot backward, he hadn't even understood what was happening when Long Chen's fist ruthlessly smashed into his body. Blood filled the air as if two bloody stars had collided. That corrupt celestial directly exploded from the impact. The benefit of being faster was not just that you could chase faster, but also that you could reincarnate faster. Now he would definitely get a head start on the others. Die. Suddenly, a black light shot straight at Long Chen. Long Chen snorted and shot a blazing flame spear at the black light. But what surprised him was that the black light wasn't affected at all. It went straight through the flame spear without weakening. At this close distance, Long Chen felt an incredibly resentful will coming from the black light. It's actually a spiritual attack. Long Chen immediately understood why his flame spear had been useless. This attack was fundamentally not solid. The black white-eyed celestial had an enchanted item called the 9-yin soul-locking mirror. This attack had come from it. This mirror had a formation carved into it that would absorb dead people's spiritual strength. Then through another formation, that spiritual strength became an extremely sinister spiritual poison, becoming a special spiritual attack. This kind of spiritual poison was extremely terrifying. Anyone whose soul was weak would instantly die, their soul dissipating. Even people with strong souls would only be able to last for an incense stick's worth of time. That was also why that righteous celestial had been instantly killed. HMPH, a heretical skill is all it is. Long Chen sneered and he slammed his palm into the black light. Seeing that Long Chen dared to touch the black light, the corrupt celestial sneered with ridicule. That black light was something even he didn't dare to touch. He was appalled to see that the black light was directly blown apart by Long Chen. Then seeing thin thunderbolts surging over Long Chen's palm, his expression immediately changed. You can control thunder force. Long Chen sneered and didn't reply. He shot forward at him, the thunder force on his hand growing brighter. Evil spirit shield. Long Chen was too fast, and he didn't give him any time to dodge. The celestial didn't even have time to summon his cry of the heavenly Taos. Forming a hand seal, a black shield appeared in front of him. That shield was something he had formed from the energy of evil spirits. It wasn't just extremely strong defensively, it was also very tough and flexible. It could be used to fight for a long time. But what stunned him was that this evil spirit shield that he was completely confident in was as weak as glass in front of Long Chen's fist. Bang! Long Chen's fist smashed through the shield and landed on the celestial's chest. The sound of bones breaking rang out, and he vomited blood as he shot back. Long Chen was just about to chase and take that person's life when another celestial shot forward, slashing his sword at Long Chen. This celestial was much smarter, and he had already summoned his cry of the heavenly Taos. His attack caused space to tremble. He was clearly extremely powerful. But a thunder force-covered hand tightly caught this sword. His body went numb, and he had a bad feeling. He was just about to retreat when Long Chen's other fist smashed onto his body. Blood mist erupted. Long Chen's strength simply wasn't something this person's physical body could endure. Even having summoned the cry of the heavenly Taos, the celestial's body still blew up. Although the Enlightenment Palace star was still in the cyclone condensing period, Long Chen's current strength had already risen to a point where it terrified himself. It had been a long time since he had had such a refreshing battle. He didn't need any weapons, nor did he need any techniques. With just his bare fists, he dominated these celestials. His energy surged out of him endlessly. The celestials were all horrified by his strength. At this time, the black white-eyed celestial finally had a breather and ordered, "Everyone, work together. Don't let him take us on one by one." The remaining 13 celestials all surrounded and attacked Long Chen. Long Chen was submerged within the domain of their manifestations. Being suppressed by these many heavenly Tao manifestations, he felt his strength falling. Long Chen activated the Nirvana scripture, and endless flames appeared around him. The Nirvana scripture caused endless flame runes to appear around him, and a beautiful chanting resounded throughout the air. The manifestations of the cry of the heavenly Taos were no longer able to suppress him. Long Chen felt the pressure lighten a great deal, and his fists danced as he fought a crazy battle with them. Explosions rocked the sky. Long Chen's fists were like heavy mountains crashing onto their weapons. Each attack caused a rumbling explosive sound. Long Chen had trained in the lightning rushing hand. That was originally just a heaven-class battle skill. It was no magical art. But with the power of his Tribulation Thunder Force, he was still able to face off against their weapons barehanded. As Long Chen's fists danced, he seemed like a god of war, appearing incomparably valiant. Even surrounded by 13 celestials, he wasn't at a disadvantage. Long Chen no longer had to care about first-rank celestials. He just had to be careful about any strange enchanted weapons they had, for example, that strange mirror. But that mirror did not have limitless energy. Once its energy was used up, it was just trash. True enchanted weapons were not things these ordinary celestials could use. A celestial's most powerful point was their cry of the heavenly Taos, which could reduce their enemy's strength while increasing their own. But to use an enchanted weapon required an ocean's worth of spiritual yuan. Most people's dantians, also known as their chi seas, all contained a similar amount of energy at each cultivation realm. Only when a person entered sea expansion would their chi si grow dozens of times larger, sometimes even over 100 times larger. Only once a person possessed that kind of enormous energy could they truly use an enchanted weapon. This was also why meridian opening celestials could dominate Shantian experts, but Shantian celestials were unable to do the same to the sea expansion experts. It was because the sea expansion experts possessed enough energy to bury the celestial. A Shantian celestial's energy could be likened to a huge tree, while a sea expansion expert's energy was grass. When there was too much grass, it could still easily crush a tree. So although some of these people carried enchanted weapons, they were at best quasi-enchanted items. They were merely used to shock and intimidate others. As Long Chen fought, he was familiarizing himself with his new strength as well as trying to figure out his opponent's relationship. There were 11 people here from the corrupt path. That was something easy to tell from their auras, weapons, and techniques. The remaining 2 were from the righteous path. He hadn't expected that the idiots from the corrupt path actually didn't know how to adjust themselves to the circumstances. They had been duped by the Huo family. It was no wonder the corrupt path never worked together with the righteous path. If they did, then this world would probably be united by the righteous path in just a few years. They really had no idea how to scheme. But thinking about it, Long Chen thought it made sense. The corrupt path rarely had dealings with other people. If the Fang family ended up in control of the Pill Tower, then all their hard work currying favor with the Huo family would be ruined. At that time, they would have to create a new relationship with the Fang family. That was extremely irritating to them, and they would rather support the Huo family. Then it would be simpler. Not good. Get back. Suddenly, one of the celestials made a careless mistake, and Long Chen caught his saber with his hand. The other celestials hastily attacked Long Chen with their full strength, wanting to save that person. Regretfully, Long Chen didn't give them that chance. Holding the blade, just like that, he pushed, slamming the hilt toward its owner. That person tried to abandon his saber and flee, but the hilt still struck him in the stomach. A terrifying force directly blew apart his body. He didn't even have a chance to recover. Borrowing this momentum, Long Chen charged into their midst. One celestial's weapon was directly smashed apart by Long Chen's fist. That weapon wasn't an enchanted weapon, making it much weaker than the others. This was one of the moments where Long Chen could show off his brute strength. Following the destruction of his weapon, he shot back, vomiting blood. If another celestial hadn't slashed a sword at Long Chen's back, he would have already died. Long Chen dodged the sword and then suddenly formed 3 extremely complicated hand seals. A 1-foot sphere appeared in his hand. As soon as that sphere appeared, the celestials' expressions changed. That sphere was composed of over 10 differently colored flames. Those flames were raging against each other, and the pressure they emitted caused them to feel a chill. Blaze explosion. Long Chen simply tossed the flame sphere. Endless flames exploded, instantly devouring all of them. These celestials were horrified, never having expected Long Chen to have such a terrifying flame magical art. The celestials resisted with their full strength, but the flame sphere contained all the beast flame energy Long Chen had. He hadn't held back at all because he had the earth flame to protect himself. Thus, he could practically ignore these flames. But while Long Chen had an earth flame to protect himself, the others didn't. These people were too close. Some didn't even have time to raise defenses before being incinerated into nothing. Long Chen hadn't expected the blaze explosion skill to have so much power when used in conjunction with the Nirvana scripture. It seemed the Nirvana scripture was much stronger than he had expected. The celestials who managed to raise their defenses bitterly endured for a moment. But the terrifying heat still turned them into black masses of ash. A cold light shot through them, directly severing any chances of those ashes coming back to life. Chapter 694 Rank 2 Celestial. Come out. After watching for so long, are you planning on passing the entire night here? Long Chen said suddenly. Clapping sounds rang out in the night sky, and Huo Wafang walked out with an admiring expression. Long San, you really surprise me. Long Chen wasn't at all surprised to see Huo Wafang. He smiled. Perhaps I'll make you even more surprised. I don't understand, why would you intentionally have me kill them? Long Chen truly didn't understand. He had sensed that someone was watching him during this battle, but he didn't know how this was beneficial to Huo Wufang. That's because my Huo family wants to stabilize our foundation. Once these celestials die, the powers they belong to will have to completely rely on my Huo family to survive. Once this matter is over, my Huo family will greatly support those powers, helping them to rapidly rise. We'll turn them into my family's most loyal dogs. This will show those opportunists that sway whichever way the wind blows just how stupid they were. My Huo family will help these sects by giving them the finest medicinal pills, allowing them to give birth to even more celestials. This is also a reflection of strength. Even if a group of people dies, as long as you have resources, you can raise a new batch. But loyalty is much more difficult to obtain. We'll use this opportunity to raise our most loyal subordinates. Now you should understand, sneered Huo Wufang. This logic really is something only you idiots would think of. And only those idiots from the corrupt path would accompany you with that. You really are a group of marvels with marvelous logic. But I don't have any interest in this logic. I just want to know, what's your goal here? Long Chen shook his head. To kill you. Huo Wufang smiled. Do you know, last time when you took away Hua Baluo, I already wanted to kill you. But at that time, my body was very uncomfortable. What, were you menstruating? Huo Wufang's expression darkened. Long San, your mouth really is detestable. In a bit, I'll directly tear that mouth into pieces. Last time, the reason I didn't fight with you was because I hadn't completely adapted to my new bones. But I finally completed that process today. So, I'll be returning the humiliation you've given me 100 times to you. I see. So that was the case. It seems you're very confident in your new bones, said Long Chen. Ha ha ha. Huo Wufang suddenly raised his head and laughed madly. Did you know, for these bones, my Huo family spent over half of the savings we built up over thousands of years. Now that this matter has reached this point, there's no need for me to conceal anything anymore. I'll tell you the truth. These bones of mine were from a rank 2 celestial. A rank 2 celestial? Now Long Chen was a bit surprised. Correct. This skeleton is something my Huo family spent a huge price to buy from the Central Plains corrupt path. The original owner was a powerful righteous celestial, and he had even been a terrifying body cultivator. Most importantly, the corrupt path sealed that celestial's heavenly Tao runes into his skeleton. And so, a powerful pressure erupted from Huo Wufang's body. That terrifying force surged out in waves, spreading in every direction. At the same time, endless heavenly Tao runes appeared behind Huo Wufang, dashing in the sky. Long Chen noticed something different about them. For ordinary celestials, they only had one kind of heavenly Tao rune. But Huo Wufang had two kinds of heavenly Tao runes that interwove behind him. As those two kinds of heavenly Tao runes appeared, the ground beneath Huo Wufang's feet began to crack. Long Chen was actually forced back dozens of meters by this powerful aura. This is a rank 2 celestial. He has two types of runes interweaving to complement each other. How powerful! This was Long Chen's first time seeing such a powerful cry of the heavenly Taos. Despite having activated the Nirvana scripture, Long Chen still felt a heavy suppression. It felt like a boulder was crushing his heart, and it was extremely uncomfortable. Ha 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 ha, your current expression is really wonderful. Do you feel shocked, helplessness, despair? Huo Wufang laughed heartily, his laughter filled with delight. Shock, a bit, helplessness. I've never hoped to get any help from anyone. As for despair, hee, sorry, even in front of something impossible to resist, I don't feel despair. As for you, hee, you're greatly lacking, sneered Long Chen. Just by this aura, it was clear a rank 2 celestial was much stronger. This aura was 10 times greater than a rank 1 celestial. But as for getting Long Chen to feel despair in front of this level, was that a joke? Even in front of heavenly tribulations, Long Chen hadn't felt despair. How could he feel despair because of a person, especially one that he had easily beaten before? Huo Wufang raised his arms. Rumbling filled the air as the runes behind him began to tremble. His aura soared to its peak state, and he suddenly shot toward Long Chen. Let's see just how strong you are. Long Chen smiled. If it were yesterday, perhaps he wouldn't feel confident facing a rank 2 celestial. But right now, Long Chen felt no fear. Long Chen met Huo Wufang's fist with his own, one covered in thunder force. This was an exchange with no fanciness, purely a collision of power. One was someone who had merged with a rank 2 celestial skeleton, the other was someone who had just condensed the Enlightenment Palace star's cyclone. The land trembled and shattered. This berserk energy formed a huge domain. If someone were to look from the sky, they would see a spherical domain rapidly growing, covering everything within 1,000 miles. It was like the apocalypse had come. The entire ground was sinking. It was fortunate that Long Chen had rushed far enough away and there was no one else present. Otherwise, even Shantian experts would immediately be blown to pieces by the shockwaves. But even if there was no one present, the landscape was enough to show their power. The surrounding mountains shattered and the terrain had completely transformed. The place they were standing over was rapidly subsiding. The two of them were both shocked by the other's strength. They poured in all their energy, wanting to suppress their opponent. As the ground beneath them sank, the surrounding ground actually began to rise, forming a huge basin with the two of them at the core. Furthermore, this basin was growing deeper as the two of them increased their power. In just a few breaths, it was already hundreds of miles deep. Suddenly, the two of them stopped descending. They had gotten so low that they had run into a certain kind of rock. That rock instantly burst upon being struck by their force. Following that rock's shattering, lava erupted. A terrifying heat enveloped the two of them. The lava incessantly spurted out, quickly filling the basin. But the creators of the basin had already disappeared. Two figures wrapped in flames shot out of the lava, soaring into the sky. Huo Wufang's heavenly Dao runes had formed two wings behind him, allowing him to fly in the sky. As for Long Chen, flame runes rapidly condensed behind him, forming a pair of 30-meter wings. With those raging flame wings, Long Chen looked just like a flame god. He seemed incomparably domineering. Flame cloud wings. Huo Wufang's expression became slightly envious. He had once trained in the flame cloud wings, but his spiritual strength hadn't been enough to keep up with the exhaustion of using it. Not only was Long San's alchemy talent greater than his, but his spiritual strength was also miles ahead. Now, he had already merged with a rank 2 celestial's bones, but he was still unable to suppress him. That made him go almost crazy. Die. The more Huo Wufang thought about it, the more furious he became. His wings suddenly trembled, and he shot forward at Long Chen. His fist became covered in runes. Long Chen hastily blocked. He didn't know what magical art Huo Wufang had used, but Long Chen was smashed back hundreds of meters away. Huo Wufang continued pressing his advantage, another fist coming for Long Chen. This fist is strange. Long Chen's heart shook. He changed his fist into a palm, using technique instead of brute strength. Slamming his palm into Huo Wufang's wrist, he forced his attack to miss. Originally, Long Chen had been planning on giving Huo Wufang a vicious kick to his abdomen to injure him. But when he saw Huo Wufang's sinister and tray-shaped face, he instinctively swung out his hand, sending him flying with a slap. As soon as he did that, Long Chen felt regret. This was truly an occupational disease. What was the point of slapping him now? It didn't hurt him. It would have been so much more beneficial to kick him in the crotch. Long San. While Long Chen felt regret, Huo Wufang went crazy with rage. Only one person had slapped him in his life, and that had been incredibly shameful to him. Later, that person had died in the Chaos region and he had forgotten that humiliation. But now, this slap immediately sparked that old fury of his. With a furious roar, his wings trembled and his body became covered in runes. It was as if he was wearing runic armor as he shot at Long Chen. Long Chen was shocked. Now that Huo Wufang had summoned this runic armor, his strength had grown explosively. Long Chen was sent flying, and a burst of pain came from his arm. His bones had been broken. Consecutive explosive sounds rang out. Long Chen was forced back repeatedly by Huo Wufang. This was his first time fighting someone with such terrifying strength. Long Chen was once more sent flying. These repeated exchanges made Long Chen feel like his entire skeleton was about to shatter. Huo Wufang's bones were truly too hard. What Long Chen didn't know was that Huo Wufang was using a powerful battle skill, the strongest battle skill the original owner of his skeleton had trained in. Back when this skeleton had been merged into Huo Wufang, its master's soul had also been merged into it. That was so he could obtain all the battle skills he had possessed. Then during the finals of the Pill Emperor competition, Huo Wufang had sacrificed that soul. At that time, he had already absorbed all that soul's useful memories, so it had been useless to him. Furthermore, this skeleton's master had been a body cultivator. All his life's cultivation had been focused on his bones. So after merging with this skeleton, Huo Wufang had gained at least 80% of its original master's combat strength. Long San, you can die now. Huo Wufang's face was twisted in a sinister expression. It seemed like he wanted to viciously bite Long Chen to death. Long Chen sighed. Fine, I admit that fighting as an alchemist is too sullen. I'll change back to my old profession. Divine Ring, Chapter 695 Absolute Strength. Following Long Chen's shout, a divine ring appeared behind his back. A terrifying pressure descended and an intense rumbling raged. The divine ring was incredibly imposing and brilliant, but it still consisted of 3 colors. There was no sign of the 4th color at all. That was within Long Chen's expectations. After all, he had only just condensed the cyclone of the Enlightenment Palace star. There was no way to bring out the 4th color. But even so, with the divine ring, Long Chen felt endless energy crazily pouring into him. Long Chen was in the air. The flamecloud wings kept him afloat with the 300-meter divine ring right behind him. You, Huo Wufang was shocked. Is this technique very familiar to you? Long Chen wiped his hand over his face, revealing his original appearance. There was no need for him to disguise himself any longer. Huo Wufang finally called out this name. His expression became twisted in fury, but Long Chen surprisingly saw some confusion in his eyes, as if he was trying to remember something. So that's what it was. No wonder it was so easy to fool you. All the proof I prepared ended up being useless. Seeing Huo Wufang's expression, Long Chen immediately understood something that had confused him. Huo Wufang's memories regarding him had definitely been erased. This purge had to have been similar to hypnosis. It was an extremely profound and difficult to use spiritual art. If they had completely erased Huo Wufang's memories regarding a person, then that would have been extremely harmful to his soul. The Huo family's experts hadn't done that. They had only erased a portion of his memories pertaining to how Long Chen had tormented him. Those memories were gone, but they hadn't been able to erase his hatred for Long Chen. So seeing Long Chen, Huo Wufang's hatred soared and he knew Long Chen was definitely his mortal enemy, but he couldn't remember how Long Chen had made him hate him so much. He didn't understand what was going on, but Long Chen did. The Huo family had erased Huo Wufang's heart devil. Otherwise, it would have been very possible that he would have never advanced again. No matter what's going on, you have to die today. Huo Wufang roared furiously and he shot towards Long Chen. Long Chen also punched out. Their fists collided and space almost exploded. Huo Wufang was the one to suffer this time. He was sent flying, almost vomiting blood. He felt like he had just tried to punch an immovable mountain, which resulted in a burst of pain from his wrist. It had almost broken from the impact just now. The 9-star hegemon body art really is the most dependable. Long Chen looked at his fist. Sensing endless energy surging within him, he was filled with excitement. He had only just condensed the Enlightenment Palace star's cyclone. But with the divine ring, his power had leapt to this level. If he fully condensed the star, what would happen when he summoned the 4-color divine ring? What would happen when he summoned the 4-star battle armor? Huo Wufang, hand over your life. Long Chen suddenly took the initiative. He had recalled Yi Ziqiu and Lu Fang'er. It was because of Huo Wufang that the 2 of them had fallen. Later, Yi Ziqiu had been taken away by a peerless expert. It was unknown whether or not she had been revived. But Lu Fang'er was completely dead. Each time he thought of his time with Lu Fang'er, Long Chen would feel a burst of pain. Seeing the person who had caused this pain in front of him, his killing intent soared. Long Chen's fist fell upon Huo Wufang. Huo Wufang's hasty block ended up wasted, as he was shocked to realize this attack was a fake. He suddenly felt a burst of pain from his side. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Long Chen's kick landed on his ribs and sent him flying. Huo Wufang was horrified, although he had acquired some of his new bones, memories, that only referred to the battle skills. He hadn't dared to completely absorb that expert's soul, as it was all too easy for his mind to split. So right now, he truly did have 80% of a rank 2 Celestial's combat strength, but his close-range fighting experience was still at his old level. As an alchemist, Huo Wufang had trained in using pill flame to fight. He wasn't used to this kind of fighting. As a result, under continuous attacks from Long Chen, he began to suffer injury after injury. Long Chen's attack power had risen to a new level. Each one of his attacks was as heavy as a mountain, and Huo Wufang was horrified to see his bones begin to break. They were actually unable to bear Long Chen's force. These bones had come from a powerful body cultivator and a rank 2 celestial, but they were still unable to bear Long Chen's force. If this continued, Huo Wufang would definitely die. Bastard! I'll kill you no matter what. Dao runes, return to my bones. The heavenly Dao runes behind Huo Wufang disappeared. Huo Wufang's entire body began to shine as light could be seen coming out from his bones. In that instant, Huo Wufang's aura grew explosively, as if a volcano had erupted and was releasing a constant stream of power. Huo Wufang charged at Long Chen. His aura was incredibly shocking, and space was constantly twisting around him. Long Chen's eyes brightened. At this time, Huo Wufang's strength had erupted to an unprecedented level, but Long Chen felt no fear. Just like that, he unleashed a flurry of punches, fighting against Huo Wufang without the slightest fanciness. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous explosive sounds rang out. Huo Wufang's body was surrounded by his runic light, and his energy came in an unending stream. As for Long Chen, his divine ring began to slowly revolve. Divine rumbling sounds came from it, and he didn't appear lacking compared to Huo Wufang. Once more, the two of them collided and separated. Huo Wufang's long hair danced as he suddenly raised his head and roared. His eyes were filled with a crazy light. I'll take your life with this move. Huo Wufang shot forward. In that instant, the light surrounding him faded. All of it focused on his right fist. His fist seemed like a blazing sun, lighting up the entire sky with its endless runes. This fist contained endless killing intent. Suddenly, his fist exploded. Even his right arm disappeared all the way to his shoulder. Huo Wufang had an expression of disbelief. He felt like the world had suddenly lost all its sound. In front of Huo Wufang, Long Chen stood calmly. 3 stars had appeared in his eyes. In terms of alchemy, you're trash. Even after obtaining a new skeleton and becoming a fake rank 2 celestial, you still aren't able to change the fact that you're trash. The reason experts are experts isn't because they have so much power, but because they have a powerful heart. Other people's strength will never be yours. Even if you can borrow it, it won't have any use. Die in peace. Long Chen pointed his finger at Huo Wufang's forehead. Just now, he had summoned the 3-star battle armor. With a single attack, he had broken Huo Wufang's arm, as well as shattering all his internal organs and even his muscles. Right now, Huo Wufang was like porcelain that had been wrapped up in skin. The porcelain was already broken. If he didn't have this layer of skin, he'd have already fallen apart. No, Huo Wufang was horrified, but he was powerless to resist. A ray of thunder force pierced through Huo Wufang's forehead, coming out through the back of his head. Huo Wufang's soul was directly destroyed. His corpse collapsed. His eyes had lost any life, but they still seemed to contain endless unwillingness and confusion, as if he still couldn't believe that he would die. The Huo family had spent endless wealth to give him a new skeleton, making him a rank 2 celestial. Moreover, they had even obtained the first rank beast flame for him. His future prospects were supposed to be unlimited. How could he have died here? You really are unlucky. If we had fought before I condensed the Enlightenment Palace Star's cyclone, you would have at least had a 30% chance of beating me. But then again, before I condensed that cyclone, you had yet to perfectly merge with your skeleton. So this is just your fate. Once his enemy was dead and his soul dispersed, the hate in Long Chen's heart also disappeared. Suddenly, countless runes flew out of Huo Wufang's body. A lightning blade directly shattered all these runes. The primal chaos space trembled and those destroyed heavenly Dao runes merged into the heavenly Dao tree. A new heavenly Dao fruit was born. Long Chen couldn't help being delighted. This wasn't the same as his other heavenly Dao fruits. Those other ones had only had one Dao mark on them. But this one had 2 different Dao marks. Rank 2 heavenly Dao fruit. Long Chen was delighted. Assuming he wasn't wrong, this could raise a rank 2 celestial. A rank 2 celestial was a terrifying existence. Huo Wufang had merely obtained a new skeleton, but he already possessed such power. The fact that Long Chen could defeat Huo Wufang wasn't because Huo Wufang was weak. It was just that he was comparatively unlucky. Long Chen's strongest point was his close-range combat, and he had incomparable experience in that regard. For an alchemist to fight in close quarters with him was simply asking to die. Furthermore, he hadn't originally been a celestial. Just through refining a skeleton, his power was definitely limited. If Long Chen had met a true rank 2 celestial instead, he really would have no assurance in defeating one. Since you've died, I'll help you protect your things. Long Chen took off Huo Wufang's spatial ring. That was the silver spatial ring he had obtained from the tower ancestor. Damn, it's actually a life ring, and a huge 300-mile one. This was Long Chen's first time seeing such a vast life ring. Its value was inestimable. There's too much stuff in here. Just looking at it gives me a headache. When I get back, I'll have Meng Qi help me tidy up this space. She's the best at this. Long Chen had originally been thinking of categorizing the things inside, but it was too chaotic. He gave up. Long Chen placed his palm over Huo Wufang's dantian, and a golden flame answered his call. That was the Earth Dragon Golden Blaze. Long Chen directly sucked it out for Huo Long. Long Chen then released a mass of flames that incinerated Huo Wufang's body. Even a rank 2 Celestial's bones weren't able to resist the earth flame. After tidying up, Long Chen began rushing back to Pilyong City. He wanted to know what had happened with the Fang family. He had to go over and help. Chapter 696, A Sudden Attack. Long Chen had only been rushing for an incense stick's worth of time, and Pilyong City was not yet in view, when he saw a group of people up ahead. Long Chen, are you alright? The people who had come were actually Fang Mingyuan and Chai Gaoyong. The two of them were leading a dozen sea expansion experts. Haha, I'm fine, I just suffered some minor injuries. Looking at your state, it seems everything went smoothly. Long Chen smiled. Fang Mingyuan said, it went extremely well. That old fellow Huo Changsheng felt too secure in his position, thinking the Huo family was still the same Huo family of the past. Over many years, we've established secret alliances with quite a few sects, and we've even bought some of the members of the Huo family. With our coordination from inside and outside, the Huo family was completely destroyed. Out of their 3,000 members, not one managed to escape. Hearing that the Huo family had been completely destroyed, Long Chen frowned slightly. Although the Huo family was trash, he still felt a bit unwell to hear that the women and children had also been killed. Did you end up encountering Huo Wufang? Asked Fang Mingyuan. He ran. I ended up killing a few of his celestials, and the others got too scared to fight. I couldn't catch up to them, and I was worried about what was happening, so I returned, said Long Chen. Long Chen didn't want to expose too much of what had happened with Huo Wufang. Furthermore, he had a bad feeling for some reason. Perhaps it was because he felt uncomfortable with the Huo family being exterminated to the last man. It's fine if he got away. We'll chase. Without the Huo family's support, he's just a random dog. Chai Gaoyong smiled and walked up to Long Chen. He patted him on the shoulder. Long Chen, it's all thanks to you. Senior is too courteous. In truth, Long Chen suddenly felt a burst of pain from his chest. He saw a black thorn sticking out from it. Space suddenly trembled and the surroundings changed. Long Chen found himself in a barren land. Chai Gaoyong, who had previously been talking so amicably to him, now had a slightly cold expression. As for Fang Mingyuan, he retreated a bit, staring closely at Long Chen. The other sea expansion experts also took out their weapons and surrounded Long Chen. Long Chen looked down at the thorn through his chest. Although he hadn't seen where it had come from, based on the angle, it seemed like it had been Fang Mingyuan who had shot him. This arrow was clearly poisoned. It was a kind of mixed poison, one with practically no cure. Furthermore, this poison was extremely fast-acting. Before you could even figure out what poisons were part of this mixture, you would already be dead. Long Chen slowly raised his head to look at Fang Mingyuan. He sighed, can you tell me why you did this? A slightly guilty expression appeared on Fang Mingyuan's face. Long Chen, don't blame us for being heartless. We did this for our families. You want my earth flame? Long Chen looked up at the stars. It was difficult to say what expression he had right now. Correct, earth flames are treasures of heaven and earth. There's not a single alchemist that wouldn't long for one. During the finals, despite how critical that moment was, you still chose not to use your earth flame. My guess is that your earth flame hasn't matured, and you are unable to connect with it, so you can't use it for alchemy. So, after thinking about it over and over, we decided we had to steal your earth flame. If we waited too long, your earth flame would mature and become harder to subdue. This is an extremely rare opportunity for us, said Fang Mingyuan. Long Chen bitterly smiled, shaking his head. As expected, old ginger is hotter than young ginger. Looks like I'm still too naive. Then let me ask you, did Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo know about this matter? Fang Mingyuan shook his head. They didn't know. Otherwise, there would have been no way for us to complete this trap. Long Chen nodded. That really is very comforting to me. If they had also betrayed me, I'd be very hurt. Thank you for telling me. Long Chen, we were also forced. We had no choice, said Fang Mingyuan with a complicated expression. You were forced. Haha, don't find excuses for yourselves. Not even a child would believe such a lie. You know, normally I rely on my intuition when interacting with others. My intuition has never lied to me. But this time, I didn't go with my intuition. Instead, I went with my calculations. I thought that people who could raise Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo had to be open and straightforward. Turns out, I was wrong, and very wrong. Do you know, I, Long Chen, have gone through countless life and death battles. I'm not afraid of death. What I'm afraid of is betrayal. I can accept anything, but I can't accept betrayal. Now let me ask you, do you still want to take my earth flame? Long Chen's voice was quiet and very calm, but it was trembling slightly, showing how complicated his current emotions were. Long Chen, saying this now has no meaning. Today, you'll definitely die. Due to how much help you gave us, we'll allow you to kill yourself and keep your corpse intact, said Chai Gaoyong coldly. Suddenly, Long Chen grabbed the thorn piercing into his chest and pulled it out. This metallic thorn was covered in barbs that pulled out Long Chen's flesh. That flesh was already starting to corrode. The poison was terrifyingly toxic. Long Chen threw the thorn to the ground. In truth, there are a few things we should discuss while we can. The first matter involves the fact that when the Huo family attacked the Fang family, no experts appeared to defend. That simply didn't make any sense, and I felt it was extremely strange. But back then, I told myself that the Fang family's experts had to be gathering in secret or perhaps setting up some formation. But as soon as I led those celestials away, the experts appeared. This is something I was aware of, but I still chose to trust Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo. They are my brothers, and I refused to believe they would betray me. If my guess is right, at that time, your people were actually split into two groups. Your main force must have secretly attacked the Huo family at the same time as the Huo family attacked the Fang family. This is why the only people to come after me were celestials, and not sea expansion experts. Because at that time, the Huo family's experts had to return to defend. Fang Mingyuan nodded. You are right, my calculation was that you would have misgivings about the lives of the innocent, and you would intentionally lead the enemies away. Because you are Long Chen, you are known for not slaughtering the innocent, and you also don't like implicating others. And my guess was right. My Fang family only left behind two sea expansion experts to defend. Once you led the experts away, they immediately cleaned up the leftovers. As for the two of us, we led our elites, as well as some experts from various sects that joined our side, to attack the Huo family. As a result, the Huo family was practically instantly exterminated. In just 2 hours, they were all dead. According to my original plan, with your strength, even if you couldn't defeat the ones you drew away, you should still be able to flee. My guess was that you would endure long enough for us to arrive. I just didn't expect you to be even stronger than what I guessed. You actually managed to drive them away, said Fang Mingyuan. Long Chen's combat strength was truly terrifying. On his own, fighting against 10 celestials, he had still managed to force them to flee miserably. That was truly hard to believe. These sea expansion experts were all shocked. That was the first matter. The second matter is that I lied before. Those experts didn't run, because they couldn't run. They're all dead, said Long Chen. Fang Mingyuan and the others were all startled. Dead, all of them, impossible. With that many celestials, even if they couldn't kill him, they should have been able to run. The third matter is that the skeleton Huo with Fang merged with was special, and he is now a rank 2 celestial, continued Long Chen. Nonsense. If he was rank 2 celestial, how could you still be alive? Roared Chai Gaoyong. A rank 2 celestial was a terrifying existence. At the Shantian realm, they could match a late sea expansion expert. I'm alive, so he's obviously dead, said Long Chen. TCH, impossible. Long Chen shrugged. It's up to you if you want to believe me. Now it's time for the fourth matter. This is also the last matter. I have to say goodbye to you all. In the other world, you can continue to fight Huo Changshang. I hope you'll still be the winners at that time. Fang Mingyuan and the others were surprised. More and more, they were unable to comprehend what Long Chen was saying. At the same time, a bad feeling rose in their hearts. His injury. Suddenly, Someone pointed at Long Chen's chest. At some unknown point, the wound had completely healed without leaving the slightest scar. In truth, Long Chen had been taking advantage of this time to circulate the primal chaos bead. Endless life energy had erased the poison. But this poison had truly been terrifying. Long Chen had almost exhausted all the life energy in the primal chaos space before recovering. But despite that, he had achieved his goal. "Attack," ordered Fang Mingyuan. Blazing flames erupted from his body, and a flame blade appeared in his hands. He was the first to attack Long Chen. As soon as he attacked, he used his full strength. Long Chen gave him a strange feeling of terror. Despite being a late sea expansion expert, he didn't dare to be careless. A huge divine ring appeared behind Long Chen. A terrifying pressure descended and suddenly a cold light slashed forth. The blade Long Chen was using wasn't Blooddrinker. It was something he had taken from a corrupt expert. As soon as he attacked, there were 8 sea expansion experts that didn't even have time to react. They were directly blown apart by Long Chen's attack. Fang Mingyuan and the others' hearts shook. They finally believed Long Chen's words. But now it was too late. Long Chen had suddenly soared into the air, both hands holding his saber. Chapter 697 Returning. Long Chen's saber was pointed toward the sky, and a huge saber image pierced through the clouds. A powerful aura locked down Fang Mingyuan and the others. They were all horrified. They had never seen such a terrifying move. Long Chen had previously used the first form of Split the Heavens. Now that he was using the second form, and the residual energy of the first form was absorbed by it. This was Long Chen's first time using the second form of Split the Heavens against enemies. Currently, 3 stars had appeared in his eyes. His saber mercilessly slashed down. 9 Revolution Flame Shield. Fang Mingyuan and Chai Gaoyong both activated the same technique, condensing all their pill flame into a huge shield in front of them. Their flame shields weren't large. They only covered the 2 of them. Obviously, they had abandoned the others in favor of increasing their shield's power as high as possible. The 2 shields layered before them. The huge saber image slashed down like an apocalyptic blade. All of heaven and earth was cut in 2, and a bottomless ditch appeared before Long Chen. Long Chen spat out a breath of turbid air. This attack was incomparably fierce, but it had also used up all his spiritual yuan. He felt like the second form of Split the Heavens could never be satisfied. No matter how much spiritual yuan he had, using this move would use up all of it. But the more spiritual yuan he had, the greater its power. Looking at the huge ditch that extended so far and so deep that he couldn't see the end, he was filled with shock. Long Chen had seen those sea expansion experts do their best to resist. But when they had encountered that saber image, they had been directly blown apart. Suddenly, 2 miserable figures crawled out of the ground. As soon as they did, they began to wildly vomit blood. These 2 were Fang Mingyuan and Chai Gaoyong. Having condensed all their pill flame in front of them to form their greatest defense, they had managed to survive. But although they were alive, it had come at a terrible price. They no longer even appeared human. They were like 2 piles of flesh. All their meridians had already been destroyed. They only had a few more breaths of life compared to dead men. Save me, I don't want to die." Chai Gaoyong looked at Long Chen, extending one half-destroyed arm, begging. "Sorry, I obviously can't. I already said that I can accept anything except betrayal," said Long Chen. Long Chen had only just finished speaking when his saber suddenly exploded, causing him to jump in shock. Just now, having continuously used Split the Heavens, the power had been too fierce. Even this saber, which was an enchanted item, was unable to endure that explosive force. Long Chen, because of Liehuo, save me. Chai Gaoyong no longer possessed an air of an expert. He looked like an ordinary elder begging for life. He didn't want to die. Originally, we shouldn't have ended up like this. Because of Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo, you 2 were once respected elders in my eyes. I trusted you that much. But what did you do? You not only betrayed me, but you also betrayed your descendants, as well as betrayed your conscience. Your greed clouded your eyes, and you attacked someone on the same side as you. You have only yourselves to blame, sighed Long Chen. Save. Chai Gaoyong's flame of life was unable to continue burning. A pill ancestor fell just like that. If only his physical body had been destroyed, then relying on his spiritual strength, he could still survive as a soul. In the future, he could find a suitable physical body to snatch. That was what the Huo family's elder had done in the Chaos region. However, having gone all out to create his flame shield, he had poured all his spiritual strength into the shield. As a result, Long Chen's attack hadn't just broken the flame shield, it had also broken his soul. Cough, really, why bother? Fang Mingyuan looked at the dead Chai Gaoyong with a self-mocking expression. He was slightly better off than Chai Gaoyong, but only slightly. He had also reached his final moments. Long Chen didn't say anything. He just looked at him. In this situation, there was nothing to say. Long Chen, I know I don't have the qualifications to ask you for anything, but still, please. It was Chai Gaoyong and I that made this plan. Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo had no idea. I hope you won't release your anger on them. Fang Mingyuan's state improved slightly for a brief moment. That was the final radiance of the setting sun. Don't worry, they didn't betray me, so I definitely won't betray them. Originally, we never should have fought like this, but after today, I won't be able to face the two of them. I will return to my identity as Long Chen. As for Long San, he is dead. Our brotherhood is also over. Hearing this, Fang Mingyuan felt a bit of comfort. Long Chen wasn't going to find trouble for the Fang family. They would be safe. But then hearing his last sentence, he felt a burst of regret. Everything had been caused by him and Chai Gaoyong. They had allowed their greed to control them. Otherwise, if the Fang family had an alliance with a person like Long Chen, one with limitless potential, just how perfect would that have been? But there was no way to go back in time. Many thanks. Fang Mingyuan said these final two words before closing his eyes. Another generation's expert fell. Long Chen sighed. He felt extremely uncomfortable inside. He rarely trusted others, but anyone who he trusted completely. This was his first time feeling so betrayed. He felt a stabbing pain. He went to their corpses. He dug a large hole and buried the two of them. He didn't even touch their treasures. He buried them all. Long Chen merely took Chai Gaoyong's identity plate before leaving. All he left behind was a chaotic battlefield. Looking from an aerial point of view, it seemed as if something had cut a long wound into the earth. A cool breeze blew by, desolate and bleak. Long Chen rushed off. Just now, Fang Mingyuan and Chai Gaoyong had activated a transportation formation to bring him several thousand miles away. He reckoned that they had wanted to kill him in a secluded place. He was going straight toward Pyongyang City. Taking advantage of the night, he changed his face and used Chai Gaoyong's identity plate to enter the 7 Treasure Jewel Tower's storehouse. He directly went to where the beast flames were kept. The guards here all recognized his identity plate. Long Chen easily went in. Long Chen directly released Huo Long, and it didn't stand on courtesy. It directly devoured hundreds of beast flames. Now Huo Long was truly satisfied. Only then did Long Chen stealthily leave the 7 Treasure Jewel Tower. He found that Pyongyang City was in a complete mess. The Huo family had been destroyed, while the Fang and Chai families had suffered a sneak attack. Danger was everywhere. Some people were hiding, while others were fleeing. Long Chen switched into some ordinary robes, acting the part of an ordinary martial cultivator. Looking at the Fang manor from a distance, he saw Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo nervously waiting. Long Chen sighed and left. His figure disappeared into the night. When the day came, the news that the Huo, Fang, and Chai families had undergone an all-out war with each other shook all of Pyongyang Prefecture. The Huo family's destruction caused countless people's jaws to drop. The result of their battle had been the destruction of the Huo family, but the Fang and Chai families had also taken grievous losses. Both their families' heads, as well as the Fang family's legendary Long San, had disappeared. The Fang and Chai families underwent a large-scale search. Half a month later, they finally found scars of a terrifying battle in a barren land. Then, after searching through the soil, they found their two families' heads, corpses. At the same time, they found a half-destroyed body wearing Long San's robes. Those robes proved this semi-destroyed corpse was Long San. They concluded that Long San and the others had run into shockingly powerful enemies here, and as a result, both sides had lost their lives to take down their opponents. That was because they found all kinds of broken body pieces around. It was impossible to tell exactly how many people there had been. Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo had burst into tears right then and there. In this one day, they had not only lost the pillars of their families, but they had also lost a good brother. They had immediately brought Long San's corpse back into the Fang family and buried it in their ancestral land. When the alchemy world learned that Long San, a generation's top genius, had died, there was not one person that didn't sigh in lament. He had only just become the champion of the Pill Emperor competition and had just been about to dazzle the world when he fell. This news caused Pill Valley to send someone to take a look. But they only did take one look before leaving. Before leaving, all they had said was that the 7 treasure jewel towers beast flames had been stolen, and that damage would have to be compensated by the Fang and Chai families. As for the destruction of the Huo family, as long as the sales of medicinal pills didn't decline, they wouldn't investigate this matter any further. In truth, to Pill Valley, the pill towers were just ways for them to interact with the mundane world. They didn't care who came to look after these strongholds. All they cared about was that this stronghold didn't look bad and made money. This was also why the 3 families had dared to fight so openly. Originally, the Huo family had been the rising star, waiting for the moment to completely devour the other 2 families. But that plan had been ruined by Long San. As a result, before the decisive battle, their strength had sharply fallen, and it was them that were devoured by the other 2 families instead. Currently, the Pill Tower was truly the land of the Fang and Chai families. But Fang Chong and Chai Liehuo didn't feel any happiness. Instead, they felt endless pressure. All the heavy responsibilities had fallen on their shoulders overnight, but the name of Pill Valley was something no one could provoke. No one dared to do anything to the Pill Tower. Provoking Pill Valley, in this world, there really were few powers that dared to be that crazy. So despite the Huo family's destruction, the rest of the Pill Tower was completely safe. As for Long Chen, the one who had caused this chaotic conclusion, he had long since stepped onto a transportation formation and returned to Su Prefecture, rushing back to the Xuantian Supermonastery. When he saw that familiar mountain gate, Long Chen finally had a feeling of a loafer's son returning home. Here were his loved ones, here were his brothers, here were the ones he wanted to protect. Brothers, I, Long Chen, have returned. Long Chen suddenly roared, his roar shaking the sky. Chapter 698 Xuantian Dao Sect. Following Long Chen's roar, the disciples guarding the Xuantian Supermonastery were all alarmed. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen. You're still alive. Those disciples all recognized Long Chen. In the entire Supermonastery, it seemed there wasn't anyone that wouldn't recognize him. But everyone knew that Long Chen had ended up running into heavenly punishment with countless corrupt experts, and they had all died. Now seeing him, they didn't dare to believe it. How refreshing. If I were dead, then are you all seeing a ghost now? Laughed Long Chen. But Long Chen found something a bit odd. His shout had definitely rung out throughout the entire Supermonastery, but he didn't see Shui Wuan, Meng Qi, Tang Wan or any of the Dragonblood warriors. Long Chen, you're alive. The person who had come was actually one of the elders from way back in the 108th monastery. After they had been attacked in the first monastery, there had been too many things to do and the construction of the new first monastery had been temporarily stalled. Thus, the old 108th monastery's elders had stayed within the Supermonastery. Normally, they would help out with a few random tasks. Long Chen remembered this person to be surnamed Qi. News that Long Chen had died was already common knowledge in the Supermonastery. The only ones aware of the truth had been Shui Wuan and the Dragonblood Legion. Everyone else had truly thought he was dead. Now seeing him return, they were delighted. This encounter made Long Chen extremely emotional. He recalled his time in the 108th monastery. This kind of feeling was exceptionally precious to him after experiencing the betrayal of Fang Mingyuan and Chai Gaoyang. Elder Qi, sorry I came back late, said Long Chen a bit guiltily. I'm just glad that you're back. Elder Qi hastily wiped his eyes and smiled. When people are old, it really is easy to get emotional. Long Chen was about to reply when a cold shout rang out. What person dares to disturb the Supermonastery's peace? A middle-aged man suddenly appeared. A pair of wings allowed him to float in the sky as he looked down on them. Greetings, monastery head. The surrounding disciples immediately bowed. Monastery head, this person is. Elder Qi tried to give an introduction. Shut up, I don't care who he is. Someone come and take him away, ordered the middle-aged man. Over 10 experts immediately shot forward, just about to capture Long Chen. These people were Shantian elders. But Long Chen didn't recognize a single one. Wait a moment, who are you? Long Chen asked icily. How was it that everyone was so foreign now? Long Chen, this is our new monastery head, explained Elder Qi. What about monastery head Shui? Asked Long Chen. Monastery head Shui, Qi. Shut up, you brazen brat, you dare to pretend to be my Supermonastery's disciple. As I see it, you're tired of life. Capture him, ordered the middle-aged man, cutting off Elder Chi's words. The Shantian experts directly charged at Long Chen without a word. A cold smile was present on their faces. But just as they were about to reach him, a thunderous roar rang out, and a powerful aura directly blew back all those Shantian experts and caused them to vomit blood. Shantian, senior apprentice brother Long Chen has also stepped into the Shantian realm. This aura was clearly the aura of the Shantian realm. But Long Chen's aura was incredibly fierce and berserk. Just through his aura, he was able to knock other Shantian experts unconscious. Elder Chi stood behind Long Chen. Seeing that Long Chen had grown to such a shocking point, he couldn't help feeling delighted. How brazen, you dare to injure my people in front of me. Be suppressed. The middle-aged man extended his hand, and a huge palm image smashed toward Long Chen. This was an attack from a sea expansion expert. Space trembled intensely from this attack, and the disciples with lower cultivation bases felt like a mountain was crushing them. Their faces were pale as paper, and they almost coughed up blood. Long Chen's expression darkened. This bastard was definitely doing this on purpose. With a cold shout, he slammed his palm towards this attack. Boom! What shocked everyone was that the monastery head's palm image was directly blown apart by Long Chen. The monastery head was completely shocked. He had never imagined that Long Chen's power had reached this level. Suddenly, he realized Long Chen had vanished. In the next instant, a figure appeared in front of him. Before he could even react, a palm viciously slapped across his face. An incredibly resounding sound rang out. Anyone in the supermonastery could hear it. In front of everyone's horrified gazes, the middle-aged man was sent flying like a shooting star, smashing into the ground. A huge crater was blown into the ground. Everyone was dumbfounded. This new monastery head, a Grand Sea expansion expert, was forced to submit by a slap from Long Chen. Bah! The middle-aged man roared and crawled up, but before he could say any more, Long Chen's second slap struck. This time, the power was even greater than before. His jaw was directly broken. But he wasn't sent flying. That was because this time, there was a hand clenching his throat. An insignificant early sea expansion weakling dares to try abusing me. I really have to admire your courage. I'm also curious, how did you manage to live until today? Long Chen looked at the miserable fellow in his grasp. Seeing this, everyone's jaws dropped. It was practically possible to see their stomachs through their mouths. This was too exaggerated, wasn't it? Long Chen had only just returned, but he directly beat up the new monastery head. He really was worthy of being the strongest monster in the history of the supermonastery. Who are you? Asked Long Chen coldly. How brazen. Do you understand what you're doing? Ah. The middle-aged man actually still wanted to threaten Long Chen. But as a result, Long Chen's foot landed on his crotch. Two round things slipped out from his pant legs and fell to the ground. Every male immediately felt a chill and clamped their legs. I don't like wasting words. I asked, who are you? Long Chen acted as if he hadn't done anything at all and continued his questioning. The middle-aged man's expression was incredibly twisted now. This was his first time tasting this kind of pain. From Long Chen's icy gaze, he sensed a fatal danger. That made a chill run through him, and he immediately became much more clear-headed. He knew if he infuriated Long Chen anymore, he would definitely die. Zhou, Chuji, he stuttered. You're from the Zhou family. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. Long Chen wanted to continue questioning him, but seeing that he was already sweating from the pain, he realized questioning him would be too much work. Elder Chi, what's going on? Asked Long Chen. From Elder Chi, Long Chen learned that Shui Wuan had brought all the supermonastery's elite disciples to the Xuantian Dao sect a week ago. The Xuantian Dao sect was having a great gathering. This gathering was also a trial for their disciples. Therefore, the supermonasteries were to send all their finest disciples over. So right now, only the weak disciples remained in the supermonastery. This was also why Long Chen didn't see his people. Since Shui Wuan had left, and since it was unacceptable that there would be no sea expansion expert standing guard over the supermonastery, the higher-ups had sent over an interim monastery head. But as soon as this monastery head arrived, he began to abuse his power. He made life hard on anyone he found displeasing. They all knew that this was because the Zhou family had lost so badly to the Shui family this time. They were intentionally trying to lower their morale. So right now, the supermonastery's atmosphere was extremely listless. Everyone hoped that the Xuantian Dao sect's gathering would end soon and that Shui Wuan would kick this bastard out. Out of the people, here, there were only a few who didn't hate this irritating fellow who was constantly finding trouble for them. Long Chen's slaps just now were so refreshing that they almost cheered. Hearing all this, Long Chen smiled coldly toward the middle-aged man in his grasp. No wonder you dare to target me like this. Not bad, you really do have guts. Due to those guts, I'll spare your life. Long Chen could slap him, but he couldn't kill him. After all, he was a sea expansion expert and currently had the status of a monastery head. Killing him would cause a great deal of trouble. Of course, the prerequisite was that he didn't touch upon Long Chen's bottom line. If he did, then even if he was backed by a god, he still wouldn't be able to keep his life. Pow! With one final slap from Long Chen, the middle-aged man was sent flying. He tumbled into the distance before stopping. Long Chen, the middle-aged man's aura immediately erupted. He was both infuriated and shocked. He wanted to clench his teeth, but he was unable to because his jaw was broken. The reason he hadn't done anything before was because Long Chen had had a grip on one of his vitals. He had been defeated only because he had been careless, but he wouldn't give Long Chen a second chance. What? You want to continue fighting? I'll welcome you at any time, but let me warn you. If you do attack me, I will kill you, said Long Chen. After saying that, he didn't give him a second glance. He entered the supermonastery with Elder Qi. Long Chen needed to borrow the transportation formation inside to get to the Xuantian Dao sect. The middle-aged man's expression sank. He almost lost control several times and attacked, but his intuition told him that if he did, he wouldn't have a life anymore. But then if he didn't attack, what about his prestige? To be slapped in the face before this many people and not do anything back, how was he supposed to stay in control of the supermonastery? While he was at a loss, Long Chen had already disappeared. In the end, the middle-aged man didn't dare to attack. In truth, even if he had, Long Chen wouldn't have taken his life. He would only take half his life. But when Long Chen left someone with half their life, it was often extremely uncomfortable for them. So his choice had definitely been correct. In the end, he didn't go find Long Chen for trouble. But Long Chen came to find him. Get me an identity badge immediately. In just a few minutes, Long Chen obtained a new identity badge. He needed this badge to enter the Xuantian Dao sect. Chapter 699 Provoking Dragonblood Warriors. The scene before him changed. Long Chen found himself in an extremely ancient transportation formation. This formation was incredibly vast, covering an area of several miles. Around the formation were 4 pillars that soared into the clouds. The pillars sparkled with countless runes, and a majestic aura came from them. The formation had been built atop a large mountain. It was surrounded by ancient buildings which appeared to have been built eons ago. Who is it? Before Long Chen even had a chance to examine his surroundings, a cold shout rang out. Over 10 white-robed disciples appeared. These disciples were very young, but their cultivation bases had all reached the Xiantian realm. Each of their robes had a large immortal character embroidered on the front, Zan. Below that large Zan character were 2 smaller characters written in the modern-day style, Law Enforcement. They were the Xuantian Dao sect's law enforcers. For ordinary law enforcers to have reached the Xiantian realm, the Xuantian Dao sect was truly worthy of being an overlord of the eastern wasteland. This kind of foundation was truly shocking. I am Long Chen. I'm a disciple coming to attend the Xuantian Dao sect's martial gathering, reported Long Chen. The registration has already passed. How are you so late? Where is your identity badge? Asked one law enforcer. Long Chen took out the new badge he had requested from the monastery head. That person examined it closely, and only after seeing there were no problems did he return it. Follow this path down the mountain. After 17 more mountains, there will be a small transportation formation that will take you to the core of the Xuantian Dao sect. If you get lost, just ask around. Haha, many thanks. Long Chen cupped his fists and rushed off according to that person's directions. The law enforcer watched as Long Chen left. He couldn't help muttering, the 36th monastery's Long Chen. Why does this name sound so familiar? Damn it, this Xuantian Dao sect is way too big. Long Chen had been rushing along for 2 hours only to reach the 10th mountain. He had long since passed the 10,000-mile mark. It was a long time before he managed to reach the transportation formation. Using his identity badge, he stepped onto it. The scene before him changed once more, and he found himself in a huge plaza. Seeing this new scene, Long Chen couldn't help but curse. What was with this huge thing? This one plaza was actually larger than the entire supermonastery. At the center of the plaza was an immense statue. It was the same as the one in the supermonastery, but it was much, much larger. It almost reached the clouds in the sky. Azure bricks lined the plaza, with each having special runes carved into them. Even ordinary Xianxian experts would find it difficult to destroy one. Looking at this huge plaza, he estimated that there were hundreds of millions of these special bricks. People were coming and going within the plaza. These people were all young disciples wearing robes of the various supermonasteries. It was very lively. Long Chen felt a feeling of unfamiliarity because he didn't recognize a single one of these people. "Look, who's that?" Suddenly, a group of chatting women saw Long Chen. "Why is he wearing different robes than us? How stylish. And look at his gaze," said one woman. She wore her hair in a braid with a comb. Only now did Long Chen notice that everyone present was wearing white disciple robes. There was a number on their shoulder which indicated which supermonastery they came from. Long Chen had come too hastily, and he hadn't worn his disciple robes. Well, even in the supermonastery, he had rarely ever worn those disciple robes. He usually just wore a set of black robes. Now that everyone was wearing white and he was the only one wearing black, it was all too conspicuous. As soon as he appeared, he drew the surrounding people's attention. "What a cute little brother. Do you need help? Don't be courteous, big sister is right here." The closest female disciples were actually quite brazen and began to tease Long Chen. Cute, little brother. After he had grown up, Long Chen had never been called with such an intimate appellation. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Aiya, little brother, don't be shy," she laughed. Long Chen was speechless. Looking at the number on their shoulders, he saw these women were from the 28th supermonastery. "Big sisters, can you?" Long Chen was just about to ask where the 36th supermonastery's camp was when quite a few people began to gather together in the distance. It seemed something was happening. "Ah, are the 36th supermonastery's disciples being bullied again?" Those women sighed. "Little brother, you were asking where did he go?" That woman turned back, only to see that Long Chen had vanished. Long Chen passed through the crowd of people to see over 10 people surrounding 2 dragonblood warriors. Seeing those two warmed his heart. At this time, their cultivation bases had reached the mid-Xianxian realm. He smiled upon seeing that. Before going to the Pill Tower, Long Chen had warned everyone not to rapidly increase their cultivation bases. The point was to stabilize their realms. It seemed the assistance of the soul calming song was even greater than he had expected. Although they had only reached the 4th heaven stage, he saw that their foundations had reached a pinnacle. That would be the greatest help for them when they advanced to see expansion. As for himself, over these months, his cultivation base had mostly stagnated. He was only at the 2nd heaven stage. Long Chen saw that the majority of the disciples present had all reached the mid-Xianxian realm. Some had even reached the late Xianxian realm. That made Long Chen sigh. He had been so busy that he hadn't had time to raise his cultivation base. It appeared that he would have to focus on it a bit more. "Don't go too far. We've accommodated you so far, but that's just because the monastery head told us not to cause trouble. It doesn't mean we're afraid of you," said one of the dragonblood warriors coldly. When the 36th supermonastery's disciples had arrived at the Xuantian Dao sect, they had received quite a few provocations and insults from the other supermonastery's disciples. Some of the 36th supermonastery's disciples had refused to accept those insults, and they had directly attacked the insulters. As a result, quite a few of them had suffered. When Shui Wuan had heard this, she was completely enraged. She knew this had definitely been incited by the Zhou family. They had intentionally told the supermonasteries under their command to make it hard on the 36th supermonastery. The 4 families were each in charge of 9 supermonasteries. But because of Long Chen, she had turned hostile toward the vice sect master, which had brought on a great deal of displeasure from her family. They thought Shui Wuan was becoming more and more impudent. She wasn't taking the big picture into consideration, and she was too headstrong. They wanted to admonish her. As a result, the Shui family's supermonasteries all ignored the 36th supermonastery's plight. They didn't give them any help. While the martial gathering hadn't started, the Xuantian Dao sect permitted disciples to exchange pointers with each other. As long as they didn't intentionally kill others, they wouldn't bother them. Only when there was struggle was there motivation, and only when there was motivation could a person's power explosively grow. This was a strategy of having the strong grow stronger. As for the weak, they either had to explosively grow in power, or be discarded. Practically every sect was like this. Within a public place like the plaza, it was permitted for people to challenge anyone they wanted, even if the excuse was just that someone looked displeasing to them. In order to keep her people from being bullied, Shui Wuan had told everyone not to go out. But according to the Xuantian Dao sect's rules, each supermonastery had to send people to register for missions. These missions were really just some random jobs. In truth, it was just a formality, but they still had to comply with it. In order to not draw other people's attention, these two had snuck their way here. But in the end, they had been blocked on their way back. That made them extremely furious. This was intolerable bullying. What cowards! Isn't it just exchanging pointers? You don't even have that courage. Did your mother give birth to you for you to be cowards? Sneered a man with a mole in the corner of his mouth. The people behind him also let out disdainful snorts. Long Chen looked at them and saw that they came from the 25th supermonastery. Long Chen didn't say anything. He just stood in the crowd. He wanted to see what these two would do. Boss told us that exchanging pointers is just a nonsensical game. He doesn't let us do that, said one of the Dragonblood warriors. Boss, ha ha ha, the Grand Xuantian Supermonastery's disciples actually use such a bumpkin appellation. Your boss is definitely a bumpkin, laughed the man. Shut up, you're the bumpkin. Our boss is Long Chen, an unrivaled genius. The two of them were completely enraged now. Seeing this, the man sneered, what genius? He's just a dead ghost. He even committed such shameful deeds that he was struck by divine punishment. Trash, you fucker. The two Dragonblood warriors couldn't hold back any longer. They charged at him. As for the man taunting them, he was startled. He was already used to them enduring everything. As a result, one of their fists smashed right into his stomach, while another fist landed on his nose. A cracking sound rang out as he was sent flying. Bastards, how dare you use such a shameless sneak attack? Attack! The disciples following the man with the mole all roared and charged forward. Since they hadn't attacked in accordance with the rules, then they could also attack them as a group. But saber light flashed and blood flew. Those disciples hadn't expected the two of them to actually take out their weapons, and they even used killing blows. They were terrified and hastily retreated. There were only two people who had been struck by their blades. These people were elites, and they were sensitive to danger. But if they had been half a step slower, they would have been cut in two. Bastards, you want to kill people? Subdue them, shouted the man leading them while holding his nose. He shot his way forward, a sword appearing in his hand. Chapter 700 Kneel. A hand flew into the sky along with a person's scream. At the same time, a leg was cut off from the rest of the body. The person whose leg had been severed was the man with the mole. He had only just shot forward when a saber almost cut through his neck. Despite doing his best to dodge, all he managed to do was keep his life. However, the Dragonblood warrior's saber had still severed his leg. Startled cries rang out. This was too ruthless. As soon as they collided, blood dyed the plaza. If that man hadn't retreated fast enough, he would be a headless corpse now. Long Chen nodded. The Dragonblood warriors were elites who had killed their way out of the battlefield. Although their cultivation bases weren't high, their killing power was definitely terrifying. He had instilled a certain principle in them: either don't attack, or attack to kill. This was also why he told them not to exchange pointers. It was to keep them in the habit of only using killing blows. This habit could save their lives on the battlefield. As for this kind of exchange of pointers, it was just a senseless little test. If you did it too much, you would forget the true meaning of battle, and your techniques would become merely gaudy without any true strength. This was also why the corrupt path's experts were stronger than the righteous paths. There was no nonsense such as exchanging pointers in the corrupt path. As soon as they entered a fight, it would be a decisive battle of you die or I die. To be so vicious, there really is no saving you. Suddenly, an angry shout rang out and a man appeared. As soon as he came, a terrifying pressure forced back all the surrounding people. Runes filled the air. A celestial had actually come. As soon as he appeared, he unleashed a punch at the two of them. They hastily raised their weapons to block. They were just ordinary people. Under the manifestation of the heavenly Taos, their combat strength sharply fell, while their opponent's power surged. The two of them were immediately blown back by a terrifying force. They vomited blood, as a celestial's strength was simply irresistible. However, even in the face of a celestial, they didn't feel the slightest fear. Instead, they were filled with battle intent. They raised their weapons toward that celestial, their eyes so icily calm that it was frightening. What terrifying battle intent! The people watching were all shocked. Even in the face of an enemy they couldn't possibly defeat, their mental states weren't shaken at all. Just what level of will did that require? Courting death. Seeing that the two of them merely coughed up a mouthful of blood from his attack and pointed their weapons at him instead of immediately collapsing, the celestial was infuriated. Countless runes lit up on his fist. Space trembled as he shot toward them. Everyone's expressions changed. Was he really going to kill them? The two Dragonblood warriors used their full strength to defend, but they were unable to bear his power. Their weapons shattered. The broken pieces pierced into their bodies. The two of them wildly vomited blood as they shot back. This attack was too terrifying. The two of them had only just crawled up from the ground when a figure appeared before them. The celestial slammed his hands on their shoulders. Kneel. Just as they were about to be humiliated, a hand came from a strange angle. It was like the hand of a phantom, and it heavily slapped across his sinister and arrogant face. Everyone was shocked. A celestial had been sent flying by a slap in the face. As he spun through the air, over 30 blood-stained teeth scattered around. Sparkling in the sunlight, it was truly a beautiful sight to behold. A slim figure stood before the two Dragonblood warriors. His black robes and long hair fluttered in the wind. His expression was confident and calm. The two Dragonblood warriors cried out with shock upon seeing that figure. Their voices were full of emotion and excitement. The person who had interrupted was naturally Long Chen. The only reason he hadn't taken action before was because he wanted to see what level the Dragonblood warriors had reached. To be able to face a celestial without the slightest discouragement or fear was something that greatly satisfied Long Chen. As a martial artist, will was just as important as talent. Good job. Long Chen patted them on the shoulders. Although they were injured, their constitutions were far above average, and there was no need to worry about their conditions. This meant they had truly bitterly trained their physical bodies during this period. Bastard, who are you? Roared the celestial. Long Chen slowly turned and looked at the celestial. His gaze seemed like two sharp blades stabbing into his eyes. Kneel. His voice was not loud, but it contained endless killing intent, as well as an unquestionable determination. The celestial immediately felt a terrifying will lock onto him, and he felt like a mountain was crushing him. A feeling of incomparable terror welled up within him. He felt like heaven and earth had changed. It was like within the entire world, the only ones remaining were him and Long Chen, while Long Chen was a death god who had pressed his scythe against his neck. It seemed like as long as he willed it, his soul would dissipate. When Long Chen had spoken, he had concentrated all of his killing intent into his voice, and he had used his spiritual strength to lock down the celestial. This was a spiritual constriction, as well as a competition of wills. Since this person dared to humiliate his brothers, Long Chen had expressed his will, either kneel or die. If he really did dare to resist, Long Chen would immediately unleash a thunderous strike and kill him. As for the trouble that would come, he didn't think too much about it. His only thought was that his brothers absolutely could not be humiliated. This ruckus drew countless people. As they rushed over from all directions, all they saw was Long Chen standing with his arms clasped behind his back, and a celestial before him incessantly quivering in absolute terror. In front of everyone's stunned gazes, the celestial was unable to bear the pressure Long Chen gave him. Just like that, he knelt on the ground. Everyone felt like their hearts had stopped pounding. What kind of monster could make a celestial kneel with just a word? Long Chen's will and killing intent were all concentrated on the celestial, and so others were unable to sense it. All they saw was that with one order, the celestial knelt without even resisting. Everyone felt cold sweat on their backs. Just how terrifying was this black-robed man? After he knelt, Long Chen's terrifying will dissipated. The celestial was shocked and infuriated. In front of everyone's disdainful gazes, he suddenly roared and smashed his fist toward Long Chen. In his fury, he directly used his full strength, and his runes erupted around him. A powerful pressure made it so the spectators could barely breathe. Long Chen unhurriedly also sent out a fist. The celestial let out a miserable shriek. In front of everyone's flabbergasted eyes, his arm directly exploded. He himself was sent flying, unconscious from the impact. The two Dragonblood warriors behind Long Chen looked at him fanatically. Their boss truly was their boss. Each time they saw him attack, they would feel their blood boiling. The spectators all looked at Long Chen like he was a monster, especially those female disciples that had teased him before. They had never imagined this cute little brother wasn't the slightest bit cute. He was absolutely terrifying. A powerful celestial was nothing in front of him. It was like an adult beating a child. This wasn't even a fight. As for those people who had been finding trouble for the Dragonblood warriors, the situation immediately reversed. For him to be able to practically cripple a celestial with a wave of his hand, without even releasing the slightest bit of his aura, he was an unstoppable monster. I know, he must be the 36th Supermonastery's monster, Long Chen. Someone cried out suddenly. What? Didn't he die? How could he appear here? The Zhou and Shui families had done their best to suppress the news that he had died. After all, this news was extremely embarrassing to their two families, as well as their Xuantian Dao sect. But there was naturally no way to keep this news secret. The fact that Long Chen and the corrupt experts had died under heavenly punishment was still exposed. Now that Long Chen had appeared, adding on the fact that the Dragonblood warriors were calling him boss, and then adding on his incomparably terrifying strength, they immediately thought of him. Let's go back and have a drink with the rest of our brothers, laughed Long Chen, patting the shoulders of these two brothers. The two of them were completely ecstatic. During this time, it was Tang Wan'er who had been leading them. To keep them focused on cultivation, she didn't let them drink. The taste had almost faded from their memory. Their eyes immediately began to shine at the thought of a drink. Stop, do you think you can just leave after injuring people? Long Chen had just been about to leave when a cold shout rang out. Long Chen turned back to see 6 celestials led by a large man. This large man had the build of a bear, and he kept his sideburns grown out. When Long Chen sized him up, his heart clenched. Rank 2 Celestial, Chapter 701 Punishment. This bear-like man had bulging muscles that seemed to possess explosive strength. He allowed his hair to just fall randomly, making him look like a savage. A berserk aura came from him that made Long Chen's heart pound. This feeling was something he had only sensed before from Huo Wufang. But this person's aura was 10 times stronger than Huo Wufang's. Huo Wufang was only able to become a rank 2 celestial because of some transplanted bones. Although he could be said to have 80% of a rank 2 celestial strength, how could strength be described that way? That strength was fundamentally not his own. It would be impressive if he could even release half of it. As for this man, he gave Long Chen a powerful pressure. He was the strongest opponent he had met so far. Heavens, it's Zhao Wuji. From the crowd, someone let out a startled cry. This person was someone only a few people in the Xuantian Dao sect didn't know. That was because he had a nickname, Tyrant. Tyrant Zhao Wuji. As for why he had this nickname, one reason was because his temperament was so explosive, while the other was because his methods were so cruel. He had killed countless people. Most importantly, he had the strength to back it up. He had once torn a rank 2 celestial in half with his bare hands in one of the righteous and corrupt battles. That was what had earned him the name Tyrant. From the muttering, Long Chen learned that this person was extremely powerful. But Long Chen still felt no fear. Could it be that if I don't leave, someone will treat me to a meal? Do you know who you're talking to? Before Zhao Wuji could even speak, one of the celestials behind him sneered. Zhao Wuji waved his hand, cutting him off. You are Long Chen, so you're still alive, but whether you're alive or dead doesn't matter to me. Let me tell you, those 2 beauties of the 36th Supermonastery are mine. It'd be best for you to scram, said Zhao Wuji threateningly. 2 beauties. Long Chen was startled. That should be referring to Tang Wan'er and Meng Qi. Thinking of that, his fury immediately soared. This bastard wanted to snatch his women. What shocked everyone was that Long Chen didn't hesitate in the slightest. He directly sent a face slap at Zhao Wuji. This face slap was extremely resounding, so resounding that it shook people's ears. Some of the weaker disciples actually began to bleed from their ears. But Long Chen was also shocked. Zhao Wuji wasn't sent flying by his slap. All his slap did was make him stagger back. Furthermore, his own hand hurt. Zhao Wuji had never imagined that there would be someone in this world who dared to slap him. He was at first stunned, and then with a furious roar, he smashed his fist at Long Chen. Long Chen didn't dare be careless. Circulating his full strength, he met the attack with his own fist. A terrifying shockwave erupted, and the surrounding people were all sent flying. Long Chen felt a burst of pain from his wrist. At this time, he saw a yellow, earthen light over Zhao Wuji's fist. This was Long Chen's first time being suppressed in terms of physical strength. However, Zhao Wuji was also startled. Let alone ordinary celestials, even amongst rank 2 celestials, he had never encountered someone who dared to compete with him in terms of physical bodies. He also felt a burst of pain from his wrist, as if it was about to break. With a furious roar, a dirt yellow rune lit up on his fist, and he once more punched at Long Chen. This fist caused heaven and earth to rumble. Long Chen could sense endless energy surging into Zhao Wuji from the ground. This was his first time encountering such a strange situation. But he had no time to think about it. Zhao Wuji's fist had already arrived. Endless thunder force suddenly appeared over his hand as he met his fist. This exchange was even more vicious than the last. The entire plaza rocked as berserk energy caused the incomparably sturdy ground to crack. This horrified everyone. Zhao Wuji was ranked number 1 in terms of brute strength in the Xuantian Dao sect. He had never lost to anyone in the same realm in terms of strength. Who knew how many years it had been? Zhao Wuji's fame had been earned entirely through his 2 fists. He was practically unrivaled, but this seemingly weak and almost scholarly Long Chen was actually able to fight on an even level with him in terms of physical power. They found this to be inconceivable. One was a huge figure, while one was a slim figure. This disproportionate scene was extremely shocking. Neither of them was able to suppress the other, and they both shot back. "Brat, you have some skills. But with just this little power, don't even think about defeating me," said Zhao Wuji. Space suddenly trembled and endless runes condensed around him. These runes were split into 2 kinds. As expected, he truly was a rank 2 celestial. "Eat one of my fists." Zhao Wuji roared. He suddenly soared into the sky and then leapt down on Long Chen. Seeing that Zhao Wuji had summoned his cry of the heavenly Daos, Long Chen snorted. He was just about to summon his divine ring. But a cold shout caused Long Chen's expression to change. He found that the space around him had solidified, and he was unable to move. As for Zhao Wuji, he was in an even worse position than Long Chen was. He was still in midair and in the same attacking posture. It was extremely comical. Long Chen was shocked. What kind of power was this? He was unable to release the slightest bit of his strength. If this person wanted to kill him, wouldn't it be as easy as turning a hand? Was this the power of the ancestor level? Long Chen suddenly thought of the Tower Ancestor. Although the Tower Ancestor had been very benevolent and amicable, he knew he was a terrifying existence. Perhaps only an ancestor-level expert would be this terrifying. In front of this power, he was just like an ant. Suddenly, the restrictive force disappeared and Long Chen recovered his freedom. He hastily looked in the direction of that voice. 2 people had come. One was a white-haired man with a dignified face. The other was a beautiful woman. Monastery head. Long Chen couldn't help crying out. Seeing Shui Wuan now was truly great. As for Shui Wuan, she was delighted to see him, but she immediately suppressed that emotion and rebuked, "If you were alive, why didn't you get back here sooner? Do you know how worried we were for you?" Of course, she had long since known he was alive. She was just saying this to conceal that fact, as if she had had no idea he had been alive. After all, because Long Chen had died, back then, the Zhou family had been forced to compensate them with a great deal of resources. Shui Wuan had spent all those resources on the Dragonblood Legion. It was also because of this that she had drawn the ire of her family. They had thought this compensation would be used for the entire Shui family, as the compensation they had paid was no small amount. But Shui Wuan had ignored her family's wishes and focused completely on raising the Dragonblood Legion. It was precisely for this reason that she had drawn her family's anger. And so when the 36th Supermonastery was suppressed, the Shui family didn't do anything. They were using this method to pressure Shui Wuan into apologizing to the family. After all, she was a late-sea expansion expert, one of the pillars of the entire family. They couldn't go too far against her. And yet, Shui Wuan refused to lower her head. She didn't say a single word of apology, infuriating her family head. He had warned everyone not to help her. He wanted to see just how far she planned on enduring. "He is the Long Chen you mentioned?" asked the elder. His gaze was electric, seeming to see right through Long Chen. "Good, he's still in time to attend. Add his name to the registration." "Many thanks, Vice Sect Master," thanked Shui Wuan. "Long Chen, hurry and thank the Vice Sect Master. In truth, you're already late. If it weren't for the Vice Sect Master's words just now, you'd have lost the qualifications to attend." "Many thanks, Vice Sect Master." Long Chen didn't know what was going on, but since Shui Wuan ordered him, he hastily thanked him. The Vice Sect Master nodded. All of a sudden, he icily said, "You two really were brazen. Do you not know it is not permitted to fight here?" Long Chen was startled. This vice sect master had turned hostile out of the blue. To tell the truth, his face was not very friendly looking, so as soon as his expression darkened, it was truly a bit frightening. "Vice sect master, it's Long Chen who went too far." Seeing Long Chen keeping his mouth tightly shut, Zhao Wuji could only try to explain. "Shut up, I don't care about your excuses. To fight right in front of the ancestor's statue is a blasphemy to the founder," shouted the vice sect master. He didn't give him any chance to explain. Long Chen was laughing inside. Zhao Wuji was truly an idiot. He couldn't even tell what kind of temperament this vice sect master had. Did he think he was someone who would find justice for him? It was precisely because he had seen through what kind of character the vice sect master possessed that Long Chen had kept his mouth shut. But as expected, this idiot Zhao Wuji didn't understand that. Seeing Long Chen rolling his eyes, Shui Wuan couldn't help sighing. When it came to slyness, perhaps there weren't that many people who could exceed Long Chen. Zhao Wuji ended up taking quite the blow. She had previously gone to find the vice sect master just to keep the registration open for Long Chen. The actual registration had already ended. They would be moving out for the trial region tomorrow, and the trial was to begin 3 days from now. Back in the supermonastery, she had constantly been paying attention to news from the Pill Tower. She knew that Long Chen had taken first place at the Pill Emperor competition. Theoretically, he should have quickly returned. But he still didn't return after all that time, and once she had brought everyone to the Xuantian Dao sect, she had lost her connection to the outside world's news. She could only try stalling for time with the vice sect master. Today was the day they were to completely set the quotas. If Long Chen still hadn't come, he wouldn't be able to attend the trial. Shui Wuan had been in the midst of coaxing the vice sect master when the two of them had felt the fluctuations of a battle. As a result, they had arrived just in time to stop this battle. "Since the trial is about to start, I won't give you much punishment. The two of you must repair all the bricks here perfectly, or don't even think about attending the trial. And if anyone helps, you'll all lose your qualifications," ordered the vice sect master. Just like that, he turned and left. Chapter 702 Xuantian Dao Sect's Martial Gathering. Long Chen had just been laughing inside, but now he was stunned. The vice sect master wanted him to be a bricklayer. How was he supposed to know how to do that? "Long Chen, I really have to admire you. When it comes to causing trouble, no one beneath the heavens can compare to you. You've just arrived at the Xuantian Dao sect, but you've already brought trouble for yourself. Truly competent." Shui Wuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Long Chen had never been a peaceful person. After causing all that trouble for the Pill Tower, he had come here to cause trouble. Did he not get tired? "Monastery head, I really can't agree with what you just said. How did I provoke trouble? It was others who came to bully me, and I was simply forced to counterattack. Do you think I'm someone who intentionally provokes dogs into attacking me?" Long Chen spread his arms, seeming wronged. "Who are you saying is the dog?" raged Zhao Wuji. "It's not like I said it was you. Furthermore, in this world, what dog looks as bear-like as you?" Long Chen shook his head. "You." Zhao Wuji almost went berserk and attacked. "Come at me. Just now, we didn't have a chance to determine the winner. Since you dare to place your sights on my women, you really must not care about your life." Long Chen narrowed his eyes and took a battle posture. He wanted to know just how terrifying a true rank 2 celestial was. Furthermore, this idiot dared to place his sights on Meng Qi and Tang Wan. That was the greatest provocation to Long Chen. As long as he dared to attack, Long Chen would accompany him. "Long Chen, don't make a fuss. If you two continue like this, you'll both be imprisoned and lose your right to participate in the trial." Seeing Long Chen like this, Shui Wuan jumped in fright. With her understanding of Long Chen, she knew that there was nothing he didn't dare to do. As for Zhao Wuji, he was the very definition of an explosive person. He never thought about the consequences of his actions, so it was all too possible for them to fight. "I don't care about the trial. Zhao Bear, if you have the guts, then let's continue our fight." Long Chen was undaunted, cursing right at Zhao Wuji. Everyone was startled. This Long Chen was practically a demon. Was he afraid his previous actions hadn't infuriated Zhao Wuji enough? As expected, Zhao Wuji was enraged. His hair stood on end, making him look just like a furious lion. His eyes almost seemed to spit flames. But everyone was surprised to see that the incomparably explosive Zhao Wuji decided to swallow his anger in the end. Long Chen, at the trial, I will definitely crush you. After saying that, Zhao Wuji ordered someone to get new bricks from the storeroom, while he knelt and began to pick up the broken pieces. He intentionally left Long Chen with half the space to clean. Since the two of them had been punished together, it was naturally split half and half. TCH, I can't be bothered to deal with you. Well, you can busy yourself here. I'll be leaving. Long Chen turned to leave. Bastard, if you don't finish your half, you'll be imprisoned and lose your right to participate in the trial. Do you want to run like this, you coward? Roared Zhao Wuji. He thought Long Chen was running so that he couldn't do anything to him. Idiot, did you not hear the vice sect master? He's punishing the two of us together. Let me repeat what he said for you. The two of you must repair all the bricks here perfectly, or don't even think about attending the trial. Are you deaf? In case you still don't understand, let me explain it even clearer for you. If these bricks aren't tidied up perfectly, neither of us will be able to attend the trial. As for me, I never had any intentions of attending. So if you want to attend, you understand. Long Chen laughed as he left with Shui Wuan and the two Dragonblood warriors. Fuck. Zhao Wuji was about to go crazy. He threw the brick in his hand to the ground in his fit of anger. The thunderous sound revealed just how furious he was. Shui Wuan was bitterly holding back a smile. Long Chen was too evil to give Zhao Wuji all the work. As for Zhao Wuji, he really did have no choice but to do it, and he also couldn't have other people help him. A rank 2 celestial, an unrivaled existence here, was forced to be a bricklayer. Shui Wuan was practically unable to believe it. They returned to the 36th Supermonasteries region. This was a huge palace, and although it was just a temporary residence, it was still extremely grand. Boss has returned. As soon as they entered, a familiar cry rang out. Guo Ran was the first to sense Long Chen's arrival. This large hall was filled with many people calmly cultivating. But that peace was immediately broken. The Dragonblood warriors were especially emotional, and all their eyes turned red. Long Chen was a god in their hearts, someone they practically worshipped. They were unable to hold back their excitement upon seeing him again. Ha, brothers, tonight, none of us will go home until we're drunk. Wait, that's wrong, this place is home. So we'll drink until we collapse, laughed Long Chen. Seeing these familiar faces, sensing the kind of trust between brothers, Long Chen felt a warm feeling well up within him. After experiencing the betrayal of Fang Mingyuan and Chai Gaoyang, this kind of trust and feeling could heal the wound in his heart. Although he might be a powerful expert, an undefeatable war god in other people's hearts, he had his weaknesses. And his greatest weakness was being betrayed by people he trusted. That kind of pain was something that could only be understood through experience. Boss, we missed you. Guo Ran gave Long Chen a fierce hug. His eyes were red. This time, they had truly been parted for a long time. Not to mention that Long Chen had been stalling so many powerful enemies the last time they had seen him. They had even thought that they might not see him again. It felt like a lifetime had passed. Haha, you were overthinking things. Who do you think Long Chen, even the heavens can't put me away, laughed Long Chen. He had a fierce hug one by one with Ji Yuyong, Li Qi, Yu Zifeng, and Song Mingyuan. Song Mingyuan and Fang Mingyuan had the same name. Most likely, the person who had come up with their name hoped for them to have a far-reaching vision and foresight. But Fang Mingyuan had still been blinded by his greed and lost that foresight. He had ended up losing his life from that. Just thinking about it made a person lament. Has Wild still not returned? Long Chen asked suddenly. For now, there's still no news from him or his master. Shui Wuan shook her head. Long Chen's heart shook. He hoped nothing had happened to them. But then thinking about it, the two had only gone hunting. It didn't seem likely for something to happen. However, the fact that they hadn't returned after all this time was a bit worrying. Suddenly, a disbelieving cry rang out. Long Chen hastily turned back. Before he could see anything, a burst of fragrance enveloped him, and a maiden tightly held him. Long Chen, you giant scoundrel, how could you only return now? Tang Wan was in Long Chen's embrace, her face stained with tears. After being teleported out of the Chaos region, she had always been worried. When Shui Wuan had led an army over, each hour had felt as long as a year to her. That kind of bitter torment was something outsiders couldn't comprehend. But when Shui Wuan had returned, she had refused to see her. That had made her heart sink to an all-time low. It was a good thing that Long Chen's letter had arrived quickly. That letter had been marked with his specific spiritual mark, and it could not be faked. Her worried heart had finally managed to get a rest. Girl, did you miss me? But even if you want to hug me, you should find a place with no one else present to do it. There are so many single people watching. Your actions are giving them a blow big enough to kill them, laughed Long Chen. Tang Wan'er immediately turned red and gave Long Chen a vicious pinch. She turned, not daring to look at the others. It's fine, it's fine. As single people, we can take this chance to observe and learn. We have to learn a little bit of everything from Boss Long Chen. Guo Ran also laughed wickedly. That wretched expression was also quite similar to Long Chen's. Shui Wuan was speechless. The people that Long Chen led were definitely not good. They were a bunch of hooligans like him. Dear Meng Qi, come. Give your husband a hug. Long Chen pulled Meng Qi into his embrace. Meng Qi had just been standing to the side without saying anything, but her eyes were already wet. Her temperament was the exact opposite of Tang Wan'er's. One was outspoken and forthright, while the other was elegant and subdued. Tang Wan'er said whatever she wanted. She was unable to keep any secrets. But Meng Qi was like water, and she wouldn't easily display her emotions. Now that Long Chen pulled her into his embrace, she couldn't hold back any longer and her tears began to drip down. Long Chen's embrace felt so warm and comforting to her. Her arms pulled against Long Chen's waist as she sobbed. Sorry, I've caused you to worry. Long Chen was a bit ashamed, but he also felt helpless. Meng Qi shook her head. She raised it and saw that Long Chen's expression was the same, but he could not conceal the weariness coming from deep within him. Long Chen, you're the one who has it hard. In order to keep us safe, you suffer so much. But you conceal that suffering from us. We are always in your heart, but we are powerless to share your burden, said Meng Qi. This time, the Dragonblood warriors couldn't help but turn silent. They had always treated Long Chen as an idol they worshipped. He was an undefeatable legend, an unrivaled commander. But they had forgotten that Long Chen was even a bit younger than them. He was also human, and he also had times of weakness. It was just that Long Chen only showed them his strongest, bravest side. In battle, he always took on the most dangerous fight. Now that Meng Qi said this, everyone's hearts became emotional. Long Chen had paid so much for them, but they were only able to help him so little. Long Chen also felt his emotions well up, and his tears almost fell. It truly was Meng Qi who understood him the best. It's fine, everything's over now. Now that we've reunited, we should be happy. Long Chen did his best to steady his emotions. Smiling, he wiped away Meng Qi's tears. Even tear-stained, Meng Qi's beauty was still absolutely incomparable. It was like crystal drops sprinkled over jade. TCH, it's no wonder that Zhao Bear wants to take my wife. If others also had such a beautiful wife, I would also want to snatch them. Long Chen's sudden joke caused everyone to laugh. Even Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er couldn't help laughing. Alright, it was difficult for everyone to gather again. I've already sent people to prepare the food. We can talk as we feast. I'll give you an explanation of what will be happening during this martial gathering. Shui Wuan's solemn words caused everyone's ears to perk up. Chapter 7034 Heavenly Geniuses and 3 Peerless Beauties. At this moment, Shui Wuan's expression was solemn. This martial gathering hosted by the Xuantian Dao sect is different from the past. In the past, it was just a trial and experience for disciples. But this time, it has coincided with the opening of the immemorial pathway, so it has an added purpose to fight for quotas. Immemorial pathway? Asked Long Chen. The immemorial pathway. Shui Wuan sighed. 1,000 years ago, I was also just like you. I also chanced upon the opening of the immemorial pathway. But at that time, Shui Wuan suddenly went silent. A trace of fear appeared in her eyes. It was obvious just how terrifying that immemorial pathway had been for her. She sighed, brushing off those miserable memories. It's best to just talk about the trial for now. But before that, let me first give you a brief explanation about the structure of the Xuantian Dao sect. Although the Xuantian Dao sect I'm talking about is just the branch sect, it has tens of millions of elite cultivators. As for the people who can attend the martial gathering this time, they are elites amongst elites. Our 36th supermonastery is the weakest existence of all the supermonasteries. When she reached there, Shui Wuan became a bit embarrassed. Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The monastery I was at was also the weakest existence. Now the supermonastery is also the weakest existence. Don't tell me that the branch sect where it is also the weakest amongst the branch sects. My luck can't be that bad, right? Shui Wuan looked at Long Chen. She didn't say anything for a long time. Really, this branch sect is also the weakest. Long Chen was speechless. How was it possible to have such bad luck? Cough, but even so, our Xuantian Dao sect is still one of the overlords of the Eastern Wasteland. As you've seen, almost 100,000 people are attending the trial this time from the 36 supermonasteries. As for our 36th supermonastery, we have less than 500 people. Shui Wuan became even more embarrassed. Out of these 500 people, the Dragonblood Legion occupied 360 members. That was because the trial's criteria required that the disciple had to reach the Shantian realm and was not older than 50. 99% of the disciples were washed out by these requirements. If it weren't for the Dragonblood Legion, Shui Wuan would have been too embarrassed to even come here to attend the trial. That was because the other supermonasteries all had over 1,000 elites who could attend, or even several thousand. When the 36th supermonastery was compared to them, they truly were weaker. And if they didn't have Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er who were celestials, then they truly would have been turned into the Xuantian Dao sect's laughingstock. But now that a monster like Long Chen had returned, the 36th supermonastery's position had immediately risen. Let's not talk about those elite Shantian disciples. Just in terms of celestials, there are 33 experts, and amongst them are the 4 heavenly geniuses and 3 peerless beauties. At this point, Shui Wuan smiled slightly. As for Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er, they blushed. Long Chen immediately understood that the two of them were within the so-called 3 peerless beauties. When it came to looks, Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er were definitely beauties that could bring about the downfall of a state. With their exceptional beauty, it was very normal for them to be in that ranking. Could it be that there is someone else that can compare to my 2 wives? Impossible. Long Chen was a bit surprised. Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er blushed even further. Tang Wan'er gave Long Chen a pinch, but Long Chen's skin was too tough, and she felt like she was trying to pinch Dragonhide. She was unable to use the slightest force. But Long Chen's words were still praising their beauty, and they both liked that. What women didn't like such words? Even confident women would be delighted upon being praised. As soon as someone mentions a beautiful woman, your tail immediately pricks up. Are you not interested in the 4 heavenly geniuses? Shui Wuan rolled her eyes at Long Chen. This little fellow never paid attention to the important details. Cough, nothing like that. I was just curious, Long Chen explained hastily. But he grumbled inside, sister, why must you intentionally frame me? As expected, Tang Wan'er, Meng Qi, the Dragonblood warriors, and even the elite disciples from the other monasteries looked at Long Chen with a strange gaze. Boss, you've already taken 2 of the 3 beauties. You're just lacking 1 for a complete set. Aiya. Guo Ran was suddenly sent flying by a burst of wind. He tumbled back and collided against a wall. His head was stuck in the ground as his butt was raised toward the sky. He was stuck in an exceedingly sorry and comical position which caused a burst of laughter. Guo Ran, do you think you're too big for a beating? Raged Tang Wan'er. Currently, she was a true celestial, and she was even a powerful existence amongst celestials. Guo Ran was unlucky, as with Long Chen present, he had forgotten something. He had forgotten that even Long Chen wouldn't fight with Tang Wan'er. Little Snow had been released at this time, and he had simply been laying there without saying a word. Now, he suddenly let out a growl. Haha, even Little Snow says he deserves it. Laughed Meng Qi. She was the only one here other than Long Chen who could understand Little Snow's spiritual fluctuations. Fine, I was wrong. Guo Ran crawled up from the ground dejectedly. Now he had gotten smarter, and he hid behind Long Chen. Now, on the off chance he said something wrong again, Long Chen would become his shield. Alright, let's get back to the topic. The 3 peerless beauties is something the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples came up with. Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er are 2 of them. As for the last woman, she's not just one of the 3 beauties, she's also one of the 4 heavenly geniuses, said Shui Wuan. Long Chen was startled. Then is she? Shui Wuan nodded. Yes, she is also a rank 2 celestial. She is extremely powerful, and she is definitely no weaker than the other heavenly geniuses. That's because she has inherited king blood. Inherited king blood, what does that mean? Asked Long Chen. Above sea expansion is foundation forging. That is the ancestor level. Experts above the ancestor level are nicknamed kings. They are the absolute rulers of the eastern wastelands and the other 3 outer regions. They can disdainfully look down on anyone else. With a wave of their hands, mountains collapse and seas overturn. They are completely unrivaled existences. Shui Wuan couldn't help sighing, a touch of worship appearing in her eyes. Wouldn't such a person be on the same level as a god or a mortal? How could such a person exist? Asked Tang Wan. In truth, you've also seen such a person. Shui Wuan smiled. We have. How is that possible? The others haven't seen them, but those from the first monastery have. That's especially true of the Dragonblood warriors, said Shui Wuan. Then you're talking about the woman who took away Yi Ziqiu? Asked Long Chen. Correct. If my guess isn't wrong, she should be a king, said Shui Wuan. Long Chen was surprised. He fell back into his memories. At that time, that woman had stood in the air without any wings. In fact, there had been no fluctuations around her at all. Just like that, she stood in midair. So she was actually such a terrifying existence. Thinking of how he had actually taken a battle posture against her when she had taken Yi Ziqiu, he began to sweat. Most likely, she could have killed them all with just a sigh. Then that means Sister Ziqiu definitely has been revived, cried Tang Wan excitedly. With such a terrifying figure protecting her, Yi Ziqiu couldn't possibly have died. That's why you have to be careful, Long Chen. For a powerful king to personally raise her, Yi Ziqiu's cultivation base will definitely reach an incomparably terrifying level. You might get thrown behind by her, laughed Shui Wuan. But then she clapped herself in the head. What's going on today? How are we always getting sidetracked? Back to the main subject, the third beauty's name is Zhang Wuyan. She comes from an exceedingly old ancient family. Although her family has already declined, in her generation, there are signs of her ancestral blood being awakened. If she doesn't die, she has a 10% chance of becoming a king, sighed Shui Wuan. Just 10%, Long Chen was slightly speechless. Shui Wuan finally couldn't bear it anymore and gave him a disdainful gaze. Do you think kings are cabbages? Out of 10,000 ancestor experts, maybe not a single one will be able to become a king. Becoming a king not only requires talent and perseverance, but it also requires luck. Ah, then I'm doomed. With my luck, there's no chance for me at all, sighed Long Chen. From this explanation, he knew kings were blessed by heaven and earth. Long Chen had never received such a blessing. All right, we've gotten sidetracked again. Don't interrupt me again, or this will never end, said Shui Wuan. If this continued, who knew what topic they would end up on? It was always Long Chen who disrupted her flow. Zhang Wuyan possesses a king bloodline, and she is also a rank 2 celestial. Her combat abilities are incredible. She comes from the second supermonastery, which is controlled by the Wang family. The Xuantian Dao sect's 4 families are the Shui, Zhou, Wang, and Ku families. The Wang and Ku families' relationship with my Shui family isn't bad. They won't intentionally make things hard for us, so you don't need to be worried about that. The next heavenly genius is Yu Qianshan. He is also a rank 2 celestial and is also exceedingly powerful. When he fights with others, his attacks are always killing blows. That's because he is a sword cultivator. A sword cultivator. Yu Zifeng narrowed his eyes. He was also a sword cultivator, and he wanted to have a look at that terrifying fellow's abilities. Sword cultivators were acclaimed as possessing the top offensive ability. Their killing blows were incomparably sharp, and each exchange could determine life and death. They were extremely terrifying. Yu Qianshan comes from the first supermonastery, which is controlled by the Ku family. According to reason, he won't have any conflicts with us, but sword cultivators are known to be extremely prideful and eccentric. You should pay attention not to provoke him. As for the third person, Long Chen, you've already encountered him, and you've even exchanged blows. He is Zhao Wuji. He comes from the fourth supermonastery, controlled by the Zhou family. That's why he would intentionally target us. He is a rank 2 celestial, and he controls the Great Earth's energy. His energy is boundless, and his physical body is terrifying. He has never met a match in terms of physical strength, said Shui Wuan. Long Chen nodded. It was no wonder he was so powerful. He not only had the power of his physical body, but he also borrowed the energy of the earth. And there's another celestial? Asked Long Chen. Yes, he comes from my Shui family. A complicated expression appeared on Shui Wuan's face. Chapter 704 Shui Guanji. When she mentioned the Shui family's heavenly genius, Shui Wuan's expression became a bit unnatural. It was only after she explained that everyone came to comprehend why. In truth, the Shui family's inner organization was rather complicated. Other than the head of the family, there were 3 late-sea expansion experts, and Shui Wuan was one of them. The future family head was supposed to arise from these 3 people. But Shui Wuan had no interest in becoming the family head. As for the other 2, their power spheres were extremely large, and they fought intensely. Both of them had tried to pull Shui Wuan to their side. But Shui Wuan loathed that kind of struggle. She decided to separate herself from the Shui family, distancing herself from their struggle. She went to the 36th supermonastery and quietly acted as a monastery head. She hadn't expected that leaving would end up offending both sides. Now, one of them had finally become the winner. That was because a rank 2 celestial had been born amongst his descendants. That was a form of absolute power, and the struggle was immediately settled. As for Shui Wuan, because she had refused to join hands with him, she was constantly rejected during these few years. This was a reprimand, as well as a display of power. As for the current family head, he had long since viewed this as normal. If a family wanted to flourish, then at times when there was no outer battle, inner battles were a way to increase strength. Of course, that was on the precondition that the leader controlled the scope of the inner struggle properly and didn't let it overturn the entire boat. So those who could manage the position of the family head were all wily old foxes. Only such people could keep control of the overall situation and allow the family to steadily advance. Whether inner struggle would benefit the family was all up to the family head. How much it would benefit would be up to their control. It was a reflection of their wisdom. This was the essence left behind by generation after generation of the righteous path. Practically all large families were the same. This was for the continued inheritance and prosperity of the family. Of course, some people felt this manner was inappropriate. The slightest mistake might cause the entire family to fracture. But they were also unable to find a better method. Large families were like this, and sects were also like this. The inner competition was for the sake of development and raising total combat strength. That person is called Shui Guanji. He is also a rank 2 celestial, and he controls the water element. His combat abilities are strange, and he definitely isn't lacking compared to the other heavenly geniuses, said Shui Wuan. Shui Guanji. Isn't that water pipe? Long Chen was startled. Who had come up with such a name? Shui Wuan was also startled for a moment. Now that Long Chen mentioned it, she found that this name truly was a bit odd. The others also felt this name to be outlandish. Cough. His name might be a bit strange, but you should still be careful around him. He is very strong, warned Shui Wuan. Isn't he from your family? Why do we have to be careful? Asked Tang Wan. Long Chen was speechless. How could she view things so simply? Any power, as long as it grew strong enough, would begin to give rise to endless internal conflicts. Humans were very marvelous creatures. It was like it was in their nature to dislike beauty and peace. When they saw something beautiful, they had an urge to destroy or pollute it. Even a nation, a family, a sect, any power, after undergoing the baptism of a fierce war, they would only be united for a short period. Once they enjoyed peace for too long, once they forgot the pain of their wounds, they would start an internal conflict again. Foolish girl, after we became acquainted in the 108th monastery, have you forgotten just how many pitfalls we ran into? You think the Shui family is a collective whole and should be united, but then wouldn't others also think that our 108th monastery was a collective whole? Have you forgotten the truth? Asked Long Chen. Oh, Tang Wan nodded with embarrassment. She suddenly asked, Long Chen, do you think I'm very foolish sometimes? Really? Tang Wan was delighted. This acknowledgement from Long Chen was good to hear. But his next words weren't so delightful to her. It's not that you're sometimes foolish, but that you're always this foolish. Bastard! Raged Tang Wan. She looked just like an infuriated but beautiful tigress that wanted to take a bite out of Long Chen. But she was held back by Meng Qi. Wan don't make a fuss. The monastery head is trying to give us a proper explanation, advised Meng Qi. Sister, Long Chen is bullying me, cried Tang Wan resentfully. It's not like this is the first time, he often acts like this with you. Once you get accustomed to it, you'll be fine, consoled Meng Qi. Shui Wuan sighed, a bit speechless. You children really give me a headache. Shui Wuan truly was worried. Out of these people, The only one who was rather normal was Meng Qi. She was much more dutiful and steady. The rest were all like Long Chen, a bunch of troublemakers. Furthermore, all of them were incredibly daring. She had introduced these terrifying figures to give them a warning and make them reserve themselves. But it seemed she had wasted her efforts. All right, you can continue here. I'll take a rest. Shui Wuan stood up, said her goodbyes, and just left. Everyone was startled. Meng Qi hastily gave Long Chen a glance, and he immediately understood and followed Shui Wuan. Big sister, are you angry? Long Chen smiled. Ha ha ha, big sister, it seems your words don't match your heart, laughed Long Chen. You little brat, if you laugh again, I'll give you a beating, raged Shui Wuan. All right, fine, big sister, I know you told us all of that out of kindness. Look at me, I might be laughing, but I'm very clear on that. I'm not someone who doesn't know what's important and what's not. Long Chen knew Shui Wuan had good intentions, but they had laughed it off, and that naturally did not give her a good feeling. No matter how old you became, no matter how high your cultivation base became, such a thing would naturally make a person feel unwell. And compared to men, women like to be more meticulous. She truly did feel a bit unwell inside due to their actions. Furthermore, she was their monastery head. Accompany me for a stroll, sighed Shui Wuan. Of course, Long Chen didn't refuse. As if it were the most natural thing in the world, he wrapped an arm around Shui Wuan's arm, acting as if she were his sister. Shui Wuan shook slightly, but she didn't throw him off. The two of them slowly began to walk. This was the 36th Supermonastery's camp, and their territory was extremely large. Long Chen and Shui Wuan walked alongside each other to a small lake. The lake water was extremely clear, and koi swam freely inside. It was extremely peaceful and comforting. Shui Wuan bitterly smiled. Long Chen, you really are a demon. Sometimes you make a person so happy that they want to kiss you, and sometimes you make them so infuriated that they want to give you a beating. Shui Wuan's mood hadn't been good, but with how obediently Long Chen was acting now, she didn't have the heart to berate him. Hee, I already have quite a bit of experience of big sister beating me, but it seems I have no memory of being kissed. Should we try it? Laughed Long Chen. Shui Wuan rapped Long Chen on the chest. She had an urge to rebuke him, but then seeing his smile, she also couldn't hold back a laugh. Only then did Long Chen get down to business. Big sister, I know you were warning us for our own good. Although in terms of worldly wisdom, I'm not comparable to you, I have my own martial path. Since I've chosen that path, I can't waver. If I do, I'll never be able to advance again. My Tao is one of advancing forward no matter what. If mountains block me, I'll split mountains. If rivers block me, I'll split rivers. Even if mountains of corpses and seas of blood appear, I still won't retreat, nor will I detour. This is my Tao, this is my conviction. Perhaps others aren't able to understand it and will think that I am stupid. But I know what I'm doing. I would rather be a glorious firework than a long-lasting rock. In fact, we all feel that way. Shui Wuan's heart shook. She hadn't expected Long Chen to be so obstinate. What he was describing was the undefeatable Tao, the hardest path to walk. In order to maintain a bright Tao heart, he could never suffer defeat in his entire life. But that was impossible. A cultivator would run into countless experts in their lives. Who could possibly guarantee that they would never lose? Once they lost, their Tao heart would waver, and their cultivation base would never advance again. And it wasn't just Long Chen. He was bringing with him a group of people to walk this path. That was too crazy, but with her understanding of Long Chen, she knew he wouldn't listen to anyone else's advice. Thinking of that, she couldn't help sighing. Everything would be up to him. Long Chen didn't dislike Shui Wuan's nagging. On the other hand, he appreciated it, because it meant Shui Wuan truly did care about him. Is everything from that side handled? Asked Shui Wuan. Pretty much. Long Chen gave her a general summary of what had happened in the Pill Tower. He didn't need to hide anything from Shui Wuan. When she heard that the Huo family had been eradicated and that the Fang and Chai family heads had been killed by him, Shui Wuan was shocked. If it had been someone else who had said this, she wouldn't believe it even if they beat her to death. It really is unexpected that Fang Mingyuan and Chai Gaoyong would be blinded in the end. Regretful, sighed Shui Wuan. In truth, just how many higher-ups are able to keep their conscience? In their eyes, there is no right and wrong, there is only profit. When the profit is big enough, they won't even hesitate. I've experienced far too much of that kind of thing. Let alone the Fang and Chai families. Even if I joined the Shui family, I'm certain the Shui family head would also have made the same decision as them. That's why I refused to join the Shui family back then. Unless you are able to become the family head, I have no confidence in the Shui family, said Long Chen. Hearing that he didn't trust her family head, Shui Wuan was a bit distressed. After all, that was her senior. But she had no choice but to admit that his words were extremely correct. And his last sentence and his trust in her warmed her heart. All right, you can leave now. Go accompany those beauties and brothers of yours. Shui Wuan smiled. What about you? Me? Forget about it. I really am unable to talk with you children. Shui Wuan shook her head. Shui Guanji, Shui Guanzi, Shui Guanji, Shui Guanzi. Shui Guanzi meaning water pipe. Chapter 705 Running into Zhang Wuyan. Everyone drank quickly with how excited they were, and in less than a few hours, they collapsed from intoxication. Long Chen also drank quickly, because it had been a long time since he had relaxed like this. In his drunken, collapsed state, all he could remember was that someone helped him back to his room. Lying on his bed, Long Chen could recall two soft bodies and fragrant scents being present. He felt like he was floating in the clouds as he descended into a deep slumber. Long Chen, get up. It's morning, and we have to go sign in. Long Chen was still deep in his slumber when Tang Wan-er's voice woke him up. He really didn't want to get up. He hadn't slept this well in a long time. With his eyes closed, he tried to pull Tang Wan-er into his embrace. But as a result, his hand ended up touching a soft and bouncy place. Ah! Tang Wan-er shrieked, and seeing Long Chen's butt facing her, she viciously aimed a slap there. In his drowsy state, Long Chen still didn't know what was happening. He turned, muttering, "Let me sleep." Ah! He had only just turned when Tang Wan-er's hand landed on his crotch. Long Chen instantly shot up. Ah! Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Seeing Long Chen holding his crotch with a pained expression, Tang Wan-er panicked. Are you trying to cripple me? Long Chen was sweating from the pain. He finally understood what the pain of the balls was. So those people he had hit there had actually been in this much pain. This location was definitely fatal. But it was a good thing Tang Wan-er's physical strength wasn't too high, or he would have been done for. I can help you massage it, said Tang Wan-er in her panic. Ah, fine, let's start now. Long Chen let go of his crotch. Bastard, I knew you were just faking, raged Tang Wan-er. Her panicked expression had long since vanished to be replaced with a crafty smile. Damn it, she completely sees through this now. Looks like I'll need to switch up my ways in the future. Long Chen was speechless. After being with him so much, Tang Wan-er had completely adapted to his little tricks. However, it was true that slap hadn't been painless. You two, don't mess around. It's time to sign in. Meng Qi walked in, speechless at what she was seeing. Here, these are the disciple robes I got for you. Tang Wan-er and Meng Qi helped to take off Long Chen's black robes. Why do I have to wear white? It looks like I'm going to my funeral or something. Long Chen didn't like wearing white. The main thing was that this color got dirty the easiest. With his character, it would probably change color in just a day, most likely to red. Don't fuss. If the law enforcement disciples heard that, you would be punished, warned Meng Qi. Meng Qi and Tang Wan-er helped him put on his new robes. This was his first time experiencing such a pleasure. Just what a blessing was it for two peerless beauties to help him change his robes. Now, Meng Qi was helping him straighten his collar with a tender expression. Meng Qi, you really are beautiful. I missed you so much, let me kiss you. Aiya, don't joke around. Meng Qi lightly hit Long Chen. She was both embarrassed and vexed, but that gave her an even more intoxicating look to Long Chen. Sigh, Wan-er, Meng Qi doesn't want my gift. Quickly come over here, and I'll bestow it to you. Aiya, can you not be more gentle? Long Chen hadn't even finished speaking when a fist beat his back. Tang Wan-er was much fiercer than Meng Qi. In the end, the two women were satisfied with his white robes. He appeared exceptionally dashing like this. Yup, with these looks, you could definitely entice more beauties, teased Tang Wan-er. Miss Beauty, please entice me, laughed Long Chen. Dislikable. Let's go sign in. Previously, when the others signed in, they always had to sneak over to avoid others finding trouble for them. As for me and Sister Meng Qi, it was always inconvenient for us to go out. Now that you've arrived, let's go together and see just who dares to find trouble for us," said Tang Wan. Although Long Chen was sometimes too obstinate and domineering, in her heart, Long Chen was always the most dependable existence. With Long Chen present, she wouldn't fear anything. The three confidently walked through the plaza. Previously, the others had always snuck their way through. "Oh, not bad, the work's almost finished." From a distance, Long Chen saw a large man, sitting on his butt, laying bricks. It was the rank 2 celestial he had exchanged blows with yesterday, Zhao Wuji. At this time, Zhao Wuji had finished most of the work. After a couple hundred more bricks, it would be finished. There was a large crowd of people watching him work. Seeing Long Chen arrive, Zhao Wuji was completely infuriated. That bastard had given him all the work. He had spent all night fixing these bricks, but he had heard from others that Long Chen had gotten completely drunk last night. Now he had an urge to immediately throttle him. He was a peerless heavenly genius. When would he have ever had to do such work? But this was the order of the vice sect master. With the kind of person he was, Zhao Wuji knew the vice sect master wouldn't go back on his orders. Even his monastery head had personally come to warn him to endure this. Otherwise, he really would be screwed. Zhao Wuji had no choice but to swallow his anger. Seeing Long Chen with Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er on his arms, looking as if they were flaunting their relationship in front of him, that anger almost drove him crazy. "TCH, you really are narrow-minded. Isn't it just some small work? Are you mad I didn't pay you? Here." Long Chen disdainfully tossed him a purse and left just like that. Zhao Wuji instinctively received the purse. He thought the inside was empty, but when he tilted it, a copper coin fell out and landed on the ground. As it spun on the ground, it seemed like it was laughing at him. Zhao Wuji roared and was about to charge at him. "Senior apprentice brother Zhao, you can't." Several of the Celestials immediately went to hold him back. But Zhao Wuji was too strong, and these people were actually unable to physically stop him. One of them shouted, "Senior apprentice brother Zhao, if you fight, you won't be able to attend the trial." Only then did he calm down slightly. He forcibly suppressed his rage. Seeing Long Chen brazenly swagger away, he suddenly let out a furious roar. This was his only way of releasing his anger, or he would definitely go crazy. "Haha, Long Chen, you really are evil. But I like it." Tang Wan'er was holding Long Chen's arm, laughing. "That person looks just like a bear, but he actually dares to say he'll take me and Sister Mengqi. Truly courting death. Exactly. To dare have the thought of snatching my, Long Chen's, women, he definitely is courting death. TCH, leaving things like this really ends with me being the one to lose out." Long Chen suddenly shook his head. "What do you want to do? Do you want to fight him?" asked Mengqi worriedly. "No, I was thinking that I should go snatch his woman," said Long Chen. "Scoundrel, his woman is definitely a giant female bear. Your taste couldn't have changed that drastically, right?" raged Tang Wan'er. "Ah, you're right, then let's forget about it," laughed Long Chen. "You too, when will you grow up? Don't you see others looking at you? Pay attention to your status. Also, Wan'er, don't keep calling Long Chen bastard and scoundrel. That's not good, and it is harmful to his prestige," advised Mengqi. "Oh, I understand, sister." Tang Wan'er obediently nodded. She often listened to Mengqi, as she was older than her. "Hehe, it's fine. This is Wan'er's term of endearment for me. That's because my goal has always been to be a new and improved scoundrel," laughed Long Chen. When others called him scoundrel, that was an insult. But when Tang Wan'er called him that, it reminded the two of them of their first time together. Long Chen. Tang Wan'er was moved by this. "Foolish girl, what do you want? Long Chen, you scoundrel." Meng Qi was speechless. She quickened their pace. Being together with these two required a face impervious to blade or spear, and she didn't have that. She couldn't ignore everyone's strange gazes. The two of them really were a match made in heaven. Wherever they went, they would fight. They never took a break. They quickly reached the registration hall. Meng Qi said, "Long Chen, bring out your supermonastery seal and place it on the registration book." "Supermonastery seal, what's that?" asked Long Chen. Meng Qi asked, "Didn't someone give it to you yesterday? Have you forgotten?" "I drank so much yesterday. I think I placed it on the table and forgot about it." Long Chen slapped his leg. Now he had to run back. But he didn't make Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er come with him. He rushed back on his own. He had only just rushed out of the door when he collided with someone who had coincidentally been coming in. When they collided, a layer of light suddenly appeared out of that person and sent Long Chen flying back. But that person also stumbled back. Are you blind? The newcomer was a woman. She was slender and beautiful. Her long hair was like a waterfall rippling to her waist. She was very beautiful, and she even possessed a grand charm. She was a beauty who possessed both looks and elegance. But there was also a great arrogance that came from her. Her words were especially vexing to a person. Long Chen had been about to apologize, but hearing her chiding, he was irritated. If you weren't blind, you wouldn't have walked into me. Don't try to put all the blame on one side. Don't be the pot calling the kettle black. Long Chen, what is it? Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er hastily came out to take a look upon hearing Long Chen's words. When they did, they were both startled. Chapter 706 Pleasant Surprise. Zhang Wuyan, cried Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er. She was Zhang Wuyan. Long Chen couldn't help being startled. How could there be something this coincidental? You are Long Chen. Zhang Wuyan icily looked at Long Chen and then shook her head. Truly two flowers stuck in manure. At least it's better than being stuck nowhere, raged Long Chen. What mental illness did this woman have? It wasn't as if he had provoked her. Zhang Wuyan merely snorted and entered to sign in. What happened, Long Chen? Why would you fight here? Asked Meng Qi. Only a ghost would know. My guess is that she didn't take her medicine before leaving the house, or perhaps she took the wrong medicine. Just wait here while I get my seal, said Long Chen. I think we should go with you. With your temperament, when you run into Zhao Wuji, if he doesn't attack you first, you'll probably be the one to attack him. Meng Qi shook her head. If they really let Long Chen go alone, then in his furious state, if Zhao Wuji provoked him even slightly, he might explode. Meng Qi really understood Long Chen the best. It was better to be safe. When they had finally gotten the supermonastery seal and returned, Zhang Wuyan had already left, allowing Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er to sigh a breath of relief. Long Chen, do you think Zhang Wuyan is beautiful? Tang Wan'er suddenly asked on the way back. Just barely. Although he disliked her as a person, he had no choice but to admit that she truly was beautiful. A person had to discuss things without bias. Then would you like her? Asked Tang Wan'er. Like her? Why would I like her? Don't mess around. I'm being serious. Fine, then I'll tell the truth. I don't like her, said Long Chen. Why not? She's very beautiful. Tang Wan'er continued in her questioning, refusing to let Long Chen off just like this. What, do I have to like someone just because they look beautiful? Long Chen was practically speechless. What kind of logic was this? Don't change the subject. Is she as beautiful as me and sister Meng Qi? Wan'er. Meng Qi was blushing. Who asked people questions like this? Long Chen laughed. When it comes to beauty, she might barely be able to stand on the same level as you. But when it comes to the vastness of her heart, she is too lacking. The vastness of her heart. Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er didn't understand what he was saying at first, but following his gaze to their chests, the two of them immediately blushed. Long Chen, you pervert. How dare you say something like that? Long Chen laughed and ran off. Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er shot off in hot pursuit. It had been a long time since Long Chen had felt this relaxed, laughing and talking with his beauties. Although he liked this kind of feeling, once they got back, he had to get down to business. He gave Huo Wufang's spatial ring to Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er so they could organize what was inside. At the same time, he thought of what he had won for taking first place at the Pill Emperor competition. He hastily looked inside that golden spatial ring. This was also a huge life ring, and it was even vaster than Huo Wufang's. A pill furnace. Long Chen saw three things in the ring. One was a golden pill furnace. The runes carved onto it gave it an elegant aura. It's actually a pill furnace on the enchanted item level. Long Chen was shocked. Pill furnaces were a must-have for alchemists, second only to pill flames. But pill furnaces were no ordinary items, and not just anyone could create them. An ordinary forging master might be able to create all kinds of weapons, but they would be unable to create a furnace. That was because forging a pill furnace required the usage of a pill flame. Only through the usage of pill flame would the furnace possess its own spirituality. Then, refining more pills wouldn't cause it to wear down, but would instead nourish it. As it refined more pills, its quality would increase. The more a pill furnace was used, the more valuable it became. So true alchemists would always pass on their pill furnace to their most beloved disciple before dying. However, to have this kind of effect, the pill furnace had to have reached the enchanted level. Other pill furnaces could also possess a slight nourishing effect, but that effect was essentially negligible. Pill furnaces on the enchanted level had special formation runes carved into them. When refining pills, those runes would draw the surrounding natural energy into the pills to raise their quality. The alchemist could also use their spiritual strength to multiply the effects of those runes, but not every alchemist had that qualification. That was because just refining the pill would be very taxing on their spiritual strength, and they wouldn't have any leftover energy to activate the runes. But Long Chen was different. His spiritual strength was incredibly vast, and he wasn't even able to finish using it all. This furnace was practically tailor-made for him. A treasure, definitely a treasure. I'll be able to refine twice as fast with half the effort now. Long Chen was delighted. In Huo Wufang's spatial ring, he had found a 6th-tier pill furnace. It was definitely peak grade amongst 6th-tier furnaces. At that time, he had directly thrown it into the primal chaos space. But compared to this enchanted level pill furnace, that 6th-tier furnace was absolute trash. Just this pill furnace completely satisfied him. Currently, he had consumed close to 1,000 Enlightenment Palace pills, but the cyclone had still not reached its peak state. He estimated he would need close to another 1,000 to reach that point. The main problem was that the pills he was consuming weren't high enough quality. Huo Long was only able to refine 1-ring pills. That was much lower quality than the pills he refined personally. But he didn't have enough time to refine. This enchanted level pill furnace solved one of his urgent needs. Although the quality of the pills wouldn't immediately be much higher, as time passed, under an earth flame and the medicinal pills, nourishing, this pill furnace would become better and better, allowing the quality to gradually increase. The more the furnace was used, the better. He directly tossed the pill furnace to Huo Long, having it continue refining Enlightenment Palace pills. He would need to trouble Huo Long during this time. Normally, when Huo Long wasn't refining pills, it was devouring the energy from the beast flames. Once it got full, it would continue working. Long Chen moved on to the next item. It was a prayer mat. It was woven out of 9-yang heavenly unicorn grass. What money! Long Chen was shocked. This was a kind of extremely magical grass that could nourish a person's soul. A single stalk of it could be used for 100 years. But this entire mat was woven out of it. There had to be at least hundreds of stalks. Unfortunately, although it's a good treasure and practically a divine item to alchemists, it's useless for me. But Meng Qi and Wan Er can use it, and it'll be especially beneficial to Meng Qi since she's a pure soul cultivator. She has no suitable housepets right now, and so she has to rely entirely on soul arts. With this prayer mat, her cultivation will definitely advance rapidly, and there's no worry of her foundation growing unstable as a soul cultivator. I suppose I'll first take out a stalk and plant it in the primal chaos space. After that, he moved on to the third and final item. This is... Damn it, they really cheated me. The last item was a medicinal pill. It was known as an ancient pill, something that had flowed down from the ancient era. The pill Dao was filled with variations. Although the majority of medicinal pills were supposed to be consumed immediately or within a certain amount of time, some weren't. They were to be stored over long periods of time. These pills were covered in a special layer called a pill veil that allowed them to absorb energy from the sun and the moon to nourish the pill. This nourishing effect was very slow. The method to refine such pills had already been lost. Thus, such pills were normally only found when exploring ancient ruins. But not all pills could be stored for so long. Some pills would eventually become toxic, and as soon as you consumed them, you could ascend. Although this pill was covered in a pill veil, Long Chen could tell what pill it was. It was a 7th-tier pill, the Hidden Glyph Tiger's Soul pill. Its main ingredient was a 7th-rank Hidden Glyph Tiger's Soul. The Hidden Glyph Tiger was a magical beast from the ancient era. But even back then, it had been extremely rare. The Hidden Glyph Tiger had a set of lines on its body. Those lines weren't set at their birth. Instead, those lines would constantly change as their cultivation base grew. It was rumored that the Hidden Glyph Tiger was no ordinary magical beast. It actually relied on comprehending the heavenly Taoes in order to cultivate. That sounded like absolute nonsense. If magical beasts relied on comprehending the heavenly Taoes, would they even be magical beasts? However, this kind of backwards magical beast did exist. The Hidden Glyph Tiger's essence soul contained extremely dense heavenly Tao energy. That kind of energy was very miraculous, and could help a person comprehend the heavenly Taoes and allow them to break through a bottleneck. After absorbing the sun and moon's essence for countless years, its rings had disappeared. Instead, a figure could be seen on the outside of the pill. That figure moved about as if it were alive. This pill had already broken through the limit of high-grade pills to reach the top-grade classification. If Long Chen were to use a top-grade 7th-tier hidden glyph Tiger Soul pill to break through to sea expansion, it would be an absolute waste of a treasure. More importantly, this thing was essentially useless to Long Chen. He cultivated the 9-star hegemon body art. His cultivation path was different from others, and this pill would have no effect on him. Furthermore, it wasn't just that he couldn't use it. The others had no need of it either. Everyone's foundations in the Xianxian realm were incomparably solid. Even without this pill, they would smoothly reach the sea expansion realm. If I add some material to this pill, I could give it to Big Sister. If she's lucky, she'll have a definite chance of breaking through to foundation forging. Then with an ancestor-level expert backing me, couldn't I be as crazy as I wanted to be in the Xuantian Dao sect? I could slap whoever I want. I could snatch whoever's women I wanted. For a sea expansion expert, this pill's effect would be a bit lacking. But Long Chen found a very complicated formula within the pill god memories. That night, he refined a bowl of medicinal liquid. This medicinal liquid had no use on its own, but when consumed with the hidden glyph Tiger Soul pill, the combined medicinal effect would be 10 times greater. Even Shui Wuan, a late sea expansion expert, would have a good chance of advancing. Just like that, holding the bowl of medicinal liquid, Long Chen rushed off towards Shui Wuan's residence. Chapter 707 Third Heaven Stage of Xiantian. Leaving Shui Wuan's residence, Long Chen was filled with anticipation. If Shui Wuan could reach foundation forging, he would truly have found a reliable backer for himself. Shui Wuan had at first been confused upon seeing Long Chen bringing her a medicinal pill and liquid. Long Chen directly explained that they were special medicine he had refined just for her. Although she found this odd as she didn't know much about alchemy, she still consumed them due to her trust in Long Chen. As soon as she did, her expression became one of wild delight. She immediately felt her mental state enter a state of emptiness, and her perception of the heavenly Tao's gradually grew clearer. The greatest gain was that she actually felt her bottleneck weaken slightly. She was far too familiar with that feeling. She had felt that 3 times in the past. Unfortunately, she had never been able to grab hold of that opportunity. Now, without Long Chen's reminder, she immediately knew what to do. She focused on entering a perfect meditative state to take advantage of this opportunity. For sea expansion experts, advancing to foundation forging wasn't as simple as just attacking the barrier. Shui Wuan had already been at the late sea expansion realm for almost 500 years. She had tried attacking foundation forging 3 times, but she had failed. Trying to reach foundation forging through force was useless. It relied on grabbing hold of a certain kind of opportunity that the heavenly Tao's bestowed on you. When a person's mind entered a state of complete calm, it would be easier to grasp that opportunity. But the world was filled with countless worries. No one was truly able to keep their mind and heart in a perfect state of calm with no distracting thoughts. After failing 3 times, Shui Wuan had already become a bit dejected. She hadn't managed to feel this kind of opportunity in the last 300 years. She had already accepted that she would never be able to reach foundation forging. Now Long Chen had given her another chance. Furthermore, her comprehension of the heavenly Tao's had never been this clear before. She would go all out in her attempt to seize this opportunity and forge an immortal platform. Foundation forging referred to creating a platform on top of the expanded sea. This platform was sometimes called the immortal platform. It was also sometimes called the Tao platform. It was the foundation for your chance of ever becoming an immortal or god. It could be said that only once you reached foundation forging were you a true cultivator. As for those so-called immortals and gods, they were just a legend. But it was true that once you reached foundation forging, your lifespan would extend a great deal. Sea expansion experts had a lifespan of around 1500 years. However, Shui Wuan would only have a lifespan of 1200 years. That was because most women, especially beautiful women, would train in a kind of secret art. At the price of reducing their lifespan, they could maintain their youthful appearance. That was also why there were many old men in sea expansion but not many old women. But once you reached foundation forging and created your immortal platform, you would be able to absorb the exceedingly thin immortal qi in the air. Then your lifespan would increase to 5,000 years, and your youthful looks would be restored. Long Chen was only able to help out this much. The rest would be up to Shui Wuan. According to reason, she should have a good chance. When Long Chen returned, he saw Meng Qi and Tang Waner holding hands and quietly whispering about something. He didn't know what they were saying, but when they saw him, they immediately turned red and shut their mouths. To talk badly about someone behind their back, each person is punished with one kiss. Long Chen suddenly swooped down and gave Meng Qi and Tang Waner a kiss each. The two of them released a tempest of fists against him. He laughed and rushed off to his private training room. The trial was about to start, and he had to take advantage of this time to increase his strength. Out of the 4 heavenly geniuses, he had run into 2. That bear had already become enemies with him. Thus, there would definitely be someone to play with in the trial. Shui Wuan had told him that he was an earth attribute expert. If he summoned the cry of the heavenly Taos, then whether it was heaven or earth, endless energy would become his to use. He was different from a fake like Huo Wafang. He was a true rank 2 celestial, and the two of them were as different as heaven and earth. Although Long Chen wasn't afraid of him, if he was speaking frankly, his chances of winning weren't high. As for Zhang Wuyan, she was clearly no kind-hearted woman. As soon as she opened her mouth, it was like she wanted to take a bite out of someone. Furthermore, Long Chen felt she was too arrogant. She liked to look down her nose on people. That was something that he didn't like. Although she wouldn't necessarily be an enemy, the chances of them becoming allies were essentially 0. As for the other 2, he doubted they would be well disposed toward him, especially that water pipe. He would very likely make things hard for him in the trial. According to Shui Wuan, this trial was extremely beneficial. So many people would be going all out for this trial. It was because Long Chen knew this trial was so important that he trusted that Zhao Wuji would definitely tidy all the bricks so he could participate. Right now, Long Chen needed to urgently increase his strength. Otherwise, in the trial, he might get suppressed. Then it wouldn't be so fun. He took out his pill furnace. He needed to personally refine some higher grade pills to condense the cyclone. Ah, how refreshing. Long Chen had only just opened the furnace when it began to dimly shine. As he poured in his spiritual strength, the furnace's runes grew brighter, almost looking like they were alive. He had only just poured in the powders when they instantly merged. The pill furnace also gave him much greater control, and he didn't need to worry about the flame suddenly growing and turning the ingredients to ashes. Also, the pill furnace's runes were being activated by his spiritual strength, which absorbed the air's energy and poured it into the pills. The furnace shook slightly. Long Chen was stunned. He had actually refined it so quickly. Opening the lid, he saw 9 jade-like sparkling pills that were still slowly rolling in the furnace. Damn, they're all 9 ring pills. This is too amazing. Long Chen gulped. This was the best pill furnace he had ever encountered. In his delight, he refined 9 furnaces of pills in one go, and they were all 9 ring pills. And with the nourishment of his soul, the pill furnace only became better. After that, he placed the furnace back in the primal chaos space and had Huolong refine on its own. In any case, Huolong didn't have anything better to do. The beast flames it had confined were only able to give him a single bite of energy after a whole day's recovery. Huolong had nothing else to do during the rest of the day, so it directly became Long Chen's hardworking apprentice. As Huolong's strength increased, its intelligence also grew. It actually gave birth to the slightest bit of soul energy. It was able to communicate simple thoughts with Long Chen, and it could even use its soul energy when refining. An explosive sound came from Long Chen's body. He was delighted, thinking that the cyclone had been fully formed. But then he realized he was wrong. Instead, he had advanced to the 3rd heaven stage of Shantian. Although he hadn't deliberately cultivated, the enormous amount of energy in over 1,000 Enlightenment Palace pills had pushed his cultivation base higher. 81 9-ring Enlightenment Palace pills were consumed in just a few hours. It went without saying that the energy contained in 9-ring pills was truly enormous. The cyclone had grown much larger. Long Chen estimated that he would completely condense it with just 100 more pills. He was about to continue refining when Tang Waner called him out. Everyone had gathered. The trial was about to start. Long Chen tidied up and walked out with Tang Waner. He had only just come out when he saw Meng Qi talking to Shui Wuan. It was a failure. Long Chen couldn't help being disappointed upon seeing Shui Wuan. Her aura hadn't changed in the slightest. Shui Wuan was doing her best to suppress her emotions, but she was unable to conceal the excitement and delight in her eyes. She didn't hide the truth from him. She whispered, "It was a success. But your aura, fool, the foundation forging realm is different from other realms. Even if I manage to take advantage of this opportunity, condensing the foundation takes a long time. Only through a great deal of time and effort is it possible to create the immortal platform. Only once the immortal platform takes form will I go through the baptism of heavenly tribulation and become able to sense the immortal spiritual chi in the world. Only then will I be a true ancestor level expert. I've already begun to condense the foundation in my chi si. In other words, I'll quickly become an ancestor level expert. It's just that others aren't able to sense it yet." The constant solemn and stern expression on Shui Wuan's face finally disappeared. She seemed like a woman in the springtime of her youth, and a smile of excitement appeared on her face. "Haha, congratulations big sister. Doesn't that mean that I can be as crazy as I want in the Xuantian Dao sect now?" Long Chen was also incomparably excited. The feeling of having a reliable backer was truly good. Seeing his evil smile, Shui Wuan's excitement faded by at least half. She warned, "Long Chen, you little brat, you better not intentionally cause any trouble. Even once I advance to foundation forging, my status will only be on the level of the vice sect master. When it comes to compatibilities, I most definitely won't be on the same level as a true ancestor. Most importantly, there's still the sect master above the vice sect master. That's a person who has lived so long they've practically reached the level of a living fossil. Don't mess around, because if you end up disturbing that person, we'll all be doomed." Long Chen awkwardly smiled. "Big sister, do you think a well-behaved person like me would intentionally cause trouble?" After saying that, he saw Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er looking at him oddly. It could not be more obvious what they were thinking. They didn't believe him. That made Long Chen feel even more awkward. How could these two girls not know how to stick up for him? Shui Wuan said, "All right, let's focus. Make sure to keep this matter secret. Also, gather up the others. In 2 hours, we'll be heading out to the trial region." Chapter 708 War of Words. In front of the ancestral statue of the Xuantian Dao sect, the 36 supermonasteries people had all lined up. Long Chen and the others from the 36th supermonastery were all at the very back. Long Chen carefully sized up these people. It was as Shui Wuan had said, the 36th supermonastery's numbers truly were the lowest of all the supermonasteries, and pitifully low. Because he was standing at the back, Long Chen was unable to catch a glimpse of Zhao Wuji and the others. Furthermore, it wasn't suitable to use his spiritual strength to nose around here. That was especially true since there were women here too. This kind of spiritual probing was no different than peeping at them. He would definitely be cursed. There were almost 100,000 elite disciples here who had all reached the Xuantian realm. That was truly shocking. The Xuantian Dao sect's 4 families experts had also gathered. They were atop a large stage at the front. There was still an empty spot on that stage, and that was for the vice sect master. He hadn't arrived yet, but the 4 families had already gathered. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. At the front of the 4 families were 4 ancient elders that were currently discussing something. Long Chen was speechless. Considering how old they looked, it was difficult for him to tell who was who. It was unknown just how many centuries these old fellows had lived for. In any case, their wrinkles were more concentrated than the growth rings of oak trees, and their hair was as white as snow. But their gazes were still alive and healthy. The feeling they gave Long Chen was that they were wily old foxes that had taken human form. These 4 were the family heads. Although their cultivation bases had only reached the late sea expansion realm, the reason they had become their family's heads wasn't because of strength, but because of their brilliant methods. That was what had won them the favor of the previous generation's family heads. The leftmost elder was the Ku family's head, Ku Chengfeng. The first supermonastery, in other words, the strongest supermonastery, was amongst the 9 supermonasteries they controlled. The second-ranked celestial, Yu Qianshan, also came from the first supermonastery. The next one was an elder with a long mustache and beard. He was the Shui family's head, Shui Yunkong. Although these 4 were all ancient elders, when comparing them, Shui Yunkong was at least slightly better looking than the others. Shui Wuan sat behind him. Her eyes were closed, clearly displaying her indifference toward the ones around her. She appeared a bit isolated when compared to the others who were constantly discussing something. The strongest supermonastery that the Shui family controlled was the 5th supermonastery, and their number 1 genius, Shui Guanji, hailed from there. Rather than saying that Shui Guanji was someone raised by the 5th supermonastery, it was better to say he was someone personally raised by the Shui family. The reason he was placed in the 5th supermonastery was just a formality. Beside Shui Yunkong was an elder whose face was slightly darker. He was the Wang family's head. The 2nd supermonastery was under the administration of the Wang family, while Zhang Wuyan was their peak expert. As for the final elder, he was bald. His head was even shinier than other bald heads. It almost seemed like he had buffed it with wax. The light reflecting off it could light up all of heaven and earth. It was currently noon, and looking from a distance, it was like there were 2 suns. This bald elder was from the Shui family's sworn enemy, the Zhou family's head, Zhou Tianyi. Although the Shui and Zhou families didn't get along, when the 4 family heads chatted, they actually seemed to be chatting very amicably. Brother Yunkong, congratulations. Your Shui family not only has Shui Guanji, but now even Long Chen has returned. That's a cause for celebration, said Zhou Tianyi with a smile. Haha, this is the old ancestor's blessing. He wouldn't allow a genius to fall just like this. Many thanks for your care, Brother Tianyi, responded Shui Yunkong. He knew this old fellow was probing him. As expected, Zhou Tianyi said, myself and the others are very curious, how did Long Chen manage to survive that heavenly punishment? After all, the corrupt path's 5C expansion experts, 9 celestials, and 80,000 elite disciples were all exterminated by it without a single one of them living. But Long Chen did. It really is puzzling. Let alone Zhou Tianyi, even the other 2 family heads were shocked upon hearing that Long Chen had returned. What had happened in the Chaos region was no secret in the Xuantian Dao sect. Although this matter had been mainly caused by the Pill Tower's Huo family, the Zhou family had been the one to act as a go-between. The photographic jade was proof of that, and that had brought on the fury of the vice sect master. The Zhou family had put in a great deal of trouble to settle this affair. Not only had they scapegoated Zhou Qingyi and her son, but they had also given Shui Wuan an immense amount of resources as compensation. But once that compensation had been given, once their people had been killed, once they had lost those resources, Long Chen had suddenly come back alive and well. That made Zhou Tianyi feel like he had swallowed crap. He even suspected that they had known all along that Long Chen hadn't died, all to con his Zhou family. Haha, Brother Tianyi, you really are amazing. You're even this clear on their numbers and levels. It really makes a person think. Shui Yunkong laughed sinisterly. Think what, Brother Yunkong? Don't talk drivel. Zhou Tianyi's expression sank. Shui Yunkong was clearly trying to say that he had colluded with the corrupt path. That charge was something he wouldn't be able to bear and was something that would result in the destruction of the entire family. The reason the matter with setting up Long Chen had drawn the vice sect master's fury was because the corrupt path had ended up participating. If that was the case, then it was completely different from an internal struggle. If they hadn't pushed all the blame onto the Huo family, his Zhou family really wouldn't have been able to bear the consequences. Ha ha ha, Brother Tianyi, you're too sensitive. My meaning was that I think. You must like to gather information. It must be hard on you, laughed Shui Yunkong. But anyone with ears could hear he was intentionally mocking Zhou Tianyi for colluding with the corrupt path to set up Long Chen. Although this matter had been backed by the Huo family, they were unable to escape that stain. Everyone present was a wily old fox. Zhou Tianyi didn't get angry. If he did get angry, that would put him in a disadvantageous position. He had long since gotten used to this kind of verbal sparring. Haha, I truly did investigate this matter. After all, this was my Zhou family's mistake. We gave birth to degenerate disciples that were swayed by others into doing something foolish. As the family head, I naturally share some of that blame, so I looked deeply into this matter in order to get justice for Long Chen. Otherwise, how would I face these disciples? Zhou Tianyi sighed with shame. It was regretful that Long Chen wasn't close enough. If he were to hear this, he would probably have to prostrate himself toward him in admiration. He would definitely have to ask, just how did you manage to make your face this thick? But these old fellows were all capable of committing shameful and shameless acts without batting an eye. Shui Wuan had her eyes closed, but her mouth was curled in a mocking smile. She didn't want to speak. She didn't want to participate in this kind of hypocritical fight of words. As for why she didn't open her eyes, it was because she was afraid of puking upon seeing their faces. Brother Tianyi truly is a person of unquestionable integrity and character, a model for all of us, praised Shui Yunkong. But when others heard it, it somehow sounded mocking. I wouldn't dare to accept such praise. But I do feel like it would simply be the right thing for everyone to know the facts. What do you say, monastery head Shui? Zhou Tianyi looked at Shui Wuan. Upon seeing this, Shui Yunkang frowned slightly, but he didn't say anything in the end. He was still angry with Shui Wuan. This child was too disobedient. When it came to seniority, Shui Wuan should call him uncle. But because of the matter with Long Chen, she had even gone against this uncle of hers, causing him to lose face. And when the time came for her to get the compensation, she didn't even consider backing the family. As for the Zhou family, they were truly brilliant. They had intentionally handed the compensation to Shui Wuan in order to incite internal strife amongst the Shui family. The results were exactly what Zhou Tianyi wanted. Due to Long Chen's death, he had paid a great deal of compensation. But this compensation had been used to incite disharmony with Shui Wuan and the rest of the Shui family. That had been a brilliant move. But now Long Chen had reappeared, and he felt like he had been duped, as if he had been the one to fall for the Shui family's trap. He even suspected that the disharmony in the Shui family was just an act they were putting on for him to see. What are you talking about? Shui Wuan slowly opened her eyes. But she didn't look at Zhou Tianyi. She didn't want to look at that glaring bald head. Looking at that oily thing was nauseating. Of course I'm talking about Long Chen. How did he manage to survive? So many people died, and he's the only survivor. I hope monastery head Shui can explain it to me with a bit of detail and flair. We're all very curious, said Zhou Tianyi. But his words were clearly a trap. That was especially true about asking her to explain it with flair. It was clearly saying that he hoped for her to come up with a good lie without any holes. It was extremely forceful. However, when such words came from these old fellows' mouths, they always sounded too amiable, making a person think it was just a normal conversation. But in truth, their words all contained hidden blades designed to infuriate their opponents and create holes in their mental states. This skill was essential to a family head. Long Chen said that when he encountered the heavenly punishment, the ground split apart, and he directly jumped in. Then the ground closed behind him, and that's how he dodged the heavenly tribulation. After that, he spent the next few months digging a tunnel to get out. That's why he almost missed the trial, said Shui Wuan. In truth, she was inventing absolute nonsense. That was a skill she had learned from Long Chen. She felt like after being in contact with Long Chen for so long, her own character had changed. Now she could babble wildly without batting an eye. He spent several months digging a tunnel. Naturally, no one believed it. Yes, Long Chen said that he turned stupid from terror at the time and that he accidentally dug downward. It was only after digging for several months that he realized his mistake and dug the other direction, allowing him to once more see the sun, said Shui Wuan. What nonsense, raged Zhou Tianyi. She was clearly simply messing with them. No matter how stupid a person was, how could they possibly confuse up and down? If it was just mistaking north, east, south, and west, that was one thing. But no one could possibly be that stupid. I also felt it was nonsense. So if you want to know the truth, if you want more details, if you want more flair, you should go ask Long Chen. He'll definitely give you a satisfactory response. Shui Wuan smiled. With Long Chen's character, he could make them choke to death with just a single sentence. Shui Wuan was filled with anticipation. With Long Chen's ability to infuriate others, would he anger these fellows to their deaths when they encountered each other? She even had an urge to call Long Chen over and ask him about this matter right now. Just at this moment, a figure appeared in the sky, and everyone's mouths immediately shut. They hastily stood and bowed. Greetings Vice Sect Master, Zhou Tianyi. Zhou Tianyi. Zhou is just a surname, and Tianyi means heaven's will. Shui Yunkang. Shui Yunkang. Shui equals water, Yun equals cloud, Kong equals smart. Ku Chengfeng, Ku Shengfeng, Ku equals song, Chengfeng equals ride the wind, or take advantage of an opportunity. No name is given for the Wang family head. Wang equals king, but this is also an extremely common surname. Chapter 709 Xuantian C. The person who had come was the Vice Sect Master. Following his arrival, the somewhat noisy plaza immediately became silent. The Vice Sect Master's gaze roved around everyone. It's time. The Xuantian Dao sect's martial trial will soon begin. But before that, let me warn you all. This trial is a huge opportunity for all of you. Cherish it properly. Long Chen's heart shook. Shui Wuan had also emphasized that this was an opportunity, the greatest benefit the Xuantian Dao sect bestowed on its disciples. But she hadn't directly said what it was. The vice sect master slowly formed a hand seal, and space began to tremble intensely. Long Chen saw the hundreds of huge stone pillars around the plaza light up with runes. The scene around him instantly changed. This is a formation. Long Chen was shocked. The entire plaza had actually been an enormous transportation formation. The sky became dusky, and the blazing sun had completely disappeared. They appeared on the edge of a huge basin. This basin had a diameter of tens of thousands of miles. The land was a shiny rock that looked as if it had been meticulously polished. It actually looked like a huge wok. What was this for? Were they supposed to cook some kind of giant stir-fry here? This is the first part of the trial, the xianxia, announced the vice sect master from mid-air. See, the disciples were all flabbergasted. Where was the sea? Suddenly, heaven and earth began to tremble. Everyone hastily looked toward the basin, only to see a huge whirlpool appear. A terrifying pressure caused their hearts to tremble. The whirlpool grew larger and larger. Endless astral winds crazily billowed out like ocean waves. Even from the edge, they felt like it was hard to breathe. They involuntarily retreated a few steps. This wind. Long Chen's heart shook. Now you understand why this is called the xianxia. The Xuantian Dao sect's trial isn't taking place just here. The Eastern Wasteland, Western Desert, Southern Sea, and Northern Sources branch sects are all undergoing the trial at the same time. The time between martial gatherings differs each time. It is decided by the head sect in the Central Plains. Sometimes it will only happen once every 10 years, sometimes it will happen once every 50 years. The fact that you coincided with it this time is your luck. This trial is only open to Shantian disciples. As for what the benefits are, according to the rules, you'll have to experience and test it out for yourselves. This isn't because we don't want to tell you, but because this trial is too miraculous. Each person will obtain different things, and for us to try to guide you based on other people's standards would only harm you. So in this trial, you'll have to grope around yourselves. As for what benefits you can obtain, it'll be up to your luck. The whirlpool at the basin grew larger as the vice sect master spoke. The wind was like a tide. It truly appeared like a vast sea. Long Chen, this tide contains endless wind energy. It's a priceless treasure to me. Tang Wan pulled on Long Chen's hand excitedly. This tide contains the will of the sword Dao. I can sense a majestic sword intent within it that is of great assistance to me, said Yu Zifeng. The others were also extremely excited. They could all sense things for themselves. But Long Chen was startled. Why couldn't he sense anything? After another hour, everyone saw that the tide had become extremely clear. Furthermore, it was now split into different colors. The outer region was white, and then it was blue, red, and then the very core was violet. Gradually, the wind transformed into sea waves. However, this sea wasn't made of water, but wind. Everyone finally understood how the glossy ground had come about. All right, the Xuantian Sea has formed. You can choose for yourselves what region of the sea you want to stay in, announced the vice sect master. Following his words, several people immediately went in to take a path. But they had only just entered when they were blown back by the wild winds. Those who were stronger merely vomited a mouthful of blood, while those that were weaker directly fainted. With their intelligence, it really is amazing they're still alive, sighed Long Chen. Long Chen really wondered how these people had managed to reach this level of cultivation. One of those people had actually put on a dashing posture of diving into water, as if these waves were ordinary waves. As a result, just by trying to enter the edge of the whirlpool, he almost directly blew apart. People sympathized, but they were also speechless. As for the vice sect master and the other experts, they simply watched without the slightest emotion. Most likely, they had held this trial so many times that they had long since grown indifferent to this situation. Following a few dozen unlucky fellows who paid a miserable price, the others became smarter and entered the waves carefully. As soon as they entered, quite a few people's expressions changed. These waves contained a powerful pressure that was exerting a constant force on their bodies, making it feel like the waves were trying to tear them apart. Just carefully entering little by little took everything they had. They couldn't help feeling admiration for those brave warriors who had tested it just now for them. The people who managed to enter all had expressions of delight. It was obvious they had to be obtaining great benefits right now. Following the first few people, the others no longer hesitated. Some experts even forced their way past the pressure and rushed in. That was because the deeper they went, the greater the pressure and the greater the benefits. Let's go too. Long Chen led the 36th Supermonastery's disciples into the basin. When the waves landed on his body, he finally understood why those people were all so excited. Within these waves were all the various energies of heaven and earth. Huo Long and Lei Long almost charged out on their own. Don't fuss, I'll help you absorb it as much as possible. Long Chen hastily tried to control them. If they charged out, they would be too frightening, especially Lei Long. During the tribulation last time, Lei Long had absorbed all the human-shaped lightnings. Its strength had reached a level that even Long Chen found terrifying. Although Huo Long had beast flames to absorb energy from, compared to Lei Long, the difference was immense. There was no way around it. Lei Long had had far too much food to consume. To compare, Lei Long had eaten meat, while Huo Long was consuming tree bark and grass. One was so fat that oil was about to come out of it, while the other was skin and bones. They were not on the same level. What dense wind energy, exclaimed Tang Wan. Long Chen knew that this, contained endless benefits. And the deeper you went, the greater the benefits. Even cultivators without an element could use the energy here to temper the physical body, stabilize the foundation, and comprehend the heavenly Taoes. Shui Wuan had been entirely correct when she said that this was an immense opportunity. This kind of opportunity was something only an enormous existence like the Xuantian Tao sect had the qualifications to give. This was the power of a huge sect, power that other sects could never hope to obtain. Heavens, xianxia has already reached the blue region. The Xuantian Sea's outer region took up tens of thousands of miles, while the core region was only a few hundred miles. That core was the violet region. Outside the core region was a red region. This region was 3,000 miles wide. Then there was the blue region which was 10,000 miles wide. The rest was the white region. This was the largest region, and it was because it was all white that it looked more like coastal waters. This was the weakest region. However, for these people, going through this white region would require pausing every now and then in order to adjust to the new pressure. Only then could they continue. Long Chen raised his head to see a back with a sword on it in the distance. That figure had just charged into the blue region. How fast! His movement technique seems extremely powerful, and Long Chen's heart suddenly shook. That figure was like a shadow as it advanced, completely ignoring this terrifying pressure. It was like he himself was a sword cutting through the resistance. What a powerful sword intent! It has already condensed into a solid state, praised Yu Zifeng as he looked at that figure. There's no need to be envious. He's not your target. Long Chen patted Yu Zifeng on the shoulder. Yu Zifeng nodded. He understood what Long Chen meant. Since he followed Long Chen, then any powerful opponents were only there for him to surpass. While he had been shaken by Yu Qianshan's power just now, he immediately returned to his calm and confident state. Zhao Wuji has also gotten through. Shui Guanji as well. Oh, Zhang Wuyan refuses to fall behind. They truly are worthy of being the four heavenly geniuses. Some disciples couldn't help praising them, as they were filled with worship. The ordinary disciples hadn't even advanced 3,000 miles into the white region, but the heavenly geniuses had already charged into the blue region. That was a show of their power. Long Chen, how about you go as well? I can lead the others, said Tang Wan. She knew that if Long Chen were to charge forward as well, he definitely wouldn't be any lacking compared to them. It was just that he was looking after the others. What's the point of competing with a bunch of children? Let's just slowly continue forward. I've long since surpassed the age of wanting to show off like that. Long Chen shook his head. If you put it like that, you'll seem just like those old fossils up there, laughed Tang Wan. Foolish girl, they can hear everything that's happening here. Don't you see the formation around them? That's to observe us, warned Long Chen. There was no way that anything happening here could escape their eyes. But it was already too late. Long Chen saw that the family heads' expressions grew ugly. The vice sect master's expression became a bit odd as well, while Shui Wuan had an expression between laughter and tears. Tang Wan stuck out her tongue and nervously asked, "What should I do?" It's fine. Saying that I'm like those old fossils is praising them. They should feel happy about it, not offended. I'm sure big figures like them are very magnanimous, or they would have wasted all their years. Let's keep going. Long Chen didn't particularly care. In any case, the vice sect master at least appeared slightly younger than the family heads. It was fine as long as they didn't offend him. Chapter 710 The Mysterious Tide. Monastery head Shui, your disciples really are courteous. You really brought them up well. Zhou Tianyi turned to look at Shui Wuan. With the formation here, everything happening within the Xuantian Sea was being broadcast in front of them. They could clearly see and hear everything. This way they could get a clear read of every disciple's true potential. So Tang Wan'er's words were heard by all of them, and many of them felt displeased. Most of these people were extremely old, but most of them didn't say anything. When it came to being old, the four at the front took the prize. Even the vice sect master only appeared to be in his 50s or 60s. In truth, they could sacrifice some of their longevity to make themselves appear more youthful. But none of them were willing. As for the vice sect master, he could make himself appear younger just by circulating his energy. But he didn't do so because then it would make him seem like he had no experience, as if he was just a junior. The vice sect master was a foundation forging expert. He made it so he appeared to be in his 50s. If it weren't for his white hair, others might even think he was only in his 40s. So although they were all old, they hadn't reached the level of being fossils. The only ones that could receive that resounding title were the four family heads. Only they had those qualifications. That was why it was the four family heads that were offended. Shui Yunkong couldn't say anything since this disciple was technically on his side, while the Wang and Ku family heads didn't say anything, as quibbling with a junior was a loss of status. However, Zhou Tianyi wouldn't give up any chance to target the Shui family, so he immediately made it difficult on them, saying that Long Chen had no upbringing, which insinuated the Shui family hadn't raised him properly. Shui Yunkong was caught in a difficult position. Although he was dissatisfied with Shui Wuan, this wasn't targeting her, but the entire Shui family. He decided to open his mouth and say, an old person should act like a senior. If a senior quibbled with a child over a slip of the tongue, it would be unworthy of their age. His words were even more vicious, directly saying that Zhou Tianyi was acting like a child. Zhou Tianyi's expression sank. This slap had been a bit too much, and he was clearly just twisting words. Suddenly, the vice sect master interrupted, everyone here is old. Don't argue about such senseless questions. The world is constantly changing and the era is constantly advancing. People grow old. This is the law of all things. The cycle of the heavenly Taos is something no one can resist. This world will always be the world of the young. Don't use our standards for ourselves to judge the world of youngsters. The only thing we have to give to our disciples is an environment, to make it as convenient for them as possible. As for how they choose to grow, we don't need to interfere. According to my experience, if we try to raise them into our ideal disciples, then their accomplishments will never surpass ours. A blood condensation master will only be able to raise a blood condensation disciple. It will be impossible to raise a king. So giving youngsters some space and giving them room to make their own decisions is the only way for them to grow to their peak. The nonsense your four families do when you're bored is something I can't be bothered to deal with. But don't let that nonsense affect our Xuantian Tao sect's development, otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. I can always report to the head sect that certain families should be abolished. We've all coexisted for so many years. I don't want us to reach a point of either you die or I die. You can fight amongst yourselves, but don't go too far. Everyone's hearts shook. The vice sect master rarely spoke, but now he had suddenly said so much. Furthermore, it was such a severe warning. That was very rare. We understand. The four family heads hastily bowed. The vice sect master nodded. This time, our branch sect has given rise to four heavenly geniuses, and even an unexpected fellow like Long Chen has joined in. This is our branch sect's most flourishing period in the last few millennia. Perhaps our branch sect will finally be able to shine during the immemorial pathway, increasing the prestige of our Xuantian Tao sect. Even the sect master views the immemorial pathway as extremely important. So this is me warning you not to go overboard. It would be best for us not to stick our hands in a struggle between children. If you really feel like you can't hold back, bind your hand to your leg, or don't blame me for the consequences. The sect master. Everyone let out a startled cry. The sect master had always been a mysterious existence. Even the four family heads had never seen this sect master. It was unexpected that the sect master would be paying attention to the trial this time. They knew the vice sect master wasn't trying to scare them. The sect master had to have intentionally told him to say this. If someone dared to cause trouble now, they really would be asking to die. There's no need to encourage the struggle between the youngsters, but there's also no need to intentionally resolve it. Each person has their own fate, so let them do as they please, said the vice sect master. Understood. Everyone hastily responded. They all understood that for him to give such a solemn warning, this matter was probably bigger than they had imagined. But why? Was the sect master personally watching? During this exchange of words, Long Chen had been leading everyone from the 36th supermonastery into the Xuantian Sea. Although they didn't travel quickly, they kept their speed constant. They never took a break, so they still advanced rapidly. They arrived right before the blue zone in just 2 hours. The pressure was even greater here, and some of the ordinary disciples turned pale, almost unable to endure it. But the Dragonblood warriors' expressions didn't change. This pressure couldn't count as anything. They had endured far worse during their terrifying heavenly tribulation. However, the other disciples from their supermonastery were unable to endure it. They were just ordinary disciples. And originally, they shouldn't have been able to advance this far so quickly. It was only because Long Chen was at the very front. A portion of the pressure was blocked by him, and then behind him were the Dragonblood warriors who blocked another portion of the pressure. That was the only reason why they managed to reach this point. Currently, the ordinary Xiantian disciples were still near the edge of the Xuantian Sea and slowly advancing. That was because each supermonastery's expert had long since rushed off, using their greatest speed to reach their limit. Who would waste their time helping others? The only supermonastery that was advancing as a group was the 36th supermonastery. That flabbergasted quite a few people, but it also made them feel admiration for Long Chen. News that Long Chen and Zhao Wuji had exchanged blows without either side taking the advantage had already spread. Everyone in the Xuantian Dao sect knew Long Chen's name now. Many people thought that even if he wasn't on the same level as the 4 heavenly geniuses, he should at least have some ability to fight them. That was already very amazing. Most importantly, Long Chen was not even a celestial. Now seeing Long Chen actually looking after others while the other supermonastery's experts rushed off on their own, it was deeply moving. At the same time, many people felt envious of the 36th supermonastery's disciples. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, we can't endure it any longer. You should continue onwards with the others. Don't bother with us, said one of the ordinary disciples. Long Chen looked back at that person. Don't be so pessimistic. This is not your limit. If you want to become an expert, you have to force yourself to your breaking point. The benefits here surpass your imagination, and if you miss this opportunity, you'll never get it again. You're all people who have drunk and eaten at the same table as me, so don't embarrass me. Keep quiet and follow closely. These people were extremely moved. Long Chen didn't have much of a relationship with them, but to look after them, he had actually given up his chance to compete with the heavenly geniuses. Long Chen was the first to enter the blue zone. As soon as he entered, he felt the tide's strength multiplied by 10 times. Following him, the other Dragonblood warriors also entered. Their bodies trembled, but they quickly adapted. That startled the 4 families' experts. Currently, the only ones that had managed to enter the blue zone were celestials. There had yet to be ordinary disciples who had entered. Even celestials would feel quite a bit of pressure. But the Dragonblood warriors adapted so quickly. Monastery head Shui, you've really hidden your blade well. Oh, the vice sect master suddenly turned to look at Shui Wuan. His slight shock became disbelief. Vice sect master overpraises me. Shui Wuan smiled. From Shui Wuan's smile, the vice sect master seemed to understand something. He nodded and continued watching. The others were confused by this. What was the meaning behind this strange exchange? But the vice sect master didn't say more, and Shui Wuan didn't even look at them. They could only mull over this question inside. The 36th supermonastery's ordinary disciples immediately vomited blood upon entering the blue zone. They felt like their bodies were being torn apart. Don't be afraid. Once you endure this first wave, you'll be able to cultivate here. Long Chen paused and had the Dragonblood warriors spread out in order to help these people block the pressure. This pressure was coming from the center of the sea, so they were able to block quite a bit of it. An incense stick's worth of time later, these people finally managed to endure it on their own. The hardest part about entering the blue zone was enduring the first wave. As soon as you entered, the power multiplied, and if you weren't able to bear it, you would be sent flying. If you were careless, then you would follow the tide all the way to the shore and have to start all over. Although these people were now pale and somewhat tottering, they were able to keep themselves stable in this place. They wouldn't be blown back. This place is your current limit. Cultivate here. Brothers, let's keep going. Long Chen waved his hand to the Dragonblood warriors and rushed forward. Chapter 711 Red Zone. Tang Wan'er closely followed Long Chen while holding Meng Qi's hand. As a sole cultivator, Meng Qi's constitution was extremely weak. But Tang Wan'er was like a fish in water here, and she helped Meng Qi block most of the pressure. Seeing Long Chen rush forward, the Dragonblood warriors also quickened their steps. With Long Chen as the tip, they were like a huge arrow shooting through the sea. The 36th Supermonastery's disciples all jumped in shock upon seeing this speed. To them, this powerful current might blow them away as soon as they were the slightest bit careless. But Long Chen and the others went against the tide as quick as lightning, as if they didn't feel any pressure at all. Even the distant experts were shocked. The fact that Long Chen could go against the tide like this wasn't surprising. After all, they knew he was powerful enough to fight against Zhao Wuji. But other than Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er, the others were just ordinary Shantian disciples. How could they also be strong enough to resist such a powerful pressure? This pressure was not just physical pressure. It was a comprehensive pressure composed of multiple facets. It included a pressure to their wills and also a kind of law. That was why they were so shocked. It seems monastery head Shui truly spared no effort to nurture her disciples. "You've created such a powerful group," said Zhou Tianyi. He was irritated. His Zhou family had paid such a huge amount of resources to her. Now seeing the Dragonblood warriors display, he immediately connected it to that compensation he had paid. Shui Wuan smiled indifferently. "It's all thanks to family head Zhou. If it weren't for your selfless support, they probably wouldn't be able to advance so quickly." She sneered inside. How did this old fox become so stupid now? Hadn't he just stuck out his face to be slapped? Haha, that's fine. Any supermonastery's disciple should get resources. It's just that I've heard that these people have called themselves the Dragonblood Legion and only listened to Long Chen. After enjoying everything the Xuantian Dao sect has given them, they actually want to form a private group and separate from the sect. Don't you think that's going a bit too far? Zhou Tianyi laughed, extremely pleased. Shui Wuan's expression changed. Old foxes truly were wily. All of their words contained traps. He had intentionally brought up this matter in front of the vice sect master. According to reason, the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples all had to listen to the sect's orders. It was not permitted to create private powers. Now Shui Wuan had no reply. But it was vice sect master who suddenly said, "I've previously said that the matters of the junior generation are things us old fellows shouldn't interfere in." Zhou Tianyi, has your memory degenerated from old age? His expression was somewhat dark, and his tone was extremely discourteous. Zhou Tianyi was immediately stuck in a hard position, unable to reply. Private groups. Your Shui, Zhou, Ku, and Wang families all control 9 supermonasteries. Don't those count as private groups? Should I tell the sect master that you want me to disband your 4 families? The vice sect master's voice was icy. Zhou Tianyi was dumbfounded. How was the vice sect master so rude to him today? This was clearly a slap in the face. I've never said anything about your 4 families' open and hidden fights. Because of that, did you really think I'm an idiot and didn't see any of it? Struggle is an important aspect of a sect's development. Of course, it's impossible to guarantee that all struggles will have a positive effect. So as long as your little fights didn't affect the Xuantian Dao sect's development, no one was bored enough to say anything to you. But Zhou Tianyi, I'm sure you're the most aware of what you've done. Although that matter has passed, it doesn't mean it didn't happen. If you dare to try something like that again, I guarantee I will be the first to bring my blade down on your Zhou family, understood? The vice sect master's final words caused Zhou Tianyi to tremble. He and the other family heads were shocked. They had always thought that their fights had remained hidden from the higher-ups. However, it wasn't that they didn't know. In fact, they were probably even clearer about what was going on than them. The truth was that they simply couldn't be bothered with them. But if they really ended up causing damage to the Xuantian Dao sect, then the merciless butcher's knife would immediately fall. Shui Wuan hadn't expected that the vice sect master would defend her so much today. She couldn't help sighing inside. If people wanted the authority to speak, then they truly did need power. She knew that the vice sect master was looking after her because he had sensed the change in her. After all, he was a foundation forging expert. This was the importance of power. Compared to someone in charge of 9 supermonasteries, a foundation forging expert was even more important. An administrator could be replaced with any somewhat powerful family, but a foundation forging expert was too hard to come by. It was laughable how these people spent all day scheming against each other. Even when they were sleeping, they were pondering the best way to suppress their opponents. They had forgotten their status. A martial cultivator had to focus on getting stronger. In front of absolute strength, any schemes were useless. How fast? Long Chen's about to reach the red zone, said one of the Shui family's monastery heads. Everyone looked over. While they had been talking, Long Chen had already led his people to the border of the red zone. By now, there were quite a few outstanding disciples who had managed to enter the blue zone. But currently, only celestials had managed to enter the red zone. No matter how outstanding the disciple, no matter how great their talent, no matter how high their cultivation base, all the non-celestials were stuck outside the red zone. Some unconvinced people had tried charging in, but as a result, they had been sent flying by the terrifying tide. They had been like shooting stars and directly blown to the furthest edge of the sea. They hadn't even been able to stop midway, and had been injured. Even in the blue zone, the tide grew stronger as you advanced. At the border of the red zone, the pressure of the tide was tens of times greater than where they had entered the blue zone. Even the powerful Dragonblood warriors were somewhat unable to endure it. They felt like their bones were about to be crushed. Stay here, I'll test it. Long Chen took the final step into the red zone. As soon as he did, a terrifying pressure caused his foot to sink. He felt like he was pressing into a spring, and that spring was about to shoot him back. Furthermore, a powerful force descended from above. It was like a mountain had smashed into him. HMPH. Long Chen snorted and his spiritual yuan circulated, resisting these two different forces. He immediately felt much more relaxed. These forces were too strange. Most likely, the people who had tried barging in hadn't even understood what was happening before being blown back. Only celestials could rely on the energy of their heavenly Dao runes to resist the first impact. Long Chen looked forward and saw 27 celestials. They were only a few miles ahead. They had long since entered the deeper part of the red zone where the pressure had grown to a terrifying point. However, they found out that the greater the pressure, the greater the benefits would be. Whether it was the tempering of their physical bodies, the comprehension of their elemental attributes, or the increase in their realms, the effect would multiply. So everyone was doing their best to charge as deep into the sea as possible. At the front of these celestials, Long Chen saw 4 figures. Those were the so-called 4 heavenly geniuses. Currently, they had already reached the border of the core violet zone where a huge whirlpool could be seen. The 4 of them had all paused at the border. Most likely, they felt the pressure was too great, and it would be too difficult to enter without adjusting themselves first. Long Chen returned to the blue zone. He said, "When you enter the red zone, you will encounter 2 different kinds of forces. The pressure will multiply by around 15 to 17 times. The Dragonblood warriors' expressions all changed. They already felt that the pressure here was their limit. If it immediately increased by over 10 times, wouldn't they be crushed flat? Don't worry, you won't die. But once you enter, you'll probably be sent into a half-dead state. However, it'll all be worth it. The bitterness you suffer now is so you can survive on the battlefields in the future. It's so you can protect the things in your heart. I could directly pull you in with my power, but I won't do that. You'll have to enter on your own. This isn't just a competition of force, but a competition against your own will. I could help you once, but I won't be able to help you for a lifetime. You'll have to rely on yourselves. So brothers, think about your motivation. On the battlefield, if you see your brothers die to the enemy's merciless blades, will you feel regret? Regret that you weren't strong enough? If you would, then don't hesitate now. Grab hold of this chance to carve out all your potential and advance into the red zone," said Long Chen. The Dragonblood warriors looked at each other. A heaven-shaking battle intent soared out of them. They were people who had slaughtered out a path of blood with Long Chen. In the first righteous and corrupt battle they had experienced, many of those brothers that had eaten, drunk, and laughed with them had fallen one by one. Some had died right beside them while they had been powerless to save them. When they thought back about it now, it felt like it had only happened yesterday. So just a few words from Long Chen immediately brought out all their thirst. They thirsted for power. Only with power could they protect the things most important to them. Ji Yu Yong was the first to charge into the red zone. He had only just entered when he let out a furious roar and his ancestral mark lit upon his forehead. His fierce aura erupted. He wasn't blown back. The distant spectators all let out a startled cry. Chapter 712 The Core Storm Zone. When Ji Yu Yong entered the red zone, his entire body shuddered as if he were on the verge of collapse. But he still managed to bear it in the end. This startled the spectators. Previously, quite a few experts had tried charging into the red zone. But anyone who was not a celestial had been blown back, and many had even suffered heavy injuries. It had to be known that those who had dared to attempt entering the red zone were amongst the strongest Xianxian disciples here. Although they might not compare to celestials, they were outstanding elites. Even they had failed, which had caused many people to give up. They all formed an assumption that only celestials could enter the red zone. But Ji Yuyong had used his actions to prove them wrong. Following Ji Yuyong, Yu Zifeng also entered. His aura seemed like an unsheathed sword that stabbed into the tide. He actually seemed even more relaxed than Ji Yuyong. A sword cultivator, not bad. The vice sect master nodded with praise. He saw that Yu Zifeng had reached a profound comprehension of the sword Dao. Following the two of them, Li Qi also entered. But he had only just entered when he coughed up blood. The two different forces were extremely difficult to deal with. One pushed you back, while the other pushed you down. He felt like his body was being twisted, and he suffered an injury. But although he appeared extremely miserable, after tottering several times, he still managed to endure it. He wasn't forced out. The last one was Song Mingyuan. Song Mingyuan's cultivation base was around the same as Li Qi. He also coughed up blood, and he just narrowly managed to endure it. Once the four of them entered, everyone's gazes fell on Guo Ran. Guo Ran immediately felt a chill. His physical body wasn't strong. It wasn't even on the same level as an ordinary dragonblood warrior. This could be fatal to him. Boss, don't spout nonsense. Hurry up. The worst case is you'll fly out and come back, said Long Chen impatiently. This little fellow always liked to act slippery. But now wasn't the time. Fine, I'm going, boss. Guo Ran looked at Long Chen tender-heartedly. That scene gave Meng Qi and Tang Wan goosebumps. Go in peace, sighed Long Chen with a mournful expression. I'm not dying. Why are you jinxing me? If you stall any longer, I'll kick you inside. Hurry up. Guo Ran took a deep breath. Clenching his teeth, he took a few steps and then fiercely jumped into the red zone. The spectators let out startled cries. Was he an idiot? If a person's feet left the ground, how would they be able to stabilize themselves? Wouldn't he be immediately blown out? Guo Ran immediately vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. But he actually managed to stay in the red zone. He wasn't blown back. Everyone was dumbfounded. This didn't make any sense. Even the 4 families' experts were stunned. But when they looked at Guo Ran's feet, they came to a sudden comprehension. At some point, Guo Ran had put on large metallic boots. He had relied on the weight of the boots to keep himself steady. Of course, these people were unaware that these were part of his armor. Furthermore, it wasn't just their weight that was shocking. There were hidden mechanisms at the bottom of the boots to keep him stuck to the ground. Otherwise, just the weight of the boots wouldn't be able to keep him standing here. Alright, we'll line up to block the pressure a bit. Ji Yuyong and the other 4 lined up so that it would be a bit easier for the others. This red zone was too terrifying. Even Ji Yuyong and the others were at their limit. Perhaps only a few others would be able to endure it if no one helped them. Now, the 5 of them were not only helping the Dragonblood warriors share their burden, they were also encouraging them, as well as telling them that they weren't fighting alone. They had everyone to help them. One Dragonblood warrior tried to enter the red zone. He immediately vomited blood, but with a furious roar, he erupted with his full strength, fighting against the pressure. He tottered back and forth, but in the end, with a supreme effort, he managed to endure it. The strongest impact was when you entered a new zone. Once you managed to endure it, you would rapidly adapt. Seeing him succeed, the others were filled with confidence, and they tried it. But not every person succeeded, some were blown back. Long Chen had long since been prepared and he immediately caught them. He had them rest before trying again. With Long Chen present, they didn't need to worry about being blown back to the outer zone. Without that worry, they could go all out in their attempt to enter the red zone. This was a very miserable trial. Each person who tried to enter the red zone paid a heavy price. They would definitely vomit blood, and in the struggle, some people's legs even broke directly. Later, they relied on crawling with their arms to advance. The tenacious will they displayed shook all the experts watching. They were absolutely ruthless to themselves. Without going through pain and suffering, one cannot achieve success. This doesn't just apply to ordinary mortals, but also cultivators. Although the effort you put in isn't always directly proportional to your gains, if two people were of the same talent and luck, the one who puts in the most effort will obtain the most. In order to increase your odds by just a bit, you have to put in 10 times the effort of others. This is what it means to have resolve, said the vice sect master. The 4 families' experts all nodded. The majority of them were on the level of monastery heads and had high statuses. But they had rarely seen disciples as determined as the Dragonblood warriors. Each one of these 300 people had such perseverance and refused to accept defeat. One of the Dragonblood warriors had even failed 17 times. It was unknown how many times his bones broke. Blood had dyed his body, but he refused to accept help. On his 18th try, relying on his own strength, he managed to succeed. As a result, after 6 hours, all the Dragonblood warriors managed to enter the red zone. Although it was just the edge, the other disciples all felt a profound veneration for them. If their positions were switched, they wouldn't have had that kind of perseverance. And even if they did, they wouldn't have this kind of resolve. This was a conviction that they would definitely succeed. This conviction was in themselves. Although they suffered failure after failure, they still believed in themselves. They believed that they could definitely charge through. This kind of belief was especially important to a martial cultivator. What a lesson, sighed one of the monastery heads. Compared to the Dragonblood warriors, they found that their own disciples were lacking that kind of will and resolve. In comparison, their disciples were like greenhouse flowers. Shui Wuan said, from the 108th monastery, starting with the righteous and corrupt battle, they slaughtered out their own path with Long Chen. They have crawled out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Each one of them is hot-blooded. When they were framed and their sect leader was captured, Long Chen charged into the first monastery on his own. At that time, these people were nothing more than rookies. Despite knowing their enemies were strong, so strong that even their sect leader couldn't resist, they were still willing to follow Long Chen into death. The feelings between them can withstand any trials. As long as Long Chen ordered it, they would follow him to their deaths. In the same way, if any of them were in danger, Long Chen would sacrifice his own life to save them. Although they are young, they understand the true meaning of cultivation. Hearing Shui Wuan's words, everyone was deeply moved. They recalled how their blood used to burn with passion when they were young. But at some unknown point, that hot blood and their fearlessness had faded. All day, all they did was scheme against each other. They were lost in thought. Only Zhou Tianyi's expression was ugly. To him, Shui Wuan's words were antagonistic, because the matter from back then had been related to his Zhou family. It was a result of the battle between the Zhou and Shui families. But her words made it seem like all the fault lay with the Zhou family when it had clearly been a competition between the two. How could she set up the Zhou family as the villain? But he couldn't say anything. After all, she hadn't directly accused his Zhou family. So he couldn't explain, because then the vice sect master's impression of the Zhou family would worsen further. Zhou Wuji has entered the core zone, exclaimed a monastery head suddenly. Everyone hastily turned to see Zhou Wuji surrounded by runes. He had charged into the violet storm zone. When he entered, he crouched slightly, his legs trembling. It was obvious he was enduring a terrifying pressure right now. That child Wuji truly has grown up. It's been many generations of this trial since our supermonasteries have given rise to a disciple who could enter the storm zone. Zhou Tianyi could not conceal his pride. Shui Guanji is also moving. Oh, all of them are. It wasn't just Shui Guanji. Yu Qianshan and Zhang Wuyan had also entered the storm zone. Shui Guanji's body was releasing waves of runes. Yu Qianshan seemed to be enveloped by a huge sword image. And a blood-red mark had appeared on Zhang Wuyan's forehead, one that released a power that disrupted the flow of the violet storm zone. Seeing those 4 fighting against the storm zone, the vice sect master smiled with gratification. Then his gaze turned to the Dragonblood Legion. They were currently standing on the edge of the red zone, calmly cultivating. This was their current limit. Suddenly, over 10 new figures appeared in the red zone. These were ordinary disciples who had been influenced by the Dragonblood warriors and charged in, using their own resolve as proof of their existence. As for Long Chen, he was currently moving deeper into the red zone with Meng Qi and Tang Wan. Long Chen, you should continue on your own. Meng Qi has already reached her limit. I'll accompany her here, said Tang Wan. Meng Qi couldn't advance any further, while Tang Wan had to look after her. Without Tang Wan, Meng Qi wouldn't have even been able to enter the red zone. Beast tamers were just too physically weak. All right, Long Chen nodded. Leaving them in the middle of the red zone, he rushed off to the storm zone. Light was racing across Long Chen's arms as Huolong and Lei Long were already about to rush off without him. Chapter 713 Don't regret it. Everyone's attention was drawn to Long Chen. That was especially true of the Celestials who were also in the red zone. It doesn't seem like he finds it difficult at all. Is he really planning on entering the storm zone? Up to now, only the 4 heavenly geniuses had entered the storm zone. But it seemed Long Chen really was planning on joining them. Long Chen quickly bypassed Celestial after Celestial. Seeing him walk past them, they were shocked. What kind of monster was he? Does he really have the same level of strength as the 4 heavenly geniuses? This was the question on everyone's mind. Those 4 were unrivaled second-rank Celestials, while Long Chen wasn't even a Celestial. In truth, Long Chen also felt a great deal of pressure. When he got close to the storm zone, he was forced to slow down, because the pressure here was too great. He was less than a mile from the storm zone. But this mile was too terrifying. The pressure would double every 30 meters. Even Long Chen felt like his blood was churning within him. But he also felt the tide constantly strengthening his physical body. However, this strengthening was too slow. Perhaps the other Celestials felt that their physical bodies were rapidly advancing, but Long Chen's body had already reached a terrifying level. He didn't particularly care about this level of strengthening. He had the 9-star hegemon body art. As long as he condensed the 4th star, his physical strength would immediately multiply. How could he care about this little bit? His target was the storm zone. That was where the purest energy of the Xuantian Sea was located. He knew this for sure because Huolong and Lei Long were both expressing their desires to him loudly and repeatedly. There was something in the storm zone that they wanted. Huolong was especially agitated. It seemed like a monster that had been starving for tens of thousands of years and was now seeing meat before it. It practically went crazy. As Long Chen advanced, the current began to rumble. The storm zone was right in front of him. Long Chen felt extremely uncomfortable with the intense pressure here. Taking a deep breath, his spiritual yuan began to surge. His aura erupted to fight against the current. If he still didn't do this, then just his physical body would be unable to endure it. At this moment, everyone's gazes were on him. They wanted to see whether he truly had the ability to challenge the storm zone. Long Chen had stopped. He was adjusting his aura. Previously, the 4 heavenly geniuses had also adjusted themselves for an incense stick's worth of time. Shui Wuan was nervous. Long Chen had always been her greatest pride, but even she didn't know how powerful he really was. The fact that he wanted to compete with the 4 heavenly geniuses made her worry. If he failed, she would become a laughingstock. Suddenly, the Xuantian Sea shook slightly. Long Chen had merely paused for a few breaths before taking a step into the storm zone. He's crazy. The spectators were appalled. Even the 4 heavenly geniuses had had to summon their manifestations to enter the storm zone. But Long Chen was merely circulating his spiritual yuan. That was the simplest, most ordinary defense possible. In front of the storm zone, he would immediately be blown back. The violet storm zone was like a hurricane. Loud rumbling filled Long Chen's ears. Long Chen's body suddenly trembled, and it felt like he had been smashed by countless hammers. His blood churned, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. Long Chen was surprised to see that his shoulder had dislocated because of the tearing force here. This storm seemed like wind but also not like wind. It seemed like water but was not water. It contained every single kind of energy found within heaven and earth. But Long Chen found that all those various energies contained a berserk, destructive force along with a powerful nourishing force. When he recovered from his injuries, he sensed that the energy here was of great assistance, and it saved him a great deal of life energy from the primal chaos space when he healed. How mysterious. Long Chen sighed inside. The Xuantian Sea was absolutely inexplicable. While Long Chen was surprised, the outside world had practically gone crazy. Long Chen had actually charged his way through. Although he was a bit miserable at the start and had suffered an injury, he had completely adapted in just a few breaths. That was too monstrous. Shui Wuan finally relaxed. At the same time, she was also shocked. What a powerful physical body. The Vice Sect Master couldn't help being moved. It was his first time seeing such a physical body. He was a foundation forging expert, and he could tell that Long Chen wasn't relying on any technique. His physical body was not backed by something like Zhao Wuji's earth energy. The 4 family heads were also shocked. They had heard Long Chen was a monster and powerful, but they hadn't really taken it to heart. No matter how strong he was, how could he compare to a rank 2 celestial? But now, he had forced his way into the storm zone. That was especially shocking to Zhou Tianyi and Shui Yongkang. The former regretted not caring enough about him before. Such a person had to either be drawn to their side or stealthily killed. Now, the Shui family had 2 peerless geniuses. The situation was not good for his Zhou family. As for Shui Yongkang, he also regretted not listening when Shui Wuan told him Long Chen was a peerless genius and should be given the same treatment as Shui Guanji. Instead of listening, he had treated him as a game piece to use against the Zhou family. Now that Long Chen had displayed such power, he didn't know what to do. Furthermore, Shui Yongkang suddenly thought of a certain something, and his expression twitched. But there was nothing he could do now. Long Chen stood in the storm zone for a full incense stick's worth of time before gradually coming to an understanding of the rules here. Then he began to slowly advance. The pressure here was so immense, even steel would be instantly crushed. Long Chen could only advance step by step. He quickly saw 4 figures in front of him. The 4 of them were in a row and maintaining a distance of around a mile from each other as they slowly advanced toward the center. Long Chen was right in the middle of the 4. Zhao Wuji was the one furthest to the left, while the one furthest to the right was carrying a sword on his back. Because it was his back facing him, Long Chen couldn't see his face, but he knew it had to be the sword cultivator, xianxia. Of the 2 in the middle, the lithe figure was most definitely Zhang Wuyan, while the other had long hair that fell loosely on his back. He had to be the Shui family's genius, Shui Guanji. Long Chen frowned slightly. His position was rather awkward. But if he were to detour around them with this snail-like pace, it would waste too much time. Furthermore, he wanted to charge to the very center of the sea. So he had to pass by 2 of them. The 2 most suited for him to pass were Zhang Wuyan and Shui Guanji. There was a mile between them, which was enough to safely pass through. The 4 of them had also noticed Long Chen, and they were extremely shocked. The most shocking fact was that after entering the storm zone, he had reached their current position even faster than them. In less than a few hours, Long Chen was less than half a mile away. He would quickly be standing shoulder to shoulder with them. Now that he got closer, he saw their faces. Everything about xianxia was sword-like. His eyebrows were sword-like, and his gaze seemed like 2 sharp blades. That gaze contained the specific arrogance of a sword cultivator. On the other hand, Shui Guanji was more handsome. But he was a bit too handsome, making him appear almost feminine. Long Chen disliked his appearance a great deal. He quickly realized the reason. He looked a bit similar to Marquis Ying. Just at this moment, Shui Guanji turned toward Long Chen and shook his head. Scram, you don't have the qualifications to be here. Alarm bells suddenly rang in Long Chen's heart, but it was too late. An invisible fluctuation struck him. Within the current, it was practically impossible to sense a transparent fist. By the time Long Chen noticed it, he had been struck. He felt like a huge hammer had smashed into him. He pierced straight through the red, blue, and white zones like a shooting star. When he crashed into the edge of the basin, the entire land trembled slightly. Shui Wuan shot up, her expression dark. Did you set this up? How brazen, Shui Wuan. Don't be so rude to the family head. Another expert from the Shui family immediately retorted. Shui Yongkang glanced at Shui Wuan. The matters of youngsters should be resolved by the youngsters. As the monastery head, do you not even possess that resolve? Shui Wuan trembled from rage. She knew that Shui Yongkang had set this up in order to punish her for going against the family. He was trying to force her to lower her head. Good. Ha ha ha, good. These are your own words. Don't regret it. Shui Wuan sat back down. Long Chen miserably crawled up. He wiped away the blood from his mouth, and a smile appeared on his face. That smile was chilling to the bone. Chapter 714 Resounding Face Slap. Seeing that Long Chen had been plotted against, the Dragonblood warriors were enraged. They all took out their weapons, about to charge their way into the storm zone. Don't cause trouble, shouted Ji Yu Yang. It's already hard enough for us to be here. You won't even advance a few miles before being blown back. As for the storm zone, you won't be able to enter. Acting like this is just inviting humiliation. Then what are we supposed to do? Raged a Dragonblood warrior. You guys, really, as your cultivation bases grew, it seems your brains have become dumber. Do you think boss is someone who will suffer without retaliating? Just obediently cultivate and wait to watch the show. Remember, boss is unrivaled. Said Guo Ran. Long Chen had already charged back into the white zone. What shocked everyone was that he was practically a bolt of lightning. Heavens, that's way too fast. The disciples in the trial watched as Long Chen sped by. This speed was even greater than the 4 heavenly geniuses when they had charged forward. He was out of the white zone in just a few breaths. Even in the blue zone, his speed didn't decrease. He directly pierced through to the red zone. Upon reaching there, Long Chen let out a furious roar, and his aura erupted. Space trembled, but Long Chen's speed still didn't decrease. He was like a flying arrow, and he even became faster. Long Chen used the most direct, most barbaric method to barge right into the storm zone. This was too ruthless. He didn't even give himself time to breathe or adjust. The spectators were dumbfounded. Of course, this included Shui Yunkong. He had a bad premonition. The 4 families' experts could all tell that Long Chen's current mood wasn't good. Since Shui Guanji had plotted against him, it seemed he wasn't willing to be struck without striking him back. Only Shui Wuan's expression was calm. She knew Long Chen was completely infuriated. With his previous experience, Long Chen merely trembled slightly upon entering the storm zone. He took half a step back. This half step was truly excellent. Originally, when you entered a new zone, there would be a powerful impact force. But now, the impact striking him had dropped 30 to 40%, so he wasn't injured. Then with a cold snort, he began moving toward Shui Guanji. Although his speed wasn't fast anymore, in less than 2 hours, he was less than a mile from him. Shui Guanji once more turned back with a disdainful expression. This isn't a place you can stay. But since you are so obstinate, I can only help you scram again. A large fist suddenly condensed in the air and shot toward Long Chen. This time, Long Chen managed to see it. Shui Guanji was truly a sinister person. He might have turned his head back, but he didn't turn the rest of his body. He had actually been forming hand seals in front of him to secretly set up an attack. That was how Long Chen had been struck last time. Furthermore, Long Chen was at a disadvantage. With the tide's power behind him, Shui Guanji's attack was much stronger. His power was increased by the current, while Long Chen was forcing his way through the current. Of course he would be the one to suffer. Suddenly, a saber appeared in Long Chen's hands. That was an enchanted item he had obtained from someone else's hands. His blood drinker was still crazily absorbing the phoenix blood black gold's energy to heal itself. Long Chen didn't want to disturb it. Saber chi soared into the sky. With a slash of his saber, the fist was cleanly cut in half. Furthermore, the leftover power continued toward Shui Guanji. Shui Guanji hadn't expected Long Chen to be so strong. His hand seal suddenly changed, and a curtain of water appeared in the air. Long Chen's saber image landed on the curtain of water. The water curtain trembled a few times, but it still completely dispelled Long Chen's attack. Suddenly, a cold shout rang out. Long Chen had already crossed the mile that had separated them. Holding his saber with both hands, he mercilessly slashed it down. Long Chen's previous attack hadn't just split apart Shui Guanji's attack, but it had also cut a channel in front of him, one that greatly reduced the pressure of the current. He had taken advantage of that to charge right up to Shui Guanji. This time, his attack was even stronger. His saber caused a spatial tearing sound that caused Shui Guanji's expression to change. Skywater Shield. Shui Guanji hastily formed a hand seal, and runic energy formed a 3-meter-wide shield in front of him. This shield was condensed from countless water element runes. It appeared as if it was made of water. Boom! Powerful chi waves erupted. Zhang Wuyan and Yu Qianshan frowned. They were affected by the shockwaves. The two of them slowly moved further away. Although they weren't afraid, that didn't mean they would stupidly waste such a good cultivation opportunity. As for Zhao Wuji, he sneered. This was the best possible show for him. He represented the Zhou family, while Shui Guanji represented the Shui family. The two families were like fire and water. He had exchanged blows with Shui Guanji many times, but it had always ended up in a draw. Shui Guanji's water element cultivation technique was too abnormal, and it restricted him. He was an earth element expert. Shui Guanji's water technique might not specialize in offense, but it was unrivaled when it came to softness and flexibility. Each time Zhao Wuji's fists tried to hit him, it would be like hitting cotton. The feeling of his fists landing on nothing was so irritating that it almost made him puke. Shui Guanji rarely fought head-on with others. He used his endless water magical arts to exhaust his opponents to death. So Zhao Wuji hated fighting him the most. Long Chen's saber landed on Shui Guanji's water shield. He found that this water shield was constantly rippling. Each time it rippled, it erased part of his power. It was extremely strange. The two of them were deadlocked for a moment. Shui Guanji sneered, "You're just a country bumpkin and have no qualifications to be here. You should leave while you still can. Stay in the red zone." Shui Guanji had long since heard of Long Chen, but he had never taken him seriously. He considered him nothing more than a slightly strong bumpkin who had come from the mountains. He and the other rank 2 celestials had all been found to have an innate Dao mark by the time they were 5 years old. They were innate rank 2 celestials. There were 2 kinds of rank 2 celestials. One kind had advanced from the first rank, but that was extremely difficult. For example, Yin Wusheng had been a powerful figure amongst rank 1 celestials. If he could have perfectly merged his true body with his clone, then he would have had at least a 30% chance of becoming a rank 2 celestial. Not all celestials would have a chance of advancing. It would depend on their heavenly Dao runes, as well as their talent. The most important thing was that it required an ocean's worth of resources. Amongst 100 rank 1 celestials, less than 1 might advance to the second rank. Most rank 2 celestials were innate. They simply had to awaken their heavenly Dao runes. That was what made Shui Guanji, Zhao Wuji, Zhang Wuyan, and Yu Qianshan supreme existences in the Xuantian Dao sect. Their arrogance was natural. They didn't place any rank 1 celestials in their eyes, let alone Long Chen who wasn't even a celestial. Hehe, Long Chen really has struck an iron board. Shui Guanji has never been defeated by someone in the same realm. His water magical arts are something even late sea expansion experts are helpless against, sneered one of the Shui family's experts. A rank 2 celestial's heavenly Dao runes could help them activate magical arts. Through training, they would be able to unleash incredible power. Rank 2 celestials could truly dominate the sea expansion realm. But rank 1 Shantian celestials were only able to fight the early sea expansion realm. Amongst rank 1 celestials, 99% of them didn't have any attributes. So the only thing they could depend on was their heavenly Dao manifestations. But rank 2 celestials were blessed by the heavenly Daos and had higher chances of having an affinity with an element. That created a huge chasm between rank 1 and rank 2 celestials. So no matter how monstrous Long Chen was, no matter how heaven-defying he was, no one had a favorable opinion of his chances against a rank 2 celestial. Shui Yunkong smiled. Shui Guanji was a descendant of the Shui family, and that was much more dependable than an outsider. Just having Shui Guanji in the Shui family was enough. As for Long Chen, he would at most be fit to be Shui Guanji's servant. Of course, if Long Chen was willing to be Shui Guanji's servant, he definitely wouldn't mistreat him. But if Long Chen wasn't willing, then there was no way around it. Shui Guanji would ruthlessly suppress him. The sky did not have 2 suns. The people didn't have 2 masters. A family couldn't contain 2 pinnacle figures. One had to suppress the other. Shui Yunkong glanced at Shui Wuan. But seeing her cold smile made him furious. Shui Wuan was becoming more and more unreliable. Since that was the case, then he would just allow Shui Guanji to properly beat Long Chen up. As for Zhou Tianyi, his expression was calm, but he was laughing with delight inside. He had never expected that he wouldn't even need Zhao Wuji to do anything. The Shui family's own people were helping him out. Zhou Tianyi hated Long Chen to the core. He hated him so much that he wished Long Chen would die in the trial. It was because of him that his Zhou family had lost so miserably. The vice sect master frowned slightly. He was unable to understand what Long Chen was doing. He was clearly exceedingly powerful, but he still refused to release that power. Were all the youngsters these days so low-key? In front of me, you are just an ant. You are helpless against me. Shui Guanji continued to block Long Chen's saber. Although Long Chen was constantly increasing his power, his water shield was dispelling it at the same time. Long Chen was just wasting his time. He was unable to threaten him. Is that so? Then I want to see whether or not I can threaten you. Long Chen suddenly smiled. His saber fiercely cut down. What flabbergasted everyone was that Shui Guanji's incomparably tenacious shield was directly cut apart. Shui Guanji was dumbfounded. This was something that had never happened before. But before he could react, a hand came from a strange angle. It made an intimate connection with his handsome face. Chapter 715. This is domineering. When Long Chen's hand slapped against Shui Guanji's face, it was like it also slapped against everyone's hearts. Time seemed to come to a stop. The Dragonblood warriors, the 36th Supermonastery's disciples, the Xuantian Dao sect's people, Zhao Wuji, Zhang Wuyan, Yu Qianshan, and the 4 families were all stunned. Shui Guanji was like a shooting star. When Long Chen's strength was added to the power of the current, he immediately pierced through the Xuantian Sea and slammed into the basin. People didn't know if it was a coincidence or not, but Shui Guanji slammed into the exact same place as Long Chen. However, Shui Guanji appeared even more miserable, and he slammed a huge hole into the rock that had been compressed by countless years of these waves. Shui Guanji coughed up a mouthful of blood and crawled up from the ground. People saw an extremely clear handprint on his face. Although Shui Guanji quickly circulated his spiritual yuan and that mark faded, that image was forever imprinted in their hearts. A Grand Rank 2 Celestial had actually been slapped in the face. They then turned to look back into the storm zone. Long Chen's saber was resting on his shoulder. He appeared like a domineering god. The shockwaves from Long Chen's slap shook their hearts. Zhang Wuyan had never imagined that Long Chen, who usually didn't reveal any power, was actually this terrifying. The 4 heavenly geniuses had exchanged blows before, but it hadn't been a life-and-death battle, and so they hadn't determined a winner. But whether it was Zhang Wuyan, Zhao Wuji, or Yu Qianshan, none of them liked to battle Shui Guanji. That was because Shui Guanji's water magical arts were too irritating. They came one after another, endless and boundless. Their techniques were unable to display their true power in front of him. Furthermore, Shui Guanji had abnormally deep reserves of spiritual yuan. If they tried to fight a battle of attrition, none of them would be able to exhaust him. Furthermore, his defense was perfect, practically impenetrable. But Long Chen had broken that perfect defense with a single slash of his saber. That was the most shocking part of it. Having exchanged blows with Shui Guanji, they were aware of how strong that shield was. It would constantly dissipate other people's power, making them helpless. They were unable to understand how Long Chen had done this. Just now, they hadn't seen him release any great power. It had happened too suddenly. This Long Chen has gone too far. This is just humiliating others. Shui Yunkong's expression was incomparably ugly now. Too far, humiliating. How come you didn't think that Shui Guanji's sneak attack against Long Chen was going too far or humiliating? Sneered Shui Wuan. After a win, you laugh so happily, but after a loss, you have to curse others. Brother Yunkong, don't lose face. After all, whether it's Shui Guanji or Long Chen, they're both on the side of your Shui family. They're both equally valuable. Even if you're biased, you shouldn't make it so obvious, advised Zhou Tianyi with a smile. Although he knew Zhou Tianyi's words were trying to infuriate him, Shui Yunkong's fury still almost burst out of control. Long Chen's slap hadn't just been a slap in the face of Shui Guanji, but it had also been a slap in the face of the entire Shui family. This Long Chen really is strange. How did he do this? How did he break Shui Guanji's defense? At this time, the Wang family head finally couldn't help opening his mouth. He wasn't interested in their verbal warfare. But Long Chen's attack did make him very curious. When he said this, he looked toward the vice sect master, hoping he could answer him. The vice sect master didn't disappoint him. I'm also not sure if he took advantage of the opening in Guanji's defense or not. But if Long Chen really did do it on purpose, then his ability to see through his enemies is truly terrifying. Opening in his defense, how could there be a gap in Shui Guanji's water magical arts? Shui Yunkong didn't believe it. The vice sect master couldn't be bothered to even look at him. He coldly said, "There is nothing in this world that is perfect. If something was truly perfect, all that represents is extinction. Magical arts are the same, and no matter how strong the magical art, it must have a weak point. Just because you don't know about it doesn't mean it doesn't exist." "Please give me pointers, vice sect master," asked Shui Wuan respectfully. To tell the truth, she also wanted to know very much. The vice sect master looked at the distant Long Chen. There is a saying that wind cannot exist without motion, and water is constantly flowing. The essence of water magical arts is that constant change. The wheel turns in an unending cycle. No matter what form the outer shape of the magical art takes, it must be in motion on the inside. As those runes flow, they cancel out the opponent's attack power. It's most definitely a very powerful ability. When fighting with water cultivators, if you try to fight a battle of attrition, you'll essentially be asking to be defeated. Water attribute experts have profound reserves of spiritual yuan. Even if the two sides have the same amount of spiritual yuan, the water cultivator will be able to use this method to exhaust their opponent's energy. So when their opponent is out of spiritual yuan, the water cultivator will still have at least 20% of theirs left. To sum up, a water cultivator's strongest point is their defense, not offense. But again, whether it is offense or defense, Shui Guanji's water magical arts are in constant motion. That is his strongest point, and also where his weakness lies. What? The Vice Sect Master continued, since it's in motion, there are waves. And where there are waves, there must be times of high and low, a time where strong and weak superimpose. Then you mean, these experts now understood. Yes, Long Chen used his power to figure out the fluctuations of Shui Guanji's power, and when his power was at its weakest, he struck. That was what brought on this result. But as a rank 2 celestial, Shui Guanji's water energy is incomparably pure. Hundreds of fluctuations occur within his defense with every blink of the eye. But even then, Long Chen was still able to figure out which wave was the weakest out of those hundreds of fluctuations. That is why I called him terrifying. Everyone was shaken. The opening the Vice Sect Master had described wasn't even an opening. Even if someone knew about it, no one could take advantage of it. Furthermore, Long Chen and Shui Guanji had only fought for a few breaths. Time. To be able to find the opening during this short time and then take advantage of it, was that something a human could do? Perhaps you don't believe it. In truth, even I don't believe it. Even for me, if I was fighting someone on the same level, I would never be able to so cleanly grasp that kind of opportunity. This would require maintaining an absolutely pure and bright Tao heart in the midst of battle. Perhaps out of everyone here, only Long Chen is capable of doing this. Sighed the Vice Sect Master. Is Long Chen really this strong? Asked Shui Yunkong. The strong you're talking about is referring to combat strength. But what I'm referring to is the strength of his heart and will. Those things aren't something that can be raised just by spending resources. It is something forged through walking on the line between life and death over and over again. Perhaps in terms of combat strength, Long Chen might be weaker than some people here. But when it comes to the determination of his heart and the strength of his will, everyone here, including me, is unable to get even close to his level. Everyone was shocked. It was completely unexpected for the Vice Sect Master to have such a high opinion of Long Chen. He actually said that even he was not his equal. That was raising his status a bit too much, wasn't it? The Vice Sect Master continued, maybe not all of you know this, but yesterday, I went through all the information available about Long Chen. Only then did I come to understand his past. He was just an ordinary child. His talent, his background, the amount of resources he could get, they were all terrible. But all he focused on was getting stronger. He had nothing to gamble with. So in order to get stronger, the only thing he could do was gamble with his life. He created countless miracles on his path by risking his life. Perhaps even the heavens have been convinced by him, and as he got stronger, he managed to grab hold of more opportunities. But remember, opportunities are only obtained by those who have the power to grasp them. The weak are unable to even grab hold of the opportunities they are given. If the weak try to forcibly grasp those opportunities, they'll just end up tossing their lives away. Compared to Long Chen, we lack that bravery to risk our lives. Of course, there's a reason for that. We don't need to risk our lives. We have so much, and we can obtain anything that we want. But if Long Chen wants to obtain something, he'll have to put in 10 times, or perhaps even 100 times the effort compared to others. Furthermore, he'll be in danger of losing his life. Such a person doesn't need talent. As long as he wants to live, he'll constantly get stronger. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help being deeply moved and impressed. They had heard of Long Chen, but they had always thought that the only reason he had his current accomplishments was luck. But now their opinions of him completely changed. Many people were lost in thought. Most of the experts here were all stuck in a bottleneck. They had tried attacking a higher realm multiple times, only to fail every time. They had already lost their confidence and drive. Continuously attacking a bottleneck was something that became more dangerous with each attempt. A person could easily be afflicted by a heart devil and die. In their hearts, they were already afraid. They were afraid of death. They were experts, and they were reluctant to lose everything they had. But the Vice Sect Master's words were like an alarm bell. Were they really planning on waiting until they reached the end of their lifespans? There were still many people here who were comparatively young. They still had a chance of advancing to a higher realm. However, they had lost the Dao heart that a martial artist required. Shui Guanji's moving. Suddenly, a cry rang out. Shui Guanji let out a furious roar, killing intent exploding off of him. He shot forward. He was enraged. This was a kind of humiliation, a kind of completely intolerable humiliation. He wanted to tear Long Chen to pieces. His killing intent was suffocating. Everyone hastily got out of Shui Guanji's way, afraid he would slaughter them. Shui Guanji's heavenly Dao runes suddenly condensed into a pair of huge wings on his back. He charged directly into the storm zone. Chapter 716 Despicable and Shameless. Shui Guanji had only just taken a step into the storm zone when a huge saber image carried by the current struck him. Shui Guanji had yet to stabilize himself in the storm zone when he once more shot back like a shooting star. This time, he was even faster than last time because Long Chen had taken advantage of the situation. He had merged the current's power with his saber chi, and he didn't give Shui Guanji any opportunity. Idiot, let me just say that with me here, don't even think about getting in. Long Chen's voice resounded throughout the whole region. Everyone's hearts shook. Perhaps Long Chen was about to make Shui Guanji regret his actions. Too contemptible, roared Shui Yunkong. With the storm zone's power backing him, Long Chen had placed himself in an invincible position. Shui Guanji had no chance. Shui Guanji had just charged into the storm zone when Long Chen once more sent him flying. There was no way around this. The storm zone was already extremely terrifying. Anyone who charged in would encounter an exceedingly terrifying pressure, and it would require their full strength to resist. Long Chen was aware of that, and so he had immediately taken this advantage. When he combined his attacks with the current here, Shui Guanji was powerless. Haha, this water pipe should now understand how amazing our boss is. To have plotted against him, I really admire his courage, laughed Guo Ran upon seeing the seventh time Shui Guanji was miserably blown back. The other Dragonblood warriors also couldn't help but clench their fists. Previously, Shui Guanji had targeted Long Chen. It was truly refreshing to see Long Chen suppress him like this. Tang Wan and Meng Qi were also watching. Meng Qi shook her head. Shui Guanji really is unlucky. He could have provoked anyone, but he decided to provoke Long Chen. Tang Wan hatefully said, he deserves it. Even Zhao Wuji didn't do anything, but he actually sneak attacked him. He should be crushed. On the seventh time, Long Chen's power was even greater, resulting in Shui Guanji vomiting blood. His hair was a complete mess, and his expression was sinister. He seemed like a berserk magical beast. He might be furious, but there was nothing he could do. As long as Long Chen had the terrain advantage and simply defended, none of his abilities would allow him to pass. Vice Sect Master, this matter is no good. If this continues, neither of them will be able to properly cultivate. Shui Yunkong looked toward the Vice Sect Master for help, hoping that he would stop this fight. But the Vice Sect Master merely said, I'm unable to handle your Shui family's internal conflict. All he had to do was make sure they didn't fight to the point of death. Otherwise, they could fight as they pleased. When Shui Guanji had attacked Long Chen, he hadn't said anything. Now that Shui Guanji was suppressed by Long Chen and Shui Yunkong was actually asking the Vice Sect Master to interfere, it truly proved that Shui Yunkong was worthy of being the family head. His face was definitely thick enough. However, the Vice Sect Master didn't want to interfere in their Shui family's affairs. If he had to worry about this kind of minor affair, he would never have a moment of peace to cultivate. Wuan, are you not going to control your disciple? Shouted Shui Yunkong. Shui Wuan smiled coldly. The matters of youngsters should be resolved by the youngsters. As the family head, do you not even possess that resolve? These words caused everyone's expressions to become odd. Even a solemn person like the Vice Sect Master had to hold back a smile. These were almost the exact same words Shui Yunkong had said when Shui Guanji had sneak attacked Long Chen. Even the tone was the same. It was like Shui Wuan had used Shui Yunkong's hand to slap him. It went without saying that this slap was very vicious. How impudent. Do you not place your family head in your eyes? Roared Shui Yunkong. Let everyone take a step back. Monastery head Shui, advise Long Chen to stop. This isn't good for either of them. There's a time limit for the Xuantian Sea, and it may disappear at any time. It's not good to mess around all day, said the Vice Sect Master. All right, I'll advise him. But as for whether or not he'll listen, "It's not my problem," said Shui Wuan helplessly. After all, this was the vice sect master's request, and she had to give him this face. "Long Chen, don't mess around. There's a time limit to the Xuantian Sea, and you have to cherish each moment." Long Chen was currently completely focused on Shui Guanji. He had to admit that Shui Guanji was extremely powerful. The reason he seemed so relaxed was entirely because he was relying on the Storm Zone's power. Now that Shui Wuan tried to mediate the situation, he immediately understood that someone was forcing her. Currently, the 2 dragon tattoos on his arms were shining as they went all out, absorbing the energy for themselves. Although it wasn't as good as the energy from deeper within, Long Chen was unable to swallow his anger and thus didn't proceed further. "This idiot goes too far with bullying others. I can let him through, but he must give me an apology," shouted Long Chen. "You want me to apologize? Keep dreaming. You're the bumpkin idiot," roared Shui Guanji before anyone else could reply. "Fine, then we can just continue like this. If you can get past me, then I won't be Long Chen," sneered Long Chen. He was also full of rage. He hadn't provoked this fellow, and all he wanted was an apology, but this Shui Guanji acted as if he was thoroughly wronged. Since that was the case, then they could fight until the end. Just who was afraid of who? "Well, I've done all I can." Shui Wuan shrugged. "You aren't even able to control a disciple. What qualifications do you have to be a monastery head?" shouted an expert from the Shui family. That person was precisely the monastery head of the 5th supermonastery and the one who would eventually succeed in the family head position. Back then, he had invited Shui Wuan to join his side, but she had refused, which irritated him. Now his authority was growing greater and greater, and he was beginning to push her out. "Yes, he is my disciple. But he is not my tool or puppet. He has the right to protect his own dignity." Shui Wuan's expression sank. "You. What sophistry," he raged. "Don't fight. Shui Guanji is moving again." Is he? Everyone was startled to see Shui Guanji charge in a different direction this time. Heavens, he wouldn't. Quite a few expressions of disbelief appeared. Shui Guanji was actually rushing toward the Dragonblood Legion. Scram! Shui Guanji roared and a huge blade fell on them. The Dragonblood warriors were alarmed and hastily defended. Boom! A huge wind shield appeared in front of the Dragonblood warriors. But this shield merely lasted for an instant before shattering. As for the Dragonblood warriors, they were knocked back but didn't get sent flying. That was Tang Wan-er's shield. As soon as she had seen Shui Guanji charging over at everyone, she had had a bad feeling and rushed back with Meng Qi. Netherworld Soul Arrow. A translucent arrow filled with endless soul energy shot toward Shui Guanji. A spiritual attack. Shui Guanji's expression changed. Spiritual attacks were the most terrifying attacks. If he was struck, it truly would be troublesome. Buzz. The heavenly Dao runes behind him suddenly transformed into a huge shield. 2 kinds of runes were constantly flickering, looking like the eyes of millions of ghouls. It appeared extremely strange. This strange shield blocked Meng Qi's attack. But Shui Guanji felt a burst of pain in his soul. Meng Qi's spiritual attack was too powerful, and a portion of it reached him. "Fuck off." Shui Guanji formed a hand seal, and the water qi around him surged. His runes rumbled with them, and a huge water hammer appeared in the air. "Get back!" cried Tang Wan-er. She rapidly formed hand seals, summoning all her energy. A huge wind shield formed in front of her, and she retreated along with everyone else. Her wind shield exploded. Terrifying water energy slammed into them. It felt like a mountain had crashed into them, and they all vomited blood. They were engulfed in a powerful flood and unable to say a word. Shui Guanji's attack blew back Tang Wan-er and the others. They directly slammed into the edge of the basin. But no one cheered for him, they all looked down on him. Unable to defeat Long Chen, he actually released his anger on people from the same sect as him. That wasn't what a true expert should do. Everyone was silent for a moment. Around half of the Dragonblood Legion had fallen unconscious from this attack. After all, that was the attack of a rank 2 celestial. Seeing the Dragonblood warriors begin to carry their injured brothers to the shore and give them medical care, everyone felt an indescribable feeling inside. Each of the Dragonblood warriors was worthy of respect, but now they had been humiliated like this. "Long Chen, since you won't let me cultivate, then none of your 36th supermonastery's people should think about cultivating either." Shui Guanji completely ignored everyone's gazes. In the storm zone, Long Chen's eyes were icy cold, and his arms suddenly shook. A blue and violet light shot out. Originally, people thought he was preparing some ultimate attack, but those two lights didn't go forward. They went toward the core of the storm zone instead. Long Chen had decided to let Lei Long and Huo Long go to the core on their own. He told them to make themselves as small as possible so that they wouldn't be noticed, but it still drew people's suspicions. However, Long Chen didn't care. "Shui Guanji, do you have any interest in having a life and death match?" shouted Long Chen from the storm region, shocking everyone. Chapter 717 Fighting Shui Guanji. A life and death match. Everyone was shocked. Long Chen wanted to kill. Did he really have the confidence to fight a rank 2 celestial? HMPH, how ignorant, snorted Shui Yunkong. Yes, truly ignorant. Shui Wuan nodded, but the same word had a different meaning in her mouth. Shui Wuan knew that Long Chen was truly furious. He could accept anything, but he couldn't accept others hurting his comrades, especially not when they were someone impossible for them to defeat and when they used such despicable methods. Once that happened, Long Chen would become a completely different person. "Do you think you're fit to have a life and death match with me? I won't kill you today, but I'll crush every single one of your bones to dust." Seeing Long Chen walk out of the storm zone, Shui Guanji was delighted. As long as he wasn't in the storm zone, then he didn't have anything to worry about. "Long Chen, I'll make you regret provoking me." Shui Guanji suddenly spread his hands. Countless runes appeared in the space between them, forming a huge arrow. The arrow continued to grow, becoming hundreds of meters long. It was formed entirely of his runes, and a terrifying pressure spread that caused the other disciples' expressions to change. This level of attack could instantly kill them. The huge arrow shot toward Long Chen. It wasn't fast, but it caused the void to rumble. Its powerful aura had locked down Long Chen. "Don't play this kind of senseless game. Bring out your full strength, or you'll die." Suddenly, Long Chen completely disappeared. When he reappeared, he was right by Shui Guanji's side, and his saber was slashing at him. What? Everyone was shocked that Long Chen could ignore Shui Guanji's lock and escape this attack. But was Shui Guanji trying to make a joke? If you wanted to lock down your opponent, you either needed stronger spiritual strength or a greater aura than your opponent. He had truly underestimated Long Chen. Despite immediately summoning a water shield and retreating, Shui Guanji was still cut by Long Chen's saber chi. Blood burst from his chest. If he had been any slower, he would have been cleanly cut in two. Long Chen's netherworld ghost steps were too difficult to deal with. As his cultivation base had grown, he discovered just how exquisite this technique was. His speed was too fast, so fast that others couldn't even react. The Celestials were especially horrified. They would be killed without even realizing it. The Vice Sect Master narrowed his eyes upon seeing Long Chen's footwork. He felt it was a bit familiar, but he wasn't sure. Shui Yunkong and the rest of the Shui family all jumped upon seeing Shui Guanji injured. Heavenly Dao recovery. Shui Guanji was also shocked. Just now, he had instinctively shot back upon sensing the danger. If he hadn't, he would have died. Now, he no longer dared to be careless. He directly summoned his true cry of the Heavenly Daos. Previously, he had only activated a portion of his runic power. He had always thought that summoning the cry of the Heavenly Daos would just be elevating Long Chen's status. But now he finally realized that if he continued playing around like this, he might play himself to his grave. Boom! With Shui Guanji at the core, two kinds of Heavenly Dao runes erupted. Space trembled as they interweaved. Even the flow of the current was forced aside by his power. For many people, this was their first time seeing the manifestation of a rank 2 celestial. It was much more terrifying than ordinary celestials. Even from 100 miles away, this pressure made it hard for people to breathe. Are they really going to undergo a heaven-shaking battle? The disciples were filled with anticipation. It was rare to witness a battle on this level. Suddenly, Long Chen began to rush away, instantly disappearing from other people's sights. People were at first astonished that he was running, but then Long Chen said, "Let's switch locations." In order to not disturb others, Long Chen wanted to change the battlefield. That filled these disciples with gratitude. Shui Guanji snorted and followed. Today, he was completely infuriated. This was his first time being slapped in the face. Although he couldn't kill Long Chen in front of everyone like this, he could definitely humiliate him as much as he pleased to retrieve his dignity. Now, he no longer even cared that much about the trial. If he didn't defeat Long Chen, he would become the Xuantian Dao sect's laughingstock. Don't just stand there. Even if you want to watch the fight, watch from inside, said Long Chen to the Dragonblood Legion. Because he was following the current, he reached the edge of the basin in just a moment. Ji Yu Yong and the others hastily nodded. This trial was an extremely rare opportunity. They had already sensed immense benefits. The people who had been knocked unconscious had awoken, and they once more returned to their original location. With their previous experience, their speed was much faster. By the time they reached their original location, Long Chen and Shui Guanji were already facing each other in the distance. The vice sect master didn't stop them, nor did he have any plans to. For a genius to rise within a sect was a good thing. But if multiple geniuses rose, they would definitely fight. Geniuses were all extremely self-confident. They only wanted to recognize themselves as geniuses. Each of them wanted to be king, to be the sole ruler. That wasn't a bad thing. Geniuses needed all kinds of motivation and passion to get stronger. If everything was peaceful and perfect, a genius would have no drive. It was an iron law of the world that competition was required. This was a rule that no one could change, and so the vice sect master only watched. Whether it was the disciples in the Xuantian Sea or the four families' experts, everyone's focus was on Long Chen and Shui Guanji. Although I can't kill you, I can return the humiliation you've given me 1,000 times, said Shui Guanji arrogantly. Then be careful. I, Long Chen, am not good at fighting. I'm only good at killing. If I accidentally kill you, don't blame me. Long Chen shook his head. Arrogant. I'll let you experience the true power of a rank 2 celestial, a power you can only look up to. Boom. Shui Guanji's runes suddenly blossomed with light as if they had come alive. A terrifying pressure crashed down on the ground, causing space to tremble. The ground beneath Long Chen's feet suddenly cracked. Although Shui Guanji hadn't attacked yet, the aura he had released had already locked onto him. Long Chen was under Shui Guanji's terrifying pressure. Now that Shui Guanji had released his full strength and summoned the cry of the heavenly Daos, this pressure was no weaker than at the edge of the storm zone. However, the storm zone's power was spread throughout a large area, while Shui Guanji's power was completely focused on Long Chen, which was the only reason it could match the storm zone. As expected, a true rank 2 celestial is much more terrifying. That idiot Huo Wufang didn't even have half this power. Battle intent soared out of Long Chen. It had been a long time since he had exchanged blows with a true expert. It would be good to have a fight. Divine Ring. When the Divine Ring appeared, his powerful aura was like a dragon soaring into the sky. The Divine Ring had 3 colors, but on the edge, there was an incredibly indistinct color, one that was practically impossible to see. What magical art is that? Asked a monastery head. This Divine Ring possessed a will that could subdue the entire universe. Even heaven and earth would have to lower their heads. Such a technique was something they had never seen or heard of. The most shocking thing was that this Divine Ring was actually able to resist Shui Guanji's cry of the heavenly Daos. It wasn't like this before. Why are there more colors now? Some people had seen photographic jades of when Long Chen had previously summoned the Divine Ring. But those images were from when Long Chen had fought in the Julie secret realm. The Divine Ring had completely transformed, and its new power had reached an inconceivable level. Long Chen, let me see just how strong you are. Shui Wuan was full of anticipation. Although she had known Long Chen for so long, she was never able to tell what his limit was. When Long Chen summoned the Divine Ring, Shui Guanji immediately felt a great deal of pressure. That kind of feeling was something he had only sensed when he fought the other rank 2 celestials. Did Long Chen truly possess the power of a rank 2 celestial? If you keep hesitating, then I'll have to attack first. Be careful. You've bullied my brothers, so I'm actually quite angry. If you don't want to die, bring out your full strength. The ground beneath him crumbled. Long Chen shot forward, his saber mercilessly slashing down. I'll make you pay for your arrogance. Shui Guanji was infuriated by Long Chen. His words were a complete insult to him. Even a fellow rank 2 celestial had never dared to say such a thing to him. Water Dragon Twister. Endless runes lit up behind Shui Guanji, forming a huge water dragon that crashed toward Long Chen. Bang! The huge water dragon was directly cut in 2 by Long Chen. Long Chen found it odd how easily he destroyed it, but then his heart clenched and he hastily swung his saber behind him. Chapter 718 Skywater Prison. 2 water dragons had silently appeared behind Long Chen. They were slashed apart by his saber. Long Chen was startled to see that the 2 water dragons had now become 4. Recalling how he had previously cut Shui Guanji's attack in two, he realized he hadn't destroyed his attack. His slashes weren't destroying his attack, but multiplying it. Now, two had turned into four. Furthermore, he found that these dragons had actually absorbed some of his power. It was extremely strange. The four water dragons once more came charging at him. With another slash of his saber, the four turned into 8. Everyone was shocked speechless. This was the first time most of these disciples were seeing Shui Guanji's fighting style. Such a strange technique was truly shocking. The more you killed, the more appeared. Wouldn't you be exhausted to death by the end? My water runes are my core runes. When I awakened as a rank 2 celestial, they all transformed into heavenly Dao runes. Each time you attack, my water runes will absorb a portion of your strength and condense new water dragons. Your defeat is inevitable, sneered Shui Guanji from a distance. In the storm zone, Zhao Wuji, Zhang Wuyan, and Yu Qianshan all had disgusted expressions as they looked at the multiplying water dragons. This was precisely one of the reasons they didn't like fighting Shui Guanji. His techniques were truly too irritating. He didn't face people head-on, instead releasing endless water dragons to attack people. If you destroyed the water dragons, that would cause your spiritual yuan to leak and be absorbed by the water dragons, forming more water dragons. You would essentially be attacking yourself. But if you didn't destroy them, then it would turn into a battle of attrition. With Shui Guanji's vast spiritual yuan, no one could beat him in that regard. Out of the three, only Yu Qianshan had almost managed to beat Shui Guanji. He had immediately launched one of his ultimate moves at the start of the battle, instantly breaking through Shui Guanji's blockade to arrive in front of him. But the result was regretful. Shui Guanji had used a defensive secret art to block him. Although he had been injured, it hadn't been a heavy injury. After that, Yu Qianshan hadn't had an opportunity to approach him again. It had turned into a battle of attrition, and in the end, it was impossible to determine the winner. Furthermore, he had only had that one chance. After that, Shui Guanji was on guard against him and didn't give him any opportunity. More and more water dragons were appearing around Long Chen. Each one was 300 meters long. Now, there were actually thousands of water dragons, and Long Chen was surrounded. He was like a small boat floating on an angry sea. He might collapse at any moment. Long Chen's defeat is inevitable, sighed some monastery heads. No matter who was attacked with such an irritating attack, they would probably be stifled to the point of going crazy. Shui Guanji's water magical arts are practically unrivaled, praised others. Shui Wuan was watching curiously. Long Chen seemed to be going all out against the countless water dragons surrounding him. She was curious as to why he was still attacking them. With his vast battle experience, he clearly should have seen through some clues. How could there be any unrivaled magical arts in this world? The vice sect master wore a faint smile as he calmly watched. He couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps he was the only one present who understood what Long Chen was thinking. Heavens, what's going on? You can't even see Long Chen anymore. He's been buried by tens of thousands of water dragons. The disciples in the current couldn't help being appalled by the countless water dragons. Long Chen and Shui Guanji had distanced themselves from the others. The only thing they could see was water qi and huge dragons surging. Previously, they had still been able to see Long Chen faintly through the water. But now they couldn't see him at all. If this continues, Long Chen will directly exhaust himself to death. How foolish, said Zhang Wuyan coldly. Zhao Wuji said, hopefully Shui Guanji won't torment him too badly, or I won't have anything to play with. I want to personally crush him and snatch his 2 women. With your face, no woman would take a fancy to you. Save yourself the effort. Suddenly, Yu Qianshan, who hadn't said a thing up to this point, opened his mouth. But his words were like a blade stabbing toward Zhao Wuji. Bastard, you want to die? If you're not convinced, let's fight right now. Raged Zhao Wuji. His aura soared and he took a battle posture. Seeing Long Chen and Shui Guanji fighting, he had long since started to get itchy for a fight. I'm not so bored. If you want to fight, there will be a chance in the future. Replied Yu Qianshan coldly. Then he no longer bothered with Zhao Wuji. He absorbed the storm zone's energy as he watched the distant battle. Most people didn't think Long Chen had any chance of winning anymore. But the Dragonblood warriors were an exception. They didn't believe there was anyone in the same realm that could defeat Long Chen, not even a rank 2 celestial. Ha 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 ha, Long Chen, you won't even be able to continue for a few hours before exhausting yourself like this, laughed Shui Guanji. Explode. Suddenly, over 10,000 water dragons exploded. A figure shot through the water, his saber landing on an astonished Shui Guanji. Shui Guanji's body was cleanly cut in two by Long Chen. Everyone let out startled cries. Shui Guanji had been killed. The Shui family's experts all stood up. Shui Yunkong's killing intent erupted. "Sit down," ordered the vice sect master. Suddenly, people heard a faint sound in the distance. They hastily looked over to see Shui Guanji's body explode. But the only thing coming out was water. There was no blood, a water clone. Everyone was shocked. They hastily looked around, finding Shui Guanji up in the air. His expression was exceedingly ugly. If he hadn't used his water clone just now, he would have been killed. This was his first time being forced to use his water clone. This clone was not a spiritual clone, nor was it a true clone. It was simply a clone he had condensed with his runic energy. This clone could only exist within the domain of his runes. He would normally keep it hidden in his domain, and at a critical moment, he could instantly switch places with it. This was one of his secret abilities. But now, it had been exposed by Long Chen. That made him extremely furious. "How did you do this?" demanded Shui Guanji. Long Chen flung the water off his saber. "I'm not your father. Why should I tell you?" "You." Shui Guanji almost exploded from rage. Long Chen's strongest point was his ability to enrage his opponents to death. But it wasn't as if his words were wrong. Why would he have to tell Shui Guanji? Wouldn't that just make it so he could defend against it in the future? Was he stupid? "I understand. You were intentionally allowing the water dragons to absorb your spiritual yuan so that more would appear. Then, when they blocked my sight, you used a secret technique to detonate the spiritual yuan that belonged to you in the water dragons, and then took that chance to launch a sneak attack," said Shui Guanji. Everyone thought about it. It seemed Long Chen truly had intentionally allowed the water dragons to absorb his spiritual yuan, or their numbers wouldn't have increased so quickly. But how had Long Chen done this? All the experts, including Zhao Wuji and the others, didn't understand. The people who had exchanged blows with Shui Guanji all knew that as long as their spiritual yuan was absorbed by his attack, they would lose any connection to that spiritual yuan. They wouldn't even be able to sense it anymore. They didn't know that when Long Chen had his divine ring out, he could still feel his spiritual yuan. Even when it had been absorbed by the water dragons, it had its own specific marking. Previously, Long Chen had allowed the water dragons to absorb his spiritual yuan. Shui Guanji's water dragons truly were bizarre, and they did isolate his spiritual yuan from his control. But with his divine ring, he could clearly sense his energy in the water dragons, and when his saber touched that energy, he could detonate it. Even now, Long Chen didn't completely understand the divine ring's abilities. All he knew was that it could allow his aura to explosively grow and absorb energy for him. Now, he had found another ability. But this ability didn't seem to have any purpose outside of handling Shui Guanji's water dragons now. "I also required you to work together with me. If you weren't so arrogant, you would have immediately reacted when your water runes exploded and immediately dodged. Now you should believe me, right? Bring out your full power, or you'll die," said Long Chen indifferently. Hearing their words, everyone couldn't help being alarmed inside. Just what kind of monster was Long Chen? He managed to see through the openings of any magical art in the shortest period. It had to be known that Shui Guanji had fought with countless people, and they had all been completely helpless against his multiplying water dragons. It was completely unexpected for Long Chen to be able to break this technique. The ones who were most shocked were naturally Zhao Wuji, Zhang Wuyan, and Yu Qianshan. They had always found themselves restrained by his magical arts, so they knew just how difficult Shui Guanji was to deal with. However, his magical arts might be useful against others, but now they were useless against Long Chen. Shui Guanji was completely infuriated by this unexpected outcome. Shui Yunkong's expression was ugly. He also felt a bit regretful. If he had known Long Chen was this powerful, he wouldn't have told Shui Guanji to suppress Long Chen. If his Shui family could have two such powerful geniuses, then they would definitely become the champion of the four families. But now, he felt extremely uneasy. "Did you think that I only have this little ability? Did you think your little flukes can defeat me? A bumpkin really is a bumpkin. I'll let you experience my true abilities." Skywater Prison. The water runes surrounding Shui Guanji all scattered, instantly covering an area of dozens of miles. Chapter 719 Strongest Defense. Long Chen found himself trapped within a huge water prison. It was like a huge birdcage. Because it had come so fast and its scope was so big, he hadn't had any opportunity to run. This water cage was formed entirely of runes. These were Shui Guanji's core runes. They were like water but not truly water. Their strength caused the void to twist. Looking from the outside, Long Chen seemed like a bird caught in a cage. There was nowhere for him to run. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, let's see how you run now. Shui Guanji sneered and his hand seal suddenly changed. The prison began to rapidly shrink. As it shrank, heaven and earth rumbled. What? What kind of power is this? How could it be so terrifying? No one had expected this water prison to cause such intense rumbling. It was like heaven and earth were unable to bear its power. Long Chen's expression finally changed. He found that as the prison shrank, the pressure around him multiplied. It felt like the world around him was being compressed. When it was compressed to the point of just a few miles, Long Chen felt like a huge mountain was crashing onto him from every direction. He had no choice but to resist with his full strength. By the time the prison reached a width of 300 meters, Long Chen estimated that the pressure could easily crush a rank 1 celestial. The pressure continued to increase as it shrank. Even Long Chen's physical body was starting to become unable to bear it. Long Chen, now that you're a bird caught in a cage, you should understand the difference between us. You'll never be able to make up for that gap. If you kneel and beg me, if you say you're a bumpkin, I will release you. Otherwise, even if I can't kill you, I can crush you into a completely deformed state now, said Shui Guanji. You're a bumpkin, that's all I have to say, said Long Chen suddenly. Yes, Shui Guanji thought he was conceding, and he sneered with disdain. All right, I've said it, and you've also promised, said Long Chen. Shui Guanji immediately understood that he was cursing him. And he had actually fallen for it. Fuck off. Shui Guanji furiously compressed the prison. He truly wanted to kill Long Chen now. Long Chen is completely suppressed. This water prison looks so terrifying. It's unexpected that Shui Guanji actually had such an ability, said Yu Qianshan. When they had exchanged blows with Shui Guanji, he had always used the water dragons to handle them. He had never faced them head-on. So in truth, his scheming ability was profound. He had held back all his powerful techniques. If it hadn't been for Long Chen, they wouldn't have known that Shui Guanji had such terrifying abilities. The water prison took only a moment to appear, and its scope was so great. If it was in a close-range battle, it really was impossible to defend against. The three of them all felt apprehensive. They didn't look favorably on Long Chen's odds. Since Shui Guanji had abandoned his defense and placed all his core runes into this water prison, it meant that this was his strongest offensive ability. Suddenly, an explosive sound rang out. Long Chen's shoulder shattered. He was finally unable to bear that pressure. Truly worthy of being a rank 2 celestial. This combat ability is truly shocking. It seems I've underestimated you, said Long Chen lightly as he looked at the blood on his shoulder. You still want to act calm. I want to see just how long you can keep that up. You'll quickly be crushed into a lump, said Shui Guanji through clenched teeth. Although he had imprisoned Long Chen, Shui Guanji was still infuriated. His strategy had always been to never reveal his true strength in front of others. But this Skywater prison was his strongest killing technique. He had once used this technique to bring down a rank 2 celestial from the corrupt path. Long Chen had far surpassed the amount of time that rank 2 celestial had lasted, and he had only just been injured. Just how terrifying was his physical body? A cold light suddenly appeared in his eyes. He definitely couldn't leave such a person alive. He decided to secretly concentrate all his power and instantly kill Long Chen. Even if he did kill Long Chen, although it would displease the vice sect master, he could say that Long Chen refused to admit defeat as an excuse. His death was just an accident. At most, he would receive some punishment. You want to kill me? Said Long Chen suddenly. He smiled. He finally sensed that Shui Guanji had unleashed his killing intent. 3 stars appeared in Long Chen's eyes. The primal chaos bead, which had been rapidly circulating, suddenly became still. A vast sea of energy poured out of the primal chaos space. It was like explosives had been ignited in his body. A terrifying aura erupted and a will to decimate the 9 heavens soared into the sky. Everyone was horrified. Long Chen actually still had a trump card, and such a terrifying one. Everyone felt a burst of terror when Long Chen's aura erupted. It was like the revival of a devil god. In front of that will, they seemed so minute. The water cage was like a balloon. It went from 50 meters to 30 miles, and it was still inflating. The terrifying water cage directly exploded from Long Chen's aura. Everyone's jaws dropped. Do you still have any other techniques? If not, I'll be attacking. But Long Chen had already charged directly at a horrified Shui Guanji. Shui Guanji awakened from his shock and quickly summoned back his runes. They formed a shield in front of him. Bang! That incomparably tough runic shield instantly exploded. Shui Guanji vomited blood and flew back. Even the late sea expansion experts watching had to gulp. They were all shocked by Long Chen's combat ability. It had to be known that Shui Guanji's water shield was shockingly tough and supple. Other people's attacks were unable to bring out any force against him, but now it had instantly exploded. That meant Long Chen's current strength had reached a level that surpassed their imaginations. Is Long Chen a demon? Wondered a monastery head. All the monastery heads were shaken. This kind of combat ability was inconceivable. The vice sect master simply watched calmly. His gaze went from the divine ring to Long Chen's gaze. He didn't say anything, as even he had never seen this kind of magical art. It had already surpassed the scope of his understanding. Long Chen had to have huge secrets. He couldn't help but sigh. Everything Long Chen had was obtained through risking his life. Perhaps only such a brave warrior would be given the heaven's blessing. All great opportunities were left to the brave. It was unfortunate he didn't know that Long Chen didn't feel the slightest gratefulness toward the heavens. It was the 9-star hegemon body art that had given him everything he had. Shui Guanji had borrowed Long Chen's attack to fall back. Seeing him miserably falling back, even the other 3 heavenly geniuses were shocked. Zhang Wuyan covered her mouth, filled with disbelief. They had all been tricked by Long Chen. Or perhaps it was better to say they had been tricked by Long Chen's slovenliness. They had been misled by how he didn't have any of the air of an expert. Every genius, even rank 1 celestials, would all possess an arrogant air and domineeringness. But Long Chen didn't possess that. He seemed just like an ordinary disciple. And so no one could tell he was truly a match for the 4 heavenly geniuses. Ha ha ha, boss really is the boss. Guo Ran and the others were all in the red zone watching Long Chen worshipfully. Countless water runes once more condensed around Shui Guanji, shocking everyone. He truly was worthy of being one of the 4 heavenly geniuses. He was capable of releasing consecutive ultimate moves, and there was no sign of his spiritual yuan running out. The disciples all had to acknowledge the 4 heavenly geniuses. They were all practically monsters, unable to be judged through common sense. Seal the heavens, lock the earth. Rumbling filled the air, and blood began to drip from Shui Guanji's forehead. This fresh blood formed 2 different runes on his forehead. They corresponded to his 2 heavenly Dao runes. In that instant, all the runes around him became scarlet. They formed 3 translucent barriers around him. Long Chen, as a water cultivator, offense is my weak point. Now I've brought forth my strongest defense. If you have the guts, just try and break it, provoked Shui Guanji. Are you stupid? You're hiding in your turtle shell, and you want me to break it? Why would I waste the energy? I'll just wait right here. Let me see just how long you can maintain this turtle shell. Long Chen naturally wasn't so stupid. Furthermore, even before he touched these 3 barriers, just summoning them had made Shui Guanji pay a large price. Just from that, he knew this was his strongest technique. This kind of magical art might have a shocking defense, but the exhaustion rate was also tremendous. There was no way he could maintain it for long. On the other hand, Long Chen had the divine ring giving him a constant stream of energy. Shui Guanji was infuriated. He snorted, "If you don't, then I'll force out every single one of you from the Xuantian Sea." Countless expressions changed. Even Shui Yunkong's expression became ugly. This child had been pampered rotten. At this moment, he didn't care the slightest bit about principles. He had made this threat twice now. He had completely lost the mannerism a large sect's disciple should possess. Alright, since you want to die, I can only help you out. Long Chen's gaze seemed like 2 sharp blades. He slowly raised his saber, and a majestic aura slowly rose. Chapter 720 Defeating his enemy with a single saber. These movements are. The vice sect master was shocked. It split the heavens, said Shui Wuan. What? How can Long Chen use the heaven-splitting divine sect's sacred ability? Cried the Wang family head. There's nothing curious about it. In the Phoenix Cry Empire, Long Chen found the first form of split the heavens, and then in the Julie secret realm, he killed one of the heaven-splitting divine sect's disciples. Thanks to some people sending this news to the heaven-splitting divine sect, one of their people came to give him permission. Who would have thought, right? What do you say, family head Zhou? Shui Wuan glanced at Zhou Tianyi's bald head. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Zhou Tianyi's expression didn't even twitch. Oh, there was such a thing. And the heaven-splitting divine sect's people didn't take back Long Chen's battle skill. How? The vice sect master found this inconceivable. According to the heaven-splitting divine sect's crazy and unreasonable domineeringness, they definitely wouldn't be so kind-hearted. That person didn't make things hard on Long Chen. He actually gave Long Chen some benefits. Shui Wuan smiled. Benefits? How is that possible? Cried a monastery head. Because Long Chen gave him a slap in the face, he gave Long Chen some benefits. I'm also not clear on the exact details. Shui Wuan shook her head. Thinking of that person from the heaven-splitting divine sect, she couldn't help finding it funny. She really was unable to understand his way of thinking. People wanted to continue asking her questions, but in the end, they shut their mouths and focused on watching Long Chen. His aura was still growing. Even if Long Chen has learned split the heavens, so what? Guanji's defense is unrivaled. No one within the same realm can break it, said Shui Yunkong. He was clearly uncomfortable with how Long Chen was. As the family head, he had made this strategy which had caused a genius to be treated as a random weed. That was equivalent to saying he had no vision. If Long Chen defeated Shui Guanji, he really would have no face left. So in his heart, he still hoped for Shui Guanji to suppress Long Chen. Only then would it prove that he had made the right choice. If a leader couldn't even properly appraise people, then they really should step down. Long Chen's saber was currently pointed toward the sky. An immense saber image slowly condensed. The huge saber image suddenly slashed down on Shui Guanji's water barrier. The barrier shook 3 times, but it didn't break. Furthermore, there were 3 runic barriers. Long Chen's attack hadn't even broken the outer layer. This is the famous split the heavens. The experts looked at each other in dismay. It seemed this was a far cry from the power rumored in legends. HMPH, it was just a bluff, sneered Shui Yunkong. Just as his sneer rang out, Long Chen once more raised his saber to the sky. An even larger saber image pierced through the clouds. When they saw that saber image, the monastery heads all shot up, filled with shock. They found out that Long Chen's previous attack had just been a practice blow. The first attack had shaken heaven and earth's natural energy. But the second attack had absorbed all the energy in the air. In that instant, the entire world trembled with a murderous aura. Even from a distance, it was like this saber image had locked them down. It was incomparably terrifying. This should be the second form of split the heavens. Shui Wuan was also filled with shock as she watched. But she could guess what this move was. Shui Guanji was tightly locked down by a fierce sensation of death. He felt a chill throughout his whole body. Bastard! You won't be able to break my defense. He roared furiously and suddenly punched himself in the chest. He vomited blood, directly using his essence blood to form a seal. The barriers around him brightened. Long Chen ignored his actions. He was completely focused on comprehending the will of split the heavens. Although it wasn't his first time using it, this time, he felt a kind of will that could break apart any and all restrictions, including heaven and earth. It actually greatly resembled his own will. He was currently trying to align his will with the essence of split the heavens. Rumbling suddenly filled the air, and astral winds raged. A power was bursting forth like an erupting volcano. Long Chen suddenly felt all his energy get sucked dry. He couldn't help being startled. His tremendous spiritual yuan still wasn't enough to completely satisfy split the heavens. Furthermore, he found that his attack had already reached the point of an arrow flying off a bow. He had no choice but to follow through with it. It wasn't under his control anymore. The huge saber image was like a bolt of lightning splitting apart heaven and earth, like a heavenly blade cutting apart the river of stars. It slashed down directly at Shui Guanji. When it landed on his first layer of defenses, that water barrier instantly exploded. It continued to the second. The second barrier didn't even last for a breath, and it also exploded. Shui Guanji's face turned as pale as paper. With a furious roar, Shui Guanji poured all his spiritual yuan into his final barrier. If he still couldn't block it, he would die. The saber image landed on the third barrier. The ground fiercely trembled, and even the disciples in the Xuantian Sea were blown into the air. As a result, they were blown into the distance by the current. Some were even blown directly to the edge. This attack was too terrifying. It was lucky that this was a special place, or Long Chen's attack might have completely destroyed this land. When the dust scattered, people were horrified to see the ground had become covered in cracks. Long Chen was leaning on his saber, gasping for breath. Shui Guanji had disappeared from his original location, and a long ditch had appeared there. Shui Guanji was lying at the end of that ditch, constantly coughing up blood. What? Shui Guanji was defeated. Dragging his saber, Long Chen slowly walked over to Shui Guanji. His steps were a bit unsteady, but his imposingness shook people's hearts. When he arrived in front of him, Long Chen icily looked at the pale Shui Guanji. Do you know, if you had just targeted me, this little competition would have ended here. Regretfully, you despicably sneak attacked my brothers. What are you planning? You won't dare to kill me, said Shui Guanji icily. Long Chen smiled. In this world, there's nothing I don't dare to do. It's just that you haven't touched my bottom line yet, so I won't kill you. Suddenly, Long Chen's saber directly pierced through Shui Guanji's chest. His blood splashed, shocking everyone. Long Chen, you're courting death. Shui Yunkong roared furiously. Long Chen's actions caused everyone to jump in fright. Was he really planning on killing someone here? Did he not want his life? Long Chen didn't even glance at Shui Yunkong. He indifferently looked at Shui Guanji. This is for my brothers. Remember, next time you do something like this, then even if you have a god as a backer, I swear I will kill you. He flung his saber, sending Shui Guanji flying. He miserably tumbled, wildly vomiting blood. Without a second glance, Long Chen began walking back toward the Xuantian Sea. Everyone was deeply shaken by this. It was like they were watching a merciless devil god walking toward them. He was actually so powerful. All of a sudden, the saber Long Chen was resting on his shoulder shattered. It was unable to endure the power from the second form of Split the Heavens. Damn it, can't you wait until after I finish showing off? Long Chen sighed helplessly. He flung away the hilt and went directly into the Xuantian Sea. He felt his exhausted spiritual yuan rapidly recovering in the Xuantian Sea. It was even faster than recovering with medicinal pills. Vice Sect Master, Long Chen went too far this time. Shui Yunkong stood and bowed. The Vice Sect Master waved his hand. All things have their reasons. If you want to play, then you have to be able to accept losing. If Long Chen had been defeated, what would have happened? Would you have felt that to be too far? Do you feel that because Shui Guanji is your family's disciple, defeating him is going too far? Just at this moment, Zhou Tianyi interjected, family head Shui, being so biased toward one person isn't good. Aren't you afraid of your other disciples growing disillusioned? I'm just judging the matter as it stands, aren't I? Shui Yunkong's mind was a bit chaotic now. It was not the time to fight, so he directly shut his mouth. Nice job, boss. When Long Chen passed by the Dragonblood Legion, Guo Ran and the others all looked at him worshipfully. Deciding to follow Long Chen had truly been the best decision of their lives. Long Chen smiled at them and continued forward. Winking at Meng Qi and Tang Wan he went straight toward the storm zone. The pressure was the greatest there, but his recovery speed would also be the fastest there. Once he was in the violet zone, he didn't continue forward. He just relied on the current's practically limitless energy to recover his spiritual yuan. At this time, the heavily injured Shui Guanji stood up and walked back to the Xuantian Sea. Long Chen had merely stabbed him, and that attack hadn't contained any other forces. So while his injury had appeared frightening, it hadn't been at all fatal. That was especially true since he was a water cultivator, and his natural recovery ability was greater than others. Shui Guanji also entered the violet zone. This time, Long Chen didn't stop him. A gentleman should be magnanimous and clearly understand enmities. He had already gotten his revenge for his brothers. Long Chen, I won't let things off just like this. We still have a long time to play, snorted Shui Guanji when he detoured around Long Chen. Chapter 721 Pulling People In. Long Chen ignored Shui Guanji. Although he had to admit that Shui Guanji was extremely powerful, he wasn't afraid of him. It was just that now, Long Chen was much more on guard toward the other rank 2 Celestials. Shui Guanji was a rather special case amongst the 4 of them. His combat strength lay in his defense, not offense. Furthermore, with this fellow's character, he definitely wouldn't expose his true trump cards unless he had to. Although he had heard that when the 4 of them had exchanged blows and they had been equally matched, that was simply because it hadn't been a battle to the death. They had merely used probing blows. Today, he had provoked Shui Guanji and found many abilities that he hadn't used before. That meant the other rank 2 Celestials also had to be hiding terrifying trump cards. Just Shui Guanji, who didn't specialize in offense, was already able to push Long Chen to the point that he had no choice but to use all his trump cards. Then Zhao Wuji, who was widely known for his offense, would definitely be much more terrifying. Long Chen's gaze roamed around. As expected, he saw overflowing battle intent coming from Zhao Wuji. It seemed he had an urge to fight Long Chen right now. As for Yu Qianshan, his gaze was like a sword. He also seemed interested. Only Zhang Wuyan's expression was indifferent, making it impossible to tell what she was thinking. That made Long Chen snort. It seemed things would be very lively. This was Long Chen's first time encountering such powerful opponents. He felt his own blood boiling with battle intent. Long Chen might not have an arrogant air, but he had a lofty and unyielding character. His arrogance was concealed in the depths of his soul. Thus, he also thirsted to fight with experts. Currently, Zhao Wuji, Zhang Wuyan, Yu Qianshan, Shui Guanji, and Long Chen were going deeper into the storm zone from 5 different directions. They moved slowly, because the closer they got to the core of the storm zone, the stronger the current grew. But Long Chen didn't continue forward. Although the tide contained all the energies of heaven and earth, and any cultivator would gain huge benefits from it, he was different. He was not an elemental cultivator. He controlled flame energy and thunder force, but he didn't need to do anything to absorb those energies. Lei Long and Huo Long had already reached the core of the storm zone and were absorbing energy. Although they had separated from him, he could sense their emotions. Those two were crazily devouring energy there with extreme joy. Furthermore, the two of them listened to what he had said. They kept themselves small. They were only a few inches long, and outsiders were unable to sense their existence. Of course, compressing their bodies meant they couldn't absorb energy as easily. It was fortunate that the energy at the core had practically reached a solid state, and so it was compressed enough for them to devour their fill. Shui Guanji and the others were doing their best, but they finally reached their limit a few miles from the core. They were unable to advance another inch. But this place was already enough to give them endless benefits, benefits that surpassed their imaginations. They were doing their best to absorb their own specific energies from the current. If Long Chen continued forward, the current's energy could rapidly strengthen his body, and he would be able to release even greater strength in the future. But he decided not to do that. That was because he felt that doing that wouldn't have any meaning. The body-strengthening aspect from the storm zone couldn't compare to Enlightenment Palace pills. There was no need to waste that time. His energy was rapidly recovering in the current, and he was fully recovered in just 2 hours. That was too miraculous, as he would have required several days to do the same outside this sea. Once he was recovered, in front of everyone's uncomprehending gazes, he left the storm zone. He walked over to Meng Qi and Tang Wan. Long Chen, Meng Qi, I'll bring Wan into the storm zone. She'll be able to gain even greater benefits there. But you, said Long Chen apologetically. It's fine. In truth, the Xuantian Sea isn't too useful to me. A beast tamer's body is just too weak. Even if it's strengthened, there's a limit. You should bring Wan along, said Meng Qi. Meng Qi, can you endure it? Asked Long Chen worriedly. I'll be fine. I've already grown accustomed to it. I told Wan to go ahead on her own before, but she refused. This opportunity is rare, so don't waste time worrying about me. Meng Qi smiled toward Tang Wan. Long Chen nodded. He brought Tang Wan over to the storm zone. When they approached the border, Tang Wan was clearly under extremely great pressure. She was slightly pale. Long Chen directly activated his divine ring, blocking the pressure for Tang Wan. She gratefully smiled toward Long Chen. He directly charged into the storm zone with her. With his assistance, Tang Wan easily entered. The majority of the pressure had been blocked by him. I'll slowly withdraw my strength, so the pressure on you will gradually increase, said Long Chen. Seeing Tang Wan nod, he began to pull back his strength. Although she had been prepared, Tang Wan still jumped. The instant Long Chen began to withdraw his power, she felt like countless mountains had begun collapsing on her. But Long Chen went slowly, giving her a great deal of time to accustom herself. Even so, it took Tang Wan 2 hours before she could just barely endure it. Alright, you can absorb the wind energy here. It will increase your comprehension as well as adaptability. I'll come to find you later. After setting up Tang Wan Long Chen returned to the red zone. Seeing Long Chen actually use his precious time to pull Tang Wan into the storm zone, countless celestials were incredibly envious. As for the monastery heads, they were lost in thought. Long Chen was sacrificing much to do this. He was giving up his cultivation time. Was he not afraid of being surpassed by others? It had to be known that the cultivation path was filled with struggles. No one would give up opportunities like this, not even if they were giving them up for a wife or a brother. In fact, to obtain such an opportunity, it was all too common for them to turn hostile against their own kin. Why did he go out again? No one understood. Because she was a member of the three peerless beauties. Practically everyone in the Xuantian Dao sect knew that Meng Qi was a beast tamer. She couldn't possibly enter the storm zone. He wouldn't. Is he really? People were stunned to see that Long Chen was going toward Ji Yuyong and the others. Brothers, are you prepared? Long Chen smiled. Boss, are you serious? Ji Yuyong was startled and delighted. Yes, I'll also drag you guys in. That place will multiply the benefits for you. I just don't know if you dare to or not, laughed Long Chen. Of course we dare. Boss, quickly bring us in, cried Ji Yuyong and the others excitedly. Even here, they felt themselves strengthening with every passing moment. But the storm zone was something only second-ranked celestials could enter. Rank 1 celestials didn't even have the qualifications to get close. The benefits there could make a person drool. Alright, then the captains can follow me. As for the squad leaders and below, you won't be able to enter, said Long Chen. The legion's captains were Ji Yuyong, Song Mingyuan, Li Qi, and Yu Zifeng. The Dragonblood Legion was composed of 360 members. They were split into 36 squads, each with a squad leader. The 4 captains were each in charge of 9 squads. The squad leaders were the strongest of the squads. But compared to Ji Yuyong and the other captains, the difference was extremely great. Brothers, I'm cheering for you. Have a good trip, ha ha ha. Seeing that Long Chen didn't mention him, Guo Ran was extremely relieved. But a single sentence from Long Chen made him turn green. Guo Ran, you're also coming. Boss, my body's too weak. It's even weaker than one of our ordinary brothers. I should stay here and just cheer for you. Boss, please, I don't want to go. I'll die if I go. Please boss, release me. I have a mother, and I want to have babies one day, begged Guo Ran. But Long Chen ignored him. He simply dragged him over. No matter how he begged, Guo Ran was unable to stop Long Chen's footsteps. All 4 captains of the Legion have come. As the head general, you can't be excused. Even if you die, you have to die inside the storm zone, said Long Chen as he dragged a wailing Guo Ran. As Long Chen pushed his divine ring to its peak, the 5 of them forced their way through the current. However, this time, Long Chen was under extremely great pressure. The tide's strength would adjust itself according to a person's power. Now that he was enduring the pressure for the 5 of them, he felt a powerful resistance. They weren't celestials, and so they couldn't compare to Tang Wan. If he didn't do this, they would be instantly crushed. Seeing Long Chen bringing 5 people to the storm zone, countless jaws dropped. This was truly ruthless. What a fool. He's wasting such a good opportunity. Pulling in Tang Wan was one thing. After all, she's a celestial and has plenty of room to grow. But to drag in 5 ordinary disciples is just a waste of time. Especially that crying fellow. He's clearly just trash. No matter how good Long Chen's talent is, if he just wastes his time like this, he'll quickly be thrown into the distance, said Shui Yunkong. The other experts also nodded. Tang Wan was a wind cultivator, and pulling her into the storm zone gave her limitless prospects. Doing such a thing had been worthy of praise. But pulling in 5 ordinary disciples made people speechless. Was he really so bored? Furthermore, wouldn't those 5 people be crushed to death as soon as they entered? Chapter 722 The Pain of Shattered Bones. Hearing Shui Yunkong ridicule Long Chen, Shui Wuan said, Long Chen has his own thoughts. He doesn't meet the standards of a leader, but he definitely meets the standards of a cultivator. He treats each person by his side as a brother and is willing to entrust his back to any of those brothers. That kind of trust is something we can't understand. For example, I can guarantee that Long Chen has his own goal with his current actions. Just because others can't understand it doesn't mean it's foolish. Shui Yunkong's expression sank. Shui Wuan was becoming more and more unbridled, to actually say such a thing in front of everyone. She didn't give him the slightest face. The reason why Shui Wuan could say such things was because she had a peerless genius like Long Chen by her side. It was also because of Long Chen that she had received the favor of the vice sect master. Now her wings had truly grown, and she no longer needed to care about her family head. Shui Yunkong's eyes were cold. A young person always feels like they can do unrealistic things once they gain a bit of power. Does he really think he can defy the heavens? Does he think he can escape the restriction of the world's laws? Shui Wuan smiled disdainfully. In truth, Shui Yunkong was talking about her. He was saying it would be arrogant of her to think that she could escape the control of the Shui family. His meaning was that he was the family head, and she shouldn't get carried away by her wishful thinking. She smiled coldly inside. Was a pompous family head position so great? Did he think everyone wanted that kind of position where the only thing you did all day was scheme? She couldn't be bothered to say anything. Her previous words had simply been because she was dissatisfied with Shui Yunkong belittling Long Chen. It was unexpected that this old fellow would actually raise the conflict to a new level once she defended Long Chen with a few words. Suddenly, Zhou Tianyi interjected, "Brother Yunkong's words are a bit wrong. A horse dislikes the narrow path, and the great Peng hates how low the heavens are. Even the vice sect master has already said that this world belongs to these children. Could it be that Brother Yunkong is calling into question the vice sect master's words?" You! Shui Yunkong raged. Zhou Tianyi was too evil to use the vice sect master to suppress him. Although he knew he was only helping Shui Wuan to cause conflict between them, he couldn't help feeling furious. Suddenly, a miserable shriek rang out. That shriek was like the dying cries of a pig being butchered. It cut off their words, and they hastily looked at the Xuantian Sea. At the edge of the storm zone, Long Chen stood while 5 others lay on the ground. 4 of them were bitterly enduring as they constantly vomited blood. But one person was vomiting blood while crazily shrieking. Those miserable sounds were incredibly unpleasant to listen to. "Don't worry, even if you break your throat screaming, no one will come to save you," said Long Chen indifferently. He knew Guo Ran was doing this on purpose. He was probing him, wanting to see if he would become soft-hearted and let him off. But Long Chen truly couldn't let any of them off. Once he had brought the 5 of them in, he had immediately withdrawn half his power. Although he had warned them, they had still been unable to endure it. They immediately collapsed on the ground, unable to move. And even at this time, Long Chen didn't let them off. He continued to slowly weaken his power. The pressure on them continued to increase. "Ah, I'll die," Guo Ran was crazily screaming. But in the end, the pressure increased so much that he wasn't even able to scream. The unpleasant sound of bones breaking rang out. Everyone's expressions changed and they felt a chill. The storm zone was truly too terrifying. "Boss, I can't endure it." Li Qi's voice came from his clenched teeth. Even his ability to speak was quickly fading. He felt like he was about to be crushed flat. There wasn't even room for air in his lungs. "That's all right, if you can't endure it, then don't," said Long Chen. Crack! The sound of bones breaking continued to ring out. Those who had been envious of the Dragonblood Legion no longer felt the slightest bit of envy. Guo Ran had already fainted. Every single one of his bones had shattered. He had already passed out from the pain, and he had been squashed so flat that his surface area on the ground had increased quite a bit. Even the monastery heads began to sweat from watching this. This was too vicious. What was Long Chen doing? The pain of broken bones wasn't so bad. But now, all of their bones had been shattered to pieces. That level of pain could make a person die. Even if they didn't die, they would definitely go crazy. This was more vicious than any torture. "Are you sure these people are Long Chen's brothers?" asked an expert from the Shui family. "This is clearly sending them to their deaths. Even if they live, they'll form a huge heart devil and will never advance again. Is this how the 36th supermonastery raises its disciples?" "Shut up. If you don't understand, then don't talk," ordered the vice sect master. "Long Chen is giving them a huge opportunity. This Xuantian Sea is something our Xuantian Dao sect used 108,000 spirit-gathering formations to form. Those formations extracted the 5 regions' most primal energies to create this tide. Within it is a trace of heaven and earth's purest form of energy. Long Chen is having these people completely rebuild their skeletons in hopes that they can absorb a trace of that primal energy in the process. That primal energy can increase their chances of becoming celestials in the future. And even if they can't become celestials, they'll still have unlimited prospects once they reach sea expansion. They'll advance much easier than others. If you're ignorant, then keep your mouths shut. As monastery heads, how can you not use your heads when speaking? It's no wonder the disciples you raised are so stupid. Everyone trembled. This was their first time hearing the vice sect master explain the origin of the Xuantian Sea. They hadn't known any of this before. Then vice sect master, doesn't that mean we could use the Xuantian Sea to create more celestials? Asked the Wang family head. The vice sect master sighed, how could it be so simple? First of all, ordinary disciples aren't even able to get close to the storm zone. You can see that even rank 1 celestials aren't able to do so, let alone them. Only the storm zone's energy is pure enough. Only that energy is able to allow the ordinary disciples to reforge completely new bones. Only rank 2 celestials have the qualifications to enter that zone. If it were you, would you have your peerless geniuses waste their time on ordinary disciples? And even if you ordered it, would they really give up on such a huge opportunity to help others? It's simply not possible. Hearing this, everyone became silent. People were selfish. People might do favors for others if the cost was low. But as for sacrificing themselves to only help out others, that would just be a joke. Even if rank 2 celestials did sacrifice their time to help others, it still wouldn't do anything, said the vice sect master. Because to use the energy here to reforge your bones completely requires you to endure the pain of all your bones shattering for a total of 9 times. Without a strong enough will, a person will either die or go crazy. 9 times, the experts here felt like they might go crazy. Just hearing this was frightening. This was too vicious. There's no way around it. Without talent, without resources, without a powerful backer, those who want to have higher accomplishments than others must put in more effort than others. They now had a greater understanding of Long Chen and the others. They were all people who had nothing. The things they had were things they had risked their lives to obtain. Only by walking the line between life and death did they have their current ability. Although they were young, these people were worthy of respect. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, even the one with the strongest physical body, Ji Yuyong, ended up fainting. Only then did Long Chen increase his power to help them block the pressure. He also gave them a healing pill. An hour later, once they had awakened and their bones had healed, he once more put away his divine ring, having them undergo the pain of their bones shattering. The distant Dragonblood warriors all trembled. This was their first time seeing Ji Yuyong and the others in such a miserable state. They were filled with gratitude. When the Dragonblood Legion had been formed, Long Chen had said that getting stronger was so you could protect the things valuable to you. It was because of that goal that they had chosen to get stronger. As for Ji Yuyong and the others, the pain they were enduring was to protect all of them. It was to reduce casualties amongst them. Looking at the pain they were in, each of the Dragonblood warriors wished to endure it with them. Brothers, compared to the captains, we have it too easy. True brothers should go through hardships together. One of the squad leaders waved his hand, and everyone began to force their way deeper into the sea. When they were less than 3 miles away from the storm zone, they finally had no choice but to stop. Even rank 1 celestials were only a mile or 2 ahead of them. The pressure here caused their blood to churn. Some of them were vomiting blood, but their expressions were full of pride. They were sharing in the pain of the captains. This scene deeply shook countless hearts. They were unable to understand how they could possess such sincere emotions toward each other. Quite a few eyes turned red as they watched this touching scene. Ah, boss, I can't endure it. I'm going to go crazy. On the 6th cycle, Guo Ran suddenly began to cry, his eyes scarlet. This torture had brought his mind to the brink of insanity. Then let me ask you, do you want beauties? Asked Long Chen. Do you want to be a hero? Do you want to show off in front of countless people? What is your greatest dream? I want to be a poser together with boss. Roared Guo Ran. Then do you want to continue? People didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was both shocking as well as comedic. But only Long Chen knew that the thing Guo Ran liked to do the most was to show off. If it was in order to stand in the spotlight, he would be willing to suffer any pain. Guo Ran's mind had already reached its limit. When it came to will, he was greatly lacking compared to Ji Yuyong and the others. Only the thought of showing off allowed him to continue. In front of everyone's stunned gazes, Guo Ran really managed to endure having his bones shattered 9 times. When he woke up, he wasn't crazy. Buzz, rumbling filled the air, and heaven and earth resonated with it. The tide suddenly came to a stop. Chapter 723 9 Netherworld Path. What? It's over. asked a startled monastery head. Previously, the Xianxian Sea would stay open for at least 7 days each time it was activated. But this time, it disappeared after just 3 days. Even the vice sect master's expression was grim. After a moment of silence, he sighed, perhaps countless monsters are soaring within the Xianxian Dao sect. Vice sect master, what's going on? The Xianxian Sea is activated at all 5 regions at the same time. Their energies are connected. In all the previous trials, it had enough energy to last 7 to 10 days. When the Xianxian Sea's energy is exhausted to a certain point, it automatically disappears. Now it disappeared after just 3 days. In other words, the Xianxian Sea's energy has already been used up. Everyone was startled. Their Xianxian Dao sect had entered an unprecedented flourishing period. With the 4 heavenly geniuses and Long Chen, they had thought they would be able to rival the other branch sects. But this scene before them made their hearts sink. The energy that should have taken 7 days to exhaust had all been absorbed in just 3 days. That meant that other regions had also given birth to many monsters that had absorbed the energy. Ha ha ha, I, Guo Ran, am unrivaled beneath the heavens. No one is my match. Let go of me. Get back, I'm going to start showing off. When the tide retreated, Guo Ran began to laugh as if he had gone insane. Ji Yu Yong and the others hastily grabbed him. Long Chen patted Guo Ran on his forehead. His spiritual strength poured into his mind sea. After undergoing that inhuman torment, Guo Ran had almost gone insane. That was very normal, as his will was the weakest of the 5 of them. He had only managed to endure with the thought of being able to stand in the limelight. Now that the pressure suddenly disappeared, signs of insanity appeared. It's over. All the suffering you went through was worth it. Your light will blind the whole world. The name Guo Ran will shake the hearts of others. No one will be able to eclipse you. Long Chen used an extremely soft voice, using something similar to hypnosis to calm down Guo Ran's taut nerves. Can I surpass you, boss? Asked Guo Ran. You little brat, you were just acting. Long Chen kicked Guo Ran into the distance. Beat him up for me. No, boss, I was just joking. Don't take it so seriously. Begged Guo Ran upon seeing Ji Yu Yong and the others rub their fists and pull up their sleeves. Long Chen was about to say something when his arms shook slightly. Lei Long and Huo Long had stealthily returned. It seemed no one had noticed them. The 2 of them both expressed their excitement. The general meaning was that this was their first time being so full. But Long Chen knew that this wasn't Lei Long's first time. It was just that what it had eaten before was just bones, while now it was eating meat. However, it truly was the first time for Huo Long. Long Chen finally sensed a berserk power from it. That was the true level of power an earth flame should possess. Huo Long, since you're full, don't just laze around. Help me refine pills. Long Chen needed a huge amount of Enlightenment Palace pills. No, not a huge amount, an ocean's worth. He had only just given Huo Long its mission when Meng Qi, Tang Wan and the other Dragonblood warriors walked over. How do you feel? Long Chen smiled. Amazing. I feel like a completely different person. All the Dragonblood warriors were excited by their gains. Not only had their physical bodies been tempered, but even their spiritual yuan had become purer and vaster. Furthermore, some of them had even gained a somewhat impure elemental energy. The tide was actually able to give them such immense benefits. They could almost count as elemental cultivators now. A completely different person. Yes, that's right, I feel like I've shed several layers now. Guo Ran bitterly laughed, but it was all worth it. I feel like my body has undergone a heaven-toppling transformation. Ji Yu Yong clenched his fist. When he beat himself in his chest, a drum-like sound rang out. Yu Zifeng, Li Qi, and Song Ming Yuan were also smiling excitedly. Although they had experienced a hellish torment just now, the profit was worth it. Guo Ran, although your constitution is very ordinary, after undergoing that suffering, your will has become much firmer, and although your physical body can't compare to Ji Yu Yong, it's now many times stronger than an average Dragonblood warrior. Don't forget your profession. If your base power has multiplied this much, then you'll be able to. Hee, you understand, laughed Long Chen. I understand, I understand. Guo Ran's head was still in a muddled state from the pain, but with Long Chen's reminder, he couldn't help feeling ecstatic. His strongest point was his armor, and that armor multiplied his strength. However, that was based on his base strength. If his physical body had increased in power this much, then with the multiplication of his armor, his current strength must have reached a point that even terrified him. Then wouldn't I be able to dominate Celestials? Guo Ran was incomparably excited. His eyes were full of anticipation, as if he could already see himself wearing his golden armor, trampling a Celestial under his feet. There really is no curing you. Long Chen shook his head. Long Chen. Suddenly, a cold cry rang out. Long Chen looked in the direction of that voice to see Shui Guanji icily staring at him. Do you dare to have a life and death battle with me? People were startled. Shui Guanji was actually challenging him so quickly after his loss. Zhao Wuji, Yu Qianshan, and Zhang Wuyan were the first ones to comprehend why he would do this. They watched from a distance, expressionless. Long Chen suddenly laughed. I'll accompany you in a life and death battle any time you want. I know you must have obtained some benefits from the core of the storm zone, benefits that have made your power increase quite a bit. However, you should get your affairs in order first, because when you are defeated by my hands again, I will take your life. His words were arrogant, but having already defeated Shui Guanji once, no one thought he was just boasting. If Long Chen had wanted to kill Shui Guanji at that time, and if no one had stopped him, there would no longer be a Shui Guanji. Shui Guanji's expression was incomparably dark. This was his greatest humiliation. A Grand Rank 2 Celestial had actually been defeated, and by someone that wasn't even a Celestial. Long Chen was correct. Shui Guanji had gained a more profound understanding of the water element. Even his water runes had changed slightly, making them stronger than ever. He was still unconvinced by his defeat. He had been careless. If he had treated Long Chen seriously from the start, perhaps the conclusion would have been reversed. Now, his power had increased, while Long Chen had wasted his time helping others. He was confident in being able to kill him, so he immediately challenged him to a life and death battle, wanting to kill him to wash away his humiliation. How could Long Chen not understand Shui Guanji's thoughts? So he wanted Shui Guanji to go ask for the Dao sect's permission. That was to avoid still not being able to kill Shui Guanji at the end. Even Long Chen had to use his full strength to fight Shui Guanji. Furthermore, he had already revealed so many of his trump cards. Shui Guanji was definitely prepared now. If they fought again, and Long Chen was forced to reveal every last one of his trump cards, then it would be completely not worth it if he still couldn't kill Shui Guanji. But if no one stopped him from killing Shui Guanji, then obtaining a rank 2 heavenly Dao fruit would be worth exposing his trump cards. All disciples gather. We're moving on to the second trial. The vice sect master's voice rang out and everyone hastily gathered to where they had originally arrived. HMPH, count yourself lucky, Long Chen. But remember, your life is mine. I might take it any time, said Shui Guanji icily. That infuriated Ji Yu Yong and the others. They all took out their weapons. Shui Guanji really knew how to boast. Long Chen waved his hand, stopping them. It's still the same phrase. Whenever you want to die, come find me. I will send you on your way free of charge. Although his expression was calm, Shui Guanji had truly infuriated him. Long Chen had now completely seen through his temperament. This idiot was precisely a spoiled brat. He had been pampered from a young age, and now he thought of himself as the center of the world. Everything was supposed to revolve around him. Such a person was an idiot, but such an idiot would always do many idiotic things. For example, previously, he had been unable to do anything to Long Chen, so he had targeted the Dragonblood Legion. He had no scruples about doing something so despicable. He had no taboos, and if he allowed this idiot to continue living, he would very likely do something like that again. Long Chen would prefer to not give him the chance. Originally, with the primal chaos bead's power, Long Chen should do his best to go slaughter celestials and gather heavenly Dao fruits. But he did his best to avoid that. That would make him a greedy killer, and eventually, he would become captive to his greed. If he couldn't keep his heart clear, then one day, he would do something he would regret. But Shui Guanji was definitely an exception. Killing him wouldn't make him feel the slightest bit bad. Looking at his back, Long Chen smiled icily. 6 hours after they had all gathered, the world suddenly trembled. The scenery around them changed and they appeared at a large mountain valley. Mist completely obscured the inside of the valley. This is the second trial, the 9 Netherworld Path, announced the Vice Sect Master. Chapter 724 Goofing Off. The mountain valley appeared both real and illusory at the same time. It seemed like a painting that was constantly fluctuating. It was clearly there, yet it somehow felt unreal. Mist filled the valley, making it impossible to see what was inside. But it somehow felt like endless mysteries were waiting to be explored inside. This is the 9 Netherworld path. It is different from the first trial. This trial is focused on a person's soul and will. Furthermore, there is great danger inside, and there is the possibility of dying at any time. So I would advise people with weak spiritual strength to not participate. Hearing the Vice Sect Master's words, the Dragonblood warriors all looked at Ji Yuyong. Ji Yuyong sighed. It seemed this trial had no affinity with him. His spiritual strength was too lacking. To avoid him being instantly killed by even an ordinary soul cultivator, Guo Ran had made him a protective soul item, and Meng Qi had personally poured her soul energy into it. The Vice Sect Master continued, the 9 Netherworld path is filled with countless dangers. Illusions appear at every corner. If you can't distinguish between what is real and what is an illusion, you will lose your life. Don't think that this trial is the same as the Xuantian Sea. This trial is created from spiritual strength. I'm sure you can imagine just how many souls are required to activate such a huge trial. Even Long Chen's heart shook. This trial required souls to activate. Could it be that they had gathered the spiritual strength left by dying experts? I'm sure you all remember that the final trial to enter your monasteries was battling those corrupt corpses. Those corpses are gathered from the battlefields of the righteous and corrupt paths. The souls that are comparatively complete are sealed in the corpses and used as a trial. But on the battlefields of the true experts, the majority of the experts have their souls extinguished in the battle. Their leftover spiritual strength is then gathered to activate the 9 Netherworld path. So the 9 Netherworld path contains endless grievance and resentment in it. You'll run into all kinds of dangers. If you sense a danger to your life, you can crush the jade plates that were distributed to you previously. Then you'll be automatically transported out. However, you absolutely cannot assume that this jade plate will save your life. The majority of the dangers inside are targeted toward the soul. It's very likely that you won't even have a chance to crush the jade before dying. Warned the Vice Sect Master. Everyone's hearts felt heavy, especially those people without powerful spiritual strength. But the 9 Netherworld path was one of the Xuantian Dao sect's trials. The benefits inside had to be immense. Although the Vice Sect Master had only mentioned the dangers, opportunity and risk existed together. This was definitely an opportunity that couldn't be missed. Finally, let me warn you about one last thing. You absolutely cannot try to see your future in the trial. The Vice Sect Master's gaze roved across Long Chen and the 4 heavenly geniuses. Zhang Wuyan and the others' hearts trembled. To make the Vice Sect Master warn them so solemnly, this matter had to be incredibly important. They firmly remembered his warning. After a couple of hours, the mountain valley in front of them stopped fluctuating. The Vice Sect Master waved his hand. The trial of the 9 Netherworld path begins now. But this time, people were clearly much more cautious. There weren't any fools who charged in. The Xuantian Dao sect's trials were kept as a secret from the disciples, and none of them wanted to be the tester for others. Long Chen, let's go. I can sense there's something I want inside. Meng Qi pulled Long Chen and Tang Wan toward the valley. Long Chen gave the others a warning before the 3 of them entered. The valley entrance wasn't huge, being only 100 meters wide. The heavy mist inside possessed powerful spiritual fluctuations. Meng Qi, Tang Wan and Long Chen entered the mist together. The other disciples were constantly paying close attention to them, so they were all shocked once they entered. At that moment, their 3 spiritual fluctuations completely disappeared, almost as if a monster had swallowed them. They felt a chill as this was too strange. But seeing the Vice Sect Master's expressionless face, they could only summon their courage and walk in as well. Long Chen had been holding their hands the whole time, but when he entered the mist, he suddenly felt his hands become empty. At the same time, the mist faded to reveal a mountain path. The mist was still extremely heavy, and he could only see a few meters in front of himself. This mist was extremely strange. His spiritual strength was unable to go through it. There was no way for him to activate his divine sense. Suddenly, a roar came from behind him. Long Chen hastily turned back to see a 30-meter flame leopard attack him. Long Chen was startled. How was it that he hadn't sensed this leopard approaching him? He hastily punched out, but his fist went straight through the leopard's body. It's a spiritual attack. As expected, this leopard was nothing more than soul energy, and it directly attacked his soul. Long Chen snorted. Forming a hand seal, a spiritual arrow shot out of his forehead and struck the leopard. The leopard immediately transformed into incredibly pure spiritual strength and surged toward Long Chen. He was somewhat startled, and he cautiously absorbed a strand of that spiritual strength. How pure! Long Chen was shocked. The leopard had actually transformed into pure spiritual strength when it was killed, and it was the kind of spiritual strength that could be absorbed to strengthen a person's soul. Unfortunately, this thing is useless to me, he sighed. His cultivation path was different from other people's. This spiritual strength actually contained a trace of energy that increased a person's mental realm. But he cultivated the 9-star hegemon body art, and his spiritual strength increased with his cultivation base. As for comprehension, he had no need for it. He had no bottleneck to speak of, so he had no need for comprehension. But that flame leopard had truly been extremely lifelike. Furthermore, it was impossible to sense spiritual fluctuations here. Even Long Chen had thought it had been a real magical beast. Long Chen followed the path. Occasionally, more spiritual beasts would attack him, but they were each killed in one blow by him. He realized the benefits that the 9 Netherworld path gave. He didn't know how they had done this, but they had gathered the resentful spirits from the battlefields and turned them into pure spiritual strength. The Xuantian Dao sect's foundation was shocking. At the same time, he felt excitement for Meng Qi and Tang Wan. The two of them had powerful souls, and the benefits they could obtain here were unimaginable. That was especially true for Meng Qi. This place was practically a holy land for her. As he advanced, the spiritual magical beasts became stronger. But it was nothing to Long Chen. After walking for a long time, a surprising figure appeared in front of him. Shui Guanji. Long Chen was surprised to run into Shui Guanji here. Shui Guanji didn't say a word, however, he suddenly formed hand seals, and a huge water prison appeared around Long Chen. Break! Long Chen roared and his spiritual strength surged out. The water prison was instantly broken. But at the same time, Shui Guanji disappeared and a transparent figure appeared in his stead. Long Chen shot out a spiritual arrow that caused that figure to explode, filling the air with pure spiritual strength. Long Chen had truly been startled to see Shui Guanji here. But as soon as Shui Guanji had used a magical art, he had noticed some clues. The 9 Netherworld path was special, and other than soul energy, no other energy could be used. There was no way for Shui Guanji to use a magical art. So as soon as Shui Guanji had attacked, Long Chen had released his spiritual strength, destroying the illusion of Shui Guanji. After that figure was destroyed, Long Chen sensed a faint aura that made it seem like that figure had had some kind of faint intelligence. It was extremely strange. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to absorb the spiritual strength from that figure. This spiritual strength was useless to him. As long as he didn't use too much of his spiritual strength, there was no need for him to absorb it. He quickened his footsteps as there was something he wanted here. While Long Chen was rapidly advancing, the other disciples had also entered the 9 Netherworld path. There were 3 others that stayed behind with Ji Yuyong. They were all people with incredibly weak spiritual strength. If they entered, then just an ordinary spiritual beast would kill them. These 4 people were all stocky fellows who seemed to specialize in brute force. They looked at each other sympathetically. The vice sect master waited until everyone had entered the 9 Netherworld path to take out a strange chessboard. This was no ordinary chessboard. In truth, it was a map. The map revealed an extremely complicated and interweaving labyrinth. There were countless dots of light that slowly appeared. Each of those dots represented a disciple. With so many dots, no one could tell who was who. Why is that dot so much brighter than the others? Asked a monastery head. This disciple killed comparatively more spiritual beasts and absorbed more spiritual strength than the others. For someone to already have such a huge lead at the very start, who could it be? One of the monastery heads who had attended the trial multiple times explained. The vice sect master pressed the dot and formed a seal with his other hand. The map disappeared, revealing a figure. It's her. That image was of a peerless beauty. With a wave of her hand, a spiritual arrow shot out, killing all the densely packed spiritual beasts in front of her. That power was absolutely shocking, but she accomplished it so easily. This woman was naturally Meng Qi. As soon as she had figured out the situation with the 9 Netherworld path, she had begun a slaughter of the spiritual beasts here. Although her spiritual seed had come from Long Chen, absorbing this spiritual strength would greatly strengthen her spiritual seed. She was like a fish in water here. After that, a few other dots rapidly brightened as well. Those people were the 4 heavenly geniuses, and surprisingly, the 5th person wasn't Long Chen, but Tang Wan. What is Long Chen doing? The monastery heads were all dumbfounded. It couldn't be that he was goofing off, right? Chapter 725 Future Lake. Damn it, how did I end up circling back here? Long Chen was gloomy. He didn't know how many spiritual beasts he had killed as he had rushed along. But after countless forks in the road, he had returned to his original location. Continuing like this is out of the question. I have to think of something. This time, he left behind a mark at the fork before continuing. He found that not long after, he appeared on a completely foreign path. Fuck this, I'm not playing this game, cursed Long Chen. He directly closed his eyes and tried to sense the general direction of the thing he needed. This maze had continuously blocked him, and now, he was out of patience. It's in that direction. Long Chen began to walk in a direction that had no path and was full of mist. Long Chen suddenly took out a saber. The last enchanted saber he had used had exploded after he had used the second form of Split the Heavens. He could only replace it with another. But this was a pole saber, a yuanyudao. 2/3 of it was the handle, while the blade only took up a third. There was a huge difference compared to the normal sabers he used. However, he had no better weapons now, so he could only use it. After traveling an hour through the mist, a path appeared in front of him. But Long Chen didn't follow that path. Instead, he continued in a straight line toward the thing that he sensed. He didn't know how far that thing was. What he wanted to find was the thing the vice sect master had mentioned at the end. Suddenly, he heard some sounds. Long Chen rushed in that direction. A small path appeared in front of him, and there was a woman lying on the ground, her expression pale and twisted, as if she was undergoing a painful struggle. Long Chen immediately went up to her and pressed a hand on her forehead. His powerful spiritual strength surged into her mind. She was currently being attacked by a foreign spiritual strength, but Long Chen's spiritual strength destroyed it. Many thanks, senior apprentice brother. She opened her eyes and looked at him gratefully. Just now, she had been attacked by several powerful spiritual beasts. Although she had done her best to kill them, one of them had managed to invade her mind, almost exterminating her soul. With her soul being attacked, she had no time to crush the jade tablet. Just thinking about it filled her with terror. You're welcome. Do you know where the place you can see your future is? Asked Long Chen. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen. She gasped. I just want to gain some experience. I have no other intentions. Have you run into it? I didn't, but I ran into a senior apprentice sister from the 17th Supermonastery who said she ran into Future Lake. That Future Lake actually took the initiative to ask her if she wanted to see her future. She was so terrified that she fled, she said. Future Lake, that name does sound pretty magical. Do you know its general direction? Asked Long Chen. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, are you really planning on going there? The vice sect master said. Don't worry, I wouldn't do something as stupid as trying to divine my future. That would just destroy a person's Tao heart. I just want to gain experience. Only after hearing this did she say, I remember the location. That senior apprentice sister was very nice and she told me not to go in that direction. If you want to go there to gain experience, I can bring you there. She led Long Chen in a certain direction. After a few dozen turns, even Long Chen was shocked by her amazing memory. It seemed that anyone who could attend this trial was truly extraordinary. We've arrived. Long Chen looked around and saw mist everywhere. He couldn't see anything. He was just about to ask her about this when she said, this is the fork. If you go left, you'll reach Future Lake. I don't dare to go. According to that senior apprentice sister, that place is too strange. Then thank you, I'll go take a look. With how terrifying you make it sound, even I'm getting nervous, laughed Long Chen. Then you really shouldn't go. But, how can you allow yourself to be defeated by fear? Since I've decided to look, then I'm going to take a look. Without another word, Long Chen walked off. The mist completely blocked his vision after just a few steps, and he wasn't even able to see her anymore. He quickened his footsteps. After over 2 hours, Long Chen still didn't see any lake. He even suspected that she had tricked him. But there was no reason for her to trick him, and after all, he had just saved her. The strange thing was that there were no spiritual beasts on this path. There were also no forks in the road. He could only continue onward. Finally, after 6 hours, the path came to a dead end. What the fuck, she really did trick me. Long Chen couldn't help being enraged. Do you want to know your future? Suddenly, a spiritual fluctuation appeared. The mist in front of him slowly dissipated, revealing a lake. The lake's surface was as flat as a mirror, and the mist around it made it appear extremely mysterious. Long Chen was stunned. Was this lake alive? It was actually able to talk through spiritual fluctuations. I do, but does it cost money? Asked Long Chen. The lake was silent for a moment before a figure slowly rose out of the water. That figure was lithe and graceful. It seemed like a woman, but it was impossible to see any clear details. It doesn't cost money, but I'll need you to help me, said that figure. Help you with what? Long Chen was on guard. Bring me out of this place. How am I supposed to do that? Let me enter your spiritual space and bring me out. I'll not only let you see your future, but I'll also raise you into this world's strongest expert, it enticed. Damn, why does that sound so familiar? It's just like what that old ghost, wuxia, wanted. Long Chen suddenly smiled coldly. If my guess isn't wrong, you should be a powerful figure from the corrupt path. Despite your soul already being destroyed, you were still able to reform it. It seems you were truly an amazing person when you were alive. That figure didn't reply. After a moment of silence, it said, "You're smart. That guess of yours is correct. Although I died countless years ago, just my name is enough to strike terror into the hearts of countless righteous experts. How does it sound? Little fellow, cooperate with me. Bring me out of here and back to the corrupt path, and then I will give you anything you want." It would be strange if anyone believed such a thing, thought Long Chen to himself. His head was rapidly working. Most likely, this soul was relying on the lake to survive and couldn't leave or attack, which is why it would try to entice him. He shook his head and said, "The vice sect master told me that if someone wanted to tell my future here, I was to ignore them. That person is a trickster who will take your life. That's pure nonsense. I have to rely on this lake to live. How could I ever take other people's lives? Those people wanted to see their futures, and all I did was help them." "Oh, I understand. You intentionally allowed them to see their future. But you changed the future they saw, making them see themselves dying tragically in order to destroy their Tao hearts," said Long Chen. "Wrong. This future lake is actually a projection of the Xuantian Tao sect's priceless treasure, the reincarnation mirror. That reincarnation mirror is on the same level as my corrupt path's corrupt god divine skull. How could I have the strength to change what it shows?" Long Chen's heart shook. He hadn't expected there to be such a huge secret behind the 9 Netherworld path. He hastily asked, "Then can this future lake really tell a person's future?" "Of course, but I'd advise you not to do that. The future it shows you is true, but it is also false. Divining the future invokes karma, and the reincarnation mirror will not allow that karma to affect it. It will make the asking person bear that karma. Then isn't the Tao sect harming their own disciples? Why would they put such a thing here?" asked Long Chen. This 9 Netherworld path is actually a huge formation made from condensed spiritual strength. Without the reincarnation mirror's projection, it would be impossible to control such a huge formation. Only then did Long Chen understand. This terrifying existence was most likely something that even the vice sect master wasn't aware of. Just now, he had stealthily used his spiritual strength to probe behind him, only to find that his retreat path had been cut off. It seemed that now that this existence had exposed itself, then whether or not he agreed, it wouldn't allow him to leave. But he wasn't afraid. "Then can Senior help me with something? Can you use Future Lake's power to help me divine the origin of something I have?" "That's no problem. I can help you do that, but have you agreed to what I've asked of you?" "No problem. In any case, I've had enough of the righteous path. Throwing myself to the corrupt path is also fine. However, in that case, I need your help to bring one of my companions over," said Long Chen. "Who? It should be the woman whose spiritual strength is the greatest of everyone here except me," said Long Chen. Her. A figure suddenly appeared on the lake. That figure was Meng Qi. She had just killed another batch of spiritual beasts and was refining their soul energy. Long Chen was shocked. Or was this to be expected of an existence that could divine the future? He nodded. "Senior, please lead her over here. She has something I need." A startled cry rang out and Meng Qi suddenly appeared beside Long Chen. She panicked as she had no idea what was going on. But Long Chen said, "Meng Qi, lend me the soul-calming jade." Previously, Long Chen had given the 9-line soul-calming jade to Meng Qi, as it was extremely helpful for her. Meng Qi didn't quite understand what was happening, but she took off the pendant from her neck. Long Chen then threw it to that illusory figure. "Thank you for your trouble, Senior." When Meng Qi saw the figure he was talking to, her pupils shrunk. Then looking at the lake water, she immediately understood something. Long Chen was about to do something exceedingly crazy. Chapter 726 Warmth, then Blood. 9-line soul calming jade. That illusory figure was surprised by this jade. Does Senior know the origin of this jade pendant? Asked Long Chen. The figure didn't reply to him. It was silent for a while, as if it was trying to gather its determination. You want to use Future Lake to divine this thing's origin? Can it do that? Long Chen was delighted. He had thought that Future Lake would only be able to divine the future. Now that he knew it could divine the past, he could no longer remain calm. You don't even know the origin of this jade, so you definitely don't know the things related to it. I've watched over Future Lake for countless years, and I've managed to find out a few secrets about it. Activating the lake in one way will divine the future, while activating it the other way will divine the past. Do you want to know this thing's future or past? Can I first see its future and then see its past? Asked Long Chen. No. The illusory figure gave him a direct reply. This soul was a monster who could shock both the righteous and corrupt paths. Even with its soul shattered, it had managed to gather again in the 9 netherworld path. That was enough to prove what a terrifying existence it had been. The other souls were all turned into spiritual beasts in the 9 netherworld path. The strength of the spiritual beast was based on the strength of the soul back when it had been alive. But no matter how strong the soul had been, once it was transformed into a spiritual beast, it had no true consciousness. It could only attack the disciples instinctively. But this person was completely different. It was far too powerful. It had recalled some of its memories and was even planning on using Long Chen to escape this place. It had noticed that Long Chen's spiritual strength was incredibly powerful. Only such a person could leave this place with it without being immediately noticed. This was the only chance it had run into in countless years, so it had to make a deal with him. It had advised Long Chen not to look at his future because it was worried that he would see the scene of himself dying. The final scene that Future Lake showed people was the end of their life. Any genius who saw the scene of their demise would become dejected, and their Tao heart would receive a huge blow. Perhaps their martial heart would be instantly destroyed. This was also why the Vice Sect Master had so solemnly warned everyone not to go see their future. Future Lake was the core of the 9 netherworld path. It was something that controlled the entire trial, so there was no way to seal it. He could only ask the disciples not to go there. And even if they were to go there, they shouldn't get close to the lake. When a person's reflection appeared on Future Lake, it would automatically show them their future. But Long Chen didn't need to see his future. What he wanted was to know his past. And that required this mysterious existence's help. Having relied on Future Lake to survive for all these years, it had definitely figured out a few ways to use it. Then just the past, said Long Chen. Meng Qi saw that Long Chen was involuntarily trembling. Even in the midst of battle, Long Chen had never been this nervous. She gently held one of his hands and found that it was covered in sweat. That figure placed the jade into the lake. Ripples immediately began to emanate from it. Those ripples eventually stopped, returning the lake to calm. A scene appeared on the mirror-like surface. The jade pendant was in a large hand. A brush left behind 2 bold and powerful lines. Ha ha ha, the dragon roars at the heavens, looking down arrogantly on the mortal world of dust. My son Long Chen possesses a special spirit root, a divine spirit bone, and supreme spirit blood. He'll definitely become a peak figure above the 9 heavens, one who will arrogantly look down on all else. Ha ha ha, it was impossible to see the owner of that hand, but it was possible to hear his domineering and happy laugh. Don't be so loud, Chen is still sleeping. Furthermore, Chen is also my son, and I don't want him to be fighting all day. That was a woman's voice. That voice was full of warmth and pampering. A pair of jade hands took the pendant and brush. After a moment's thought, she left behind some graceful words, live peacefully and happily, never to be parted. That man grumbled, Ning Shuang, look at how domineering my lines were. Don't you think your lines are a bit out of place? He's my son too, and I don't want him to become some hero. I just want him to be able to live happily. And let me warn you, don't treat our son as a tool to fulfill your dreams, she said. Fine, fine, I'll listen to you. The man didn't argue. Threading a red string through the pendant, he gently placed it over a sleeping baby. A pair of jade hands in a large, coarse hand gently rubbed the baby's cheeks. Those soft actions made it seem like they didn't even dare to touch the baby's skin, as if they were afraid of harming him. Long Chen couldn't hold back his tears. Those were his parents. He felt like he had once heard those words before. Hearing them again, a sour feeling filled him. That scene suddenly disappeared to be replaced with a new one. The baby was still there, and so was the jade. But those tender hands had disappeared. A pair of slender hands appeared, and they could only be described as extremely beautiful. One particular finger wore a ring that had been carved into the shape of a dragon. But these beautiful hands were carrying a sharp knife which cut open the baby's stomach, causing blood to spurt. The baby let out a wail. Ah! Meng Qi let out a startled cry. She had never seen such a cruel scene. Who could do such a thing to a baby? The hands didn't stop because of the baby's cry. They cut out a soybean-sized bone from the baby's stomach. That bone was very small, but somehow, it wasn't tainted by the slightest bit of blood. It shone brilliantly and even possessed some sparkling natural lines. Following that, a bottle appeared in one of the hands, and swiftly, a small ball of gas was sealed inside it. That ball of gas was the baby's spirit root, the foundation of a cultivator. Soon after, a syringe appeared in the other hand, piercing the baby's heart. Fresh blood filled it. This blood didn't look the same as ordinary blood. Instead of being scarlet, it was multicolored like a rainbow. That abnormal blood was the baby's spirit blood. Once the spirit blood was extracted, the baby's body immediately dimmed as if a shining jade vase had suddenly turned shabby and cracked. How cruel! Meng Qi covered her mouth. She turned away, crying. Long Chen continued to watch. He seemed to be trying to recall his memories. Those memories were incredibly indistinct. But seeing this scene, it was as if he was experiencing that pain again. However, his expression was completely calm. Nothing could be seen from his face. He's useless now. You can get rid of him, said a voice. It was impossible to see the voice's owner, but from the actions of the hands, it was possible to tell that this was the owner of those slender hands. The voice was extremely moving and feminine. It sounded just as beautiful as her hands looked. Master said to leave him alive. Perhaps he might have some use in the future, said another voice. Up to you. I just feel like leaving him alive is just leaving behind a scourge. Of course, this is just my opinion. The decision is up to you. The scene began to move. The unconscious baby was brought away. When a new scene was about to appear, an explosive sound suddenly came from the lake. The image disappeared and his jade floated to the surface. Long Chen picked it up and asked, "What happened?" It was disturbed by some unknown force. This future lake is just a projection of the reincarnation mirror, and the powers behind your jade are too terrifying. The karma involved is too great, so it's normal for the divination to be cut off, explained the illusory figure. Alright, I've fulfilled your request. I'm going to enter your mind. See. Wait a moment, said Long Chen. What? You want to go back on our deal? You should know that even just my discarnate soul possesses enough power to instantly kill you. The figure instantly turned hostile. HMPH, don't try bluffing with me. If you kill me, no one will be able to bring you out. When will you ever run into someone with spiritual strength as strong as me and capable of concealing your spiritual fluctuations? Sneered Long Chen. Furthermore, I asked for your help divining my past. We've only just started. If this is how you tell other people's fortunes, then your fortune-telling booth would have long since been destroyed by others. You actually want to demand payment from me this quickly? Have you stayed here so long that your brain has rotted? The surrounding space began to fluctuate intensely. All the spiritual strength around Future Lake began to gather, forming a huge cage that imprisoned Long Chen and Meng Qi. That terrifying spiritual pressure caused Meng Qi to turn pale as paper. This mysterious figure was too terrifying. It could easily crush her. Don't use such a childish ploy to scare me. I don't believe you'll kill me. It's not like I said that I wouldn't bring you out, said Long Chen. Hearing Long Chen could still spout such words at this time, Meng Qi was speechless. Did he not know how to be afraid? What do you want? Asked the figure. That previous divination can only count as half complete. Help me divine another thing's origin, and whether or not it succeeds, I will bring you out, said Long Chen. I swear on the name of the righteous path, said Long Chen solemnly. The righteous path's oaths are all dogshit. But, I will trust you this once. If you're tricking me, I've decided I won't kill you. I'll make you accompany me here for eternity. That's no problem. Then I'm going to start. I want to divine the origin of my cultivation technique, so prepare yourself. Long Chen squatted and placed a hand in the water. He began to circulate the 9-star hegemon body art. He was filled with anticipation. If he really could learn some of the secrets of the 9-star hegemon body art, that would be excellent. Chapter 727 Reincarnation Mirror. That figure could only once more focus its soul energy on helping Long Chen. But at the same time, it decided it would definitely kill him in the future. It had actually been ordered around like a dog. Future Lake trembled. The trembling grew stronger and stronger, until a loud explosion rang out. Huge waves erupted from the lake, and the entire 9 Netherworld path began to shake. Outside the 9 Netherworld path, the Vice Sect Master's expression changed. The mountain valley was shaking intensely. He had no idea what was happening. Suddenly, in front of everyone's shocked gazes, the chessboard in the Vice Sect Master's hand crumbled to dust. That chessboard was an extremely precious and special enchanted item that was capable of monitoring the entire 9 Netherworld path. But an enchanted item like it had actually crumbled. Even a sea expansion expert's attack wouldn't necessarily be able to damage it. Even the Vice Sect Master, who could easily destroy it, wouldn't be able to make it instantly crumble to dust like this. The Vice Sect Master's expression completely changed. Something's happening in the 9 Netherworld path. What? We have to go save our disciples then, cried Shui Yunkong. Sea expansion experts cannot enter. They'll be destroyed by the laws of the 9 Netherworld path, said the Vice Sect Master. Let's just keep watch. The 9 Netherworld path is connected to the other 4 regions, so it's not necessarily our side that is causing this. At the same time, in front of the Western Desert, Southern Sea, Northern Source, and Central Plains 9 Netherworld paths, countless experts were completely dumbfounded. They had never seen such a phenomenon before. It was the same mountain valley and the same trial. The only difference was that the people were different. In the Central Plains, at the head Xuantian Dao sect, a sea expansion disciple ran into the Xuantian palace. Pushing open the doors without a care for the glares from the countless experts, he hastily cried, "Cracks are appearing on the reincarnation mirror. The Grand Sect formation is becoming unstable." What? The palace's countless experts hastily flew off. All of them were shocked. They knew what the reincarnation mirror was, and that was why they were so shocked. They quickly arrived at an underground palace. There was a mirror atop an altar there. The mirror was 300 meters wide. Runes revolved within it, appearing like stars. A powerful pressure came from it that made it so even sea expansion experts couldn't approach it. This was one of the Xuantian Dao sect's core treasures, the reincarnation mirror. But countless faint cracks had started to appear on the edge of the mirror. All those experts turned pale upon seeing that. If the reincarnation mirror exploded here, then the power it would release would instantly destroy the Xuantian Dao sect. Close the 9 Netherworld paths projection. An old voice suddenly rang out in their ears. Sect Master. Within the 9 Netherworld path, Meng Qi was filled with shock as she looked at the berserk future lake. Before anything could appear, the lake had erupted like a volcano, as if it had been destroyed by some terrifying force. What did you do? Raged the illusory figure. Future lake completely exploded. The endless water transformed into spiritual strength that rapidly dissipated into the surroundings. Bastard! The illusory figure charged at Long Chen. It released a berserk spiritual strength, aiming to directly possess him. Long Chen, shouted Meng Qi. It's fine. Long Chen pushed Meng Qi back. He smiled at the figure charging at him. Thunder filled the air, and a huge lightning arrow shot forward. Ah, how can you possess tribulation lightning? They were too close, and Long Chen was too strong. That figure let out a mournful shriek upon being pierced by the lightning arrow. Lei Long, trap it. Following Long Chen's words, a huge lightning dragon flew out and wrapped around that figure. This is impossible. How can any human possibly control tribulation lightning? That figure desperately struggled, filled with terror. Idiot, I have plenty of experience dealing with people like you, sneered Long Chen. From the very start, Long Chen had known that this soul was trying to trick him. The first thing he thought of was the corrupt corpse he had encountered in the monastery's trial, Gui Sha. The soul that was sealed inside the corpse had vainly wanted Long Chen to bring him out. But just from his fiendish aura, it was obvious it wasn't some good fellow. Back then, he had relied on some weak thunder force to escape from his control. Now, the same thing repeated itself. But with Lei Long, how could he be afraid of some spiritual body? No matter how strong a spiritual body was, it would be suppressed in front of tribulation lightning. Thunder force was the bane of souls, and considering his thunder force came from the heavens, there was no way this spiritual body could have done anything to him. Otherwise, Long Chen wouldn't have dared to talk to it like he had. However, having seen a part of his past, the risk had been worth it. The only frustrating thing was that he hadn't expected the 9-star hegemon body art to be so terrifying. Future Lake hadn't even been able to start divining its past before being destroyed. What Long Chen didn't know was that if the Xuantian Dao sect hadn't closed the projection fast enough, even the reincarnation mirror would have shattered. Meng Qi was filled with shock as she watched that terrifying figure being easily captured by Long Chen. Although she was used to Long Chen's ability to cause trouble, this was on a whole new level. Meng Qi, prepare yourself, said Long Chen. Lei Long suddenly increased its strength, and that figure was completely crushed by its thunder force. Following its destruction, countless spiritual crystals appeared in the air. We really struck gold this time. Meng Qi, hurry and absorb them, exclaimed Long Chen. Ordinary spiritual beasts were only able to leave behind some spiritual gas and liquid. But this existence had actually exploded into this many crystal bodies. These crystal bodies would only appear when spiritual strength was compressed to the peak. The amount of pure energy inside them was unimaginable. There's too much energy inside these crystals. I can't absorb this much at once, cried Meng Qi. Aya, my wife, when did you become so foolish? Just seal them within yourself and then slowly refine them in the future. I'll help you, quick. As soon as Future Lake had exploded, the mist here began to dissipate rapidly. It wouldn't be long before everything became clear. Long Chen didn't want others to know what had happened here, so he quickly released his spiritual strength and caught the crystals in the air, bringing them toward Meng Qi. Meng Qi immediately pulled all of them into her mind sea. That caused her to turn pale. Those crystals were too terrifying, and each one of them contained over 10 times the spiritual strength she possessed. Immediately absorbing so many of them caused a burst of pain in her soul. Long Chen pulled Meng Qi into a run, and they hurriedly left this destroyed location. He also stealthily transferred his spiritual strength to her to help her seal the crystals. Over 1,000 crystals were now in her mind sea. That was like storing over 1,000 explosives in a storage house. If even one exploded, Meng Qi's soul would disperse. But now that the mysterious figure had been destroyed, those crystals lacked any master, so Meng Qi could control them. Long Chen was in the midst of rushing away when someone called out to him. He hastily stopped to see Guo Ran. Haha, little fellow, you've finally become a celestial, laughed Long Chen. When Long Chen had pulled the 5 of them into the storm zone, he had decided to give each of them a heavenly Dao fruit after the Xuantian Sea disappeared. He had given Guo Ran the fruit from Huo Wufang. Guo Ran was the weakest of them, but he was also the one with the best head. When it came to leading troops, he definitely had a talent. So this second-rank heavenly Dao fruit would help the Dragonblood Legion the most when given to him. Hehe, it's all thanks to boss, laughed Guo Ran. Long Chen had told them not to mention some secrets during the trial to avoid others hearing about it. But in truth, he was being overcautious. It was impossible for people outside the 9 Netherworld path to hear them, and even the chessboard had been destroyed. How were your gains? Asked Long Chen. Hehe, amazing. I never thought that I, Guo Ran, would ever possess such spiritual strength. This is incredibly important to me, and it'll be extremely helpful for my forging. Forging masters also required spiritual strength. But it was just that Guo Ran's natural talent was limited, and his spiritual strength could only be described as ordinary. Now, with a rank 2 celestial's power, he had slaughtered a horde of spiritual beasts, which made his spiritual strength much stronger. Guo Ran felt like a completely new person. The current him had the qualifications to boast to anyone. He was incredibly grateful to Long Chen, and he had already forgotten his misery in the storm zone. All disciples, crush your jade plates to leave the 9 Netherworld path. A mishap has occurred with this trial, so it ends now. The vice sect master's voice rang out. Everyone crushed their jade plates, and after a brief spatial fluctuation, they appeared outside the mountain valley. Heavens! Long Chen and the others had only just exited when startled cries rang out. Countless gazes concentrated on them. Chapter 728, Condensing the Enlightenment Palace Star. To be more specific, they weren't looking at Long Chen, but at Yu Zifeng, Li Qi, Song Mingyuan, and Guo Ran. The 4 of them were all releasing powerful heavenly Dao fluctuations. That was an inconceivable aura released when someone had just become a celestial. The most shocking thing to everyone was that it was the person most lacking in talent, the one who had cried like a dying pig in the storm zone, whose fluctuations were the strongest. Furthermore, there were two kinds of fluctuations coming from him. He was clearly a rank 2 celestial. How is that possible? Whether it was the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples, the monastery heads, or even the vice sect master, they were completely shocked. Although the vice sect master had said that after undergoing the torment in the storm zone, there would be a chance of them becoming celestials, that was just a chance. The probability definitely wouldn't surpass 10%. But now, the 4 that had entered the 9 netherworld path had all awakened as celestials. Furthermore, one was even a rank 2 celestial. If it had been Yu Zifeng or one of the others, that would be acceptable. After all, they had displayed a shocking will in the storm zone. Even the experts admired them. They hadn't made a sound when undergoing that hellish torment. But it was Guo Ran, the one with the worst talent and the weakest will, who had awakened as a rank 2 celestial. That simply didn't make any sense. However, after a moment of shock, the vice sect master became ecstatic. Although this was inexplicable, it was a great thing for the Xuantian Dao sect, an incredibly great thing. The person most excited about this would have to be Shui Wuan. Now, she had 4 more celestials, and one was even a rank 2 celestial. It was a pity that Ji Yuyong hadn't entered the 9 netherworld path, or it seemed there would have been a large chance of him becoming a celestial as well. Although she didn't know what exactly was going on, she knew it definitely had to do with Long Chen. Even after all this time, she still didn't know his limits. What are you looking at? What, you don't want to accept that I'm a rank 2 celestial now? Then let's fight. Shui, Guanji and the others' expressions of disbelief irritated Guo Ran, especially that inconcealable envy in Shui Guanji's eyes. HMPH, even if you've become a rank 2 celestial, you're still trash. With your combat strength, any other rank 2 celestial would crush you, sneered Shui Guanji. He was entirely correct. Guo Ran would probably even be suppressed by a rank 1 celestial. If he wanted to defeat a rank 1 celestial, he would have to rely on his cry of the heavenly Daos. Having been exposed, Guo Ran was infuriated. How dare you look down on me? I'll slap you just like my boss did. Guo Ran took on a slapping posture. But just as he was about to strike, he felt something was wrong. He raged at Ji Yuyong and the others. What are you doing? Let go of me. I'm going to teach this brat a lesson. Only then did Ji Yuyong and the others realize Guo Ran was just finding a way out for himself. They quickly helped him with his act, pulling on him. After all, brothers had to help each other. Guo Ran struggled a few times, but his brothers refused to let go of him. He raged at Shui Guanji. Count yourself lucky. I'll give my brothers face this time, but don't let me run into you alone. Long Chen was speechless. He sighed. Even as a rank 2 celestial, Guo Ran still only had such a low-grade acting ability. He hadn't improved at all. Brother, that's pretty much enough. You're a different person from before, and you should change your acting style, whispered Li Qi. Did anyone run into something strange inside? The vice sect master interrupted their messing around. They hastily became silent and shook their heads, expressing that they hadn't run into anything in particular. Long Chen also naturally wouldn't stupidly stand out, so he shook his head. Meng Qi looked at Long Chen's solemn expression and couldn't help but feel it was funny. Suddenly, she felt that while she was by his side, he would definitely do unimaginable things constantly, things that could stimulate a person to death. Furthermore, Long Chen's head was clearly not normal. It seemed there was nothing in this world he didn't dare to do. Since everyone shook their heads, the vice sect master said, something unexpected occurred with the 9 netherworld path. I'm glad you're all safe. The interruption of this trial is unavoidable, but don't be disappointed that your profits were lessened. The Dao sect definitely won't let its disciples suffer. Due to this, the next trial's rewards will be increased. Go back and rest. As for when the next trial will begin, we'll have to wait for news from the head sect. This is actually a good thing. Previously, the 3 trials were all held continuously. But because there was no time to rest, there was also no time to adjust yourselves to your gains in time for the 3rd trial. The 3rd trial's rewards are the greatest, so use this time properly. The vice sect master waved his hand, and space twisted. They returned to the Xuantian Plaza. However, not everyone had returned alive. There were quite a few people lying on the ground as if they were asleep. But their souls had disappeared. There were over 400 of them, and this loss made people's hearts sink. They hadn't expected this many talented disciples to die on the 9 netherworld path. 7 members from the 36th supermonastery had died. That cast a shadow on people's hearts. Their previous excitement diminished. Reality was just this cruel. If you wanted to get stronger, you had to take risks. No one in this world could become a supreme expert without taking any risks. If you wanted to become an expert, you had to risk your life. If you didn't want to become an expert, you would have to accept that an expert might take your life at any moment. The cultivation world was just that cruel. The monastery heads brought their disciples back to their camps. They began to celebrate. Although there had been casualties, that was unavoidable. Those who survived had to continue getting stronger. Ji Yu Yang and the others were missing from the celebration in the 36th supermonastery. Ji Yu Yang had gone into seclusion, saying that he would also become a celestial. That drew flabbergasted gazes, but Long Chen and the others knew that once he refined the heavenly Tao fruit, he would immediately become a celestial. There was no way around this. Ji Yu Yang's spiritual strength was terrible. In front of the monastery heads, there was no way he could hide the fluctuations of refining a heavenly Tao fruit. Now he finally had a chance. After the celebration, everyone began to cultivate. They had made huge gains in the Xuantian Sea and the Nine Netherworld Path. Thus, they took advantage of this period to absorb these gains so they could be at their peak state for the final trial. As everyone else went into seclusion, so did Long Chen. His mind entered the primal chaos space, and he saw Huo Long refining pills. 5-ring Enlightenment Palace pills. Huo Long was actually able to refine 5-ring Enlightenment Palace pills. It must have absorbed an incredible amount of flame energy from the core of the storm zone. Even its alchemy ability had increased by such a huge amount. Huo Long, thank you. Long Chen saw over 1,000 Enlightenment Palace pills. Huo Long transformed into a small flame serpent and coiled around Long Chen's arm. It rubbed its head against Long Chen. Long Chen felt a childlike emotion coming from it. It's been hard on you. If you're tired, rest. Long Chen rubbed its head. After comforting it for a while, he left the encampment. He directly rushed off, going outside the Xuantian Dao sect. But he had only just reached the gates when a disciple stopped him. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, the trial is imminent. If you leave now. Long Chen frowned. Am I not allowed to leave? No, you can. But the third trial might start at any moment. If you're out and don't make in time, that would be a huge loss for you, warned the disciple. Haha, that's fine, thank you for the reminder. But I'll just stroll around. When I hear the bell to gather, I'll immediately return. Long Chen patted that disciple on the shoulder, grateful for his reminder. He left. He had no choice but to leave. This number of pills would be enough to truly condense the Enlightenment Palace star. Just condensing the cyclone had almost destroyed a training room. Once the cyclone condensed into a star, it would cause a huge disturbance. Long Chen found a large mountain. From here, the Xuantian Dao sect was just a dot in the distance. As long as he didn't go too far, it wouldn't disturb the sect, and he would still be able to tell when the trial started. He began to consume the 5-ring Enlightenment Palace pills, shoving them handful by handful down his throat. He had to work fast. Once he reached a certain point in condensing the star, he would have no choice but to finish. If he really missed the trial because of that, he would have an urge to kill himself. Furthermore, he had seen some clues about his origins in the Nine Netherworld Path. Now he wanted to see his parents even more. He had to reach the peak of the cultivation world as fast as possible. Even something as amazing as Future Lake had been unable to completely divine the past of the Jade Pendant. That meant some powerful force had disturbed the reincarnation mirror. That was enough to prove how shocking his origins had to be. The thing that startled him the most was that Future Lake had been able to see a corner of his past, but not even the slightest bit about the 9-star hegemon body art. Just trying to take a peek had caused it to explode. That made him think of some terrifying possibilities. But the mysteries he had to unravel were too huge, and he still wanted to be able to live after unraveling them. 3 days passed without the slightest sound from the Xuantian Dao sect. On the other hand, a loud explosive sound suddenly came from Long Chen's hand, and a terrifying energy erupted. Chapter 729 Failure to Refine. Lightly. Damn it. Although Long Chen had done his best, he had been unable to control it. The instant the cyclone reached its peak, an earth-shattering power erupted and the mountain below him crumbled. Boulders were sent tumbling away, followed by a loud rumbling. Damn, I still ended up causing this much of a ruckus. I have to slip away. Long Chen had no time to examine the changes in his body. He immediately fled a dozen mountains away. When he turned to look back, he saw several people had already appeared there. This disturbance was too great, and so some disciples had come over to take a look. Luckily, Long Chen had slipped away fast enough and they hadn't seen him. Sighing with relief, Long Chen examined his hand. The cyclone had disappeared, and a small star had taken its place. Although it was just the size of sesame seed and just an embryonic form, he felt a resonance with the Feng Fu, Alioth, and Life Fate stars. He felt endless energy surging out of him. He punched the air. A loud bang rang out and it was like space was about to be blown apart. The Enlightenment Palace star really doesn't let me down. Just the power of my physical body is over 10 times greater. Once the star is completely condensed, just how powerful will I be? Long Chen was filled with delight at his new strength. Last time, he might have managed to defeat Shui Guanji, but he knew that his victory had been a bit lucky. If Shui Guanji hadn't been so careless, it would have been difficult to say who would win. Moreover, Shui Guanji and the others had definitely gained huge benefits in the Xuantian Sea and Nine Netherworld path. But he hadn't gained anything. Although Lei Long and Huo Long had gotten stronger, they were his strongest trump cards, and he couldn't easily reveal them. If he did reveal them, then it had to be for the goal of killing his opponents. Previously, he had still been worrying about fighting Shui Guanji and Zhao Wuji during the third trial. If he didn't want to reveal Lei Long and Huo Long, then he would have been suppressed. But now, he no longer had to have that worry. Now that my strength has increased this much, my physical body should be able to endure 1,000 caddies of force. Should I try it? Long Chen took out the green dragon scale. He closed his eyes and aligned himself with its fluctuations in an attempt to use his soul to open the seal on it. The dragon expert had refined the essence blood within the scale and also placed a seal on it. The seal was to preserve as much of the essence blood's power as possible. As his spiritual strength circulated, the seal was slowly opened. There was a single drop of green blood inside the scale, and Long Chen drew it into his palm. Long Chen screamed. He was blown back, wildly vomiting blood and his flesh flying off him. He collapsed on the ground, filled with indescribable pain. Looking down, his soul almost fled in terror. Almost all his flesh had exploded just now. There was only a thin layer of flesh on his bones, and even his internal organs were about to slip out. What's going on? Long Chen was appalled. He hastily circulated the primal chaos space, and his flesh began to rapidly restore. In an incense stick's worth of time, his body was recovered. He was completely pale. That had been too dangerous. He had just been the slightest bit away from a terrible death. He hastily examined the scale. The essence blood had once more been sealed. What is going on? Didn't it say that I could try refining the blood once my body could endure 1,000 caddies of force? Suddenly, he slapped his leg. Damn it, what a conner. So that's what try meant. He could try to refine it once he could endure 1,000 caddies of force. In other words, if he had reached that level, he could try it without instantly dying. Thank goodness I didn't try this earlier. Otherwise, I would no longer exist. Long Chen felt a burst of fear. At the same time, his reverence for the dragon expert increased. The dragon had said that this dragon scale was from the molting of its infancy. A baby dragon was a green dragon. For just one drop of its essence blood to be this terrifying, that was practically against the natural order. It was thousands of times more terrifying than the legends. Fine, I'll admit you're amazing. Without fully condensing the fourth star, I won't touch you. Long Chen had an urge to cry as he placed the dragon scale into the primal chaos space. Currently, the primal chaos space was a land of death. As his physical body grew stronger, the energy of the trees inside was clearly not able to keep up with him. One complete recovery had exhausted all the life energy in the trees. Furthermore, his body was still very weak. His flesh might have returned, but he was only at 60% power now. He needed to find some kind of stronger vegetation to replace his trees. Long Chen wearily returned to the Dao sect. Perhaps it was because of what had happened in the Nine Netherworld path, but the third trial, which should have come right after the second trial, only began half a month later. During that time, the Xuantian Dao sect's disciples transformed, each of them becoming full of enthusiasm and energy. When Ji Yu Yang appeared in front of everyone after he awakened as a celestial, they were once more shocked. Now, the 36th supermonastery had 7 celestials, one of which was a rank 2 celestial, as well as a monster like Long Chen. When it came to strength, the 36th supermonastery was no longer lacking compared to the supermonasteries of the 4 heavenly geniuses. This metamorphosis was truly shocking. Previously, Ji Yuyong, who hadn't attended the 9 netherworld path, had said that he wouldn't come out of seclusion until he became a celestial. At that time, many people had sneered. Did he think someone could become a celestial just because they wanted to? But now that Ji Yuyong was standing in front of them, those people practically went crazy. He had actually succeeded. However, it wasn't just the 5 of them who had awakened as celestials after the trials. There was one other ordinary disciple who had become a celestial. But when the odds were compared, they were completely different. Other than Ji Yuyang's awakening, another shocking matter was that the 4 heavenly geniuses had all advanced, going from the 8th heaven stage of Xianxia to the 9th heaven stage. Each of them was like a sharp blade, and their auras had completely transformed. Not even rank 1 celestials could get close to them, as that aura would push them away. Their gazes seemed to shine, but when they looked at Long Chen, they couldn't help being somewhat disappointed. He was still at the 3rd heaven stage, and his complexion didn't look very good. He almost seemed like he had been ill. Of course he didn't look good. Only when he had returned had he realized that his meridians had been damaged by the green dragon essence blood. The only pleasant surprise was that when he had healed his meridians, he had found an extremely weak dragon chi within them. That was the aura that the dragon blood had left behind. Although that aura had wreaked havoc on his body, this dragon chi was slowly strengthening his body. Long Chen hadn't expected to obtain such a blessing. Now, it should be easier for him to refine the dragon blood in the future. He had laid down a solid foundation. However, he didn't try refining the dragon blood again. Although trying again and again could slowly refine the blood, each time he released the seal, he would lose a portion of the blood's energy. That wasn't worth it. Currently, Long Chen's meridians had only recovered by around 80 to 90%. So his complexion was definitely not so good. It couldn't be that he overindulged in alcohol and women, muttered one female upon seeing Meng Qi and Tang Wan. When others heard that, they came to a sudden comprehension. That look made Meng Qi and Tang Wan blush with both bashfulness and anger. Don't lower yourself to their level, comforted Long Chen. Their expressions became a little better, but his next words made them want to beat him up. If you want to play that kind of game, we can do it any time. It sounds like it's very fun and challenging, Long Chen said in a voice only the 3 of them could hear. Tang Wan had an urge to bite him. Seeing Long Chen flirting with Meng Qi and Tang Wan, Zhao Wuji was infuriated. Long Chen, pray that you don't encounter me during this trial. If we meet, I'll crush you to a pulp. Idiot. Long Chen merely snorted. He couldn't be bothered to say anything more. Such a person had definitely been spoiled into an idiot by the grown-ups around him. He was someone who was not in touch with reality. Whatever he wanted, he got, and so he never cared about angering others. But when others angered him, it was like they had to pay with their lives. In his eyes, and also the other heavenly geniuses, they were the pride of this world. Others were only there for them to trample on and play with. They were strong, and they had powerful backers, so they had no need to respect others. Long Chen had already seen many such people, and he had also killed many of them as well. Only when they were about to die did they finally understand what terror was. But regretfully, Long Chen never gave them much time to feel it. He directly sent them to be reincarnated. So, he was too lazy to bother with such people. If they truly provoked him, then he would directly kill them. At this time, the vice sect master appeared. Everyone became silent and straightened their backs. Quite a few of their hearts tensed. The 3rd trial was about to begin. Chapter 730 Netherworld Heaven Staircase. Long Chen and the others appeared atop a mountain. In front of them was a huge stone staircase. The staircase was extremely wide, with each step having a surface area of several thousand meters. The staircase soared high into the clouds, so high that it was impossible to see the end. This is the Xuantian Dao sect's martial gatherings 3rd trial, the Netherworld Heaven Staircase. The vice sect master's words rang out in everyone's ears. This staircase is made of stone from the world of the dead. The formation carved into it is able to grab hold of something that doesn't exist in the physical world. Atop the Netherworld Heaven Staircase, each person will be able to gain karmic luck. Karmic luck is something ephemeral and mysterious, but it truly exists. Those who can become peak experts all possess extremely great karmic luck. No matter how high a person's cultivation base reaches, no matter how strong they become, if their karmic luck is terrible, they will constantly run into pitfalls and dangers, and they will sooner or later fall. As for all of you, you've risen above countless others. You cannot argue that a great deal of that was because of luck. So this trial is extremely important to you. Do your best to climb as high as possible. With each step you take, more karmic luck will gather on you. Everyone was absolutely shocked. Those whose cultivation bases had reached their level had all come into contact with things that others couldn't. This so-called karmic luck was a blessing the heavens bestowed on its creatures. Although there was no solid evidence that proved karmic luck existed, anyone who had cultivated to their level firmly believed in it. The slightest increase in karmic luck could completely change a person's destiny. It could turn danger into safety, disaster to fortune. It was an extremely inconceivable existence. It was completely unexpected for the netherworld heaven staircase to be able to increase a person's karmic luck. This was an absolutely heaven-defying treasure. They were all eager to get started. The vice sect master continued, there are 999 stairs. Between each of the large stairs lie 99 smaller stairs. Now according to the rules, I will explain the rewards for the netherworld heaven staircase. Everyone should listen closely. There were actually more rewards. Everyone was ecstatic. This netherworld heaven staircase was truly worthy of being the final trial. Any disciple who can reach the 333rd, 666th, or 999th step will receive a reward. As for what the reward will be, no one knows in advance, because those rewards are given to you by the netherworld heaven staircase. It is decided by a person's karmic luck. There are possible good rewards, and there are possible trash rewards. It will be up to your karmic luck. Furthermore, on the 999th step, there is a platform. The final reward is on that platform. As for what the reward is, no one knows. These rewards were set up by the head sect, but I can guarantee that the rewards will surpass your wildest imaginations. Shui Guanji and the other experts' eyes began to shine. They had obviously decided that they had to get that final reward. Alright, it's time. The Xuantian martial gathering's final trial begins now. The eager disciples, who had long since been impatient to begin, charged. But they had only just stepped onto the netherworld heaven staircase when their expressions changed. They felt like they had entered water, and their footsteps became slow. They not only felt physical pressure, but they also felt a pressure on their souls. Furthermore, a kind of lazy, weary feeling filled them. One made them feel like they would rather take a good nap than continue climbing. Long Chen also felt this strangeness when he stepped onto the first step. He told his people, the Xuantian Sea was a trial for your physical bodies, while the 9 netherworld path was a trial for your souls. This netherworld heaven staircase combines both aspects and more. It targets a person's physical body, soul, will, and even the desires deep within their heart. It will cause a feeling of laziness and other negative emotions well up within you. However, that should be nothing to you. Brothers, you're all warriors who have tempered yourselves through blood and fire. Bring out your hot blood and youthful passion to let everyone see what true experts are. Encouraged Long Chen, the Dragonblood warriors' morale skyrocketed, and ignoring the negative emotions the staircase gave them, they rushed up. At this time, the vice sect master waved his hand, and the stone stage beneath him and the other experts who had accompanied their disciples here began to rise into the air. Sitting on the stage, it was possible to see everything happening on the staircase clearly. I wonder whether anyone will be able to get the final reward this time, muttered one monastery head. That was because in the past, no one had managed to reach the 999th step. And even if someone did manage to reach the 999th step, they wouldn't necessarily be able to obtain that final reward. There's a very high chance this time. At the very least, there's a high chance for 5 people. A rare smile appeared on the vice sect master's face. 5. Isn't there another person who just advanced to a rank 2 celestial? The vice sect master's expression became odd as his gaze fell on Guo Ran, who was currently waving a large flag and cheering for everyone. He sighed. To tell the truth, in all my years, I have never seen such a weak rank 2 celestial. My eyes really have been opened to the world. Everyone else nodded as they looked at Guo Ran. He truly was a marvel among cultivators. Combined with Long Chen, they could be called the 2 great marvels. As they were talking, there were 5 people advancing at the same speed, far ahead of the others. They had already reached the 100th stair. These 5 people were Zhao Wuji, Shui Guanji, Zhang Wuyan, Yu Qianshan, and Long Chen. It was impossible to help others on the staircase. So Long Chen didn't need to look after the others. He advanced just as quickly as the 4 heavenly geniuses. This proved without a doubt that Long Chen's power matched theirs. Many people who had been unconvinced before finally had to shut their mouths. Long Chen might have defeated Shui Guanji previously, but many people thought he had just been lucky, and that Shui Guanji had simply been careless. Then, the 4 heavenly geniuses had made huge gains in the Xuantian Sea and the 9 Netherworld Path, while it seemed Long Chen hadn't gained anything at all. Due to that, many people thought Long Chen had lost the qualifications to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 4 heavenly geniuses. But now, the 5 of them were advancing at the same speed, and they seemed to be competing with each other. All of them refused to lose, so it clearly showed his strength. The 5 of them had rapidly reached the 100th stair. Long Chen immediately felt the pressure double, but they continued rushing forward without a pause. Obviously, they had already begun to compete to see who was the strongest. Behind Long Chen was a mass of celestials. They had reached the 80th step, but the difference was already clear. Meng Qi and Tang Waner were holding hands as they rapidly advanced. They were at the frontmost of the rank 1 celestials. They seemed just like fairies who had descended on the world, and they were the most beautiful seen on the Netherworld Heaven staircase. Behind the celestials were the ordinary disciples, with the Dragonblood warriors at the front. As for the genius, Guo Ran, he was actually shamelessly hiding amongst them. However, to express his grand and noble character, he waved a banner back and forth, cheering everyone on. That righteous act of his made it seem like he had sacrificed his chance to compete for first place with the other top experts in order to help raise everyone's morale. The people behind the Dragonblood warriors were clearly slower. They were like a flock of sheep, and they ended up forming a twisting dragon on the staircase. At this time, it was possible to tell a person's overall ability. Many people had no problem with the pressure to their physical bodies and souls, but their wills were clearly a fatal weak point. The person in the last place had only reached the 6th step. As he looked up at the endless staircase, a bewildered and lost expression appeared in his eyes. The monastery heads didn't feel any shock or anger at that scene. That was because they knew just how bizarre the Netherworld Heaven staircase was. They had also once climbed it, so they knew what agony these disciples were going through. Once you were tired, once you were weary to the bone, or perhaps once your confidence lagged, negative emotions would erupt within you. A voice would tell you to give up, that you couldn't hold on for much longer, so why must you force yourself? It would entice you, seduce you, tell you that this staircase wasn't as magical as you once thought. Karmic luck, that was just nonsense, a story to trick people. That voice didn't come from outside, but from within. It came from the lazy part of a person's heart. Every person had a lazy side. If your will wasn't strong enough, you wouldn't be able to suppress it. On the Netherworld Heaven staircase, your will was constantly tested, and it would make it far too easy to give in. This was something unrelated to talent. So each time the Netherworld Heaven staircase was activated, a few extremely talented disciples would end up falling behind some disciples with a rather average talent. That was because their superior talent made their will less steady. Suddenly, the staircase trembled slightly. Everyone was startled, and hastily looking up, they saw 5 people had already reached the 333rd stair. When Long Chen and the others arrived at the 333rd stair, their shoulders sank slightly as a powerful pressure collapsed on them. This pressure didn't just target their bodies, but also their minds. It made them feel extremely weary. Long Chen felt that impact especially. But he ignored it. This kind of weariness was just a feeling, or perhaps it could be called a misperception. You couldn't be confused by it. If you were, it would give birth to negative emotions, and then it would be even harder to suppress it. Each space beside the 5 of them trembled, and a ball of light appeared. Those balls of light were only a foot wide. They were like small whirlpools, and it was impossible to see what was inside them. Those are your rewards. Reach into the light and pull out what you were given, said the vice sect master. Seeing that Long Chen and the others had received a reward, the disciples that were bitterly climbing were filled with anticipation. Just what would their rewards be? Since no one else wants to, let me go first. Yu Qianshan reached into his ball of light and pulled out a certain item. Chapter 731 Weapon Forging Diagram. Yu Qianshan pulled his hand out of the ball of light. He pulled out a 9-ring pill. A barrier-breaking pill. There was a 9-ring barrier-breaking pill that was extremely precious, and could allow a Shantian expert to advance a minor realm. Regretfully, it was useless to xianxia, who had reached the 9th heaven stage. The next level for him was sea expansion, and that was not a minor realm increase. However, this pill was still extremely valuable. Even if xianxia couldn't use it, he could give it to others. Let's take a look at mine. Zhao Wuji also took action. He pulled out a set of mirror armor that looked not bad. Trash. Zhao Wuji cursed. This armor might be useful to others, but it was useless to him. Shui Guanji pulled out a yellow talisman. The talisman released an extremely dense water energy fluctuation. Shui Guanji was delighted, and before the others could examine it carefully, he put it away. Everyone's hearts shook. Perhaps Shui Guanji had truly gained a treasure. Zhang Wuyan also pulled something out, but her luck was rather lacking. She gained a weapon, but it was an extremely specialized weapon, a hook. Few people ever used such a thing. Although it was an enchanted item, it was the lowest possible level. Its value wasn't very high. Enchanted items were used by sea expansion experts. The runes on them could be activated to release massive power. They were categorized into low, middle, and high grade by the material they were made of and the runes carved onto them. A low-grade enchanted item disappointed Zhang Wuyan. Now the only one left was Long Chen. He also reached in and pulled something out. Looking at what he had obtained, he couldn't help but curse. He had obtained a pair of boots, and they were actually shabby. They had clearly been worn. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Even the vice sect master and the others couldn't believe their eyes. Long Chen's luck really is heaven-defying, sighed the vice sect master. The vice sect master knew that the netherworld heaven staircase's rewards were divided into different levels. On the 333rd stair, the treasures were split into 3 grades, high, medium, and low. But there was also a 4th possible reward, trash. The probabilities for the 333rd stair were 5% high grade, 30% medium grade, 63% low grade, and 2% trash. Other than the medium grade treasure Shui Guanji had gotten, the others had all obtained low grade treasures. But Long Chen had obtained a pair of shabby boots. That was just trash. It truly is heaven-defying. But doesn't it seem like all their luck isn't very good? Sighed someone. Their luck truly was lacking. It was just that when compared to Long Chen, the others' luck could count as not bad. Haha, shabby boots really are a perfect match for a bumpkin, sneered Shui Guanji. Long Chen furiously threw the boots at Shui Guanji's face. Shui Guanji dodged, smiling coldly. He was just about to say something when his expression changed. He hadn't expected Long Chen to have put so much thought into this attack. He had thrown the boots with one in front and one behind, the back one aimed for the spot he would dodge. It almost struck him. Although he just narrowly managed to dodge it, the boot flew right past his nose. He even smelled the disgusting scent from it. Shui Guanji was about to attack in fury when the lights beside them disappeared and Zhang Wuyan took the initiative to charge forward. The rest of them were startled and hastily followed. Shui Guanji had no choice but to suppress his fury. This was more important. This would decide who was number 1. Not long after the 5 of them had rushed off, Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er arrived. Balls of light appeared beside them. Meng Qi reached in and pulled out a jade tablet. 3 large words were written on it, soul drawing art. This girl's luck truly is good. That soul drawing art is an extremely high-level soul art. It's practically a priceless treasure. Praised the vice sect master. Meng Qi was absolutely delighted. Inserting her divine sense into the jade tablet, she found there was an extremely profound magical art recorded inside it. That was precisely what she needed. Within the Xuantian Dao sect, there were very few high-level soul arts, and many of them hadn't been suitable for her to train in. This soul drawing art was actually a combined cultivation technique and an offensive magical art. She had an urge to immediately start studying it. Compared to Meng Qi, Tang Wan'er's luck wasn't so good. She obtained a soft armor, but from the shape, it was made for a man. She could only put it away and see if anyone else needed it. Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er continued on. The other celestials also arrived. But most of them didn't obtain anything extraordinary. After them were the Dragonblood warriors. They possessed the strongest wills, and they arrived without the slightest hesitation. That had only one thought, and that was to follow Long Chen's footsteps. As for the great genius who had been waving his banner and cheering for everyone, he was now. All cheered out. People had to drag him here. Stop pulling me. Just continue onward. I'll rest here for a bit and catch up to you later, said Guo Ran weakly. Guo Ran felt like lead had been poured into his body. Each step was tiring. He was exhausted as if he had just experienced an immense life and death battle. All he wanted to do was to collapse and sleep. I can't. Boss said that you had to at least reach the 333rd stair, or it would be too embarrassing, said one Dragonblood warrior. He was practically dragging a limp Guo Ran. This made the monastery head speechless. He truly was history's weakest rank 2 celestial. It was with great difficulty that Guo Ran allowed himself to be dragged up to the 333rd stair. He wearily stretched his hand into the ball of light beside him. But when he saw the tome he had pulled out, his eyes popped wide open. In fact, his eyes almost popped all the way out. Weapon forging diagram. The seemingly half-dead Guo Ran instantly revived. Those negative emotions were flung aside by him. This was a secret tome regarding forging arts, and there were detailed explanations about forging. There were both foundational principles as well as designs for high-level weapons. This was what Guo Ran had always longed for. Although he had obtained the ethereal crafting secret record, a practically divine text that had been written in immortal characters about forging, the principles recorded in it were too advanced. He was only able to comprehend less than 1% of it. Although he had obtained as many secret tomes as possible about forging arts, those things were too rare. Even the 36th supermonastery hadn't possessed very many. Furthermore, those secret tomes were too low grade. They hadn't been of much assistance to him at all. Now, this weapon forging diagram made up for his deficit. What are you all doing? How can you act so lazy? You can't even overcome this little hardship. Guo Ran seemed like a completely different person. He said, I was only testing you just now. Did you really think I couldn't continue any longer? I was giving you a display about what not to do. What are you just standing there for? Hurry up, don't you see boss has already climbed so high that we can't even see him? Look, Ji Yu Yang's so far that his butt is growing smaller and smaller. We've already been thrown into the distance. But brothers, don't worry, charge with me. No obstacles will block us from following boss. We'll let this world see our hot blood and youth. Whether it was the disciples on the netherworld heaven staircase or the experts spectating, they were all speechless. Looking at the revived Guo Ran, some of them even believed his nonsense. Crash! Another disciple collapsed on the ground. Currently, hundreds of disciples had collapsed on the netherworld heaven staircase. They felt too tired. They didn't even have the energy to lift a finger. All they wanted to do was sleep. How regretful. If only they had reached the 333rd stair, they would have obtained even more benefits, sighed a monastery head. This final trial's benefits were hard to imagine. Even if you were just sleeping, the netherworld heaven staircase would allow them to enter a special state that would be extremely helpful to their future advancements. Each extra step would increase the benefits. And the 333rd stair was a dividing line. After passing it, the benefits would be dozens of times greater. It was regretful that despite knowing that, they were unable to help their disciples. This was something related to their will. They had also climbed this staircase before, so they knew just how difficult it was. It was practically impossible to block the silent invasion of your negative emotions. Only the Celestials had it. Slightly better. That was because they were the favorites of the heavens. They were assisted by the heavenly Taos, which helped to suppress their negative emotions. But the ordinary disciples didn't have that advantage. They had to rely on their own will to defeat their negative emotions. It was truly too difficult. After 6 hours, only half of the 100,000 disciples managed to reach the 333rd stair. The rest had all collapsed, sleeping on the lower steps. Furthermore, after the 333rd step, the pressure would increase. Some people had only taken 1 or 2 steps after obtaining their reward when they were unable to continue any longer. More and more people collapsed. With each passing breath, several disciples lay down. And once they lay down, they wouldn't get up until the trial was over. Boom! The netherworld heaven staircase trembled. Everyone looked up to see 5 figures had already reached the 666th stair. They really are monsters. A powerless roar rang out in those disciples' hearts. Chapter 732 Brilliant Feather Dress. Long Chen and the others were still neck and neck. They arrived on the 666th stair together. Long Chen was breathing a bit heavily now, but he saw that Shui Guanji and the others didn't seem the least bit tired. That surprised him. They truly were worthy of being the 4 heavenly geniuses. This kind of perseverance was admirable. Even he felt that some of his negative emotions were starting to stir, and he had to force them down. What he didn't know was that he was the most shocking one to the vice sect master and the monastery heads. It had to be known that the heavenly Taos would block 10% of the netherworld heaven staircase's power for rank 1 celestials. As for rank 2 celestials, 30% of the power would be blocked. But Long Chen, who wasn't a celestial, was still neck and neck with the rank 2 celestials. That was monstrous. Even those old fellows with so much experience had their jaws drop. The vice sect master was shocked as well, but he put on a calm expression. However, in truth, he was wondering whether he should call the sect master over. Such a fellow might be worth directly sending to the Central Plains. Ha ha ha, this thing's not bad, laughed Zhao Wuji as he took out a warhammer from his ball of light. The hammer head was huge, even larger than a table, and earth and runes shone on it. The powerful pressure coming from it showed that it was a terrifying heavy weapon. A middle-grade enchanted weapon and one with earth element runes. Zhao Wuji really is lucky. Heavy weapons were already rare, and for the runes carved onto it to match Zhao Wuji's element, it was practically tailor-made for him. Ha ha ha, the final treasure will be mine. Zhao Wuji was filled with confidence now. Shui Guanji and the others' hearts sank. Zhao Wuji had always been a power-type fighter. Now this heavy weapon would cause his power to increase explosively. HMPH. Shui Guanji snorted and also reached into his ball of light. But this time, his luck wasn't so good. It was a set of armor and a metallic kind at that. It was not suited to him at all. Furthermore, it was just a low-grade enchanted item. It wasn't useful at all. Shui Guanji was dissatisfied, but he acted as if he didn't care and put it away. Zhang Wuyan's luck was not bad, and she obtained a middle-grade enchanted sword. However, it wasn't useful to her, as she possessed weapons that were more suitable to her. Yu Qianshan received a secret tome about formations. It was useless to him, but it wouldn't be useless to his sect. If you were unable to use something, you could exchange it with the Dao sect for treasures better suited to you. Long Chen reached into his ball of light. This time, he didn't pull it out. Immediately for fear of embarrassing himself again. He felt it carefully. It appeared long, and it didn't feel bad. When he pulled out that long thing, he couldn't help being stunned. It was actually a belt. The belt was new, and it had been made of black silk. It was extremely high-end and grand, and then there was nothing else to say about it. The odds for the 666th stair were as follows: 1% high grade, 60% middle grade, 38% low grade, and 1% trash. To have pulled out trash twice, his luck was truly heaven-defying. Long Chen didn't particularly care. He directly wrapped the belt around his waist. In truth, this belt truly did match his disciple robes and made him appear more handsome. Trash, sneered Shui Guanji. It was unknown whether he was talking about Long Chen or the belt. Yes, but I have no choice. If I wasn't forced, I definitely wouldn't accompany trash like you, said Long Chen helplessly. The light balls disappeared and they had no more time to fight with words. They once more began rushing onward. But now, their speed had clearly dropped. Long Chen felt like he was wading through mud. The resistance was extremely high, and it was exhausting. Moreover, he didn't know whether it was actually exhausting or just a misperception. He had to constantly circulate his own strength to keep in equilibrium with the exhaustion. Doing that required constant adjustment. He couldn't allow himself to get nervous or panicked, let alone be invaded by his negative emotions. The true trial only started now. While Long Chen was pushing forward, the vice sect master was lost in thought. It should be essentially impossible for a genius to pull out trash twice. It had never happened before, and it shouldn't be a coincidence. But if it wasn't a coincidence, Long Chen and the others were still pushing on, but after less than 100 stairs, they had become covered in sweat and began gasping for breath. The exhaustion had already begun to silently invade their minds and bodies. But their wills were strong, and they ignored it. They continued rushing forward, refusing to fall behind the others. From the start, they had matched their strength. Not one of them was willing to fall behind. That would not only prove they weren't as good as them, but it would also cause them to lose out on their chance to fight for the final reward. Furthermore, if they did fall behind, that would shake their confidence. Perhaps it wouldn't cause problems elsewhere, but on the netherworld heaven staircase, even the slightest disturbance would allow their negative emotions to overcome them. Once those negative emotions appeared, it was very difficult to completely erase them. So now, they could only persevere. In truth, the best option would have been to slow down for a while. After adjusting themselves, they could continue forward. But if one person slowed down and the others didn't, they would just be thrown behind. Despite knowing it would be best to change the rhythm, they couldn't. Others would all assume that whoever slowed down had weaker endurance and was weaker. As geniuses, none of them were willing to admit they were weaker. So if you ride a tiger, it's hard to get off. Long Chen also wanted to know just how tough a rank 2 celestial was. He didn't believe he couldn't surpass them. He was different from them. Starting from Phoenix Cry, he had relied on his strength to kill his way out. He refused to believe he couldn't defeat some spoiled brats. Despite being weary to the bone, Long Chen clenched his teeth and pressed on. What he didn't know was that rank 2 celestials were basically natural-born cheaters. He was at a huge disadvantage. If he were also a rank 2 celestial, he would have long since traveled so far that they wouldn't even be able to see him. The 5 of them were stuck advancing as fast as they could, despite being exhausted. Furthermore, they had to act so calm and easygoing in order to cast a shadow on the others' hearts, in hopes that they would give up earlier. If one person slowed down, then they would be the loser. But then the others would also have a good reason to slow down together. By the time they had reached the 700th stair, Tang Wan'er and Meng Qi, who had been over 200 stairs behind them previously, had already reached the 666th stair. That was because Long Chen and the others had slowed down a great deal. Brilliant feather dress. Tang Wan'er obtained a dress made entirely of feathers. The feathers were overflowing with colorful lights. When that dress appeared in her hand, the Vice Sect Master couldn't help being shocked. That was a high-grade enchanted item. It was composed of the feathers from 99 different powerful magical beasts and refined through a formation. Wearing that dress would greatly increase her defense. In fact, it would be able to block the full-strength attack of a late sea expansion expert. It was an absolutely amazing treasure, and the feathers also contained the magical beast's bloodline power. By infusing it with spiritual strength, it was possible to activate the bloodline power and increase the user's defensive strength to a whole new level. Sister, this is a defensive enchanted item. It's just what you need, said Tang Wan'er. Wan'er, as a soul cultivator, I don't face my opponents head-on. You need this more. Keep it. Meng Qi shook her head. She could see that this feathered dress's defensive strength was terrifying, so she wanted Tang Wan'er to keep it. Sister, since I said I'm giving it to you, take it. If you don't, I'll just throw it away. Meng Qi was extremely moved. She knew Tang Wan'er's temperament was extremely direct, and she didn't like beating around the bush. If she refused, then Tang Wan'er really would just toss it away. She could only take the dress. Sending her spiritual strength into it, the dress suddenly brightened and directly appeared on her. The multicolored feathers lit up her face, making her appear too beautiful to even touch. Sister, you really are beautiful. It's too bad that scoundrel knows how to run ahead while sticking his butt out. Tang Wan'er looked at Long Chen's figure. Long Chen was exhausted but still pushing on, so of course he didn't have time to look back at how beautiful she was. Thank you, Meng Qi smiled. Circulating her spiritual strength, the dress disappeared and a small feather appeared in her hair, looking just like an ordinary hairpiece. This was another form of the brilliant feather dress, and an advantage of this soul item. If Meng Qi was attacked, it would automatically activate to protect her. If there was no danger, it would stay in this feather form. It would use Meng Qi's soul energy to nourish itself. Check your luck too, said Tang Wan'er. Meng Qi reached in and pulled out a white pearl. The pearl released powerful spiritual fluctuations. Soul-fixing pearl. How could her luck be this good? Cried a monastery head. This was a high-grade treasure as well. Chapter 733 900th Stair. Technically, the chance of obtaining a high-grade treasure was the same as obtaining trash. Long Chen had obtained trash twice. His luck was heaven-defying. As for Meng Qi, she had obtained a high-grade treasure twice. Her luck was also heaven-defying. It was truly a stark contrast. As for Tang Wan'er, her luck had been average last time, but this time, she had obtained a high-grade treasure which was an extremely rare soul item. How could there be such a difference? Looking at that figure that was rushing higher, everyone had a bewildered expression. Was this simply the difference between people? That soul-fixing pearl was an enchanted item used to assist cultivation. It was a treasure that would make soul cultivators go crazy. It was an extremely rare treasure that could increase a person's soul energy. But it was a one-use item. Once the energy inside it was used up, it would shatter. However, The soul energy inside it was enough to turn someone with an incredibly weak soul into an expert. "Sister, you should take this," said Meng Qi. Tang Wan'er shook her head. "My spiritual strength might not be as strong as yours, but it's still very strong. It would be better to leave it for Ji Yuyong. His spiritual strength is too weak, and just a defensive soul item isn't a guarantee of protection." Meng Qi nodded. Although Tang Wan'er's spiritual strength wasn't as great as hers, it was still far and above average. This soul-fixing pearl would only increase her soul energy by a maximum of 10%. But if it was given to Ji Yuyong, then his soul would become above average amongst these elite disciples. Although he wouldn't be able to fight others with his soul since he had no experience or talent in that regard, at least he wouldn't be instantly killed by soul experts. Meng Qi looked behind her at Ji Yuyong and the others. They were already covered in sweat. "Ji Yuyong, work hard. I'll leave this reward with you." Meng Qi tossed the soul-fixing pearl directly to him. Ji Yuyong gratefully caught it. He had heard all their previous words. "Don't worry, sister-in-laws, I will definitely meet your expectations." The laughing Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er immediately turned red. How could this fellow say such coarse words? They hastily continued on their way. Guo Ran, hold on. You'll be able to get a reward soon. Guo Ran was doing his absolute best to persevere, but he had reached his limit. His burst of energy had been completely used up. It took 4 Dragonblood warriors to drag him along. Ji Yuyong and the others also reached the 666th stair and received their rewards. Some of those rewards were high grade, some were low grade. They couldn't compare to Meng Qi and Tang Wan'er, but they were still extremely excited. After obtaining their rewards, they felt even more drive to climb higher. The rewards this time were a whole level higher than last time. A high-grade reward at this level was better than a high-grade reward at the lower level. Then the next reward had to be beyond their imaginations. Other than Long Chen's group of 5, there was no longer any sense of order on the Netherworld Heaven staircase. The disciples were scattered all around. Over 20 celestials were led by Ji Yuyong, then Yu Zifeng, and then Li Qi and Songming Yuan. When it came to perseverance, they were on a much higher level considering they had undergone the pain of their bones shattering 9 times. They were over 50 stairs ahead of the other celestials. Behind the celestials were the Dragonblood warriors and Guo Ran. They also began to collect their rewards. Guo Ran, wake up. Take out your treasure. One of them slapped Guo Ran in the face a few times and shouted in his ear. Guo Ran barely had the energy to reach out with his arm. Regretfully, he didn't have Meng Qi or Tang Wan'er's luck this time. He pulled out a sword, one that was merely a low-grade enchanted item. That was useless to him, as he would be able to forge it himself, and its power might even be greater. He collapsed on the ground, and no matter what, he wouldn't get up. He began to snore just like that. What should we do? Just leave him here. Pull him to the side so no one steps on him. Boss only said that he had to get to the 333rd stair. This is already beyond expectations. One of the squad leaders pulled him to a corner and then continued forward. 360 Dragonblood warriors had all reached the 666th stair. Quite a few of them had obtained weapons that they wanted, or even cultivation techniques and secret tomes. There were also medicinal pills and protective items, etc. They were incomparably excited. Seeing them so excited, the monastery heads couldn't help sighing. The Dragonblood warriors really were easily satisfied. That was a good thing, as it raised their morale and expelled their negative emotions. But as for the previous celestials, the items they had pulled out had been quite a bit better than theirs, but many of them had shaken their heads and sighed, feeling like their luck was bad. Without even knowing it, that increased the pressure on them. The Dragonblood warriors continued forward. Behind them, there were less than 10,000 disciples still fighting to go forward. The others had collapsed. Unable to see hope, they were invaded by their negative emotions. It was truly too difficult to endure. That was especially true since many of these elite disciples didn't even know their own reason for cultivating. Their parents had simply told them that they had to properly cultivate. That they had to excel, to bring honor to their ancestors, to conduct themselves properly. And so, they had begun cultivating. But many of them didn't even know why they had to excel and why they had to bring honor to their ancestors. They had simply been forced to walk forward on this path. Now, these geniuses had become weaklings. The better their family's circumstances, the greater their origins and status, the easier they collapsed. It was those who came from comparatively poorer origins who had stronger wills. This situation occurred every time the Netherworld Heaven Staircase was activated, so it was no longer a novel sight. The Xuantian Dao sect's only responsibility was to give them a cultivation environment. They didn't have the manpower or resources to properly educate each disciple in how to properly live their lives. Furthermore, their teachings would be the same: cultivate, excel amongst your peers, bring honor to your ancestors, and conduct yourself properly. Close to half of the disciples hadn't reached the 333rd stair. As for those that had passed, 90% of them didn't reach the 666th stair. And in the end, of the 5,000 people that reached the 666th stair, a fifth of them directly collapsed after taking out their reward. One reason was perhaps because the treasure they had obtained hadn't given them any motivation to continue, and so they had lost that drive. Despite knowing each extra stair they climbed meant greater benefits, they were just too exhausted. The other more important reason was that even Guo Ran, a rank 2 celestial, had collapsed there, while they were only ordinary disciples. They had already done their best, so there was no need for them to try anymore. Therefore, following the collapse of Guo Ran, another 1,000 people fell. Following good examples was hard, but following bad examples was easy. The collapse of that many disciples caused even more negative emotions to surge out of the others. People collapsed left and right. Furthermore, the Dragonblood warriors were getting further and further away. They felt that they were so far that they couldn't possibly catch up. They no longer had the confidence to catch up to them. As a result of these factors, a chain reaction started. In the end, the disciple who walked the furthest only managed to take 16 steps before giving up. Now, the only ones still climbing were the Dragonblood Legion and the Celestials. 10,000 people had been turned into less than 400. The more talented they are, the more lacking their character is, said the Vice Sect Master expressionlessly. Other than Shui Wuan, all the monastery heads, expressions became a bit unnatural. They had already claimed that this was their strongest generation of disciples in all of their history. They had all been extremely confident in them, and they had said that they would definitely surpass the previous generations' records for the trials, including the Netherworld Heaven Staircase. And they weren't necessarily wrong. They truly had surpassed the previous record in two ways. First, the number of people attending was double the previous trials. That was a number worthy of pride. As for the other way, they had surpassed the record. In the last trial, there had been 5,000 disciples who had reached the 666th stair. That was essentially the same as this time. However, last time, over 2,000 disciples had also reached the 700th stair. But this time, only 400 did. That disproportionate dropout rate was also a record. That made the monastery heads blush with shame. The Vice Sect Master was clearly dissatisfied with their teachings. All they had raised was a bunch of greenhouse flowers. But at least the disciples who reached the 700th stair are all extremely powerful. That's something gratifying, said one monastery head in hopes of lifting the awkward atmosphere. Yes, they really are powerful. But does their strength have the slightest thing to do with how you raise them? Asked the Vice Sect Master. That monastery head really was stupid. If the Vice Sect Master had criticisms, he should have just listened and let it be. Instead, he disgraced himself even more. The Dragonblood warriors were the 36th Supermonastery's disciples. They had nothing to do with him, but he had tried to act like he had contributed. Shui Wuan couldn't help sighing upon seeing how those children were still persevering despite the pain. Just how much had they suffered to gain this power? They've reached the 900th stair. The Netherworld Heaven Staircase once more trembled. Long Chen's group had already reached the 900th stair, and everyone's gazes focused on them. Chapter 734 Sadist. That's too fast. One of the monastery heads let out a startled cry. In previous generations, it had taken a full day for any disciple to reach the 900th stair. But now, less than half a day had passed. These monastery heads had also once experienced the Netherworld Heaven Staircase, so they knew how terrifying it was. The higher you went, the greater the difficulty was. The strongest amongst them had only climbed to the 780th stair. Looking at those figures, even the Vice Sect Master was moved. Those 5 figures were all terrifying. Of course, the most terrifying one was Long Chen. Long Chen's robes were already soaked in sweat, and he was panting heavily. He was the one under the most pressure. But in order to give the Dragonblood warriors morale, he could only clench his teeth and continue forward. He refused to fall behind by even a single step. The others weren't much better off than him. They were all panting and covered in sweat. They couldn't conceal their exhaustion. The pressure made it feel like mountains were crushing them. That was no illusion, but true pressure. This cruel trial was a test of both the mind and body. You're already tired. Then I'll tire you bastards to death. Long Chen was also weary to the bone, but seeing how tired the others were, he felt incomparably comfortable inside. Just like that, he took an extra step forward. Shui Guanji and the others' expressions changed. Previously, they had all been in a silent agreement to take a slight pause at the 900th stair. This would allow them to adjust to this pressure and take a slight break, so they could climb higher. But Long Chen had taken the initiative to advance. They had no choice but to clench their teeth and continue. They had an urge to have a fight with him right now, but that would just benefit others. Damn it, tired is good. It's not like I'm the only one getting tired. To have 4 people accompany me, it's worth it. This was just Long Chen's way of comforting himself. He felt a kind of sadistic pleasure, and his mood became better with each step. Seeing them continue climbing without even taking a breath, everyone was startled. The Vice Sect Master's expression was a bit odd. With his vision, he could instantly tell what they were thinking. The youngsters these days really were interesting. But this kind of rush wasn't a good thing. Unless they could manage to climb to the top in one go, they would be forced to stop eventually. And if they were forced to stop instead of choosing to stop, then they would be invaded by their negative emotions, and they wouldn't be able to advance a single step. Behind them, Meng Qi and Tang Wan were pale and sweaty. But their eyes were still hard and determined. They would chase after Long Chen. They would get stronger. They didn't want to become a burden to him. Their greatest desire was to one day be able to protect him the way he had protected them. Only they knew just how tired Long Chen was. He never said how much he suffered, as saying it didn't have any use. He had no backer to rely on and could only rely on himself. Normally, Long Chen would act like a scoundrel without a proper thought, but only the people closest to him knew how much he had to endure. He also needed help, and he also needed protection. Meng Qi and Tang Wan held hands as they climbed. Although they weren't as fast as Long Chen, their steps were extremely steady. This was the optimal way of climbing. They had already reached the 853rd stair. Behind them were Ji Yu Yang and the other Celestials. I can't go any further. I have to rest here. When they reached the 830th stair, a Celestial from the 17th Supermonastery finally couldn't hold on and sat down. Get up, how can you let yourself be the first one to collapse? Shouted a Celestial. These Celestials had actually long since felt that they had reached their limit. But their dignity refused to allow them to be the first Celestial to give up, so they had pushed themselves to continue. But now, one person was finally done. That was a fatal blow to the others. The collapse of one person greatly affected their mental states. That was especially true since they were all completely exhausted. Seeing that person now peacefully sleeping, they couldn't resist the temptation. Fuck it, I'm tired, too. The Celestial who had just shouted at him to get up sat down. He instantly became completely relaxed and fell into a deep slumber. You guys can continue. I feel like I've also reached my limit. Another Celestial lay down. A relaxed and peaceful smile appeared on his face. That smile seemed incredibly happy. The distant monastery heads couldn't help sighing. Now there'll be trouble. Perhaps they'll all collapse here. They had a deep understanding of the netherworld heaven staircase. The feeling of exhaustion was practically a poison that could instantly infect a person's will. Physically, they're far from reaching their limit. It's just that their will isn't strong enough. How regretful. However, to only collapse at the 830th stair, this record really is not bad. In previous generations, the average for Celestials was the 800th stair. Reaching the 810th stair was a limit. The fact they had endured until the 830th stair was because they had profited from Ji Yu Yang and the others. Their pride had refused to allow them to lose to their juniors, who had only just awakened as Celestials. That was the only reason they had endured this long. But a person had their limits and they had already surpassed theirs, which was a good thing. Ji Yu Yang and the others ignored them. They continued pushing forward. Their only thought was to follow Long Chen. Whether it was Ji Yu Yang or the Dragonblood warriors, they didn't treat the netherworld heaven staircase as a trial. They treated it as a battle they had to win, because this trial would decide whether or not they could follow in Long Chen's footsteps, whether or not they could one day stand at the peak of the martial path. If they wanted to fight alongside Long Chen, then they couldn't allow themselves to be thrown too far behind. Otherwise, there would come a day when they would never be able to see his back again. It could be said that Long Chen was their conviction. It was Long Chen who had brought them to heights that they had never imagined, letting them see a greater world. Long Chen had given them everything. But they had to work hard to keep up with him, because if they were unable to follow him one day, that would be worse than death to them. They refused to allow such a thing to happen. The collapse of those people didn't affect Ji Yuyong and the others because their only goal was Long Chen. Only Long Chen would be able to influence them. Although each step they took was difficult and their bodies trembled, they were filled with resolve. They had no intention of giving up. Heavens, even they've reached the 800th stair. How is that possible? When the first Dragonblood warrior reached the 800th stair, everyone was shaken. In all of history, only Celestials had reached that height. That wasn't because Celestials had greater wills, but that the heavenly Daos would reduce the pressure they were under. But these Dragonblood warriors didn't have that advantage. The most shocking thing was that even after reaching that high, each of the Dragonblood warriors' expressions were still so determined. Despite their bodies being unsteady, they didn't make a sound. Despite being soaked in sweat, they simply clenched their teeth. They all continued onwards. What terrifying determination, sighed a monastery head. Long Chen isn't the only heaven-defying monster. Even the people by his side are all monsters. The 830th stair. One of the squad leaders had reached the 830th stair. Looking at the snoring Celestials on that step, his body trembled. He's already reached his limit. Despite that, all of the monastery heads felt admiration. Blood suddenly splashed on the netherworld heaven staircase. That squad leader had taken out a dagger and stabbed himself in the shoulder. The intense pain caused him to frown slightly, but it also caused his exhaustion to lessen as well. He became slightly more energized, allowing him to continue forward. How ruthless. Even the monastery heads' hearts pounded. That squad leader had stabbed the dagger in the space between his bones. That was the most painful spot where the nerves were concentrated. Only people specialized in torture would be able to so precisely aim for that spot. It was the best way to torment your opponents. That was enough pain to make them beg for death. But he had merely frowned before continuing. These old fellows were incomparably shocked. Behind him, the other Dragonblood warriors had also reached their limits. They followed his lead, taking out daggers and stabbing themselves in the most painful spots possible without hesitation. That scene was chilling to the bone. I finally understand why they're so strong. It's no coincidence, it was inevitable. Praised one monastery head. The Dragonblood warriors' display showed them just how terrifying willpower could be. It wasn't just talent that decided a person's future. At the top of the Dragonblood Legion was Long Chen, and at the bottom were the Dragonblood warriors. Each one of them was unyielding and courageous, with a will of steel. Suddenly, an angry roar rang out from ahead. Everyone hastily looked up. Previously, their attention had been focused on the Dragonblood warriors, so when they now looked at where Long Chen and the others were, they all jumped in shock. The final 3 stairs. They had currently reached the 996th stair. The 5 of them were trembling, and that furious roar had come from Zhao Wuji. They had obviously reached their limits. The monastery heads could no longer remain sitting. They stood, watching with rapt attention. These final 3 steps were the most crucial. Chapter 735 Terrifying Formation. At this point, the 5 of them could no longer advance. They all stopped as they had no choice but to adjust themselves first. Here, their bodies, minds, souls, hearts, and wills were all enduring a harsh trial. This was the most ruthless moment. After their fierce climb here, they had reached a limit. They had to take a breather, but at the same time, they had to endure the powerful pressure here and resist the encroachment of their negative emotions. Long Chen took 3 deep breaths before directly stepping towards the 997th stair. Shui Guanji and the others' expressions became ugly. This bastard. They were infuriated. It was like Long Chen was intentionally opposing them. He refused to give them a moment's rest. If they allowed Long Chen to climb to the top before them, wouldn't it signify that he was the strongest of them all? Although they were furious, they also followed. However, the powerful pressure that descended upon them at the 997th stair caused their expressions to change. Shui Guanji, Zhao Wuji, Yu Qianshan, and Zhang Wuyan activated their heavenly Dao manifestations at the same time. The pressure immediately lightened for them. As for Long Chen, he vomited a mouthful of blood, his expression exceedingly ugly and furious. I refuse to believe I can't get up. Long Chen was ruthless, and he forced his way up. Just like that, he forced his way onto the 997th stair. But by the time he reached there, Shui Guanji and the others had already begun charging toward the 998th stair. They were relying on their cries of the heavenly Taos for a spurt of energy, hoping to directly reach the end like this. But when they reached the 998th stair, they were forced back by a terrifying force. Shui Guanji and the others were completely startled. They hadn't expected the 998th stair's difficulty to be several times that of the 997th stair. They didn't manage to get up. Instead, the rebound force caused them to almost cough up blood. Water waves break the heavens. Shui Guanji suddenly was surrounded by water runes. They formed a channel in front of him that he directly charged through. The entire netherworld heaven staircase shook. Shui Guanji was the first to step onto the 998th stair. However, people saw that the heavenly Tao runes around him were constantly revolving and changing shape, as if they were currently being compressed by some invisible force. Good, Shui Guanji has done well. He's the first to reach the 998th stair and has taken the lead, laughed Shui Yunkang. Suddenly, sword light pierced forward. An ear-piercing sound rang out as Yu Qianshan took action. His aura completely erupted like a sword coming out of its sheath. He also stepped onto the 998th stair. At the same time, Zhang Wuyan and Zhao Wuji took action as well. Zhao Wuji was covered in a layer of dirt yellow light. It was like a set of armor, and with a single punch, it was like space had exploded. He relied on that to get up. As for Zhang Wuyan, a blood mark appeared on her forehead, forming a rune. However, only the more erudite people knew that it was no rune, but an immortal character, Zhang. This was Zhang Wuyan's ancestral mark. There were many kinds of ancestral marks, and any Shantian expert's descendants would inherit some bloodline power. However, Zhang Wuyan's ancestor had been a terrifying king. The power of her ancestral mark was on a completely different level than Ji Yuyang's. The instant the ancestral mark appeared, the void trembled. It was like some mysterious energy was coming from her forehead, one that suppressed the spatial fluctuations. She also reached the 998th stair. Now, the only one left was Long Chen. He was panting for breath on the 997th stair. This scene caused people's expressions to become a bit odd. HMPH, a bumpkin really is a bumpkin. Now you should understand the difference, sneered Shui Guanji from above. The others looked at Long Chen. They didn't say anything, but the contempt in their eyes was clear. Wait, something's wrong. When Long Chen fought Shui Guanji, that huge rainbow ring was so powerful. Why isn't he using it? Wondered some people. This was a perplexing question. What was Long Chen thinking? He had clearly reached his limit, but he was still holding back his trump card. HMPH, even you people can be called heavenly geniuses. This netherworld heaven staircase is clearly a test for the will, physical body, and soul. But what you are doing is basically cheating, and yet you can still sneer at others disdainfully. I really have to admire you. How did you manage to cultivate your face to such a thickness? Today, I'll display what it means to be a true man and what attitude a true cultivator should possess. Without any technique, I will rely just on myself to reach the 999th stair. I'll let you idiots open your eyes to the world, sneered Long Chen. His voice contained a trace of anger. In truth, he was extremely angry. What he had just said were simply words of rage. In truth, when they had summoned their cries of the heavenly Taos, Long Chen wouldn't be so stupid as to still hold back. He had also begun to summon his divine ring. But he had only just started and had yet to truly bring it out when the pressure on him suddenly increased by dozens of times. He had almost been crushed to death before he hastily stopped. Even so, he had still vomited blood. Only now did Long Chen realize his divine ring was different from their heavenly Tao manifestations. His divine ring was something that helped him absorb energy from the surroundings. As a result, the surrounding energy had been drawn toward him. Energy that contained a powerful pressure had almost crushed him flat. Long Chen now knew that he would probably be extremely miserable today. Now that Shui Guanji sneered at him, he had found a chance to counterattack, cursing them in such a melodramatic way without giving them any way to retort. Fine, then let me see how you manage with no outside force. Raged Shui Guanji. It had to be known that they had to use their full strength with the cry of the heavenly Taos in order to reach the 998th stair. They refused to believe he could climb his way without any outside force. That would just be an idiot's dream. He was definitely just posturing. They couldn't be bothered to say anything more to Long Chen, and they began to approach the 999th stair. As they got closer, their expressions changed. They sensed endless pressure from the 999th stair, and that pressure contained a dense aura of death. They sensed a mortal danger from that pressure. In other words, climbing to the 999th stair might kill them. They had never dreamed that the 999th stair would actually pose a danger to their lives. If they messed up, they would lose their lives here. It's definitely fake. How could they allow us to die here? I refuse to believe it. Zhao Wuji snorted and charged toward the 999th stair. When he stepped onto the 999th stair, a translucent flying sword shot toward Zhao Wuji. He hastily blocked, but that flying sword tore through his defense and left a foot-long wound on his chest. They were horrified. When it came to physical defense, Zhao Wuji was the strongest. The runes revolving around him were even stronger than his spiritual chi armor. But he had been injured after just one attack. Then they, who did not specialize in defense, would be slashed in two, right? HMPH, let me try it. Shui Guanji extended a hand. A water arrow shot toward the 999th stair, but he wrapped himself with endless runes first. Another flying sword shot out, smashing apart the water arrow and piercing through Shui Guanji's water runes. Shui Guanji was appalled. He hadn't expected that his water runes would be pierced as easily as water in front of that flying sword. It hadn't been able to resist at all. Skywater shield. He hastily formed 3 water shields in front of him. But that sword continued to pierce through them. Just as the sword was about to pierce his heart, it lost its energy and disappeared. Shui Guanji's face was pale. The 4 of us should go from 4 different directions to see if we can scatter its power, suggested Zhang Wuyan. The others nodded and spread out. But when they attempted it again, the 4 of them all received counterattacks, and the power hadn't weakened at all. We have to take a risk. Don't hold back. Charge with your full strength, or it will be impossible, said Zhang Wuyan. The others hesitated but nodded. The 999th stair was too difficult, and there was no room for technique. They could only go all out. From their previous tests, they had found this barrier to be incomparably powerful. Without going all out, they wouldn't be able to pass it. The 4 of them began to shine with runic light. Activating their strongest defense, they charged to the 999th stair. The staircase trembled, and suddenly, thousands of flying swords shot out mercilessly at them. Blood splashed, countless swords pierced through their bodies, and they were sent flying back. All the Xuantian Dao sect's experts' expressions changed. How could this be? Chapter 736 Surpassing Themselves. The 4 of them were miserably blown back to the 998th stair. They were wildly vomiting blood and filled with horror. They hastily circulated their heavenly Dao runes to heal. Just now, they had been the slightest bit away from being completely crushed. In that instant, they had smelled the scent of death. It was like the Grim Reaper's sickle had brushed right up against their throats. The Xuantian Dao sect's experts were all shocked. They had never expected this situation. This was the Eastern Wasteland's Xuantian branch sect's strongest batch of geniuses in all of history. But they were all stopped in front of the 999th stair. Although the experts were still far away, they had sensed just how terrifying that killing mechanism was. Even they felt a chill. Is it trying to force them into despair? Why does the trial refuse to allow them to pass even though they've reached that point? Complained one monastery head. What is going on? Has something happened with the 999th stair? In previous generations, weren't there disciples who managed to reach the 999th stair? Why can't I remember anything from then? Questioned one of the older experts. That's because the memories regarding the final stair have all been erased. All of you are the same. Once this trial is over, the memories about the final part will disappear, said the vice sect master. Their hearts shook. It was no wonder they clearly remembered that there had been disciples to reach the 999th stair, but when they tried to recall that scene, they weren't able to recall it in the slightest. Whether it was the Xuantian Sea, the 9 Netherworld Path, or the Netherworld Heaven Staircase, they were all activated by the head sect. Even they didn't have the qualifications to interfere. If they tried, the laws here would immediately kill them. Even the vice sect master wasn't an exception. But this abnormal difficulty isn't even a trial, it's just murder. Cried a monastery head. A single flying sword had the power to kill a celestial. Just now, tens of thousands of them had shot out at the same time, almost killing the 4 of them. It was lucky they had brought out their strongest defense beforehand, or they would have already died. This is a trial. It shouldn't kill our elite disciples. There should be some unknown method to pass. The vice sect master frowned. Although that was what he said, even he wasn't sure. Furthermore, the netherworld heaven staircase had its own laws. There was no way for them to transmit their voices to the disciples on it. The netherworld heaven staircase shook everyone. Everyone jumped, thinking the 4 heavenly geniuses had attempted to attack the 999th stair again. However, they found out that the 4 of them hadn't moved. They were still healing. This rumbling was from a certain figure stepping onto the 998th stair. Heavens, he really is not using any technique. He's crazy. There were no fluctuations coming from Long Chen's body. He was clearly using just the power of his physical body. It had to be known that the 4 heavenly geniuses had had to use their full strength to just barely reach the 998th stair. Is he stupid? Is this worth it? He'll be directly crushed to death by the pressure. What is his reason? Does he really need to care so much about his face? None of them knew that it wasn't the case of him caring so much about his face, but that he really had no other option. The divine ring would only bring him down. As for the 3-star battle armor, it was connected to the divine ring. The principle was the same, and once he activated it, although his power would multiply, the pressure would also be absorbed. It wasn't worth it. His previous words were just to give himself an excuse, to make others think he was posing. It was to conceal the bitter truth. He was already doing his absolute best. One foot was just barely on the edge of the 998th stair, but the surrounding pressure crashed down upon him. He was like a small boat trying to stay afloat on wild waves. He might capsize at any moment. Meng Qi and Tang Waner had already stopped at the 900th stair. They had reached their limit. Although their wills were strong enough, their physical bodies were unable to continue. They watched Long Chen attentively. Ji Yuyong and the others were right behind them. They had also reached the 900th stair. Boss really is boss. He's too strong. Ji Yuyong couldn't help sighing. Even against rank 2 celestials, he didn't rely on any outer force and still reached the same level. The Dragonblood warriors had reached the 880th stair. Whether it was in terms of will or physical body, they had reached an absolute limit. There was no way for them to advance any further. Brothers, do you see? That's our boss. He's using his own power to tell us a person's potential is limitless. As long as you are determined enough, you can surpass yourself. In truth, your strength surpasses your imagination. So brothers, what are you still waiting for? Currently, this is our limit. But do you see it? Boss is currently fighting his own limits, but us? Are we not capable of surpassing our limits as well? If we can't surpass ourselves, how are we supposed to follow boss? Remember our oath. We will make the name of our Dragonblood Legion reverberate throughout the world. Do you still remember? Roared one of the squad leaders. Seeing Long Chen going all out without any intention of giving up, his own passion was ignited. Long Chen was fighting with all his might, but he still heard what they were saying. Despite how thick his face was, his cheeks became burning hot. Your boss has no way around this, which is why he has to do this. Do you really think I would be that stupid? But hearing that speech made the pressure on Long Chen increase even more. Even if he had to die, he had to charge up there. Otherwise, how would he have the guts to face his brothers? Fuck it. Long Chen clenched his teeth, and he suddenly charged forward. His shoulders dislocated and the immense pressure almost sent him flying. He hastily pulled one foot back to the lower stair, maintaining an equilibrium. Seeing that he didn't succeed, Shui Guanji and the others sneered. Obviously, they thought that he was just posturing. But his big words had made him seem like an idiot now. Seeing how miserable Long Chen appeared, they felt much more comfortable inside. He appeared even more miserable than they did. Meng Qi and the others' hearts clenched. Although they hadn't reached that height, it was obvious that the pressure was unimaginable just from the fact that the 4 heavenly geniuses had had to summon the cries of the heavenly Taos to just barely get to that level. Fuck, what is this ridiculous pressure? Is it trying to break my confidence? Long Chen snorted inside. Just now, he had truly had an urge to give up. That was a sign his negative emotions were getting out of control. Idiot, who do you think I am? I still have countless problems to deal with, and this little bit can't count as anything. If this minor setback could stop me, how would I walk to the peak of the martial path? How would I find out about my origins? How would I find my parents? How would I get revenge against whoever stole my spirit bone, blood, and root? The more he thought about it, the more furious Long Chen became. That was especially true when he recalled what he had seen in Future Lake. He had watched those hands take his spirit blood, spirit root, and spirit bone. Those negative emotions were all expelled by him. The only thing remaining was a gushing killing intent. Break. Long Chen's furious roar was like thunder. The space in front of him trembled, and he finally reached the 998th stair. He did it. Do you see, brothers? Boss has already shown us what we have to do. Continue charging, surpass your limits and surpass yourselves, cried the squad leader. Surpass our limits, surpass ourselves. The Dragonblood warriors' cries rang out louder and louder. It reached a level that seemed like even the sky was shaking. It was like they had been completely revived. Despite already having reached their limits, they continued pushing forward. The Xuantian Dao sect's higher-ups were all stunned. Just what kind of people were they? Was a person's potential truly unlimited? When the Dragonblood warriors had reached the 830th stair, they had thought they would definitely not be able to reach the 840th stair. When they had reached the 840th stair, they would have bet their heads that they had reached their limits and wouldn't be able to reach the 850th stair. Even so, now they had already reached the 880th stair. The majority of them were covered in blood, with daggers stabbed throughout their bodies in the most painful places. They used pain to force back their negative emotions. However, despite having truly reached the limit, they once more continued forward with Long Chen's encouragement. If they don't fall, they will become this world's most terrifying warriors, said the vice sect master. With his vision, he could clearly see that they had truly reached their limits, whether it was mentally or physically. But now they were surpassing those limits. In truth, this was just a saying, as it was fundamentally impossible. The limit people spoke of was usually only 80% of their true power. Surpassing your limits was excavating that remaining 20%. But the Dragonblood warriors had already excavated all that potential. The only thing allowing them to continue was willpower. If they had been in the outside world, they would have long since collapsed. But on the Netherworld Heaven staircase, as long as a person's will was strong enough, they could constantly break through their own limits. This was the strongest aspect of the Netherworld Heaven staircase, one that made it worthy of being the final trial. What, do you want to fight? As soon as Long Chen got up, Shui Guanji glared at him. Chapter 737 The Only Way to Pass. Everyone watching was on edge as they knew that Shui Guanji's enmity with Long Chen was deep. Back in the Xuantian Sea, he had lost to him. Now Long Chen had just reached the 998th stair. If Shui Guanji wanted to attack, Long Chen would most likely suffer. But after this long, everyone had realized Long Chen's temperament. He was someone who dared to do anything. If Shui Guanji really did attack, Long Chen would definitely explode and counterattack with his full strength. And this time would not be the same as last time. It would definitely be a battle to the death. The Xuantian Dao sect's higher-ups were all worried except for Zhou Tianyi. The person who worried the most was naturally Shui Yunkong. Of course he hoped for Shui Guanji to suppress Long Chen. But if Shui Guanji really attacked now, it would no longer be an ordinary competition. Furthermore, it was impossible for the ones outside to interfere with what was happening on the Netherworld Heaven staircase. Let alone interfering, they couldn't even say anything to them. In truth, Long Chen was also a bit uneasy. This Netherworld Heaven staircase put him at too great of a disadvantage. If Shui Guanji attacked now, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. But he coldly smiled at Shui Guanji. I've already told you, if you want to die, come at me any time. You don't need to worry so much about the timing or location. Shui Guanji was silent for a moment as he sized up Long Chen. You must be too afraid. All I did was stand up and stretch. This Netherworld Heaven staircase must restrict your magical art. Are you unable to summon your ring here? Shui Guanji stared closely at Long Chen's eyes. He had clearly seen through some clues and wanted to find the proof. Perhaps. You can try it. Long Chen smiled. Hearing Shui Guanji's words, the others were startled. Was Long Chen really unable to use his magical art on the Netherworld Heaven staircase? If that was true, then Long Chen was the weakest of them all here. They could send him flying with a wave of a hand. But it was impossible to tell anything from Long Chen's expression. Despite suspecting him, Shui Guanji didn't dare to actually attack him. If he was right, then it would be acceptable. But if he was wrong, and Long Chen was just stubborn and refused to summon his divine ring, he would be screwed. First ignoring the question of whether or not he could even defeat Long Chen, just being entangled with him would put himself at a disadvantage when fighting to get the 999th stair. Furthermore, with Long Chen's temperament, it truly might be a bit dangerous. TCH, how gutless. Long Chen smiled, and just like that, he began walking toward the suspecting Shui Guanji, startling everyone. Shui Guanji immediately tensed. You really don't want to try me? Don't blame me for not giving you an opportunity. Long Chen stopped when he was around 30 meters from Shui Guanji. This distance was the absolute limit. If he took another step, the two would definitely begin to fight, unless one of them retreated. Shui Guanji's eyes were cold. He was 80% sure he was right, and Long Chen was just bluffing. But he also didn't dare to take the risk. That was because Long Chen was too mysterious. All kinds of strange things might happen around him. If his deduction was wrong and Long Chen was just baiting him, he would have to endure a tempest of attacks from him. He wasn't afraid of a battle, but he didn't want to waste his energy here. That would just be helping out the other three. You're too useless. Long Chen shook his head and walked away. Shui Guanji was just about to say something when he suddenly found out that Long Chen was walking straight toward the 999th stair without even resting. Everyone was shocked, even the monastery heads. What was he doing? Was this scoundrel trying to constantly test out their startled expressions? Shui Wuan was extremely nervous. Long Chen never did things normally. During these trials, he had used up all the shocked expressions these people would get in their lifetimes. He was clearly already on the verge of collapse, but he still wanted to charge directly to the 999th stair. Was he crazy? Shui Guanji and the others were first startled, but then they smiled coldly. Currently, Long Chen had no divine ring, and furthermore, there were no spiritual yuan fluctuations coming from his body. Going to the 999th stair was purely suicidal. Is he really trying to commit suicide? Cried a monastery head. The vice sect master's eyes seemed to glow. He thought of something, but then that thought slipped away. It was like something was trying to surface in his mind, but he wasn't able to grab it. As Long Chen advanced, a flying sword shot out, piercing his leg. He stumbled, but he didn't stop. He continued climbing. Furthermore, his expression was still completely calm. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking, but they all thought he was trying to get himself killed. The instant his foot stepped onto the 999th stair, countless flying swords suddenly shot out like a tide. But Long Chen still didn't attempt to block or dodge them. He allowed them to pierce through his body. Each of them left behind a bloody hole. It was shocking how sharp those flying swords were. After all, everyone was aware of just how powerful Long Chen's physical body was. It would take incredible power to injure him. But these flying swords pierced through him so easily. That wasn't because of their shooting power, but because of how incisive they were. The four heavenly geniuses' expressions changed. Previously, they hadn't had a chance to clearly see those flying swords. Now they saw just how terrifying they were as they brought a rain of Long Chen's blood. When Long Chen's second foot touched the 999th stair, the entire netherworld heaven staircase shook intensely. Endless pressure descended. Millions of flying swords gathered together, forming one huge sword. Once that sword formed, a huge vortex appeared around it as pressure began to condense. Even before this sword shot out, the aura it released was apocalyptic. There was no way a human could block it. So that's what it was. The vice sect master finally came to a sudden comprehension upon seeing that huge sword. The huge sword pierced forward, instantly enveloping Long Chen. Long Chen, Meng Qi and Tang Wan were pale. Their hands covered their mouths, as they were filled with absolute shock. What? When the light of the swords faded, people finally saw Long Chen again. He was on the 999th stair in the same state as before the final sword had struck him. Long Chen smiled. As expected, his gamble had been right. As the light faded, the pressure around him weakened. Furthermore, his injuries began to heal. He felt endless life energy nourishing him. This is good stuff. He rapidly circulated the primal chaos space, absorbing this life energy. Previously, he had almost died from trying to refine the green dragon essence blood. To recover, he had used up all the life energy in the primal chaos space. Endless life energy surged into the primal chaos space. Those withered trees and medicinal ingredients rapidly regained their vitality. Furthermore, Long Chen's injuries were rapidly healing. Long Chen was definitely taking more than his share. While he rapidly absorbed this energy, everyone just stood there, stunned. They were unable to understand how he had done this. That final attack had released a blinding light that had made it so none of them had seen how he had survived. It had even isolated him from spiritual probing. They had no idea what technique he had used to block that final attack. I remember. The vice sect master's words brought the monastery heads out of their shock and back to reality. What did you remember? They hastily asked. I remember how that previous disciple managed to charge onto the 999th stair. A complicated expression appeared on the vice sect master's face. My memories are sealed, but in this special situation, they can be partially released. Just now, I remembered. It is impossible to charge onto the 999th stair. To put it more specifically, it is impossible to charge onto it through brute force. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to resist the formation. Even I would be exterminated. What? All of them turned pale. If that was true, how had Long Chen passed? The vice sect master sighed. I really can't tell if Long Chen is suicidal or not. He actually managed to find out the only way to reach the 999th stair. The only way. The 999th stair doesn't test a person's physical strength, spiritual strength, or will. Instead, it tests a person's courage. It tests whether or not a person dares to risk their life to reach the peak of the martial path. You mean, the final step is just to frighten others? You can put it that way. The netherworld heaven staircase won't take the lives of disciples. This is something I've already told them. But the final formation's killing intent will influence a cultivator's instincts. The stronger a person is, the more they will trust those instincts. So, the final test is just to see who dares to fight with their life on the line. Suddenly, a translucent flying sword shot down from the sky, turning one monastery head into a bloody mist. Chapter 738. The younger generation will surpass the previous generations. This sudden attack had come without the slightest warning. Even the vice sect master hadn't had the slightest opportunity to save him. A metallic tag clattered to the ground. There was a line of words on there, but the writing was incomplete. Idiot, what did I just say? You can't record anything about the trial, or you'll be exterminated by the laws, cursed the vice sect master. Obviously, this monastery head had tried to secretly record information about the final trial. But after just a few words, he was destroyed. The other monastery heads were pale with terror. That flying sword had come so suddenly that it was practically unblockable. Quite a few of them had been tempted to secretly record this information as well before their memories about this portion of the trial were wiped away. If they were aware of the final test beforehand, it would be extremely beneficial to the disciples. Two monastery heads were even covered in cold sweat. They were both holding a steel tablet in their hands and had been about to do the same as the first one. You really are idiots. What do you think this trial is? Have you become addicted to cheating? You're truly beyond cure, said the vice sect master gloomily. These people were too stupid. They had actually treated his words of advice as nonsense. This trial was the greatest foundational trial within the Xuantian Dao sect. How could it be so easy to tamper with it? Suddenly, a loud explosive sound cut off the vice sect master's chiding. Following the source, they saw Shui Guanji's group of 4 had once more attempted to charge onto the 999th stair. But as a result, they had only just taken one step onto it when endless swords once more forced them back. This time, they appeared even more miserable than before. Impossible, roared Shui Guanji. Why could Long Chen get up there, but they couldn't? Unfortunately for them, the ones watching them with the vice sect master couldn't tell them anything. They also realized why it had been so many generations since someone had managed to reach the 999th stair. Only someone as crazy as Long Chen and used to risking their life could get up there. In truth, everyone, including the vice sect master, had misjudged Long Chen. The reason he had managed to charge up to the 999th stair wasn't because he was so used to risking his life. Instead, it was the 9-star hegemon body art's sharp perception and intuition that told him that the 999th stair's formation might appear to be a killing formation, but its killing intent was fake. It was able to trick other people's spiritual perception, but it was unable to trick the 9-star hegemon body art. Furthermore, through some clues, he understood what the formation's purpose was. That was why he had charged up. This kind of formation would suppress you the more you resisted. Normal people definitely wouldn't dare to bet their lives. If Long Chen didn't have confidence in the 9-star hegemon body art, he also wouldn't have dared. Even though he had been sure, he had still been apprehensive. This formation's deceptive ability was truly shocking. Swords once more shot out with the 4 heavenly geniuses failing once more. The 4 of them were miserable to the peak and completely covered in blood. They had tried 4 times, but no matter what they tried, they were unable to break through the formation. Their confidence was greatly shaken. Furthermore, in their perception, that terrifying sword Long Chen had been attacked with was the true attack, but they were forced back by the most preliminary attacks. That made them especially dejected. The most hateful thing was that they could see Long Chen on the 999th stair wrapped in endless energy. His aura was rapidly rising, and his injuries were also recovering quickly. That made them even more anxious. The final reward was on the 999th stair. They were afraid Long Chen would directly take it after recovering. It was just that right now, they didn't even know where the final reward was. Once more, they charged, they were injured, and they were blown back miserably. Their confidence had received an unprecedented blow. That was especially true of Zhao Wuji and Shui Guanji. Seeing Long Chen on the 999th stair, flames almost burst from their eyes. They were unable to accept that Long Chen was stronger than them. After they were once more blown back, Yu Qianshan stood up with a determined light in his eyes. This time, he didn't release his aura. Just like Long Chen, he directly charged up. Sharp swords mercilessly pierced through his body. But Yu Qianshan ignored them decisively. Haha, this child Yu Qianshan has finally made his resolve. The Wang family head smiled. Only like this could he reach the 999th stair. At this time, the 3 others also thought of a certain possibility. But they didn't immediately move. They just watched. As expected, when Yu Qianshan completely stepped onto the 999th stair, that huge sword once more appeared, bringing with it endless pressure as it slashed down on Yu Qianshan. Everyone's eyes were wide open. Yu Qianshan had no defenses up. Suddenly, the light became blinding, completely blocking their sight. After a loud explosive sound, the light disappeared and Yu Qianshan appeared not far from Long Chen. I understand. The 3 of them celebrated. Yu Qianshan had tested out a crazy theory, allowing them to understand the rules of the 999th stair. They all charged forward. This time, they didn't raise any defenses. In fact, they had to hold back their instincts, or they would die. By controlling their instincts, they managed to do the same thing as Yu Qianshan and step onto the 999th stair. As soon as they did, a ball of energy wrapped around them, and their heavily injured bodies rapidly recovered. Suddenly, rumbling filled the air, and the netherworld heaven staircase trembled. Tang Wan and the others who were struggling on the 958th stair suddenly felt the majority of the pressure disappear. Everyone was startled, but they quickly charged up as fast as they could. Although they didn't know what was happening, they knew they had to take advantage of this opportunity to climb to the highest place possible. The Dragonblood warriors behind them also felt that the mountain-like pressure had lightened a great deal. They immediately began to charge up. What's going on? The monastery heads were dumbfounded. Had the netherworld heaven staircase lost its effect? How was this possible? The rules of the netherworld heaven staircase say that only 4 people are allowed on the 999th stair at the same time. Now that there are 5 people, it has caused a strange change. If my guess is right, this is perhaps an encouragement to the others. After all, it's fundamentally impossible for those ordinary disciples to reach the 999th stair. If their will is strong enough that they can still endure even after an expert reaches the 999th stair, then that means their will is truly shocking. Perhaps this is the encouragement of the heavenly Taos. Even the heavens have no choice but to show special consideration to them. This is an opportunity bestowed to them by the heavens, but this kind of opportunity is something only people like them can grasp. The Vice Sect Master knew a few more rules about the netherworld heaven staircase than the others. The other experts looked from the ordinary disciples who had begun dropping out even before the 100th stair, to the celestials fallen on the 830th stair. Then they looked at the Dragonblood warriors. As expected, the heavens only gave opportunities to the strong. The weak didn't even have the power to take advantage of opportunities. They've reached the 998th stair. They were all shocked. Meng Qi and the others had surged all the way up to the 998th stair. But in truth, they were unaware that 90% of the pressure had disappeared, which was the only reason they had managed to charge up there. The other Dragonblood warriors also reached that height. They were completely exhausted, but that couldn't conceal their excitement. Brothers, it's the last step. Our Dragonblood Legion followed our boss out of seas of blood, and today we've fought another fierce battle. Ji Yu Yang stepped onto the 999th stair. The secret of the 999th stair was no longer a secret. Wasn't it just some pain? That was nothing to the Dragonblood warriors. As for braving the sensation of death, each of them had crawled out from a pile of corpses. If they really were afraid of death, they wouldn't have charged their way into the first monastery to fight with Long Chen when they had clearly known it was just sending themselves to their deaths. Sharp blades pierced through their bodies, and blood dyed the stairs. But none of them made a sound. They didn't even frown. Instead, they were filled with pride. They had finally followed in Long Chen's footsteps. They were on the same stair as him. That was their glory. The sight of all of them standing on the 999th stair was deeply imprinted in the experts' heads. Over 360 people were now enveloped in light that was healing their bodies. Furthermore, they all entered a special state, and to them, it was like time was standing still. This is the blessing of the Netherworld Heaven Staircase. It contains the principles of innumerable Taos. Although they will only comprehend a trace, it will bring them endless benefits. This is the true reward. The fact that they can obtain it means that these people really are geniuses amongst geniuses. Praise the Vice Sect Master. Perhaps the only truth of the heavenly Taos is that there is no absolute right and wrong, said Shui Wuan as she looked at a rank 2 celestial lying on the 666th stair. 3 days later, the Netherworld Heaven Staircase trembled and everyone was suddenly awakened from their special state. They saw that a large platform had appeared at the top. Chapter 739 Heaven-Defying Karmic Luck. Everyone awoke, both the group of disciples on the 999th stair and the ones on the stairs below. When the ones below crawled up and saw that the 999th stair was full of people, they were incomparably shocked. Ha ha ha, you guys really didn't let me down. It was worth me doing my best to encourage you, shouted Guo Ran unashamedly when he saw all the Dragonblood warriors had reached the 999th stair. The other disciples on the 666th stair glanced at him. They couldn't help but feel admiration. The thickness of his face was practically unrivaled beneath the heavens. The staircase trembled as a huge platform rose from the 999th stair. It was dozens of square miles, and the ancient runes carved into it released a majestic pressure. Just as everyone was wondering what to do, they were suddenly teleported off from the staircase. What? Why are we teleported off? What about our rewards? Asked Ji Yu Yang. Everyone except Long Chen and the 4 heavenly geniuses had appeared on the same stage as the monastery heads and the vice sect leader. They could only watch the Netherworld Heaven Staircase from a distance. You should be content. If it weren't for Long Chen and the 4 heavenly geniuses, do you really think you could have gotten to the 999th stair? The benefits you've gained from the 999th stair far surpass your imagination, so be happy. Sighed one of the monastery heads. It really was a case of humans never knowing when enough was enough. They actually wanted to gain more treasures. These monastery heads didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Balls of light appeared beside Long Chen and the 4 heavenly geniuses. There were only 5 treasures for the 5 of them. Shui Guanji took out a scale armor, and each scale was the size of a nail. There were natural lines on it that sparkled with divine light. Damn it, all the good stuff is taken up by pigs. A dog's luck really is good. Long Chen couldn't help cursing. That armor looked incredibly powerful. It seemed like a high-grade enchanted item. Shui Guanji was delighted. Suddenly, he bit his finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the armor. The armor's runes lit up for a moment before dimming. Again, Long Chen knew that this level of enchanted item needed blood to recognize a master. This left a brand on the item, and only then could you release its power. This idiot had clearly struck gold. The next person to reach in was Zhao Wuji. He took out a long whip 8 feet long. It was unknown what material it was made of, but a red light danced along it that made it seem alive. With just a glance, it was obvious it was no ordinary item. It was also a high-grade enchanted item. Zhao Wuji tested the whip, and a simple flick caused space to tremble. That power was truly shocking. But Zhao Wuji had clearly never used this kind of weapon before. After swinging it a few times, he ended up striking his own toe. The skin broke and Zhao Wuji clenched his teeth in pain. People were shocked by how powerful the whip was and how easily it broke his defense. But it was funny that a Grand Celestial would end up injuring himself with his own weapon. Zhao Wuji's expression was ugly. This was a good weapon, but unsuitable to him. It was also a red color, clearly for a woman. Zhang Wuyan's expression was also a bit ugly as she took out an incomparably huge hatchet. Although she had been prepared, its weight caused it to clang onto the stair. Sparks flew. The hatchet was too big. It was also a high-grade enchanted item, but it was completely useless to Zhang Wuyan. She could only go to see if she could trade it for something better in the Xuantian Dao sect afterward. It was the same as Zhao Wuji. Both their weapons might be high-grade, but only a few people used them. The odds of them managing to trade for weapons on the same grade that they could use were low, so they were unhappy. As for Yu Qianshan, everyone was startled to see him pull out a stalk of grass. The grass was 2 feet long and half an inch thick. It looked just like a dagger. Its edges were saw-toothed, and strange marks were present on it. Heavenly sword grass. Yu Qianshan suddenly burst into laughter. He seemed like a completely different person from his previous icy, arrogant self. Long Chen immediately recognized it. This heavenly sword grass was a strange item. It innately possessed the will of the sword Dao and could help people comprehend it. It was a priceless treasure to a sword cultivator like Yu Qianshan. Even the distant Yu Zifeng looked at it enviously. This grass possessed a fatal attraction to any sword cultivator. If you could comprehend the energy inside it, it was said that you could gain a chance to become a god. Although gods were just legends that no one had ever seen, it still didn't change the fact that the heavenly sword grass was a treasure that sword cultivators would long for even in their dreams. Seeing 3 of them obtain high-grade enchanted items and Yu Qianshan obtain a treasure perfectly suited for him, Long Chen was much more at ease. It seemed all the rewards here were top-grade treasures. He reached his hand into the last ball of light. Despite knowing that he was picking from the highest grade rewards of the Netherworld Heaven staircase, he was still a bit nervous. He didn't immediately pull it out. It definitely wasn't boots. It also definitely wasn't a belt. It felt soft and flexible. He felt bumps. It should be from complicated runic marks. Long Chen was delighted, thinking he had finally obtained a treasure. When he pulled it out and revealed the treasure, everyone became deathly silent. It was red, woven from the finest silk. 2 exquisite birds flapping their wings were embroidered onto it. A blouse. Everyone was dumbfounded. That was clearly a woman's garment, not some treasure. It was not an enchanted item, and no fluctuations could be felt from it. It was clearly just an ordinary piece of clothing. After a moment, laughter broke the stunned silence. A grand genius like Long Chen had actually obtained a blouse as a reward for the 999th stair. That shocking scene was too comical. Everyone was laughing. The only one not laughing was the vice sect master. Looking at the blouse, he was filled with shock. It had to be known that the chance of obtaining trash on the 999th stair was less than 1 in 100,000. He had run this trial many times. He had seen millions of disciples pick out their treasures. But he had never seen such a scenario. Experts had to possess karmic luck, or they would die prematurely. Even the ordinary disciples, as long as they had the qualifications to attend this trial, they had to be people blessed with karmic luck. And the Netherworld Heaven staircase innately bestowed karmic luck onto the disciples on it. The percentages for obtaining treasures was based on having no karmic luck. But in truth, it was almost impossible for geniuses, people blessed by the heavens, to pull out trash. In all his years, after seeing millions of disciples attending, he had only ever seen 1 disciple pull out trash, and that had been on the 333rd stair. As for on the 666th stair, he had never seen anyone pull out trash. He had also gone through the history books. In hundreds of generations, no one had ever pulled out trash on the 666th stair. By the 999th stair, the rewards were all peak treasures. The odds of trash were basically non-existent. Although he didn't have the qualifications to go through the other 4 regions' records, he trusted that trash had never appeared on them. 1 time was a coincidence, and twice was a miracle. But then what about the 3rd time? Heaven-defying. Then could it be that Long Chen? But that's impossible. Such people can't live this long. The vice sect master was completely bewildered. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, this blouse is not bad. Didn't you get a belt previously? You should put the blouse on too. Zhang Wuyan suddenly laughed, delighting at his misfortune. I've never worn such a thing. Can Sister Zhang help me by demonstrating how to wear it? Long Chen directly tossed the blouse to Zhang Wuyan. Her expression sank. With a wave of her hand, the blouse was blown apart. You despicable peon, shameless to the peak. Long Chen was infuriated. How was she any better than him in this situation? Why be so temperamental? I just wanted you to try it on. Furthermore, I didn't even ask you to take off the rest of your clothes to do it. You could have just put it on over clothes, but you were too embarrassed about your chest. You could have worn it backward. In any case, your back is just as flat as your chest, so the effect would be the same. Everyone was startled. Long Chen's mouth was a bit too vicious, wasn't it? But quite a few people ended up looking toward Zhang Wuyan's chest. As expected, it was a flat plain, a plain so flat that a horse could gallop on it. Tang Wan'er was laughing uncontrollably while Meng Qi was shaking her head. Long Chen was like the ancestor of all scoundrels. Zhang Wuyan really had been asking for it by insulting him. Even if you cultivated for 100 years, you wouldn't be able to beat him in this aspect. Die! Zhang Wuyan erupted in fury and punched Long Chen. She appeared in front of him without anyone even seeing how she had moved. As expected, none of the 4 heavenly geniuses was weak. A faint layer of light covered her fist. Space seemed as if it was being torn apart, and an ear-piercing sound rang out. Long Chen saw that her fist was strange, so he didn't take it head-on. He dodged, appearing several meters away. His movements were strange. They looked as if someone had tied an invisible string to him and had pulled him. His dodging movements didn't make any sense physically to others, and Zhang Wuyan's fist ended up hitting nothing but air. If a flat woman like you is still alive, why should I go to die? Long Chen shook his head. Zhang Wuyan was ashen with rage. She was just about to erupt with her full strength when a small table rose from the center of the platform in front of them. There was a foot-high jade case on the table. The final treasure has appeared. Chapter 741 against 4. As soon as that small table appeared, Long Chen and the others charged over. They all knew that was the Netherworld Heaven Staircase's final and top reward. Although they didn't know what was inside, for it to appear now, even an idiot would know how important it was. Long Chen had only just gotten to the top of the platform when a huge water dragon condensed and shot towards him. Long Chen snorted. Circulating his spiritual yuan, he directly punched the water dragon. The powerful water dragon was directly blown apart. Water droplets splashed everywhere. After condensing the Enlightenment Palace star, Long Chen's strength was incomparable to his previous self. Back then, this water dragon had been difficult for him to deal with. The main reason was that the water dragon absorbed his energy. But after condensing the Enlightenment Palace star, even though it was just an initial form, his power had reached a point where the water dragon was unable to do anything. In his punch just now, he had concentrated his power, making it so the water dragon wasn't able to absorb much of anything. It was directly blown apart. That startled Shui Guanji. He had never expected Long Chen's power to grow by so much in just a few days. Had he been hiding his power? Great earthen wall. Zhao Wuji slammed his hands on the ground. A huge earthen wall blocked Long Chen's path. Long Chen was just about to test the power of this wall when the sound of whistling wind came at him. He hastily punched out to meet it. Boom! This wind, which was released by a punch from Zhang Wuyan, knocked him back 3 steps. Long Chen was startled by how powerful she was. Suddenly, cold sword chi stabbed at him from behind. It came so quickly that Long Chen had no time to react. The tip had almost reached his back when he instinctively dodged to the side. But the tip still tore through his robes. Clamor erupted outside. How was it that the 4 heavenly geniuses were all targeting Long Chen together? What are you doing? Long Chen icily stared at the 4 of them. At this time, do you still have to ask such a stupid question? Are you a pig? I've already said that this battlefield is not yours. A bumpkin is a bumpkin. Although your luck might be good and you've managed to crawl to this height, that doesn't represent that you have the qualifications to stand shoulder to shoulder with us, understood? Sneered Shui Guanji. Zhao Wuji said, Long Chen, if you're smart, you'll immediately scram. Although I really want to beat you up, now's not the time. So if you don't want to get beaten, get the fuck out of here. Zhang Wuyan also icily said, if you leave now, you can still maintain a bit of your despicable dignity. The treasure here has no fate with you, so you can leave now. Even the always silent Yu Qianshan opened his mouth. Just now, I was already merciful. If I had wanted to kill you, you wouldn't have been able to dodge. The 4 of them had actually decided to work together to get rid of Long Chen from the competition before deciding who would obtain the final treasure. Seeing this, the spectators were all shocked. Against the 4 of them, Long Chen would only be able to leave. But this result was unacceptable to many. This was going too far. The 4 heavenly geniuses were the apex figures in the Xuantian Dao sect. How could they work together against someone in the same realm? Isn't this going too far? Raged the 36th Supermonastery's disciples. Idiots, How is it too far? Doesn't Long Chen like to show off? It's normal for people to find him irritating and want him to fuck off as soon as possible, ridiculed a disciple from another supermonastery. Suddenly, the sound of bones breaking rang out, accompanied by a miserable scream. That person had barely finished speaking before a dragonblood warrior had charged over and punched him in the nose. Pay attention to your words. Don't insult our boss again. If it weren't for the robes you're wearing, you would already be a corpse, he said coldly. Intolerable. How dare you attack others? An outraged crowd gathered. One of the monastery heads shouted, now you have the strength to fight. Why didn't you have this strength on the netherworld heaven staircase? Scram. The dragonblood warrior snorted and returned to his camp. As for the person with the broken nose, although there was no danger to his life, his blood and tears intertwined, making him appear incredibly wretched. But this wasn't the place to fight, and he could only swallow his anger. Will Long Chen be alright? Asked Tang Wan worriedly. Sister-in-law, don't worry. That's our boss. Boss is unrivaled, so what if he's fighting the 4 heavenly geniuses? Said Guo Ran completely confidently. In the dragonblood warrior's eyes, Long Chen was no longer a human, but a god, an undefeatable battle god. They had more trust in Long Chen than anyone. That deep-rooted trust said that their boss was undefeatable. Guo Ran's words caused quite a few disdainful snorts from the other supermonastery's disciples. The 4 heavenly geniuses had countless worshippers. The only reason they didn't say anything was because the 36th supermonastery had those unreasonable, country bumpkins. They might get attacked just by saying something. The dragonblood warriors felt that talking to these hypocrites who only knew how to use their mouths was a humiliation to them, so it was better to just directly use their fists. The vice sect master didn't say anything, nor did he reveal any expression. He simply watched those figures, lost in thought. At this moment, the 4 of them had blocked Long Chen's path forward. He sneered, the reason you're working together against me is because you're afraid of me. This is the 4 heavenly geniuses. What happened to your dignity? Afraid of you? TCH, you're nothing. Shouted Zhao Wuji. Long Chen ignored him, continuing, the 4 of you understand each other much more than you understand me. You know each other's techniques, cultivation techniques, and fighting styles. But you know nothing about me or my true bottom line. The fact that I was the first to step onto the 999th stair has made you afraid. If you really had any confidence, if you really had any pride, you would never have done this. If you really believed you were unrivaled, how could you worry about that? Dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. Having been raised by those wily foxes, you've also become so hypocritical. The cultivation path is inherently a path of struggle. It's understandable that you would do this, so why must you refuse to admit it? You clearly want to cheat, but why do you still want to act so grand? Why bother with this act? This is all I'll say. The treasure is mine, and anyone who fights over it with me will have their 5 limbs broken. Well, some people will only have 4 limbs broken. Long Chen suddenly realized he had misspoken, but it was too late to take back those words. The outsiders looked at Long Chen oddly. His previous words had actually made sense, but then they ended up being so wretched. Scoundrel, rogue, shameless to the peak. Zhang Wuyan gnashed her teeth. She had naturally realized that his correction was because of her. At least it's better than you sanctimonious hypocrites. At least I accept what I do, sneered Long Chen. Shui Guanji, Zhao Wuji, Zhang Wuyan, and Yu Qianshan's expressions were exceedingly ugly. Long Chen's words were extremely insulting and clearly a slap to their faces. Furthermore, his words were right. The reason they wanted to kick Long Chen out first was because they were intimidated by him. They knew too little about him. The 4 of them knew about each other's abilities, and so they felt more confident against each other. Long Chen was an unknown variable that made them uncertain. Although Long Chen's words had been the truth, they didn't want to admit it. Thus, having been exposed by Long Chen, they were infuriated. They glanced at each other and immediately came to a consensus. They weren't going to just kick him out of here. They were going to take his life. If just one of them killed him, he or she would receive a heavy punishment. But if Long Chen was killed in a brawl between the 5 of them, there was no way the Xuantian Dao sect could punish them so heavily. Killing intent immediately formed in their hearts. What the fuck, you're actually plotting to kill me? Suddenly, Long Chen's figure disappeared as the 4 of them looked at each other. Just like a specter, he appeared in front of each of them, his hand slapping across their faces. A crisp and clear sound rang out. His speed was so fast that the 4 slaps sounded like one. From the disciples to the monastery heads, their jaws could not be lower. It was practically possible to see the food in their stomachs from their open mouths. How could they not be shocked? Long Chen had actually slapped all 4 of them at the same time, and not one of them had managed to block. This face-slapping art had reached a supernatural level. How could he slap the faces of the 4 heavenly geniuses at the same time? Although his face-slapping divine ability had been trained and refined to a supernatural level, to slap 4 people at the same time was still a challenge for Long Chen. He had only managed to accomplish it because of their cooperation. When the 4 of them had communicated with their eyes, they had never imagined Long Chen would dare to take the initiative to attack them. Furthermore, Long Chen's control over the netherworld ghost steps had reached the pinnacle. As for his face-slapping art, there was no need to say anything. There was no killing intent or killing power, so of course the 4 of them hadn't sensed anything. As a result, they had all been slapped at the same time, allowing them to go down in history. It could be said that this was a milestone for the cultivation world's face-slapping arts. The slap didn't really hurt. After a brief, stunned moment, they suddenly roared, their auras surging. Their cries of the heavenly Taos erupted, and their terrifying killing intent soared into the sky. Long Chen, you'll definitely die. Chapter 741 Fighting Against Heavenly Geniuses. The 4 of them roared furiously and attacked at the same time. Their killing intent was soaring as they all went berserk. As peerless geniuses, being slapped in the face made them feel even worse than being killed. Of course they went berserk. Countless runes appeared around them, and a powerful pressure caused space to twist. Just their aura was enough to terrify rank 1 celestials. It just so happens that I can use you to test my power. Divine Ring. Long Chen's divine ring appeared behind him, causing a loud rumbling. Astral winds raged as it seemed like heaven and earth were trembling. But this time was different from before. There was a faint green color within the 3-color ring. Its color was faint, but it was still visible. This was Long Chen's first time summoning the divine ring after condensing the Enlightenment Palace star. His spiritual yuan gushed forth from his body. Long Chen roared thunderously, and it was like he was possessed by a battle god who arrogantly looked down on them. With a single punch, a terrifying pressure locked down the 4 of them. The spectators were all shocked. Just how heaven-defying was Long Chen? Even in the face of the 4 heavenly geniuses, he still didn't take a single step back. The platform shuddered, but the runes carved into it made it extremely stable. It wasn't the slightest bit damaged. 5 figures blew back. Long Chen was blown back a few dozen meters before stabilizing, while Zhao Wuji and the others were blown back by just 10 meters. They looked at him with shock. He can actually manage to fight all 4 of them? Stammered a shocked disciple. Long Chen had only just stabilized his body when he once more shot forward nimbly, arriving in front of the closest one, Shui Guanji. Shui Guanji's water shield exploded. He was sent flying by Long Chen's fist. He was completely shocked. It had to be known that he was no longer the same Shui Guanji that Long Chen had previously defeated. Within the Xuantian Sea, his comprehension over the water element had increased to a whole new level. His water energy was much purer. Furthermore, on the 9 netherworld path, his spiritual strength had been improved to an unprecedented level. His Skywater shield was at least twice as powerful as before, but it was still unable to bear a single punch from Long Chen. How could he not be shocked? Long Chen had just sent Shui Guanji flying when he felt the wind behind him. Without even looking, he smashed his arm backward. His elbow ended up colliding with a huge fist. That attack had come from Zhao Wuji. Both of them were blown back. Because Long Chen had only had time for a hurried block, he had been unable to use his full strength. As a result, he had been at a slight disadvantage. But Zhao Wuji was appalled. Long Chen was absolutely terrifying. This was his first time running into someone with such a powerful physical body. Zhang Wuyan's hand suddenly blossomed with light. With simple waves of her hand, dazzling fist images slammed toward him. At the same time, a chilling sword chi rose. Yu Qianshan also attacked. Long Chen didn't even look at Zhang Wuyan's fist images. He directly slammed his fist toward her flat chest. Lightning rushing hand. Zhang Wuyan directly switched from offense to defense. Seeing him come at her in such a suicidal way, she naturally was not willing to be injured. As a result, she was forced back by Long Chen's punch, feeling an ache from her hand. She couldn't help being shocked by his powerful thunder force. As soon as Long Chen forced back Zhang Wuyan, he spun around and clapped his thunderforce-shrouded hands together. He caught a simple sword between his hands. The tip was less than an inch from his heart. Yu Qianshan hastily tried to pull back his sword, but when it came to physical strength, he couldn't compare to Long Chen. His sword was stuck in Long Chen's grasp. My brother is also a sword cultivator. Compared to him, you're just trash. Scram. Long Chen suddenly slammed the sword's hilt into Yu Qianshan's chest. He was blown back and almost coughed up blood. But he clamped his mouth shut and swallowed it back down, not letting others see that he had been injured by Long Chen. Although he hid it very well, the monastery heads all saw through it. Long Chen's attack just now had shaken his organs. That injury was negligible and could be instantly healed, but it was still shocking. Shui Guanji's water dragons suddenly appeared and attacked him. This time, hundreds of them appeared at the same time while Shui Guanji himself was hiding in the distance, not giving Long Chen a chance to attack him. Long Chen smiled coldly. Last time, these water dragons had given him a headache. But now, his power had risen to a point that these water dragons were unable to threaten him. Furthermore, he saw that Shui Guanji was acting craftily. These water dragons weren't to attack him, but to give him some pressure. He was leaving attacking to the others. Zhao Wuji and Zhang Wuyan both charged at him. Long Chen met their torrential attacks with his fists. Long Chen, let's see just how you survive today. Zhang Wuyan ground her teeth. There are many people who want my life, but I'm still alive. Who do you think you are to threaten me? Sneered Long Chen. Bastard, you. The distant let out a cry. Long Chen suddenly used his back to receive Zhao Wuji's fist. With a muffled bang, Long Chen borrowed Zhao Wuji's punch to shoot like lightning toward Zhang Wuyan. The thunder force on his fists brightened as he smashed his fist at her. Although Shui Guanji had given her a warning, Zhang Wuyan was still sent flying. She was not Long Chen's match in strength. The only reason she was able to exchange blows with him was because of the light on her hands. That was her bloodline energy. It was different from ordinary spiritual yuan and extremely powerful. But even so, when Long Chen attacked her with full strength, she was unable to completely block him. Before she could stabilize, Long Chen's fist had arrived. This fist was even stronger. He didn't give her any breathing room. Zhang Wuyan was shocked by Long Chen's attack power. Once Long Chen grasped an opening, he would attack until his opponent was defeated. She no longer had any room to counterattack. She could only focus on defense. But Long Chen had taken the advantage, and she would definitely be heavily injured by blocking this fist. Annihilation slash. Just as his fist was about to reach her, sword chi came slashing toward him. Without even turning back, Long Chen knew it was Yu Qianshan's attack. Even before the sword chi reached him, he felt a chill in his bones. A sword cultivator's attack was just that terrifying. Now if he wanted to attack Zhang Wuyan, he would have to take Yu Qianshan's attack directly. Although he was confident in heavily injuring her and making her lose her ability to fight temporarily, a sword cultivator's attack couldn't be received lightly. Even Long Chen didn't dare to do so rashly. He spun on his left foot, and the attack meant for Zhang Wuyan was used to block a 300-meter sword chi. That sword chi was incredibly powerful, and it seemed as if space was being directly sliced apart by it. Long Chen was actually sent flying by Yu Qianshan's sword chi. Sword cultivators are truly worthy of being the #1 attackers. They're terrifying. The disciples were all shocked. Long Chen's display so far had shocked them. His power was enough to fight the 4 heavenly geniuses. But previously, Yu Qianshan hadn't used his strongest attacks. Now that he was finally releasing his full strength, it was enough to send Long Chen flying. After sending Long Chen flying, Yu Qianshan's expression suddenly changed. Long Chen was sent flying. But he was sent flying straight toward Shui Guanji. Just at that moment, Long Chen stamped his foot on the ground and increased his speed, shooting like a cannonball at Shui Guanji. The light on his fists became blinding. You absolutely can't block it. Dodge, shouted Yu Qianshan. He knew Long Chen had allowed himself to be blown back intentionally. Furthermore, he realized that Long Chen had used some unknown technique to absorb a portion of his strength. In other words, Long Chen's fist didn't just contain his personal power, but a portion of Yu Qianshan's power. That was why Yu Qianshan gave him such a solemn warning. Heaven-trapping water prison. Even without Yu Qianshan's warning, Shui Guanji could sense the terrifying power contained in Long Chen's fist. He directly summoned a huge water prison that surrounded Long Chen. Long Chen sneered and directly sent forth a fist. That huge water prison instantly exploded. But Long Chen's attack continued onward to strike Shui Guanji. Shui Guanji was directly sent flying, wildly vomiting blood. Chapter 742 The Great Earth's Protection. Long Chen's fist didn't just contain his own power. When Yu Qianshan had attacked him, he had also stealthily absorbed a small part of his sword's power. Unlike some magical arts, he couldn't absorb 50% or more of his opponent's power. He was only capable of absorbing a trace of it. But just that trace was enough. Long Chen was just borrowing that trace of energy to release a long-range attack similar to sword qi. However, this attack wasn't perfect. The heaven-trapping water prison had blocked 70% of its power, so Shui Guanji had only been struck by 30%. But if Shui Guanji hadn't summoned the heaven-trapping water prison, then in his careless state, even if he wasn't instantly defeated, he would still be heavily injured. The spectators were stunned to see Shui Guanji be injured and vomit blood. Why can't I understand any of it? Muttered one disciple. Most of them were unable to tell what had just happened. At the start, everyone had assumed Long Chen was fated to have a miserable ending from being attacked by all of the four heavenly geniuses. There had even been quite a few people who had felt pity for him, outraged by the injustice. But as soon as they exchanged blows, that thought became non-existent. It wasn't Long Chen being miserably suppressed, but the four of them. How is this happening? Just how terrifying is Long Chen? One of the monastery heads couldn't help but open his mouth to express his shock. The most shocked ones were Shui Yunkong and the other family heads. It had to be known that the four heavenly geniuses were the four families' strongest junior generation disciples. The fact that they would be suppressed by Long Chen was unacceptable to them. Long Chen should have technically counted as an expert on the side of the Shui family, but it seemed that up until now, Shui Wuan had no intention of pulling him into the Shui family. Ever since her falling out with her family, Shui Wuan had already become completely disappointed in them. What had happened in the Xuantian Sea had made their relationship even worse. Once Shui Guanji had taken the lead to kick Long Chen out, their relationship became even worse. The disharmony was gradually escalating. Although Shui Wuan hadn't said anything, everyone could already see that she would no longer stand on the side of the Shui family. The current Shui Wuan no longer possessed any loyalty to them. With a talented disciple like Long Chen in the favor of the vice sect master, Shui Wuan could not be touched by the Shui family. Now Shui Yunkong was slightly regretting having Shui Guanji suppress Long Chen to force Shui Wuan to lower her head to him. If he had known Long Chen was so powerful, he would have formed a better relationship with Shui Wuan and pull Long Chen to his side. At that time, his Shui family would have had two peerless geniuses. Amongst the four families, who would be able to contend with them then? But now that was too late. Both Shui Guanji and Long Chen viewed the other as an enemy. Although it hadn't reached the point of either you die or I die, it seemed it wasn't that far off either. In truth, the power Long Chen has displayed isn't much stronger than any one of them, said the vice sect master. What? Everyone was startled. If he wasn't so much stronger, how could he suppress the four of them? The power he is displaying is truly not that much different than them. Even if it's greater, it's only by a slight amount. It's just that his battle experience gives him a huge advantage. Each time they use any technique, he immediately sees through their weak points and launches a sharp attack. So the four of them are completely flustered. Can you not see that the four of them clearly are too immature compared to Long Chen? Yu Qianshan and Zhang Wuyan attacked at the same time. Theoretically, Long Chen would have had to use his back to receive one of their attacks. But what actually happened? As soon as he saw them attacking, he took the initiative to break their rhythm. Before they could even launch their attacks, he charged at Zhang Wuyan, forcing her back, and then went to handle Yu Qianshan, who possesses the greatest offensive strength. Now look, Zhao Wei and Shui Guanji's water dragons are about to attack him. Long Chen takes a single step back, dodging the attack of the water dragon. Now the water dragon blocks Zhao Wuji's line of sight, making his movement slower. He has pulled back his original attack. Before he prepares a new attack, Long Chen attacks him. The four of them have no idea how to cooperate. Long Chen is easily grasping their openings. He's playing with them in the palm of his hand. This doesn't show that Long Chen is particularly powerful, but simply that their cooperation is chaotic. Having more people isn't necessarily a good thing. They aren't able to bring out their true power. Hearing this, everyone came to a sudden realization. They managed to see the crux of the matter. The rhythm of the battle was entirely under Long Chen's control. Although Shui Guanji, Zhao Wuji, Yu Qianshan, and Zhang Wuyan have also fought with the corrupt path, it was only a few times. But you all know that Long Chen has experienced more life and death battles than anyone. He can rely on just his battle instincts to dodge their attacks. Thus, they are suppressed. Have you noticed that many attacks coming for his back are accurately blocked by him without him even looking? This is the difference between geniuses raised behind a fence and a demon produced by the wilderness," said the vice sect master. Everyone smiled at the final joke. But then, they were lost in thought. Long Chen had shown them many shocking things. They had to slowly digest them. Ha ha ha, do you see? This is our boss. Even 1 against 4, he can still defeat them. Who was that brat who wanted to show off just now? Come out here and fart again. Sneered Guo Ran at the opposing crowd. Those people naturally didn't dare to say anything anymore. They were all intimidated by Long Chen's terrifying combat abilities. They had never imagined that the undefeatable heroes in their hearts would still be suppressed when they worked together against one person. Does this mean Long Chen will win? Probed a monastery head. How could it be so easy? The 4 heavenly geniuses aren't stupid. They'll sooner or later find the crux of the problem, said another monastery head. Bang! Zhao Wuji was kicked in the stomach by Long Chen and sent flying, vomiting blood. He furiously roared, "Fuck, I don't care. I'm not cooperating with you bastards anymore." Zhao Wuji felt too stifled. In this kind of battle, he wasn't even able to bring out half his power. Either he was afraid of injuring his own people, or he was afraid of his own people's attacks landing on him. He had been blown back by Long Chen several times now, infuriating him so much that his teeth creaked. The Great Earth's protection. A set of yellow armor appeared on his body. Long Chen's heart shook. He sensed endless energy surging into Zhao Wuji from the ground. Die! Zhao Wuji charged. The ground shook with each step he took. Long Chen was startled to find that he had been locked in place by the earth. He was unable to dodge this attack. Long Chen blocked with his full strength, but he still felt like a wild bull had rammed into him. He vomited blood and tumbled back, landing hundreds of meters away. Pain radiated from his arms. They had actually broken. He was shocked. Zhao Wuji was actually this powerful. Ha ha ha, Zhao Wuji has finally released his full strength. HMPH, who does Long Chen think he is? The 4 of them were just playing with him before. Now that they're serious, Long Chen will be completely suppressed. One disciple laughed. That was the disciple whose nose had been broken. He had already recovered now, and he had also grown smarter. He said his words while hiding in the crowd, not letting the Dragonblood warriors get close. How stupid. Boss's strength isn't something you ants can comprehend, sneered Guo Ran. Currently, Guo Ran was a rank 2 celestial. He could also count as a heavenly genius. However, he didn't have any awareness of that status and started cursing that lowly disciple. Long Chen slowly stood back up. He wiped some blood from his mouth. Looking at Zhao Wuji, he said, "Looks like you're the stupidest one here. The others are all holding back to fight for the final treasure, but you've already revealed your full strength. When the true fight starts, you'll still lose the final reward. The reason the others haven't done the same as you is because they were waiting for you. And as expected, you really didn't let them down." Long Chen's voice was full of ridicule. He had long since guessed what the 4 of them were thinking. They wanted to maintain their peak condition for the fight amongst themselves. That was the only reason he had suppressed them. One reason was truly because of his profound battle experience, while the other reason was that they were intentionally maintaining this kind of situation. Although he didn't know if this was what they had been thinking of at the beginning, after he had released his strength, he knew that they had begun to think this. Long Chen's words caused the spectators to be greatly disappointed. If this was true, then these heavenly geniuses were truly embarrassing. What nonsense. Don't try to drive a wedge between us. You sinister wretch, just shut your mouth. Sneered Shui Guanji. To the other 3, he said, "Everyone, let's all not hold back. The warm-up is over. Let's immediately kick Long Chen out and then have a fair fight for the final treasure." Warm-up. The spectators couldn't help being stunned. This kind of terrifying fight was just a warm-up. You're right, the warm-up should end. Let's start the real fight. Long Chen smiled and then disappeared. Chapter 743 4-Star Battle Armor. Long Chen suddenly disappeared, startling them. His speed was too fast. When they finally caught sight of him again, he was already in front of Shui Guanji. Shui Guanji hastily fell back, water runes forming a huge shield in front of him. Thunder filled the air. Long Chen no longer was fighting with his fists. A 3-meter lightning spear had appeared in his hand. The water shield was pierced as easily as paper by the lightning spear. The lightning spear continued toward Shui Guanji after breaking through his defense. Shui Guanji did his best to dodge, but he was still struck in the shoulder. Blood splashed along with Shui Guanji's miserable cry. His shoulder had been smashed to bits. His arm flew into the air. Long Chen's gaze was like blades. Endless lightning swam around him from his lightning spear. Of the 4 of you, you're the weakest. But your mouth is the most wretched. Who can compare to you in terms of wretchedness? Sneered Long Chen. Shui Guanji's mouth was truly loathsome. Combined with his disdainful expression, Long Chen's fury was ignited. Previously, Long Chen had fought them barehanded and thus they had gotten used to his attack range and tempo. But now that he had suddenly changed to a lightning spear, he almost one-shotted Shui Guanji. That attack had been aimed at Shui Guanji's heart. If he hadn't reacted fast enough, it would have killed him. Everyone was stunned. The fellow who had once cursed Guo Ran kept his mouth tightly shut now. Long Chen is a lightning cultivator. Last time, Long Chen hadn't used any thunder force when fighting Shui Guanji. Had he been holding back? In truth, Long Chen hadn't been holding back. It was just that Lei Long and Huo Long had rushed off to eat. As for the lightning rushing hand he had used, that had been shocking, but there were quite a few battle skills that could transform a person's spiritual yuan into elemental energy. It wasn't so rare, but this lightning spear was no battle skill. Only an elemental cultivator would be able to condense a spirit weapon like this. Everyone, don't hold back. Attack. Zhang Wuyan was the first to recover from her shock. She formed a hand seal, and a strange mark appeared in her eyes. Ancestral blood support. Her heavenly Dao runes actually transformed, taking the same shape as the mark in her eyes. Those runes slowly condensed into a pair of blood-colored wings. She slowly rose into the sky, looking down on Long Chen. Her aura had erupted to a completely new level. A powerful pressure descended. Even the distant disciples felt like the blood in their bodies was about to solidify. This is the might of King's blood. Long Chen, now you should understand the difference between us. In front of this absolute pressure, there's no way for you to fight back. Zhang Wuyan arrogantly looked down on Long Chen. King's blood, what's that used for? Making blood tofu, blood sausage, blood pudding, sneered Long Chen. This was another bloodline suppression. Perhaps against others it was useful, but with the circulation of his divine ring, he could essentially ignore that suppression. You dare insult my grand bloodline? You really deserve to die. Zhang Wuyan's wings flapped and she shot toward Long Chen, her speed incomparable. Others were unable to even see her. Long Chen slammed his lightning spear forward. Despite digging his feet into the ground, he was knocked back hundreds of meters away. How powerful. This isn't the power of her physical body, but the support of her bloodline runes. Curious. A solemn expression appeared on Long Chen's face. As expected, none of the 4 heavenly geniuses were easy to deal with. Although Shui Guanji was on the same level as the rest of them, that was just because his element restrained the other 3. In truth, Shui Guanji was the weakest of them. 10,000 sword formation. The sky darkened. At some unknown point, over 10,000 swords had appeared beside Xianxia. Those weren't true swords, they were condensed from his spiritual yuan. Each one of them contained the will of the sword Dao. They turned into rays of light that shot toward Long Chen. Heavens, that's Xianxia's supreme technique. He's trying to kill Long Chen. Some of the disciples recognized this move because they had borne witness to its power before. In one of the righteous and corrupt battles, Xianxia had used this move to slaughter countless corrupt experts. The move's power was terrifying, and its scope was huge, making it almost impossible to dodge or block. A person could only wait to be killed once he launched this move. Sword cultivators were claimed to be number 1 in terms of attack prowess. Seeing these swords shooting forward, it truly seemed like this was a power no man could block. Long Chen was instantly swallowed by the horde of swords. Shockingly, the ground, which had endured such a bombardment previously without being harmed, now began to crack. Even this powerful platform was unable to bear such a fierce attack. Everyone finally understood why sword cultivators were praised as number 1 in terms of offense. Perhaps only sword cultivators could instantly release a power several times greater than their own like this. Was Long Chen's corpse destroyed? When the dust faded, people couldn't see any sign of Long Chen. But there was no blood on the ground. Where is he? Even Shui Guanji and the others were startled. Long Chen had actually disappeared. "Are you looking for me?" A voice rang out from the sky. Everyone hastily raised their heads. Their expressions involuntarily changed. Long Chen was floating in the sky. A pair of huge wings had appeared on his back. Those wings had been formed from endless lightning runes. The berserk aura they released made it seem like they wanted to destroy the world. Lightning wings on his back, and a lightning spear in his hand. Up in the air, overlooking them all, he seemed just like an arrogant lightning god. Everyone felt themselves to be so minuscule in front of the destructive will coming from his thunder force. The current Long Chen seemed like the ruler of the world. Whoever he wanted to exterminate would be immediately exterminated without being able to resist. He was actually able to condense lightning wings. That would require incredibly vast thunder force. "No wonder even I almost lost sight of him," muttered the vice sect master to himself. When those swords had been about to reach Long Chen, he had suddenly summoned these lightning wings. These were lightning wings he had condensed based on the Flamecloud wings principles. Long Chen had found that these lightning wings were much faster than the Flamecloud wings. They were able to break through spatial resistance, and so they were more suitable for combat. His speed had been so fast that many people had thought they had seen him devoured by the swords. But that had just been an afterimage. Suddenly, he shot toward Zhang Wuyan. People could only see a brilliant ray of light. They were unable to see Long Chen's figure. Zhang Wuyan had not expected Long Chen to possess such a powerful trump card. He was even faster than her. Boom! Zhang Wuyan's palm blocked the tip of his spear. Long Chen was knocked back, while Zhang Wuyan didn't even move. "Although you might be faster than me, I can suppress you in terms of power with my ancestral blood support. Today, you'll definitely lose." Zhang Wuyan took the initiative to attack Long Chen. A rune lit up on her palm, giving her attack immense strength. At the same time, Zhao Wuji also attacked. Covered in his earthen armor, he smashed his fist toward Long Chen. Yu Qianshan also moved. His sword pointed toward the sky, and a ray of sword chi soared. Everyone felt a chill. The three of them all attacked at the same time. Shui Guanji, who had only just recovered from his injury, was filled with rancor. Clenching his teeth, a blood-red mark lit up on his forehead. The water energy around him formed into one supreme water dragon that charged toward Long Chen. The four of them had attacked together. Furthermore, Shui Guanji's water dragon also possessed a water elemental force field. No matter how Long Chen tried to dodge, he would be stuck in his force field, which would cause his movements to slow. He couldn't possibly dodge their attacks. His hatred of Long Chen had already reached a peak. This hatred also contained envy, as he was unable to accept that Long Chen was this powerful. He was unable to accept that a bumpkin without any backing could be even stronger than him, someone whose family had gone all out to groom into the greatest genius. He wanted to kill Long Chen. Even if he couldn't obtain the final treasure, he wanted to kill him. So he no longer held back and released his strongest attack. The monastery heads all stood up with grave expressions. Perhaps the Xuantian Dao sect was about to lose a genius. His retreat path had been blocked, and the four heavenly geniuses' attacks were about to reach him. Long Chen suddenly smiled, battle intent soaring out of him. When had he ever been afraid of someone in the same realm? 4-star battle armor. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.